It was a normal day from his job, which was already coming to an end. The last concrete mixer had come in, and there was nothing to portend impending danger. The workers were finishing up with the last delivery of concrete when he suddenly got a call, and it turned out to be his brother. The one asked why he didn't answer, to which Bak Yi-soo said it was pretty noisy so he didn't hear the call. He asked his brother if he had something wrong, but he replied in the negative, saying that he had decided to dial it just for fun. He asked if he needed a reason to call his brother, adding that he would like to meet him. Yi-soo asked if it had to necessarily be today because he was a bit busy right now, however, his brother insisted. Before he could answer, he heard the voice of one of the workers who was unhappy with the way the others had poured the concrete. The filling was indeed poorly done, and the bodies of the murdered men floated to the surface, each wearing North Korean military uniforms. His brother again asked if he was going to come to the meeting tonight, but Yi-soo was not in a hurry to answer yet. Suddenly a young lad, who also seemed to be a little hurt, came tumbling out of the door behind him. A man came out of the door, a knife in his hand, which he used to wound the worker, and hatred in his eyes. It was Lee Young-chul, a member of North Korea's Task Force 525. Seeing him, Yi-soo ended the conversation. He turned to the guy who was lying on the ground. It was a rookie who said he was fine and his wound was shallow, but the commander didn't think so. He was the commander of a special unit of the National Intelligence Agency of the Republic of Korea, Bak Yi-soo, a total of 12 infiltrations into North Korea. He took off his jacket to stop the bleeding and then was about to subdue Young-chul, and the other workers started placing bets on how fast he could pull it off. This annoyed Young-chul, and he lunged at the commander with his knife, swinging it at his throat, but he dodged it as if it were a child's attack. And then he hit his jaw with his elbow from below, and Young-chul felt it well, but he didn't lose consciousness. But as it turned out, that wasn't the end of it, so it was immediately followed by another overhead fist strike to his head. This time, the Korean couldn't stay on his feet and collapsed to the ground, which implied that he had lost consciousness after all. For Yi-soo, such a fight was not even a warm-up. He took his jacket back, saying that this was the end of it. He put on his jacket, telling him to patch up the rookie and clean up the place. He himself had to go meet his brother. Removing the body of the motionless Chul, one of the workers wrinkled his nose, saying that was why he never chatted about the robot. The commander heard this. He thought for a while, and then said to just tell everyone he had a black job. He had already reached the meeting place and went inside, walking to the main entrance. It was a luxurious establishment, but his brother had not expected anything else. Upon seeing him, the doorman rushed to inform him that all the seats were unfortunately already reserved. But Yi-soo didn't care. He said it, but it was obvious the doorman didn't believe it much, appraising the man with a glance. He said that basic etiquette was required in their establishment and then asked him to leave. He was still speaking when an expensively dressed man came out of the door and raised his right hand in greeting, looking at Yi-soo while he looked at his brother. His brother approached them, telling the doorman that it was his own brother. The doorman's reaction was not too late. He bowed, apologizing, saying that he did not know that this visitor would actually turn out to be his guest. Yi-soo said that everything was fine and they had better go already, and his brother could see the jacket he came in. It had "Safety First" emblazoned on the back. He read it and said it was a pretty good phrase. Meanwhile, the workers on his team got together after a hard day to finally relax and have their first party in 3 months. But they didn't get much of a celebration, with one guy resenting that all they got from the food was frozen pork. But the other said the commander said to wait. He was probably going to grab something else tasty. The fellow with the earrings replied that he had better go with the commander, for he was now dining on something sumptuous. They saw cars entering their territory, and a man, whom they recognized as the chief, got out of one of them. The newcomer, who until then had only been silently chewing on grilled pork, immediately jumped up, greeting the chief. They apologized that they had already started drinking without him, but the man said he had a project to finish, and then he asked where Commander Bak Yi-soo was. When he heard the man had left early, he said it only made his job harder, shoving his hand into his pocket. The newcomer asked curiously what kind of work it was, but in reply he received a bullet in the forehead, for from his jacket pocket the chief took out a pistol. Such a shot killed instantly, and the other workers were horrified to see their recent friend fall dead to the ground. At this point, other people got out of their cars, and the chief said they were disbanding their SWAT team today. He told them not to miss a single one, and the workers were gripped with fear, for not one of them was ready to say goodbye to life today. Meanwhile, the brothers were still eating dinner. The eldest tried to talk to Park Yi-soo about his robot, but the latter wouldn't listen to him. Finally, his brother pulled out some kind of card, saying he could make him the manager of one of the restaurants. He put it on the table and then asked why the soldier was wearing a construction worker's uniform, to which Yi-soo mumbled something about supporting the population. But the brother was not very satisfied with this answer. Pouring the wine, he asked if soldiers help civilians in their time. Yi-soo replied that they should. Then his brother returned to the prospect of working for his company, describing his duties. But Yi-soo didn't really listen again. Suddenly his phone rang and he looked at the number. It was a guy from work, and the commander had to take his call. He told his brother he had to take a call, then excused himself to the restroom. He was standing by the sink talking to a guy with earrings whose name was Shion. He had a weird voice. In fact, the guy was sitting leaning against the wall and talking about the food they were eating. Then Shahei told what had happened. The betrayal of Chief Jang and the disbanding of their little squad. Other workers had died earlier, and now they were being dumped where they had once dumped the bodies of enemy soldiers. Baek Yi-soo told him to hold on a little longer because he would go there now. But then he changed his mind and told him to run away because they were looking for him. But suddenly he heard gunshots through the tube and asked Shi where it was fired, but there was no answer. And he cried out his name in terror, but without answer. At that time, a group of men who were wearing body armor and masks covering their entire faces approached the entrance to the restaurant. Seeing the new unexpected visitors, the doorman hurried to inform them that all the seats were occupied, but no sooner had he finished than his throat was slit. Yi-soo was delayed, and his brother was already tired of waiting when suddenly someone walked in and he looked up, asking if he was done talking to his subordinates. But it wasn't Yi-soo. There were 3 armed men in body armor standing in front of him, so their visit could only mean one thing. It was a special unit, most likely sent to eliminate his brother, but for what reason, he didn't know. Yi-soo jumped out of the restroom, intending to go to the robot immediately, but the armed men blocked his exit. As if to confirm his thoughts, one of the squad called his name, saying somewhere into the radio that the target had been confirmed and they were proceeding with elimination. They lunged at him. One swung a knife, but the commander sidestepped while grabbing his gun hand. He hit the bridge of his attacker's nose with his elbow, which was his favorite blow, because, as we know, the power of an elbow blow is 5 times greater than a fist blow. Then he snatched the knife from his opponent's hand and finished him off by slashing at his eyes, the only thing visible under the mask. Before he could recover, another member of the squad was already running at him, and he too pulled out a knife. But his attack was also unsuccessful. Yi-soo was not appointed commander in the ANR for nothing. This included military training. He let his opponent get as close as possible, and then again, at the last moment, he ducked to the side, this time making a throw. A moment later, and the opponent was already lying on the ground, Yi-soo put the knife to the sole of his foot and squeezed his knee tightly. Without thinking long, the knife went through the shoe, and the man screamed in pain, grabbing his foot, while Yi-soo turned around to the others. He had taken off his builder's jacket and was now wearing a military uniform, as if another man stood before them. He said their movements were too predictable, so there was no point in fighting, but the men attacked again. He was fighting off 3 at once, yet it wasn't like he was losing. Suddenly, the 3 in front were joined by another one from behind, who intended to attack stealthily and finish him off. Chief Jong stood with a cigarette in his mouth, silently looking at the place where the enemy soldiers had been thrown in, and now their men were there as well. A subordinate came up to him, saying that they were done with everything and a special unit had been sent for Baek Yi-soo. The chief asked if they had only sent 1 squad, saying that for someone like Yi-soo, 1 would not be enough. He was right. Even though the enemy was outnumbered, the commander won with only a couple of scratches. Wiping the blood from his face, he looked anxiously at the door to the dining room of the restaurant where they were dining with his brother and became worried. However, his brother was not so simple. He had the same picture in his room as Yi-soo, where he was the winner. He had even managed to keep one alive and now held a knife near his throat, asking who they were and why they had come. But the man was in no hurry to speak, and he cut his throat with impatience, saying, however, that he was still a little hasty. His attention was caught by a walkie-talkie sticking out of the pocket of one of them, a distinctive noise coming from it, and he listened to the message. Someone said to kill Baek Yi-soo as soon as they found him, and also to finish off everyone who was with him. He was surprised to notice that the bandits were still using such old-fashioned stuff, and the message was repeated. His face changed. He was the CEO of TS Financial Company, Baek Do-kyung, the head of Taesan Group. He was about to leave the room, heading towards the door, but suddenly someone called out to him from around the corner. It was Yi-soo. Do-kyung asked him if these people were his guests, for they had to be greeted, alas, not warmly. They were sitting in the car, and his brother was trying to repeat the name of the acronym that Yi-soo happened to work for. Seeing that his master was not coping, the chauffeur suggested that the organization was called NOR and handed the man a rubber band. Do-kyung took it, saying that it was indeed a reconnaissance mission, but he never would have thought that one of the commanders would be his brother. It turns out he was an intelligence agent who goes to North Korea and kills people, and Yi-soo replied that he wasn't just a thug either. He was also Taesan's boss, essentially the leader of a criminal organization, so he was also quite dangerous and cunning. They were still driving, but Yi-soo asked to stop, but Do-kyung asked why he was doing that since it was dangerous outside. However, Yi-soo wanted to come out for this very reason. He explained that those people would not rest until they killed him. But Do-kyung said he'd better drop him off right away near the police station, and then they definitely wouldn't find him. Do-kyung said that they had already arrived and got out of the car. Yi-soo noticed that he had never been here before. It turned out to be a funeral place, with a procession on the stone steps and wreaths bearing the portrait of the deceased below. They walked for a short while, and then Do-kyung turned around and asked his brother if he thought he was joking. This was the kind of answer Yi-soo didn't expect. He asked him what it all meant, and he began to have a bad feeling. Meanwhile, some people approached Do-kyung. First a man who said that everything was ready, and then a woman who was holding a photo frame. She handed it to Do-kyung, saying that within 2 hours, everything would be ready to begin, and the latter looked at the photograph and turned to his brother. Suddenly, he showed it to Yi-soo, and the latter saw that it had his portrait on it, and then added that if it was decided when he died, let him do it. They stood in the temple where they usually come to mourn and pray for the deceased near his picture. Do-kyung said it was just a performance. It's used when you need to clear your name or escape. He said he learned it from the Japanese Yakuza, but Yi-soo doubted it would work. Do-kyung agreed, saying that of course they would have doubts, but that's why there was one important detail that he had already taken care of. He said that Taesan is a more prominent organization than Yi-soo thought, so guests will come to the ceremony to offer condolences. After all, his brother had died, and so such a visit was necessary, so such people would be able to witness his death. Would they doubt it? No, they wouldn't, because if he, Do-kyung, said it, then it was true. They each had a special invitation, but here a car with tinted windows pulled up, clearly out of place. The security guards in charge of order during the ceremony thought it was either food or big shots. In fact, Chief Jang was sitting in the car studying the portfolio of the deceased. He noticed that he turned out to be the brother of Taesan's boss. One of the guards tapped on the tinted windows, saying that you can't get in here without a special invitation. The chief turned to the people who were sitting in the back, saying that this was their last mission. They had to make sure Baek Yi-soo was dead at all costs. The men were dressed in sports jackets that didn't hide the piles of their muscles. They got out of the car one by one. The guard blocked their way, demanding to identify himself and show the invitation. But the man in the cap looked at him silently. Then the guard decided to act more radically and tried to flick his cap off him, but received a brutal blow to the head. The other guards stood silently watching for a while, not understanding this behavior. Then they rushed at the unwelcome guests and they pounced on them in return. But it was immediately clear that the forces were not equal. It was a special squad that had come with a superior to complete their mission of dropping the squad with Commander Baek Yi-soo. The mission of the NRR Special Forces, Halra's second Halra unit for operations in North Korea, they couldn't fail. They had easily handled the guard and were now intending to climb the stairs where brother Yi-soo and his bodyguard stood at the top. But the latter turned out to have a very different position and started downstairs, taking off his jacket on the way. Finally, he approached one of them and said that it was a family funeral. Only those who were specially invited could attend. Despite the fact that he was 2 meters tall, the SWAT man punched him from below in the jaw, again without explaining anything about his intentions. But the giant didn't budge. It was a member of the Taesan Group, head of security Ha Jin-an, better known as Hanam Don, the wall man. He grabbed the man's face with his huge hand, his grip so strong that his eyes popped out. Then a crunch was heard, and the man fell, while his fellow troopers stared in surprise, for the bulky man had just broken his jaw with a single grip. They rushed at him, saying that he had just caught him off guard, but Jin Woong effortlessly dodged their blows. With one hand, he held one by the face, and with the other swung his huge fist to strike. However, the other of the cutlass struck first. He continued to deliver blow after blow, but it had absolutely no effect, and soon Jin-won was fed up with those annoying claps. He tensed his free hand so hard that the veins popped, and then delivered a crushing blow to the man's head, sending him to the ground. He then turned to the other, which he still held in his left hand. But the latter decided to somehow take the bulky man in a chokehold. However, no holds worked on him. This time it even made him a little angry, and the man prepared for the worst. The man-wall cowardly cowered at him with all his might, and that was already enough. But then he hurled him right at his comrade. Chief Zhang, who was watching this in the car, grudgingly fiddled, asking why these goons couldn't deal with one person. He had to take charge of the situation, so he got out of the car and walked towards Jin-won, apologizing for his subordinates. He said there had been a misunderstanding. Saying this, he handed him a business card with his details on it, which said he was a colonel. Once again saying that it was a misunderstanding, he explained that he was the boss of the deceased Yi-su and had come here to offer his condolences. Jin-won thought about his words for a bit and then looked up at the guy standing there, who nodded his head approvingly. Seeing this, he said that he would escort the chief to the room, and after a while, the latter was already sitting in front of Yi-su's picture. He asked, as if Yi-su himself, if he was really dead, and if so, how much his brother Bak Do-kyung knew. The brothers sat on the way out. Do-kyung agreed that the betrayal situation was really hard. He asked what Yi-su was going to do about the boss offering his services to kill him, but his brother thought a little differently. He told his brother not to meddle further, but the latter did not understand the refusal, asking if he should do nothing. And Su replied that there was no need for that. He would meet with Chief Zhang himself, and then they came up with this plan with the brother he pretended to be. He decided that the man had already pretended to be grieving enough, so he called out to him and then pulled out his knife, using his brother's face. The story was that there was another brother in the family who was a successful businessman and arrived after hearing about Yi-su's death. He pointed the knife at the chief, saying that it was found in his brother's body, so if the chief did not explain himself, the same knife would be found in him. He put the knife to his throat. Asking who killed his brother, Zhang realized that Yi-su was probably really dead. He asked the gentleman to calm down, saying that Commander Baek Yi-su died as a result of an accident. He thought the thug would get off his back if he said this, and added that he couldn't reveal details due to confidentiality, but the man hit him. He said that the chief talked too much, though he asked clearly who was his brother's murderer, and with these words, he prepared a knife. Fearing for his life, the boss instinctively reached his hand into his jacket pocket for his gun, but at that moment, some girl and Jin-un intervened. The girl blocked Do-kyung from attacking the boss, and Jin-un put his hand on the man's shoulder, telling him that it would be best for him to leave. To make it more believable, Do-kyung yelled at him to get out of here, calling the chief a goddamn bastard and pretending to want to get to him. The real Do-kyung couldn't believe he was so vehement in asking who killed his brother. Yi-su's acting was astounding to him, but it worked. He told his brother about it, asking if he had learned it in intelligence, how to work undercover and all that, to which Yi-su replied that it didn't matter. He said it would stop them for a while, but soon they would come again, so he couldn't stay here forever. Then, in the morning hall, he wasn't really faking it. His emotions weren't an act. He was saying what he felt. He said that at that moment, he really wanted to kill his boss, because the latter had done the same thing to the workers from his special unit. His brother replied that he understood his feelings, but why not stay here and not make too much fuss after all? The main thing was that he had survived. He added that he would give him a job and put his hand on Yi-su's shoulder, but the latter asked if he was asking him to hide here and become a bandit like him. After a little thought, he agreed, saying that he was really asking him to do it, but only because then they would both survive. Hearing these words, Yi-su tapped his hand to put it away, and he walked out without saying another word. When he left, Do-kyung sighed, saying that they were definitely not twins. He told Ji-won to take people and keep an eye on him. It was already dark, the weather outside was cool because it was dripping a little rain. Yi-su was standing near the traffic light, about to cross the road. Suddenly, he noticed that someone was following him quite nonchalantly. It was Jin-un, whose following always ended up being exposed. Just like this time, Yi-su asked if he would continue like this, to which he replied that it was the order of the principal, that is, Yi-su's brother. At the same time, some man in a hoodie with a knife in his hand was following them. When he saw Jin-woon, He hid behind the corner of the house. Chief Jung ended the conversation, instructing him not to stop watching Do-gyun's house. He remembered his face that day. He thought that brother Yi-soo definitely knew something, but his thoughts were cut short by someone's hand on his shoulder. It was his daughter who jumped on his back instead of greeting him, but he didn't mind, for it had been a long time since he had seen her. He asked how she got there, to which his daughter replied that the seats were hard and she couldn't straighten her legs the whole way. She said the flight was hard because she wanted to see him sooner, and he replied that he would tell the pilot to fly faster. Her eyes sparkled, and she said that was the power of intelligence. But he shrugged, saying he was doing all sorts of paperwork. Do-kyung clutched the empty pack of cigarettes, saying he would go out to buy more. But the girl, she seemed to be his secretary, said she would do it herself. But he told her not to be such a boo and let him get some fresh air. But the girl was adamant. She said that since she wanted to, she should go out with a guard because it was dangerous to go out alone. He looked at her curiously then, and then something strange flashed in his eyes. A minute later, they were descending in the elevator accompanied by 2 thugs. He took her words a little differently, choosing the girl herself to go with him. Suddenly, he turned around to the 2 guards, saying that this girl was his sister Soo-ah, and added for the guys to greet her. He went up to one of them, asking if she wasn't even more beautiful, and he hastened to say that her sister was indeed beautiful. Do-kyung's gaze changed dramatically. He said that everyone who called Soo-ah sister ended the same way, and then asked the man who he was. Instead of answering, he suddenly pulled out a knife and swung it near Do-kyung's face. But Do-kyung dodged it while assessing the situation. But suddenly, Soo-ah pulled out a knife too, so now both sides had weapons, and Do-kyung asked if she had another one for him. She said that one was hidden under her skirt, and he still reached in there, apologizing because the other thug also pulled out a blade. The first spy lunged at Do-kyung, but he couldn't hit because turning around in the elevator wasn't easy, and that allowed him to dodge his attack. With a deft move, he grabbed his arm and then pushed back and stabbed him back, denying him any attempt to attack. It was only what he thought, however, as the impact cut through the man's suit, and he saw that the man was wearing body armor. Then Do-kyung realized that his knife was too short to pierce through the body armor, meaning he needed to hit the face. He was about to finish with him, but he heard Soo-ah falling down in the other corner of the elevator with another thug looming over her. He swung the knife, intending to deliver the fatal blow and end her, and she scrambled into a corner. He struck, but it wasn't the girl he stabbed, because Do-kyung had covered her with himself, so now stood with the knife in his shoulder. But that didn't seem to bother him much. He grabbed the puzzled thug and hurled him into the wall of the elevator. But then, Soo-ah was attacked by another man who Do-kyung hadn't had time to finish him off, so he was now lunging at them again. Do-kyung managed to fend off his attack, noticing Soo-ah lunging at the other bandit, preventing him from getting up and picking up the knife. But here, Do-kyung lunged towards his opponent and knocked out his knife. It turned out he was pretty good with weapons. He pinned the man against the wall of the elevator, and with some strange force, he also put the man's knife to his own throat. His appearance suddenly changed. His suit was ripped, and his body was very sturdy and covered in some strange tattoos. A cry of horror came from the elevator as Do-kyung plunged both knives into the bandit's shoulders, and together with Soo-ah, they were already entering the floor. He approached the other guard, asking if he had a cigarette, and the latter went into his pocket, saying he would look in a moment. However, instead of a cigarette, he suddenly took out a knife and plunged it into Do-kyung's stomach, who didn't realize what had just happened. Then he grabbed the insolent man's face with one hand, like a big boy Jean, and with the other, he gently grasped the knife, saying it was a little painful. The guard said that the gentleman had better not take it out, because he had specifically chosen a big knife, but Do-kyung squeezed his face. For a moment it seemed that the guard's face moved a bit. Do-kyung waved his knife, but the guard bounced away. He suddenly had another crooked knife in his hand, more like a kirambite, and his face appeared to be a simple mask. But it seems they still had one real guard with them after all, who told the principal that he would apprehend the bandit. However, Do-kyung told him to just give him what he asked for, and he asked for another knife and cigarettes, and told him to look after Soo-ah. He had 2 knives in his hands. Now he was going to kill the traitor. But before he did, he decided to ask if he had anything last to say. There was a young man looking at him. It was an NIR Special Ops assassin with the alias Ghost. He said, Do-kyung talks a lot, and the man said about killing his brother, asking if he was the one who did it. The bandit replied that if given the chance, he would have gladly killed him. Then he lunged at Do-kyung, but he was injured. Ghost asked if Baek Yi-soo was really dead, to which Do-kyung replied that even his boss had come to offer his condolences. But Ghost wasn't satisfied with that answer for some reason, so he rephrased the question, asking where Baek Yi-soo was. Yi-soo, meanwhile, was walking with Jin-woong, who said he would guard him on the leader's orders. Suddenly, they disappeared into an alleyway, and their pursuer was confused. But the task must be completed, so he went after them. It obviously turned out to be a trap, and as his face cautiously peeked out from behind the house, Jin-woong struck it with all his strength. The guy barely had time to put his hands out, but still flew off. He figured it wouldn't be easy with a bodyguard like that. To top it all off, he managed to land in such a way that he broke his arm, and then Yi-soo came out of the shadows. He asked if Jung had sent him. The guy said he was right, and then suddenly added that he couldn't have died so easily, and his voice sounded familiar for some reason. He removed his hood, revealing his face, and the commander was now being looked at by one of his subordinates, Lee Shion. Jin-woong told Yi-soo that it was coming out that he knew him, and Shion shouted that of course he knew him and showed his broken arm. The commander walked over to him and put his hands on his shoulders. He said he should have stayed with them then, and things could have been different. But he said that he was the only one who survived, so the next time he went to eat delicious food, he would go with him. Then he suddenly grimaced, and when Yi-soo asked what was wrong with him, he replied that he just had an empty stomach. Well, and a broken arm, thanks to his thug. Saying the latter, he interrupted because Jin-woong's face suddenly darkened a lot, and he now looked creepy. They continued to fight, and he dodged the assassin's attacks as best he could with his wounds. They fought, but he realized that he wouldn't last long like this, so he had to gather the last of his strength and attack without stopping. He pounced on him, launching attack after attack, but he successfully repelled them all, seeming to have plenty of strength. His vision was beginning to blur, the image of Ghost was already floating in front of his eyes, and the wound was deep enough. He made one last attack, this time almost hitting him, but still, his opponent was strong and dodged. He said he recognized his strength, for he was pretty good, but with those words he pulled out a fishing line from somewhere and knocked one knife from him. The situation was critical. He once again asked where Baek Yi-soo was, but Do-kyung was already barely on his feet. He realized that it would end here for him. He decided he had to try the last thing he had left and asked what the man had already heard. How tactless he could be. With those words, he cropped his hair and then surprised even more by saying that he is Baek Yi-soo and Ghost is a dummy. He really did look like Baek Yi-soo in that way, and the assassin even pondered over his words, thinking about the plausibility. He said that it was impossible, but Yi-soo threw himself at him, saying how stupid he was after all, even though it was hard for him to move. But seeing how he fought, Ghost said Baek Yi-soo, the commander of the NRR special unit, can't move so clumsily. But as it turned out, Do-kyung had planned it all out from the start. He struck with his free hand, pulling the fishing line from the kirambite. With his last effort, he yanked on it, knocking one of the knives out, and used his other hand to run it across the bridge of the man's nose. He fell to the floor, covering his bloody face with his hands, and Yi-soo asked if he was still in doubt whether he was real or not. He told him to get up and fight, and he lunged at him. Only somehow the advantage was not on his side now. He missed the moment again when Yi-soo grabbed his hand and then squeezed it and prepared to stab him from the other side. He stood in the same stance as his brother who had undergone special training. This made Ghost think that Yi-soo in front of him was the truth. He attacked again, saying that it was impossible, but it was more of a self-belief now, for Yi-soo was here. He even fought differently, not like before. He had strength now, and he moved very differently, which made him very intimidating to his opponent. And then something incredible happened. Ghost wanted to twirl his kirambit for another attack, but Yi-soo suddenly stopped him. He pressed his own knife into his shoulder and swung to finish the bandit off, and he panicked, not knowing how to dodge. At the last second, he pushed himself away and fell on his back, avoiding the fatal blow. But now he definitely thought it was Baek Yi-soo. It was the real Baek Yi-soo who was once again standing over him. There could be no doubt now, for only he knew this technique. The ghost told him not to come any closer, and in a panic began searching for his knife, sensing his imminent doom. Do-kyung swung and tensed his right hand. He quietly told his brother that he should have stayed with him and seen it all. Ghost had finally managed to find his knife, and now he held it out in front of him as his only defense, and Yi-soo lunged at him. He felled him, but did not even stab him, striking him near the head, and the ghost lay with his eyes wide open, for he had fallen on his knife. Suddenly, the weapon fell from his hand and his body went limp and heavy. He fell breathlessly on the bandit. He got up and saw a car pulling up to the house, which meant he had to get out of there, because he could still be alive. Su-ah sat in the other room, saying that it was too much, because soon everyone would notice Do-kyung's absence. She said that they should appoint a new director, but Jin-un replied that Tyson would cease to be Tyson without Do-kyung. But she didn't like that answer. She said that there was no way Director Beck would allow something like that to happen, and she couldn't just stand idly by. But Jin-un interrupted her. She saw the big guy's tears rolling down, and he said that someone like Do-kyung simply didn't exist. Yi-soo walked with his head down, and he hurriedly followed him, telling him to wait for him, but the commander was thinking about his brother. He blocked his way, asking him where he was going, but he only said something about his brother's body wounds. The assassin was hired by Chief Zhang, for there were many cases of him hiring special people for murky cases. He said that he understood this, but Chief Zhang and his men were not someone who could be easily sneaked in. For a moment he was afraid to look at the commander, his face full of despair, and he said he would find and kill them all. In the morning in the Techno Valley of Pangyo, there was a group of people standing on the helipad. It was a small squad with a commander. It was the CEO of T1 ICT, Kim Ta-won, sitting there peeling an apple, lamenting that there was nothing edible in Pangyo. He said you can't make big money here, so the men have to play in the wide waters of Seoul. They were in a general meeting. A man walked up to a rooftop fence that had ropes thrown over it. It turned out they were holding some man who was approached by Kim Ta-won, asking what Chief Zhang was talking about today. The man said he didn't know what he was talking about, but Tae-won started chewing on the apple, saying that if it was rotten, it should be thrown away. He cut one of the ropes, and the man immediately spoke, saying he remembered being told that Taesun was facing a problem. He said that their boss Baek Do-kyung was nowhere to be seen, so they were inactive, and that made Ta-won very interested. But then he cut another rope, asking if this information was accurate, and the man assured that everything was confirmed. He said that was all he heard, so he asked to get him out of here, but Ta-won only cut the last rope. The CEO turned around to his subordinates. He told them to gather everyone, for they were having Taesun group for dinner tonight. Fortunately, the man, who had already said goodbye to his life, did not die, for to his surprise, it turned out to be the ground floor. And Sue walked along the Majin-don livestock market, remembering how he had been told it was dark under the entrance, and so it was. He made his way to the inconspicuous butcher shop, thinking of Chief Zhang's method. If you want to hide something, hide it right in plain sight. These guys in guard suits were also trained by Chief Zhang, which means everything should eventually lead to him. He cautiously opened the door of the establishment, for if he let his guard down he was finished, these people would not tolerate mistakes. He stepped sharply through the door, knife at the ready, but to his surprise he saw only the usual butcher shop employees. One of them saw him, asking if he wasn't Baek Yi-soo, saying that if someone else had walked in, he'd be dead by now. Yi-soo went up to him and asked him what happened here, to which the man replied that it was all Chief Zhang. He said he heard the radio saying that Zhang's men had taken care of everything, so the picture was no better elsewhere. At the same time, he was just checking another place that the man had said Zhang's men had been to. The man put his hand on his shoulder, telling Yi-soo that Boss Zhang was too strong for him and he wouldn't be able to handle it alone. He said that he had to run, and his last words were that Yi-soo had died right in his arms. But something in his story puzzled Yi-soo, for he had never heard of a superior being affiliated with any organization. Meanwhile, Ta-won made his way to the main building of the Taesan group and staged an attack, because it was the perfect opportunity. However, he couldn't believe that Taesan was so weak, and after all, he was also considered one of the 4 major groups. Suddenly, he saw the surroundings begin to change, and the reason for that was the appearance of Ha Jin-woon's unwavering wall. He said that the man was the 4th bastard this week who had dared to attack Taesan. But Ta-won didn't like his words and said that in that case, he would play like a real bastard by pulling out a knife. But Jin-woon didn't seem to be bothered by this in any way. He only sighed heavily and spread out his arms, telling them to attack. However, the general attack was interrupted by the appearance of some young man who was walking straight towards Jin-woon, and the latter recognized him as Baek Yi-soo. He said that he needs this organization to avenge his brother, and so he asks him to give him Tessin. His eyes were full of determination, hatred, and something else. But one thing was clear. He was really going to get his revenge. Taewon rushed towards them then, but Yisu just punched him. Then, Taewon was annoyed to recognize the guy as Baek Do-kyung, which meant the director was just hiding somewhere, so he didn't come. He had a knife in his hand, and seeing that these people wanted to destroy the Taesan he needed, he started waving it around. His punch made Taewon's nose bleed. He thought what this crazy Do-kyung was doing and told his men to attack. He said that today would be the end of Taesan, but that only made Yisu more angry. He fought perfectly. Seeing that he was defeating one by one, Taewon shouted to give him a knife. He threw himself at Do-kyung. But Yisu reacted quickly. In the blink of an eye, he turned around and knocked the knife out of his hand with one swing, and Taewon became worried. And Soo went up to him, and he was already scared to death, so he ordered everyone to leave, saying that he was going back to Pangyo. Jin-un, who was watching all of this, remembered his words that without Do-kyung, Taesan would cease to be Taesan. But what if Do-kyung could be found? He turned to Yisu, saying that if he wants to get Tessin, he, Jin-un, will help him because he trusts him. A month had already passed. The members of the general meeting of the organizations were sitting together again. But this time, Do-kyung was absent from their company. Among them were 3 men and a woman who said she heard that Baek Do-kyung had died, which meant the end for Taesang. Suddenly they heard footsteps. It was Yisu coming. Then Jin-un said to get Taesan, he must become Baek Do-kyung. Together with Jin-woong and Sharon, he entered the meeting room of the General Assembly that the inn restaurant served as. He had already managed to get the same tattoos on his chest and arms as his brother, and had also learned his manner of speaking. Before that, he had been taught some things by Soo-ah, such as that it was better to keep his fingers behind the blade because it would give the blade strength. She said someone would be able to spot them if he didn't watch his movements. It was a meeting of the ringleaders of the largest criminal gang in Seoul, a general meeting whose purpose was obvious. Supposedly it was to prevent conflicts between gangs, but really they were biding their time. A chance to capitalize when the clash happened, and that was why Tessin had to be present. So Ah said she didn't understand why he had to pretend to protect Taesan, and he replied that he just needed a strong organization. An organization that is bigger and stronger compared to others. He needed it to carry out revenge for his brother. Meanwhile, Chief Jong was standing beside a very important person, listening to the praise for him. He was praised by Seoul Police Chief Cho Won-ho himself, saying he did a good job and his skills were commendable. Jang waved it off, saying it was all because of his support, but the boss said he was the one who was a good leader. However, he then pointed his finger at the mountain of concrete mix, asking why his subordinates were now buried here. Jong said it was a sacrifice for the greater good, but the police chief laughed, saying it was like the saying. But Jong went on to say that officials are now concerned and the Special Operations Unit in North Korea is a relic of the past. He explained that he was under constant pressure so he couldn't keep track, but Won-ho interrupted him by putting his hands on his shoulders. He asked if it was hard to eliminate a couple people, since the man had no idea how much money he had to spend. He asked why the man had eliminated Do-kyung, because Dae-sang was a member of the General Assembly, so he should have realized the consequences of doing so. But suddenly, Jong stopped playing the role of a subordinate being told off. He told Jo Won-ho not to show off. He showed a police badge with the symbol of Korea, saying that Jo Won-ho's role in this project is to keep his nose clean. He threw the badge into a cement pit, saying they needed a public personality, so if he didn't like his role, let him get out. When he said this, he was approached by one of Won-ho's guards, who grabbed the boss by the collar, asking if their boss was his buddy. Won-ho laughed awkwardly. Noticing that he had nimble hands, he saw him fell one of the guards. With some incomprehensible blow, he knocked him out, then pulled a gun from his jacket pocket and aimed it at Jo Won-ho. General Assembly, so what? Why should he care? After all, he buried his own subordinates. Won-ho waved his hands, saying that he understood everything and would definitely figure it out, because he knows the people in the General Assembly. That was what Jong wanted to hear. He offered not to let each other down anymore, saying that he would like to meet Baek Do-kyung. The meeting was attended by Ryu Dae-hyun, CEO of Jeorang Resort, boss of Jeorang Organization in Yongsan. Han Hae-sung, CEO of HHS Entertainment, head of the entertainment campaign in the Gangnam district. Cha Yu-hwa, owner of Cheonan Trading Company and head of the Korean Chinese organization in Guro, as well as Yilhak Capital CEO Lee Song-min, head of a small organization at Gudo, 9 Knives, in Chono. Just in the midst of their conversation, Shion intervened, who peeked into the hall and told the principal that the meeting was held here. They entered, and Do-kyung took the only seat available. All the members of the assembly were surprised by his visit. Hae-sung said that they heard as if his brother had died, so it must have been hard for him, because it's usually not in his spirit. Others picked up the conversation too, saying that there were rumors of a crazy funeral, so everyone was asking him to tell. Hae-sung placed the cup on the table, saying that in that case, they should decide if Baek Do-kyung deserves to sit in that seat. Do-kyung said if that one knew, he could have come in support, but since he didn't, then at least let him not talk about his brother. He suddenly took out a knife and jabbed it into the table, asking who they were to talk about the Tessen Group's qualifications. Hae-sung grimaced, looking at him with disdain and fear at the same time. He asked how they should understand these words. But Do-kyung looked at him with a creepy look, saying that he would answer in simple words. From now on, Taesung Group would not attend the general meeting. They were driving back in the car, and Jin-un said that now General Assembly has become their enemy. He asked Yi-soo if he had a plan. However, he didn't really have any plan. In that establishment, he just said what he thought. Suddenly, Jin-woon noticed a car popping out from around the corner, speeding up and rushing straight at them. Fortunately, a collision was avoided, but other cars appeared from somewhere and blocked their way. A guy wearing a red jacket and a brass knuckle clutched in his hand came out of one of the cars. It was Ryu Dae-hyun who rushed towards their car. He smashed the glass with his knuckles and leaned there, saying that if he could do whatever he wanted, then let Do-kyung give him Taesan. It all started when Yi-soo expressed his plan. The first thing in it was to catch a rat. He remembered Ryu Dae-hyun talking about the details of the funeral. But because it was strange, of course his brother had informed them, but clearly without such details. He said since the meeting was not related to the funeral, it meant one thing. There was a rat among the members who was leaking information. He said that is why he will not attend the meeting as long as the rat is there, but he will not have to look for it either. Back then, his plan was to smoke the rat out of the hole, but now, in front of him, was the face of Ryu Dae-hyun. Who was that rat? Immediately after the meeting, he had taken a couple of cars as escorts and drove out to pick up Do-kyung, and now he was demanding that he get out of the car. Yong-san's boss, who has the most problems with Tae-san, plus he doesn't hide his hostility, he was the rat. Just then, Shion's head emerged from the car and said that the glass might not have been broken, calling him a baby. Dae-hyun looked at him, asking what he'd just called him, and when he repeated it, he said he liked his insolence, but he'd beat him up. He punched Shion, but he only put out his arm, blocking the blow effortlessly. After all, he had once worked with the commander. He asked if Dae-hyun was definitely a gangster, because with a punch like that, and even with a brass knuckle, he should have at least hurt him. Dae-hyun looked at the guy. It was noticeable that he was interested in him. However, their fight was interrupted by the sound of white cars parking. It was Lee Seung-min, the head of the Nine Knives, who said that this was where they should stop. Dae-hyun teased him, saying that since Master Seung-min says to stop, then he should definitely obey. He approached him, saying that they were going to have a party after the meeting, and asked if Seung-min wanted to join. Suddenly, some man put his hand on his shoulder, saying that Dae-hyun appeared to have grown up, and he looked at him unhappily. Shion asked Jin-woong what kind of old man was that, but he said that they were Ilhak's elite. In the past, they were the best in Seoul. This was also evident on the faces of Dae-hyun's bandits, who were surprised that the old man Choi Jong-ho of the Nine Knives was here. He was the executive director of Ilhak Capital, Choi Jong-ho, a second-generation Gudo. Dae-hyun looked at them with resentment and a little anger, cursing Ilhak and saying that Taesan was his prey. Jin-un suddenly came out of the car. He decided to greet old acquaintances, telling Sunbae that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jong-ho wondered, asking when he had time to get so big, and Jin-woo said he should have visited them sooner. Lee Seung-min, meanwhile, turned to Dae-hyun, saying that they would like to invite Taesan as their guests, and asked if that was okay with him. He went to the door where Yi-soo was sitting, offering to drive his car, for the glass of this one was damaged. Still, Yi-soo got out of the car, saying that it was quite frightening but somewhat expected, and Seung-min opened the doors for him. Seung-min said for those two to go ahead, and he was going to have a chat with his friend. But Jin-woon said he had to accompany the principal. However, Yi-soo told them not to worry, saying that the car would still be small for everyone. They drove out, and Seung-min asked about Taesan. He asked if they were really going to leave the General Assembly, to which Yi Su also replied with the question, weren't they being kicked out? But Seong Min said that if they left the organization, problems with the others would definitely start. He went on to say that there is nothing but scrutiny and competition in the assembly, so it needs strength to survive. And Su didn't quite understand what this guy was trying to accomplish, so he asked the principal what his intentions were. After thinking for a while, Seongmin looked away. He told Mr. Beck that he needed strength. That's why he was here. Meanwhile, John Ho asked Jin Un when he was going to join them, but Jin Un said he was working for Tyson. Jong Ho replied that Jin Woon's past was connected to Gudo and they had room for him. But the big guy was adamant he was loyal to Taisang. He once again said that his organization is Thiessen Group. Moreover, there are things he has to do. But Jong Ho said that he has nothing to do in Taisan because he will fall today and it's already decided. Hearing this, Jin Woon turned pale. He was brought to an unfamiliar place where he saw a group of men in white suits who turned out to be from the Nine Knives. They said they would take care of him, and Yi Su asked Seong Min what that meant, but the latter said it was the best thing they could do. Suddenly it came to him. He had just realized how badly mistaken he was, and he looked angrily at Seong Min, saying that the rat turned out to be him. He turned to Cheyenne, telling him to detain Lee Seong Min, and the latter agreed, telling the commander to be careful as well. And then he hit driver Seong Min, who was about to give gas as soon as Do Kyung was in the hands of the knives. Yi Su got out of the car, and a man in a white suit and glasses was already looking at him, saying it would be over quickly. Dai Hyun sat in the car and thought with annoyance that he had to let Do Kyung go, giving in to Seong Min and his Nine Knives. He said that his men were morons if they didn't understand such obvious things as Il-hak's power. He said he had seen them with his own eyes. Just 3 of them capable of destroying the entire Kanbuk district, which described their power very well. He continued, saying that once there were 9, now there were only 6 left, but even 3 would be enough to destroy the neighborhood. Then he thought what kind of idiot would confront them. But right at that moment, Baek Yi-su, that is, Do Kyung, hit one of the men. Dae-hyun thought that if there was anyone who was capable of destroying Gudo, he would definitely be the strongest in Seoul. Last night, they sat by the lake, Police Chief Won-ho fishing, while he pondered the upcoming crime against Taisan. Won-ho asked if he didn't think Tessen wasn't the same now. It was just a bunch of petty scum. He said that because of the higher-ups project, Baek Do-kyung had lost his younger brother, and now Dae-sang was in a complete mess. Seong-min agreed, but said that starting a war now would be very difficult, to which Won-ho replied that he was just being evasive. Dumping the trash off the cigarette, the boss said that this is not the way to do it, because then he would lose everything, so Il-hak should not be careful. And besides, if he had mentioned the 9 Knives at the general meeting, no one would have dared even squeak at him. The boss was telling how he, Lee Seong-min, would become the real chairman, and to do that, he needed to reorganize Il-hak. Then Seong-min stood up and looked at the lake. He said he would fulfill everything, but he wanted something in return. He said that in return, he too would like to participate in the project that the boss had mentioned earlier, and the latter marveled with his insatiability. He said the project was called One Sink, but he was clueless as to how Seong-min was going to get a spot there. Yi-su punched the man with glasses again, and the man was slightly off his feet, almost falling to the ground, while the others stood in surprise. Then he did take the man down. It was obvious he fought well, and then asked if they really thought they could get a hold of Tessen. Whether it was an order or their personal decision, by doing so, they were challenging him as a leader. He looked at the men in suits with his frenzied gaze and said that today, Il-hak would be destroyed. Seong-min decided not to wait any longer, intending to get out of the car, however. Just as he reached for the door, a knife flew in his direction. The knife was thrown by Shion, who said he was actually ordered to grab it, so he couldn't be allowed to get out of the car. The man Yi-su had hit was named Hyung-nim, and he was now standing on the ground again, saying that he would have reclined long ago if he were older. He turned to the other members of Gudo, who chuckled a little, for it had been a long time since they had seen Hyung-nim being able to hit someone. One of them lunged at Yi-su, but he put his arm out and clenched it at the elbow, thus blocking the blow, but the enemy was outnumbered. Another man struck right after him, but Yi-su was able to dodge his strike as well, only this man was much smarter. It was Choi Guan-pal, the 7th knife in the Gudo organization, who had grabbed Yi-su by the collar and was now yanking the latter towards him and punching him. And when he was on the ground, Another man, the ninth knife Gudo, Lee Jiwyu-chan, ran up to him and kicked him in the head. Jang Tokpei, eighth knife Gudo, was already waiting for him when Yi-Su rolled away and swung to finish him off with a powerful punch to the jaw. He dodged at the last moment, jumping back from where the man had hit, but Hyung-nim was already rushing at him from behind, and soon noticed that they were cleverly attacking from different directions, which meant that it was necessary to look for their blind spots and hit them when they weren't together. The nine knives of Ilhak all but speak of their former glory. However, there is something everyone has forgotten. At the same time, Jin-un was fighting with his once good friend who now wanted to lure him over to the nine knives side. However, something was still unclear, and this nuance was explained by Shi-hei, who realized that he had to intervene. After all, even though Ilhak had the nine knives, but if he didn't intervene now, all these uncles might not end well. Of course, the men of the nine knives were incredibly strong, but the problem was that the NRR commander, Baek Yi-su, was fighting them. He jumped out of the car and kicked one of the knives in the head, and the men weren't expecting another one of the Tessen to come. And Su fought at full strength. He didn't spare his opponent, because there was another reason hidden in his victory, because this way he would be able to take revenge. The men looked at him in wonder. They were perplexed as to how Tessen's boss stood alone against the strongest organization. Guan Pal swung his leg for a crushing blow, but Hyung-nim for some reason yelled for him to stop. Baek Yi-su recalled the words of his wrestling coach mentor, who once told him that there are no special tricks in wrestling. He said that there are some people who are full of strength and have a good will, so they never fall down, so they can only be immobilized. You have to shackle their arms and legs so they can't move, because no matter how much willpower a person has, eventually their body won't hold up. Guan Pal fell down, grabbing the leg he had just swung at Yi-su. It turned out the latter had managed to grab it and then twist it. Neither Hyung-nim nor Seung-min could believe what Do Kyung was doing to the Devi knives, and Seung-min remembered how Won-ho's boss had talked about his brother. He'd mentioned that the latter was a pretty capable guy, commander of a special NIR squad, so his brother must have been no slouch either. Hyung-nim wondered if this wasn't already too much for a normal beating, where the one who hit and the one who defended switched places. Luckily, just as Yi-su was about to hit Hyung-nim, Seung-min intervened. He got out of the car and walked towards Yi-su. He told them to stop and then put his hand on Yi-su's shoulder, after which he said he needed to talk to him. From the beginning, it seemed strange to him, because even though Baek Yi-su was settled, his twin brother was still alive. He told him that such aggressive behavior at the general meeting, plus the look he gave off here, gave away that he wasn't Bak Do-kyung. But Yi-su's reaction was different from what Seung-min thought. The latter grabbed his hand, asking so what if he knew his real name. He said that he would have no problem killing him too, but Seung-min only squinted his eyes, saying that he would like to negotiate. Shi-hei, who had also stopped fighting knives, folded his arms in a T shape as if to indicate a timeout. The talks were held near the garages, and Baek Yi-su, Shi-on, and Jin Woon from Taisan, as well as Lee Seung-min and Nine Knives from Ilhak were present. Sitting on the chair opposite Yi-su, Director Lee said as he recognized, "They didn't take them seriously at first, but they had already paid for it with a fight." Yi-su told him not to procrastinate and asked him what kind of deal he was going to offer, because that's why he stopped fighting. Seung-min held out his hand and was handed some kind of file. He said that not too long ago they received a request to get rid of him and Tessen. He said that they would be able to find out who did it and for what purpose in this file because, globally speaking, it was a whole project. He voiced the deal, saying that they would give them information about the organization that had decided to attack Taisan, but in return, those would work for Ilhak. Ilhak needed a strong organization, so it was a good deal for Taisan, but Yi-su suddenly got up to leave. It didn't make sense for him to sit there any longer, so he said that if this file was the main condition, then the negotiations were over. Oh, and besides, if that's what it was, wouldn't it be better for them here and now to take that data file themselves? He headed for the exit, but his path was blocked by Jin-un, who reminded him that this was a good opportunity to gain Ilhak's trust. However, Yi-su said how sick of it he was, because the Ilhak guys are just a bunch of thugs who can't be considered a threat at all. He added that trust was out of the question in such a case, for it was because of this that his comrades and brother were brazenly killed. But Seung-min decided not to retreat early. He too stood up, walking over to Yi-su and addressed him by name again. He told him to be careful in his words and actions, for such a specimen no longer existed. And with these words, he brought it to the blazing tank. Yi-Su took out a knife, saying that the guy wouldn't dare. However, something still made him wary. This guy, Lee Seong-min, was no ordinary bandit. Jin-woon wanted to stop him, however. Yi-Su suddenly shouted that he didn't trust those bandit rats from Ilhak. He said that from now on, they don't tell him how to act, because from now on, Ilhak will be under Tessen's leadership. He put the knife to Seong-min's throat, saying that by the same token, he would take their CEO hostage, and the latter looked nervously at the blade. 9 Knives looked on in amazement at all of this, amazed at both the audacity and brazenness of this fellow from Thiessen. Hyung-nim and the other Knives wanted to already go to the headmaster's aid, but Jong-ho shouted for them not to move. He realized that Do-kyung wasn't satisfied with the offer, so he approached them himself and gently withdrew his knife hand, offering an alternative. He said that he, Choi Jong-ho, the executive director of 9 Knives, would go with them as a hostage himself instead of Seong-min. With these words, he handed the file to Yi-Su, but the latter didn't share his enthusiasm, asking if he thought he was worth anything. But in Jin-woon's opinion, that would be enough, because if Baek Do-kyung were in his place, he wouldn't have done such a stupid thing. After hearing about his brother, Yi-Su cooled down a bit. He said that Sha-hee is then in charge of transporting and watching Choi Jong-hong. 5 years ago he was questioned. Then he returned after infiltrating North Korea and was under investigation on espionage charges. The colonel, Kim Jae-wook, asked what his mission was, to which he replied that it was confidential information. The colonel said he had crossed a military line, also in a North Korean uniform, but the man replied that the nature of the mission covered everything. Then the colonel pounded his palm on the table, saying they didn't really like their North Korean operations corps. Otherwise, he would personally influence his dismissal, because Yi-Su was wrong if he thought they would do whatever he asked. The final argument was that he must have done a lot of dirty work, which meant he was also stressed about the whole situation. However, his questioning was then interrupted by then-young Chief Jung, who was then working as the head of the Intelligence Department's Special Operations Division. Seeing him, Jae-wook said that catching spies was his job, and with those words, he handed him the case of Baek Yi-Su. Jung said that Yi-Su was not any spy after all, it was his friend, but Jae-wook looked at him suspiciously. Jung then took out a cigarette and walked over to him, taking off his glasses, and then said that the colonel probably didn't hear after all. His face suddenly changed, and it felt like he was the colonel himself. With such a look he looked at him that he even became nervous. He said he didn't care if he thought he was a communist or not, but the kid wasn't a communist, and his word was enough here. Without waiting for the colonel's response, he uncuffed Yi-Su, saying they could go, and Jae-wook only had time to shout out that it was disobeying an order. He asked if there was anyone outside to catch the 2 insolent men, but soon he himself came out and saw that all the guards had been interrupted. Jung asked if he had been intercepted on his return, but Yi-Su said that fortunately they didn't believe him, and no one knew about the secret operation. That's when he said those fateful words. The boss said that in any case, he trusted him because he was like family to him. He remembered this as he sat in Tessen's office, looking at the picture of him as the squad leader who had shot Jang. At that moment, Jin-woon walked into the room and said that Shion was now looking after Choi Jong-ho as he had requested. He was holding his head. It was obvious that something was bothering him, but Jin-woon suddenly said to let him say something. He suddenly grabbed him by the collar and told him that he had made a mistake in his choice, saying that he couldn't trust him with Tessen. After all, he will never be able to become a leader like his brother Baek Do-kyung, who wouldn't allow such an outrage. At this time, Chief Jong was sitting in one of the diners. He called his daughter, asking if she was doing well in school and eating. She said Daddy was too grumpy, as suddenly a man she knew approached him. It was Police Chief Won-ho. He said he knew a couple good places he should write about and asked why here. But Jong put his finger to his lips, telling him to be quiet, and he told his daughter on the phone that he would call back later. Won-ho thought that his daughter should have already returned after studying abroad, so he must have talked to her. He asked if Jong had dealt with the general meeting, but the latter was in no hurry to answer. He hadn't eaten much either, so the news wasn't happy. But Chief Jang said that in any case, it was only a bunch of amateurs and they were professionals. They both started eating, saying that very soon the One Sync project would be launched, and then no organization would be able to stop them. Jang added that he had to meet the General Assembly in person this time, and Won-ho was surprised by his words. He said he felt that if he wanted to get the One Sync project up and running, he needed to take control of the General Assembly first. Besides, if the officials find out about it, everything will go right along with it. After all, Baek Yi-soo and his comrades have already been dealt with. However, Jung said that it wasn't that simple, because if one directly started to pressure the assembly organizations, chaos would ensue. Choi Jong-ho was on the phone with Lee Seung-min, saying that it wasn't such a big deal and he felt like he was on vacation. But Seung-min apologized anyway, saying that he was sorry either way because Jong-ho was now being held hostage. However, the big man from Ilhak only smiled and asked if this decision wasn't made for the good of the organization. He said that's why everyone decided to trust and follow his decisions, even though the result was a bit clumsy. They said goodbye, agreeing to meet up sometime, and Seung-min said he should get a good night's rest now. Jong-ho hung up the phone as well, and Shion, who was sitting next to him, noticed that it was as if he wasn't talking to his boss, but to his grandson. He continued by saying that even though he was captured because of such a boss, he continues to trust him completely. Jong-ho only shrugged his shoulders, saying that he just respects his boss, and about his hostage-taking, it was his decision. But Shahi asked, hadn't the boss told him to do it after all? An order was an order, and now he was blowing him off for it. For some reason, Jong-ho asked if Daesun was such an organization, because if it was really like that, he was disappointed. Jin-woon repeated that Yi-soo should leave, but the latter got angry, asking if he thought he could give first and take back later. I mean, he'd already said he was using Taesun for revenge, plus they had Ilhak on their hands at this point. But the one said that the problem wasn't his methods at all. First of all, he should pretend to be Baek Do-kyung, because it wasn't apparent yet. He said that if Baek Do-kyung was here, he wouldn't have done that, because Taesun was an organization that trusted him. And if Yi-soo wanted to be like his brother, then he should also show the organization this faith, then he can replace Do-kyung. This belief, these methods, is why Taesun still participated in these childish pastimes as a general assembly. That was how Yi-soo answered him. He said the organization should simply obey the boss's orders, and as for his methods, he would simply use force. Hearing this, Jin-woon silently took off his jacket and then said that since Yi-soo sees it as child's play, then let him handle one. Yi-soo didn't think for long. He jumped up from his seat and threw himself at the big guy, then jumped, putting out his knee to strike. However, Jin-woon was able to catch him. He grabbed Yi-soo by his shirt and threw him to the ground, so that he didn't even have time to grab onto something and was knocked down. The big guy asked if this was all that intelligence was capable of, but before he could say anything, a foot flew into his chin. It was Yi-soo. The blow was quite tangible and left a distinctive maroon mark on Jin-woon's face, but he realized that Yi-soo was not going to retreat. Jong-ho asked if this is an organization that only obeys by force, who will follow it. They only trust each other with their fists and pride, and they only wage wars because they have rallied together with other people. If you meet a man who will do nothing but fight and a man who will stab you in the back, you can find the other among them, someone you will want to believe in and follow, because it will seem to you that this is the right way. And Soo still overpowered Jin-un, swinging in to hit him, but he didn't get up and was now lying on the floor of the room where everything was upside down. He let go of the big man and turned to leave, telling him lastly that he was wrong, and the problem wasn't his way of dealing with things. He said that their system didn't necessarily have to be based on force, because if an organization decided everything by force, it would already be an army. Shion's phone rang when he saw who was calling. He got up and got ready to leave, telling Jong-hoon that he was interesting and they would chat again sometime. He suddenly wondered if there was someone who couldn't trust anyone. Wouldn't such a person try to force himself on the rest of the people? Seeing Shi on whom he had summoned, Yi-soo said that from today, they were creating their own organization. They will do it with the help of strong people who do their robot honestly. He gave Shu on a list of people to contact. He said the deadline for this is 1 week, after which they will get rid of the General Assembly and become Seoul's strongest organization themselves. Jin-woon was lying on the floor. He was a little disappointed that he had lost to Baek Yi-soo, even though the latter was the commander of the NR Special Squad. He remembered how 4 years ago he had worked in a butcher shop, and that was when he had first met Baek Do-kyung. One day that man came to him again, but Jin-un was not happy with the man, for it was obvious from him that he was involved in dirty deeds. Do-kyung then said that if Jin-un continued to be so unkind, he might lose his business soon. However, Jin-un only told him that they didn't allow smoking in the establishment, at which point Do-kyung apologized, changing the subject, but pointed to a couple of battered men who were scattered around the diner, asking if those weren't his customers. But Jin-un told him to stop it and get lost while he still made some noise, and then added that it was getting late. But suddenly, a man in a red suit appeared from behind the door, who was greatly surprised to see Jin-woon. He said he had heard many different rumors, but it really was Jin-un, and then asked if he really worked here now. It was Lee Hong-gu, director of Hook Il-soo, an organization that was part of the Gorang group that handled loans and credits. He approached Do-kyung, saying that the boss doesn't cater to all sorts of thugs here, but the man said he was a regular customer. Hong-gu looked at him in surprise, wondering if he had lost his fear, but Do-kyung's face was serious. Then Hyung-gu went up to him, took his face, for it seemed familiar to him, and asked him if he was the one who had attacked their Hook boys. He asked how the man dared to do that, no other way than he had an extra life in his pocket. However, Do-kyung wasn't going to play the role of a victim and listen to his teasing. He now questioned how it was even possible to be called Hook. He took Hong-gu's one hand and put the knife to his hand, asking shouldn't he be one-armed. Steak was a member of the Hook. A horrified shriek was heard from the diner, and the men from the Hook who had remained outside hurried inside. Hong-gu cursed, asking how Do-kyung even dared to do something like that, because if Gorang found out about it, he would be in trouble. However, the latter asked in reply why it should frown upon him. After all, they were Taesun, so he could run crying to his Gorang. Members of the Hook broke into the establishment, and they rushed to get the boss, going first to the hospital, for he had a severed finger. Jin-un asked if he'd just let them go like that, but Do-kyung said he'd also just sat back and watched those guys get beaten up. He noticed that the store was full of dust and didn't even have a menu, which meant Jin-un wasn't planning on doing business. He said that the man just wanted to get rid of the bandits, and just now he had helped him with that, so whether he now wished to join him. Jin-un asked if he even knew who his opponent was, but Do-kyung said again that they were Taesang, so it didn't matter. Jin-un then handed him a rubber band on his fist, telling him to tie his hair with it, for the Yuk looked like a butcher. Do-kyung thanked him, but said he really wasn't doing well doing business here. Right now, Jin-woon was once again looking at the very same rubber band that he now always carried for Mr. Beck. Now, however, it was no longer necessary, for the one was dead, and in his place came his younger brother with whom he had just fought. He sighed, thinking about how different the twins were after all, but he liked Do-kyung's character better. Hong-gu sat in the chair and wanted to scratch his head, but again he discovered that he was missing 2 fingers on his left hand. He cursed loudly, saying that there was no way he could get used to this, remembering the person who had done this to him. There was no way he could forget the pain and humiliation of the past 4 years, so he decided that today was the day for revenge. He said that Taesun has left the General Assembly and is now powerless, so they will destroy the Taesun group today. The men who were part of the Gorang group amicably supported the boss's idea, totaling 50 men. Just as suddenly they heard someone breaking at the door, and they looked in there, asking what it could be. But they soon found out for themselves, for the door opened abruptly, and they saw a strange fellow strike one of them. The others stood in confusion, not realizing who dared to attack them at such a time after all. They were part of Gorang. But the man, whom they first mistook for a guy because of his ridiculous hat, went inside as if he wasn't afraid at all. He had bright blue eyes and pierced ears. He grasped his hat to remove it, and the men suddenly recognized him as Boris. Boris worked as an ordinary construction worker. That day he was asked if he had seen who had done such a mischief. The man in charge at the construction site was pointing somewhere on the wall, asking who could have thought of such a ridiculous thing. There was a huge graffiti on the wall in the shape of the 5-corner star that was now flaunting there. But Boris did not answer the main thing. He looked away, for some reason thinking about something of his own. Meanwhile, he was clarifying some details from Yisu's biography of this person. They were near the garages and talking just about him, Shaya. He said the man had the nickname of Chaka and asked if the man had not returned to Russia. But Yisu replied in the negative, saying that the one was hiding as a foreign laborer, and now he was here. This was the first man on his list of people he was going to use to start his own organization. His name was Boris. He was from the Russian mafia, a security inspector and the boss's hound, also known as Ovchaka. He saw Yisu in the garages and lunged at him with a knife when he called him by name. She. He then doubted whether such a person would want to work with them. After all, his nickname alone was already intimidating. Yisu took out a flash drive and put it in front of the attacking Boris to get his attention. It worked, and the man stopped with a knife to his throat, but Yisu said he had come to make a deal with him. He showed him the flash drive, and it was obvious the man understood a little of what was being said, so he took the knife from his throat. He took off his helmet, revealing his bald head, which was covered with a strange tattoo. He had a hole on his head with red claws sticking out of it. The tattoo was called Demon in Human Mask. It looked really creepy, and in this form he appeared in front of Honggu and the members of his organization. But Honggu didn't take him seriously, saying that such interference was unacceptable on the day of Tai-san's destruction. He ordered him to be dealt with. The two men pounced on Boris, but he didn't even lift a finger, which surprised them a little. But they quickly realized where he got his confidence and power from, as he pointed the barrel of the gun at his attackers. Of course it was a real gun, because who needs fights when everything can be solved with a couple of shots? He struck with an incomprehensible sideways blow of the hilt, but it proved to be a powerful blow, and the man who had taken it fell back in a flash. The other of the attackers stood in amazement. He still couldn't believe they were facing an armed opponent. He decided to quickly pull out a knife to attack the insolent man stealthily, but he was already aiming for his head. He called them idiots, saying that no weapon would have time to damage him, because he would send a bullet faster than that. He held back for now, and seeing that the man was distracted by his words, he punched him in the face with his free hand. The rest of the hooks also rushed to attack, saying that it would be better if they all attacked together. Some even managed to grab Boris by the arms, preventing him from being able to properly aim and take a shot. Another grabbed him in a chokehold, trying to squeeze his huge neck, but Boris didn't seem to care. Suddenly, he bit the arm of the man who was trying to choke him, digging his teeth under his shirt jacket. Sure, the clothes prevented him from letting his skin show through a bit, but the man still felt something, and he didn't like it very much. He swung his free hand to hit the insolent gunman, but he only gave him a strange look. A moment, and the man was on the ground, and Boris was standing over him. Now it was his turn to make the holds. He picked up the knife, which had fallen out of the other man's hand as he tried to reach for it, and turned to his victim. With one hand, he grabbed his face, and with the other, he clutched the knife, holding it near the head of the man who was already losing consciousness. Suddenly, he plunged the blade into his body, but the poor guy didn't even have time to scream. Hyung-gu was watching, horrified. Raising his bloody-gloved hand, he said that humans raise demons to hide their weakness. Before Hong-gu could answer anything, Boris's hand was already on his head, and he was even more horrified. Boris clutched the knife near him again, asking if there was a demon inside of him, with his gaze essentially demon-like. At that moment, Shion ran into the place, and with a glance, he quickly found Boris and told him to stop. He said the man made a good robot, and the bald man seemed to listen to him, pulling the knife away from Hong-gu. The hook boss said that they were actually from Gorang, but Sha, he only said that it was clear then, saying that they themselves were from Tai-san. Shion dialed Yi-Su, saying that the director of HK Kaital from Gorang Group was captured, meaning Hong-gu. Toth wondered if Tessin was really that global, and he meanwhile said that it really was easier with Boris. Speaking of simplicity, he told the commander he knew of Boris's skills, but whether they could control him, he was against it. But Yi-Su simply agreed that the man had good skills, adding that moreover, he would do anything for a certain fee. Now they were speaking for another member of their potential organization, but sure. He doubted him as well, saying that such a capitalist would hardly suit them. Then the guy with the knife attacked Yi-Su, who had come to talk about joining his organization. And Su managed to pull out his knife, and it allowed him to defend himself. The one who attacked him asked what he was doing here and who sent him. He was a North Korean spy, and he asked who he was and who sent him, because that was something he was very concerned about. Lee Kyung-chun, 17, was a North Korean covert agent, also known as Weasel, was a target of NAR surveillance and was on the run. Suddenly he took his knife, but only to transform it, for it turned out to be a butterfly knife. Despite his young age, he was quite good at it, so Yi-Su had to dodge his attacks. He fought to the fullest, for the guy was not to be underestimated. Though he was young, he was very capable. Suddenly, he managed to knock the knife out of Yi-Su's hand, and it flew a decent distance away. To top it all off, the guy even managed to injure him, but Yi-Su only greeted him, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. It was obvious that the guy was surprised by this. He even questioned what he said, because it turned out that he knew him. This young guy had killed all of his colleagues and superiors when he escaped to the south, so now he didn't understand how Yi Su could know his name. Memories took him back 3 years to the Kaesong Industrial Complex. Then they gathered together, and the man in uniform introduced himself as Li Wu-chan, Major of the General Intelligence Bureau. They were still very young, and he asked them if they knew where they were now and what the place was. Hearing no answer, he said that this is where the North and South come together for profit, the Kaesong Industrial Complex. He said they create the goods in North Korea and send them to South Korea to make a living, in short, doing dirty labor. He asked if they understood what capitalism was, saying that these chumps from the South didn't even take them seriously. Many things have been done in the North, but what they have done is not just a product of capitalism. They made men capable of biting their necks like beasts. This is how they raised them. In the eyes of each of these children, there was no compassion for humanity, only a killer instinct. Their special name is Weasel. It was their duty and mission to protect their fatherland. The plan for training underage operatives was to work for the industrial complex during the day and train undercover agents at night. Kaesong was in close proximity to South Korea, so children were sent along with the goods, but this plan had a flaw. He was called out by some man who called him by name, which was a rarity in their regime. In one hand, he held a box with something delicious inside, and in the other, he had a packet of the same treat. He placed the box in front of the boy, telling him to take a bite of this, for he was already working hard. He told him to take his time eating and remember to share with his friends, and the guy was already greedily munching on the goodies. The taste of capitalism revealed by the Kaesong Industrial Complex tempted these children, and this was especially true of Kyung-chun, for he was quite poor. 2 years later, they were still practicing. Their training had only gotten tougher and tougher. Commanders who observed them said it would take about 2 years to complete their ideological education. However, the commander-in-chief said it should all be over this week. They were supposed to get the guys in action by this deadline. He explained that it was an order from above, though he personally didn't like it either. But they had no choice. Kyung-chun asked Uncle if he was okay, because he could tell from his face as if something was wrong. He put out his hands, and the man remembered that he had promised him cookies, but asked him to wait a little while, for the goods would not be brought to him until the evening. He did have one cookie, though, and gave it to the happy guy, but said it would still have to wait until nightfall. And at night, Kyung-chun was already doing another task. Still holding the cookie in his hand, his tears involuntarily rolled down. One of his companions told him to hurry up and leave that cookie, because in South Korea he could eat them to his heart's content. They said they had to take care of the driver first, which turned out to be the uncle who gave Kyung-chun the cookies. Kyung-chun asked what plan they were going to take care of him in, to which the guys asked if he thought the guy was just going to give them a ride. He protested, telling them to stop, because there had to be another way, but the guy had already opened the door, saying they didn't have time for that. He wondered what it could even be about, but before he could even finish speaking, Kyung-chun slit his throat. He repeated that he had already said to give him some time. He would find another way, however the guy was already dead. The rest of his companions looked at him in surprise and horror, and he asked them what had happened. They were silent, and now he was getting worried, asking if they were not in agreement with him. He opened the driver's door, peering inside and turning to the uncle who was still asleep. He asked if he could give him a ride to South Korea, and he had such a genuine smile on his face that he couldn't resist. But in fact, he had outbid all his comrades before that, and now one was trying to move to the south, saying that that one would suit him better. Major Li Wu-chang was approaching the man, and the man was begging him not to, even though he realized he was doomed. He asked why he did that to his comrades, since it was 3:30, and everyone, including the special instructor, had been killed by Lee Kyung-chun. At 3:55, there was an intervention by a secret agent who infiltrated during Lee Kyung-chun's off-screen actions. These agents turned out to be Baek Yi-soo, and Kyung-chun has since been called Weasel and has been the target of surveillance. That was the end of his report. He slit the commander's throat, and another of his infiltrations was successfully accomplished. Returning to the present, he pointed a butterfly knife at Kyung-chun's throat, praising his skills, saying that only North Korea teaches such a thing. Then the lad raised his hands and said he would give up if the man was really from the north, which he didn't doubt, for the man had been able to take his knife. And Sue said that actually he'd been following the guy for a decent amount of time, and the guy asked if he was going to kill him. He said it was very suspicious at the time, so he asked what he wanted from him, if he hadn't come to kill him. And Sue pulled out his favorite chocolate chip cookies, saying he was here to offer him a deal. Upon hearing about the deal, Kyung-chun took a cookie from him, and his eyes lit up. He said that it was a pretty capitalistic approach. Meanwhile, Dae-hyun was vacationing at Gorang Group's headquarters, Red Crown Hotel. Suddenly, he threw a bottle of expensive wine at the man who was reporting the situation, and it came with bad news. Dae-hyun interjected, asking how come already 3 hotels from their organization had closed in just half a day. The speaker apologized and added that the district office also said there was nothing that could be done. But Dae-hyun asked why they didn't find out everything themselves then, since they should have, and he grabbed the man's ear. He wondered why he even needed talentless members like them. But at that moment, another of their Gorang group ran in. The man reported that Taeson had attacked the crook loan from Hanam-dong, and Dae-hyun realized who was behind it all. He ordered everyone to get ready, saying that they were going to go to Taeson in Hanam-dong. They were walking down the hallway, but suddenly their attention was caught by a guy who had appeared out of nowhere and was now watching them. He asked mockingly if the men from Gorang were bragging about being bandits, for in his opinion, it was a lie. Dae-hyun saw him then, and his face grimaced in displeasure as he recognized this guy as Ghost. Toth held one of the guards hostage and then said he must have broken the man's arm, so he apologized. It was very disrespectful to Gorang Group and Dae-hyun, so he swung his knuckles at the insolent man. Even though the latter was a top-notch assassin, but Dae-hyun couldn't allow his organization to be humiliated so brazenly. But Ghost only dodged the attack, which infuriated him even more. But then another man appeared, apologizing to Dae-hyun. It was Chief Jong, and he apologized, saying that his guys can be downright obnoxious, adding that he had heard that Grang had business problems. He said that if Dae-hyun listened to a few of his requests, they could help him with that. Then Dae-hyun realized that his hotels closed because of them and not because of Taesung. He pushed back his chair, agreeing to talk. Still holding the knuckles in his hand, he wondered if they were going to beg him for mercy. The ghost who sat across from him laughed, apologizing because there was no way he could get used to their thuggish way of talking. He said that at this rate, Dae-hyun will really run into trouble at some point and pay with his life. The man was about to stand up, asking how dare he speak like that. But Jung stopped him by turning to make a suggestion. He told the director to calm down, saying that he was indeed far from being in an advantageous position. He explained that it was not he who should ask him for a favor, but he should beg him for help, with a change in his face. Everyone knows that the wolf is one of the strongest predators of the dog family. Sure, he's smaller than those same predators like a bear, lion, or tiger, but that didn't hinder him, because nevertheless, he was able to become the strongest, surpassing them all. After all, unlike other predators, it hunts and lives in a pack, which is a huge advantage really. They also have one individual who leads this pack, and such an individual is personified by charisma. Such an individual is called a leader. He was the main one in the pack, and the other members obeyed him because he was the leader. The Gorang trade group could also be compared to a pack, and its name meant giant whale. And in Gorang, Ryu Dae-hyun is such a leader. He told Jong that he said funny things, so they, Gorang, begged him for something. However, he only lit a cigarette phlegmatically, asking what Gorang had to do with this, which puzzled Dae-hyun greatly. Jong reached into his pocket, saying that their organization affected many areas of business, from loans to the hotel business. But in the end, they're just pathetic thugs, aren't they? Saying this, he pulled a gun out of his jacket. He said it was unfortunate that a pack of wolves from Gorang had come in with a hunter with a gun who was now in front of them. There was already a special squad behind him, and Jang said that they were different from them amateurs because they were professionals. But Dae-hyun also managed to gather his men behind him, and he said that, in that case, they should declare war. However, Chief Jang wasn't intimidated by such statements at all. He reiterated once more for Dae-hyun to calm down and listen to him. He said it was time for them to get down to business, and with those words, he pulled out some sort of file folder. He handed the folder to Dae-hyun, and he took a look at the contents, but he clearly didn't like them. He scrutinized the document and then looked at the chief with disdain. He asked if the man thought he would fall for it, because it was suspiciously tempting, and the document had "Open Sink" written on it. He asked why Jang would offer them such a good project, because he knows if they go down, they will definitely be together. However, the chief said it was a business proposition, because they would present them with a labor force, which, he repeated, was pro. But Dae-hyun said the man only talks about his professionals. He tore up his offer. He added that they need to make sure they can be trusted to do business, and he suggested looking at their abilities. Shay. He stood in the street and tried to call one person, but he didn't answer, and that bothered him a little. He looked at the time and saw that their meeting should have started long ago, yet he was still gone. He texted him where he was hanging around if he had fallen asleep, because they had agreed to meet at this time, but there was no reply. Then he called the commander, asking what he should do now, since the one they were waiting for never showed up. And Sue, who was elsewhere, picked up the signal by the receiver in his ear, asking if he could hear it. He told Shion to wait a bit, because he might still call him back. But in the meantime, Yi-Soo, was a bit busy with Weasel. Hearing about Weasel, he exhaled into the phone in surprise, asking if they had any problems along the way. He doubted if the kid was even useful, but he was only saying that because he didn't know his abilities. He deftly jumped up to the two men who met their path and wouldn't let them pass, then pulled out his knife. Those didn't even have time to react before he had already slashed their throats and was now deftly walking back to Yi-Soo. He said with a smile that you just had to push the settlement to kill, and that was indeed true. Seeing this, Yi-Soo replied positively to Shion, saying that this little guy was useful and would still be useful to their organization. However, he asked if he was still too young for such serious matters after all. The guy was only 17. But Yi-Soo said that it was just right, asking in return if the person she was supposed to have a meeting with would be helpful to them. Suddenly, one of the bandits that they had just managed to avoid, but as it turned out, not for long, pounced on him. He swung the knife right next to his face, so Yi-Soo barely had time to dodge, stepping aside slightly. Then he grabbed his assailant's arm, and the characteristic killer instinct came into his eyes. He broke the man's hand, and the man slumped to the ground, screaming in pain, while the others stared at them in surprise. But he kept talking to him on the phone, telling him about the person he was supposed to meet. He said that while the commander was in North Korea, he was sent to the Middle East as part of the US Army, and he certainly didn't learn English there. He said he met a group of rangers on motorcycles there, but asked if the commander was listening before continuing. The one said he was listening, and he continued, saying that there was one capable person among them named Deadline. He said the man was something of an errand boy who would do anything asked as long as he was well paid. Yi-Soo questioned if that was the case, and he once again confirmed, saying that he was willing to do anything for money. Kyung-chun Yi-Soo said that they should keep moving, as they should get rid of at least one more subsidiary of Gorang today. So they made their first move by destroying their best and strongest subsidiaries. He said he would start his operation and then join them when he was done, and the commander agreed. He had just finished talking when someone threw an axe in his direction, which was about to reach his face. But Yi-Soo grabbed the axe with a strong and deft movement and swung it aside, protecting his face. He thought that it looked like these people were faster than he thought, but that wasn't a problem for him and Kyung-chun. The man who threw the axe was greatly surprised that the fellow was able to catch it, for he thought it would take him by surprise. It was Kim Do-hwan, director of the Gorang Group's Doki Doki Night organization. He asked how dare they attack Gorang. But Yi-Soo only told Laska to deal with him after all. It was just an amateur, and the one with a cookie in his mouth had already lunged at the man. He missed by literally a fraction of a second because the other two men blocked their boss. One of them waved a knife and Kyung-chun dodged, but the blade passed near his mouth, cutting the cookie. This surprised the guy. He said these guys happened to be masters. Looks like they were trained in the military. He asked why their kind were on Gorang's side, and the men took a stand, adopting a defensive stance. Do-hwan's head appeared from behind them, boasting that these guys were sent here personally by director Ryu Da-hyun. Well, plus, the same guys should have arrived at their Taizan by now, after all. They weren't the only smart guys here, so he advised them to return to their headquarters. He said that they had better hurry before Taizan was shattered to pieces, but Yi-Soo was in no hurry to leave his seat. He thought that Chief Jong was directly related to One Sink, and now he had dragged Gorang into this to increase his chances. Kyung-chun told him to leave those two masters to him because he would deal with them, and Yi-Soo could take care of the principal. The guy suddenly started bouncing on his feet, saying that there was something that had long interested him, and now he wanted to check it out. He braced himself for the attack, thinking that of course he was a spy for North Korea, but it should work on the South Korean masters as well. With that thought in mind, he threw himself into the attack, already planning the presumptive actions for its success. The man he was running at put out a knife to wound the guy. However, the guy hit him in the arm, shifting it to the side. Then he clasped her with his right hand, and in his left he was already twirling his knife, preparing to strike. It was obvious he was going to succeed. And so it happened, and the knife passed near the throat of the man, who even dropped his weapon out of surprise. Blood spurted from his neck, and the other man was already clutching his knife, for he realized that the guy in front of him was quite dangerous. He lunged to where Kyungchun's head had been a second ago, but he ducked, covering himself with the injured bandit's body. In an instant, he was beside another man, who, just like his comrade, had no time to do anything about it before he was cut. After finishing with them, the guy turned to Yisu, saying that the road was free, so those should hurry up. Yisu was about to help him with the others, but the kid told him he could handle it himself and he could go ahead. Yisu agreed. Du Huan, who was pinned against the wall, involuntarily thought to himself, how come the elite defenders from the Gorang group were so easily taken down by some kid? Yisu thanked Kyungchun and hurriedly hid, for he still had things he must certainly do. As he ran, he thought over the fact that Chief Jung was already with Guran, and it happened rather quickly. Dai-hyun admitted that the chief's guys weren't bad, but he wondered if they would listen to amateurs like Gorang group. At this, Jung asked him a counter-question, asking why he thought they were professionals. It was quite obvious, because they simply didn't work unless they were paid as they should be. So it doesn't matter who orders them, the important thing is that there is decent pay. There was a guy on a motorcycle rushing at Yisu. In this case, such a guy was a professional among professionals. He had already swung the crowbar he held in his free hand. A large group of people had already gathered outside the building, each of them armed with a cold weapon. At the same time, a car pulled up to them and stopped outside the building. Chief Jong and Ghost were sitting in the car, the latter saying he still wasn't used to them being involved in business groups. He said he was sure he had killed Bak Yi-soo, asking then why he was still alive. But Jong told him that he should have made sure he was dead and brought the corpse. Then there would definitely be no doubt. He said that if Ghost had done that, none of this would be happening now. But there was nothing that could be changed. Ghost had a strange expression on his face when he heard those words. For some reason, he was staring for a while somewhere in the distance without even blinking. Then he seemed to come back from his trance, banging his fist against his palm, asking why he really didn't do that. Suddenly he laughed, and his eyes seemed about to pop out of his eyeballs. He was saying that he had to do exactly what the chief said. Seeing that the one had already lost his mind, Jung said that they should not go back to the past anymore, so they should not think about it. Meanwhile, the guy gripped the crowbar even tighter and prepared to strike, swinging with all his strength. Considering that he was on a motorcycle and at a high speed, the skill of his strike was surprising, because if it wasn't for Yisu's knife, he would have been unconscious by now. The guy used a crowbar to stop. Now Yisu clearly recognized Deadline in him, but he doubted that sure he was able to talk to him so quickly. This was when a creepy hunch hit him that if it wasn't Shi-hei, then Boss Jong had already gotten ahead of them and hired this guy. But he had no time to think about it, for new changes had come, and the situation had gotten much worse. The Middle East, Afghanistan, is considered the most dangerous desert war zone imaginable. Vast wilderness and sand dunes were everywhere here, so to overcome these conditions, the 66th Ranger Battalion created a special group that traveled on motorcycles. It was called the Special Group, and it was created by the U.S. Special Operations Command, SOC. One of the Rangers was signaling, calling headquarters. He said they had managed to recover several of the enemy's guns and gunpowder. The problem, however, was that even in those days there were variables. That was always the case. Such people didn't think they were betraying anyone, they were just concerned about their safety. Therefore, to survive in the midst of these variables, you need to find a reliable way. A way that can keep them safe, yet without any risk or harm to them. War is always the deaths of thousands of people, perhaps the most ridiculous thing mankind has invented in its history. For example, a group of extremists who sought to advance their interests in a series of riots, or greedy corporations who want to use those interests to further their own ends. Many more examples could be given, but another thing was absolutely clear. This lifestyle was quicksilver, for people by nature will always seek to gain more power in their hands while looking out for their safety. In this world, the strong will always dominate the weak. It has been, is, and will be, so there is no point in changing anything. It was a very dangerous war zone where you never know what you will be met with and what you will be escorted out with. And if you couldn't handle all the variables, your end was as inevitable as nature's cycle. You were being victimized in this system. You were being eaten by someone who was stronger, and there was nothing you could do about it. Power and authority do not go to everyone, so if someone wanted to get them, they had to go through a rather thorny path. However, if he still managed to overcome it, he became the victor and gained the power and knowledge needed to dominate this world. Sometimes people underestimate others, thinking those others are fools who can't think like them. However, when these fools returned, their appearance was as unexpected as the delusions of their failure. And then comes the hour of reckoning. That's when you find out who is really the strongest and smartest. It was a simple principle, which, however, for some reason, everyone forgot. If you underestimate the enemy, you will pay. Just such a place, the desert, where not everyone can survive and keep themselves safe. The most fearsome of the predators was Deadline, who had managed to subdue not only his comrades, but also his enemy. This was a summary of what Shaw he had said about him, saying that the guy was feared by everyone without exception. The roar of his motorcycle could be recognized with closed eyes, because there was something frightening and terrible about it. It was impossible to hide or run away from him. The victim could only take the fight, the outcome of which determined his life. Right now, such a victim was Yisu. He knew that it was dangerous to meet Deadline, however, the latter had found him first. He prepared to attack again, clutching his crowbar tighter and tuning something on his bike. His left hand holding the crowbar was aimed at the enemy's weak points. But unfortunately, Yisu realized it too late. Suddenly, the light that the motorcycle's headlights had been emitting went out, leaving the two of them to themselves in almost impenetrable darkness. However, it turned out that the advantage was still on the opponent's side. Yisu thought that the one who probably had an adaptation to the darkness. He realized that Deadline had used a clever tactic, aiming the bright headlight at him first, and then dimming the lights so that Yisu's mind went blank. Suddenly, quiet footsteps were heard somewhere near him, and it was only because of this that he managed to wave his knife in that direction and protect himself from being hit. Except the only problem was that Deadline was hitting with a crowbar, which is a notoriously pretty strong piece of metal. During the impact, a piece of the blade broke off from Yisu's knife and flew off to the side, and now his weapon was of little use. Moreover, he hadn't tensed his arm in time, so now it was hurting badly from the unexpected strain. Things smelled like kerosene. He didn't know if he would be able to block his opponent's next attacks, so it was worth doing something about it. Deadline had judged him on how he was able to defend himself at the last second, but now he was going to attack again. Meanwhile, the battle between the two organizations was also simmering in the main office and at the same time, Tessen's headquarters. The men of Thesan continued to fight, telling each other not to retreat and to hold the line, defending their organization. But the Goreng men kept coming and coming, not giving them time to take a break and gather their strength. The worst part was that the attack happened just when they couldn't get in touch with the principal. The men were stabbing each other, waving their knives, when suddenly an unfamiliar guy with glasses stepped into the arena. He had a strong physique. He said he didn't understand Chief Zhang, asking what was wrong with these thugs. They continued to fight, supporting each other to not give up, for that would be the end for the Taisan group. But suddenly, the bespectacled man attacked one of the men who was fighting hard and cheering his comrades on. The blow was so strong that the knife even fell out of the man's hand, because of the force with which it was driven into his jaw. He fell to the floor, unsteady on his feet, but he didn't lose consciousness and now just stared fiercely at the new bandit. The one glared back at him, saying that they were beyond them. After all, they were the professionals of their trade, and those were just a bunch of scum. As if to confirm his words, the men behind him swarmed to attack the remaining members of Thesan. The bespectacled man ordered them to kill all these goons, but suddenly a heavy thump was heard, as if someone had been thrown to the floor. This turned out to be almost true, as Choi Jong-ho joined the fight, unleashing his heavy blow on one of their Goreng. He sighed in frustration, saying that all he wanted to do was enjoy his vacation here, but these idiots had prevented him. Putting on gloves with metal inserts, he said that since this was the case here, he just couldn't help. The men from Goreng recognized him. He was one of the 9 knives of Ilhak, and therefore incredibly strong. They asked each other what he was doing here. Goggles noticed that his men had involuntarily started to back away, so he decided to take a look at what had scared them so much. Jong-ho also saw the unfamiliar guy, saying that the guy didn't look like someone from their business. He added that he was sorry their meeting had taken place under such circumstances, for the lad looked capable. However, today, he, Jong-ho, the deputy head of Gudo, the second knife, was at Taisan's side and fought alongside his members. With those words, he removed his white jacket and now wore a black shirt, marking his temporary state in Taisan as head of security. But the guy only hummed smugly, taking off his glasses. He wondered if he was too old for such games. The guy's name was Park Chan-hoon. He was the head of a special forces team, dishonorably discharged for violence and mutiny. Formerly Seoul's strongest organization, he was a member of it as one of the 9 Knives. In that glorious era, it was Ilkok's main weapon, for its power was known to everyone. He was the pride of the 9 Knives, a man of great potential and his own beliefs that were built on moral ambushes. And now, this man is fighting at the side of Thiessen, who in the past was one of the organizations that didn't dare oppose him. The Gorang guys couldn't understand it either, but they were gripped by fear and panic, for the old man was very dangerous. Then Chang Hong turned to him, saying that since those fools did not dare to fight him, he would do so. Jong Ho, however, said that he almost succeeded in hitting on him, but still the guy lacked good manners. However, he jumped to conclusions, and Chong Hong added more power. Punching through his block, he knocked out the big guy. He then took a stance and started throwing various punches, which confused Jong Ho a bit. Then he stepped back for a second, but only to take a run-up, and in a flash he was already running at the old man. He punched him in the stomach, but to his surprise the big man was still far from old age, for he absorbed his blow completely. But Chang-hoon didn't realize it at the time, because Jong Ho bent down, pretending that the blow had hit him so the guy would lean toward him. But at the last moment, Chung Hong noticed it, and without thinking long, he hit him on the head, breaking his plan to capture himself. Meanwhile, Deadline was already back on his motorcycle, its wheels spinning in place, creating clouds of dust. And Sue thought, did he really break his arm? We had to hurry up, because things were taking too long. Deadline put his hand on the handle of the motorcycle, preparing to attack Yi-soo again. This time, he was sure that he wouldn't be sure. The motorcycle roared, and he went straight at the commander, who, however, remained calm and did not even move. Deadline had the bike up on one wheel. It was a direct attack at speed, which meant you had to aim for the side of the bodywork to defend yourself. He ducked down, shortening away from the front wheel, and managed to push the bike a little so that the guy almost flew out of the saddle. But in the next second, he conducted a crowbar attack and then managed to stay in the saddle and ride through Yi-soo. The commander was lucky with this time. He remained unharmed, though the attack came very close. However, Deadline had already turned the motorcycle around and was rushing at him again. He was intent on finishing off his victim as he always had before. The wheels created clouds of dust that blocked Yi-soo's view, and the motorcyclist's arm was already raised for another kick. Suddenly, at the last moment, he shifted his weight to the front wheel and turned the bike around, maintaining speed. This time, Yi-soo only managed to take his foot from where it would be crushed by the wheel right now. He leaned back slightly. Then, Deadline swung his crowbar, the speed of his attack added by the fact that he was hitting from top to bottom while sitting in the saddle of the bike. Of course, Yi-soo couldn't miss such an attack he dodged, but as it turned out, it was only a deceptive move. Deadline had him duck to the side to get under the rear wheel of the motorcycle, and then he hit him with that wheel. Yi-soo's cap even flew off and blood appeared on his face, because this was the first time the guy managed to hurt him, which meant he was really capable. And Sue thought that all his judgments and predictions were wrong. Boss Zhang, Gorang Group, and now this Deadline. And Sue should have been more cold-blooded and perceptive. He needs to observe his opponent and look out for his weaknesses. But for now, Deadline kept on attacking, once again starting the motorcycle engine. He prepared to attack again. It was impossible to tell or understand from him what weaknesses there might be here. But Yi-soo still tried to assess the situation after all. This was how he was taught in training. He realized that his rear wheel was smoking due to friction. The smoke now completely blocked the view, but not for Deadline, for he seemed to feel confident in this visibility. Yi-soo didn't have a knife anymore, so he took a stand, thinking where his next attack would be since his wound was on the right side. Variables are called variables because they cannot be predicted or calculated. However, not all variables make a difference, because there are times when help comes unexpectedly. He heard a familiar voice asking if these were the methods of professionals, because back then, Yi-soo wasn't as tough as he thought. With surprise, Yi-soo saw Jin Woong take off his jacket and walk over to him, covering him with his big body. He asked if an amateur like him could join them, and that was another variable. Meanwhile, a similarly interesting fight between an amateur and a professional was looming in Thiessen. Park Chan-hoon was kneading his stiff neck, and the men from Taisan looked on with surprise and a little fear as he punched Chung-ho. The boy turned to him, asking the old man if he was still alive, for the difference in their strength could prove fatal to him. But to his surprise, the big man remained standing on his feet, even appearing to be even more terrifying now than before. This made Chung-hun hurry up, for he didn't understand how such a bandit could have such a physical form. He thought to hurry up and finish with him, but at the same moment, Jong-ho's fist was near his face. He managed to dodge, but was amazed at his speed and reflexes at such an age, for the blow could have been decisive for him. Such a fast attack was no match for his size, so Chung-hong realized that he had to increase the distance between them. He jumped away from the bulky man, but the man himself pounced on him again, saying he'd been in a terrible mood lately. For bastards like them trying to meddle in their gang's affairs, with those words, he planted his fist right into Chung-hoon's stomach. He was visibly nervous, for it looked as if the old man's patience had run out, and now he intended to let off steam. He lunged at him again, and this time Chang-hoon had to defend himself. He grabbed a knife, pointing it at the old man. However, that didn't even bother the guy. He ignored the knife, hitting the guy in the face with all his might, so that the knife fell out and there was blood. That wasn't the end of it, though. He watched in horror as the big man grabbed his face as if he wanted to break his jaw. Chang-hoon ducked down from the intense pain in his stomach. His face was hurting too, and Jong-ho, who was holding him, asked if he had grasped everything. He continued to squeeze his face, asking if he really thought he could do anything to them. He started to speak of Il-hak's former strength again, but Chung-hun grabbed another knife with his last strength, intending to cut his hand. However, Jong-ho naturally saw this. He picked up the knife with his free hand, saying that the guy turned out to be not very smart. The big man withdrew his knife and even squeezed it a little. Then Chung-hun noticed with horror that the man wore Kevlar gloves. This material had great strength and was used for body armor, and Chung-ho only squeezed his face tighter. He threw the guy to the floor, escorting his fall all the way down so that he hit his face and blood jumped in all directions again. He didn't get up again, lying on the floor, and Jong-ho said that such professionals were better off not showing their faces at all. He asked how the fight had been for him, and if it had been as easy as the man had said at the beginning. For now, he was lying unconscious on the floor. Yi-soo, meanwhile, the fight was just beginning, this time with reinforcements in the form of Jin-woon. The big man from Thesen noticed him holding his arm and asked if he had bruised it or broken it, which was even worse. However, the commander said he was fine, saying that more important was Taesun, but Jin-un replied that there was no need to worry. After all, Taesun was in safe hands now, so they should try their best too. He rolled up his sleeves. Yi-soo said that the guy in front of them was a real pro, but Jin-un interrupted him, saying that he was already tired of listening to that record. But he decided to explain later. For now, he had to deal with this cocky motorcyclist. Yi-soo immediately warned him, saying that it was dangerous to recklessly throw himself at him, but Jin-woong replied that he was thinking too much. He wrapped his hand around his jacket, saying he had to try to hit at least once first. Deadline didn't seem the least bit embarrassed by the appearance of another man, for it was just another victim. He rushed at them again. Jin-woong only pushed himself harder against the ground, saying that was what Director Baek said. No, Mr. Baek Do-kyung. The motorcycle was rapidly approaching. They prepared to strike each other, one with a crowbar and the other with a fist. He remembered again that meeting at the diner when Do-kyung had first said those words, and now he fully shared them. He prepared to attack, swinging his sheathed fist and gathering all his strength for this strike. He hit the bike's body right in the center, and the impact was so hard that the bike came to a stop. Deadline clearly didn't expect such strength from his new victim. It even made him fly out of the saddle. He managed to regroup in time and land near the motorcycle, whose wheels kept spinning. But Jin-won didn't give him time to resume and swung his crushing blow again. This time, he hit his opponent, who flew back and dropped the crowbar. So now the advantage was on Yi-soo and Jin-woong's side. The latter turned to the director, saying that someday solving the problem with Baek Do-kyung's method could make him a real Baek Do-kyung. And Soo looked at him in surprise, though he understood what he was trying to tell him by remembering his brother. Jin-woon also knew that the principal understood everything perfectly well, but he still wanted to remind him of it. Come to think of it, it all started back in childhood. When Yi-soo was 11 years old, he remembered crying back then. His brother Do-kyung had always been different from him just because he never cried, unlike little Yi-soo. Then he asked if he hadn't told him he would beat him up if he cried again, all because the 6th grade boys were bullying him. Even though he and his brother were twins, also the same age, but his older brother was very different from him, weak. He was stronger than the other guys and even beat guys who were older and taller than him. He just had no fear. And he, as the younger brother, didn't like it at all because he was nothing in comparison. His brother had defeated all the bullies who bullied Yisu, and although it was the right thing to do, Yisu felt that he was losing to him in everything. Nothing changed when they entered high school, and just the next day, Do-kyung got into another fight. They were in the same class, but Yisu focused more on his studies while his brother kept getting himself into trouble. They were 15 years old then, their outlook on life already very different, but they still worried about each other. The gawkers from his class clung to the windows, watching his brother, for he always fought bravely and to the last man. They saw other guys with something broken or bandaged, and then they all noticed Bak Do-kyung. In 4 years, he had grown even stronger, and even then, there was something about his image that had to do with his ability to gather people around him. He was standing in front of the other guys who were apparently going to confront him and his guys. Suddenly, there was another guy who asked why only 3 of them had come, since they now made him look like a bully. It was a high school student, moreover. He clearly knew how to fight well, and was now walking straight at Do-kyung. One of those watching the scene from the classroom said that it must be a martial artist. He really had a well-trained body. He had already equaled Do-kyung and was a head taller than the latter. He said he gave his friends some advice, but apparently the boys still didn't listen to him and paid the price. However, Do-kyung wasn't bothered by this in any way and called the guy by name, asking him if he had already graduated from high school. He wondered again why the hell he'd come here then, if he'd never learned anything since graduation. His last words were an instruction to follow him, for he didn't want to start a fight in the middle of school. Everyone near them at that moment watched their conversation in amazement, but no one intervened. One of the guys who was on Do-kyung's side and had already been beaten up once by that high school kid wanted to go too. But Do-kyung raised his hand, stopping him, saying that he would go alone. Besides, in such a state, the guy would only get in the way. At this moment, Yisu came to the window, who was also curious about who his brother was going to fight this time. They stepped back behind the school, so no one saw Do-kyung suddenly kneel down, bowing his head to the ground. He apologized to the high school student, saying he acted rashly under the influence of the atmosphere. The guy did not expect such a turn because he had already prepared for a good fight with this insolent man. But Do-kyung went on, saying he respected him so much and that he heard he went to Jaiwon High School, where he probably held everyone in awe too. The boy was a little perplexed, for he had not expected compliments, and even from this boy. But in the end, he liked his humility. He said he had thought of making him a cripple at first, but had now changed his mind. He said Do-kyung made him laugh, so he's going to let him live and maim his friends instead. He asked the guy how he felt about such a deal, but Do-kyung already looked at him completely differently and stopped bowing. Clenching his pen in his fist, he replied that it wouldn't work that way and that he needed to knock the high schooler once in the head. The guy naturally didn't realize what he was saying, but the very next moment, Do-kyung jumped on his foot, jamming the handle into his shoe. It felt like a nail had gone through his leg. He cried out in pain, grasping at it. Meanwhile, Do-kyung took advantage of his lack of concentration and kicked him in the face. He said that his classmate Ji-hoon delivers newspapers every morning, and at first he, Do-kyung, laughed because it's so old-fashioned. But once this high school student had beaten him up for the same reason, and now anger took him, for Ji-hoon was a good guy. One of those who had come to see their main man fight pounced on him, asking him what nonsense he was just telling. Do-kyung seized his punch by bending his elbow and asked if the alumni were having too much fun lately. He added that each of them probably had siblings who also went to junior high school, so why didn't that stop them? Why did they still continue to bully those who were weaker and younger? He pressed down on the pain point, and the guy fell down holding his arm, and in the meantime, the others pounced on Do-kyung as well. 2 of them grabbed him under the arms, and the third swung to hit him. However, even in this position, Do-kyung was able to dodge by throwing his head back as much as possible, and with his free hand, he was already reaching for the guy. He grabbed his hair, saying he remembered something and forgot to tell him earlier. One of those holding him marveled that he could still move, for that meant he was stronger. He hit the guy he was holding with his head in the face, but that way he got hurt too. He was still being held, and the guys decided to attack all together, because that way he didn't stand a chance against a joint attack. But Do-kyung showed them the middle finger instead of answering, telling them that if they touched him or his friends again, they were corpses. And Soo hated his brother who ran ahead and didn't look under his feet, hated for the deeds he did. But he was also sorry for the decisions he had not made, and there were many of them. That's why he came to his brother's aid then, just as he had once helped him. And Sue envied his brother and wanted to become like him, not in appearance, but in character, because he was much better. After all, they were siblings, so no matter what difficulties were in their way, together they would always be able to overcome them. Do-kyung then asked him what he was doing here, to which Yi-soo replied in a slightly strange way. He showed him his fists, saying he was always studying like hell, but he still couldn't understand anything. Do-kyung understood everything and put out his fist as well. After that, they dealt with the older guys together. As they were leaving, Do-kyung asked what Yi-soo wanted to be when he graduated, but he said he didn't know yet. And now he knew for sure, because he had actually answered that question a long time ago. He wanted to become like Baek Do-kyung, his brother. The deadline was on the ground. The motorcycle was lying on the side. The same was true of the crowbar, which meant that Taesun had the victory. But Yi-soo kept thinking about his brother. He thought that little by little he was starting to be like him. However, that wasn't the case. She and he were completely different people, though similar in appearance. He said he never knew what his brother was really like, even though he lived side by side with him for most of his life. It seemed to him that he could never be like him, no matter how hard he tried or what effort he put in. That's when he was approached by Jin-un, who said he could help with the case. He said he would tell him what kind of person Baek Do-kyung really was. He then knelt down before Yi-soo, saying that he would personally put the one on the pedestal where his brother used to shine. Jong-ho patted his gloves to swipe the mixture of blood and dust from the fight with the Gorang thugs. He put one hand behind the elbow of the other, doing a warm-up and saying he'd had enough of these fights. It was time to retire. But then he remembered his director from Ilhak, who would lose his organization's main weapon if he left. He wondered if he should make such a radical decision, since it was a bit early for him to retire. Then he turned to the men who were still left, telling them to hurry up, for he had other things to do. He said they were so young but so slow, however. At that moment, Ghost appeared behind him. Meanwhile, Deadline had also already recovered from Jin-won's punch as well, which was a pretty clear indication of his strength. He walked over to the motorcycle, preparing to get back in the saddle, and Jin-un gave him credit, saying that he appeared to be a tough nut to crack. He asked Yi-soo who the guy was, but the commander didn't know anything about him either, except that he was in the US Army. The conversation was interrupted by Deadline himself, who pointed to the broken glass of his headlight, asking what the thug was going to do about it now. But the big guy was more surprised that the guy was speaking Korean, because he didn't even have much of an accent. Not hearing an answer to his question, he twirled the crowbar like Bowie knife that Kyung-chun had. He was already back in the saddle of his motorcycle, preparing to run at them once more, this time carrying out an attack. However, Jin-won only moved slightly away from where he had flown in last time, and once again firmly placed his feet on the ground. He clenched his fist and said that since this was the case, he didn't have to hold back. He hadn't fought like this in a long time. Deadline was about to give gas when suddenly he heard the vibration of a phone in the side pocket of his jacket. That made him stop, and though you couldn't see his eyes behind his helmet, they widened slightly. He had an old button phone, but it was enough for him. The vibration signaled a new text message, and he opened the message. It said that the Gorang organization had transferred 20,000 won in advance to his account, and the rest would come when he completed the assignment. Below, the correct address was discounted to him, and he started his motorcycle to begin his new assignment. He turned the motorcycle around, and Yi-soo and Jin-won stood and watched in amazement as their opponent left the battle scene. Lastly, Deadline pointed his finger at Jin-won, saying that he remembered the bastard who smashed the front headlight. With those words, the motorcycle roared to life, and Deadline took one last look at them and rode away. Jin-won said that he thought the man would fight after saying that, but Yi-soo replied that his work here was probably over. Or there was another reason. He got a bigger order because the one who paid the most ruled over people like him. Meanwhile, silence hung in Taisan's main office. A battle had broken out there between Second Knife Choi Jong-ho and the assassin Ghost. The rest of the men simply watched in silence, neither Gorang nor Taesun daring to interfere in their battle. Everyone had different experiences in the service of the organization, but it was a battle like this that was not often seen. Even the most experienced agents understood this, including Jang Soo-bin, who had even postponed his vacation. Jong-ho's glove showed traces of blood from different men, and now he was about to leave the mark of another professional on it. He delivered a powerful uppercut to Ghost, and he didn't look like he was going to get up after that. But the old man thought this fellow was strange and alarming, for he waved his knife skillfully, and even managed to hit him a couple of times. To finish him off, he had to pick the right moment and end it all in one fell swoop. Ghost had his own opinion on the matter, however, and looked at him with his frantic gaze, saying that Grandpa wouldn't beat him that way. Seeing his face, Jin Woong tensed up, for the guy didn't show any fear at all, and that was alarming. He had time to notice his opponent shift his weight to his left foot, signifying preparation for an attack. This is what allowed him to put his arms out for protection, which saved him from damaging his internal organs. The opponent's speed was staggering. Chong Ho narrowly avoided a fatal blow, but his glove was cut. He began to analyze the enemy, for just as he prepared to repel his attack, he changed its trajectory. Now he realized that he had underestimated the guy, and it wasn't defense that was worth worrying about right now. In front of him stood a real hitman who was a masterful knife wielder and also seemed to have a mental disability. As if to confirm this, Ghost suddenly laughed, saying that Baek Yi-soo was looking at him with the same face. Jong Ho swung again, but the blow went past. The guy was moving incredibly fast, not letting himself be caught. He went behind the old man's back, telling him that it wouldn't work that way and he needed to move faster if he wanted to get him. He pounced on him from behind, twirling his Kirin for a fatal attack, about to finish the big guy off. But Chong Ho put out his hand, catching his knife, though it was incredibly sharp and easily cut even the special matter. But the man believed he wouldn't break as long as he was protecting something important. He struck his opponent again. Ghost, however, put his hand behind his elbow, looking at him in bewilderment, saying that Grandpa was pathetic if that was all he was capable of. Suddenly, he threw his head back as he continued to laugh and pressed down on the joint of his arm, almost breaking the bone. Chong Ho felt it well, but he no longer had the strength to do anything to free himself. The ghost attacked again. This time he leaped at him, putting his knee out for a blow to the head. However, at the last second, the signal to all staff to retreat was sounded, and this caused him to stop. He wondered why they were retreating now that Tessen was nearly defeated, but the signal only repeated itself once more. Those who remained there Goreng began to retreat little by little, and only the ghost remained in place. Chang Hong approached him, saying that the thugs from Goreng's top brass had changed plans, so there was an order to retreat. He said it seemed to be part of a new plan, and they apparently had a part to play as well. But Ghost was not satisfied with this explanation, and he grabbed Chung Hoon by the hair, asking if they would really listen to the government. He said he was playing with fire, shuffling from side to side between his rulers. He snatched the walkie-talkie from his pocket, telling the man on the other end that the fun was just beginning. And this time, he had to finish Tessen off. But the chief told him to stop messing around and follow the retreat order. Zhang explained that their omnipotent CEO, Dae-hyun, claimed to have some idea. It was already light when Yi-soo and Jin-un arrived at Tai-san's office. They immediately saw signs of a fight still outside the building. Jin-un saw Jong Ho's bandaged arm running up to him. He asked who was able to inflict such injuries on him. Dae-hyun told Chief Zhang his idea, saying that in cases like this, you have to act tough. Weasel wasn't able to tie his tie at all. He kept munching on a cookie, asking Shiona for help with this accessory. He just sighed loudly and told the guy to come over to him, and thought to himself, I guess they didn't teach this in North Korea. The guy walked up, saying he'd never worn suits before, as his jewelry was his trademark Bowie knife. While Shion was tying his tie, Boris walked over to the table, taking a large bread knife, and Shion had to stop him too. All in all, the guy had to keep an eye on every new member of their organization, and it was tiring. Jin Woon and Jong Ho didn't help him much, so he was responsible for keeping the group in order. But this was not always the case, for when the director came, order was restored by himself. And so it was this time. Yi-soo walked into the room along with Su-ah. They were also in full parade, and he was pleased with everyone's mood. He suggested that from now on, they should bazaar like real bandits, for they were now bandits too. He sat down in a chair, spreading his legs the same way his brother did when he started the conversation, and asked where best to begin. Jong Ho stood by the car, wondering if Jin Woon was really going to send him away like this after all he had done for them. To which Jin Woon replied that he didn't chase him away because he could have left at any time. But Jong Ho said he was just kidding and already wanted to go back himself. Jin-un then dared to ask him if he wanted to stay in Tai-san for a little longer, if only for the period of his recovery. But he only put his hand on his shoulder, saying that he understood what he was getting at. But he still couldn't do that. He said he actually realized something, seeing how Tessen had transformed, and that was just the beginning. As he watched the new members and how their organization now worked, he thought about his own. He said that this was not the end, and one day Ilhak would also rise from his knees, bringing back his former glory. That was why he had to come back. After saying that, he smiled, saying that his vacation was over. Now it was time to go home to his organization, where the guys were probably already waiting for him. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Nine Knives, the battle had also ended, and now Hyung-nim was on his knee, unable to continue. He asked those who attacked them, did they really think Ilhak would give up so easily? After all, they were the best of the best. However, so far everything said the opposite, as all of Gudo's members lay defeated on the floor. The only one left was Hyung-nim, who was perplexed, asking who had sent them after all, since they had handled Gudo, which meant they were very strong. It was Ghost and Deadline, and the destruction of Ilhak's main trump card was their new assignment. They were about to leave when they were suddenly pulled back by Dae-hyun, who had also come to the place to see everything with his own eyes. He turned to Hyung-nim, saying that he had aged quite a bit since their last meeting and now looked like an old man. It all started when Seong-min was sitting in his office, calculating the last month's revenue, which was small. He said there was more in the last month, and Hyun-nim, who provided him with the report, apologized. But the principal said he shouldn't have. After all, it was his fault. But it was much more important how they felt. One of them had a broken arm and the other a broken leg, but neither of them complained much about their injuries. The man with the broken leg was suddenly seized by a cramp and grabbed his leg. Seong-min said that they all worked hard, and he, as someone who absolutely can't fight, was glad that those survived. He was still talking when suddenly some strange noises were heard, and one of the knives suggested he go and check the situation. When he asked the officers on duty what the sound was, they said it sounded like the roar of a motorcycle, even though they were on the 3rd floor. The sound came from the stairwell, where the guards looked on in surprise at the unexpected guest. Sure enough, it was Deadline who rushed at them on his motorcycle, and in the blink of an eye, the men were on the ground. The others who had arrived to see what all the commotion was about were now also looking at the motorcyclist in horror. He wasted no time and kicked in the front wheel of the door to Ilhak's main office, where the Knives' headquarters were located. They watched in amazement as the door's luggage flew off in all directions, unable to do anything about it. Deadline rode into the room at high speed, swinging his crowbar in all directions, and Borscht was gripped with fear. Because of this, they could not move, continuing to stand still. And the next moment, one of them had his face cut open by the crowbar. The poor guy even threw back his head, blood spurting out of his mouth, but he, like the others, did not think of backing down. Knives could not be caught off guard after all. They had been through countless fights. Just like professional boxers who are always ready for anything, they had no doubts about their duty. Using their experience and skills, they bravely engage in battle with any adversary to protect their organization. However, in this case, a hitherto unseen enemy entered the ring, the appearance of which they could not foresee. He was like a knight on horseback, all in heavy armor, against their fists and pride. This discovery made the Knives slightly confused, for they had never fought such an opponent before. And that allowed Deadline to discover their weak spot, which is where he directed all of his next attacks. Metal scrap against human bone is like a knight's sword against a boxer's fists. Even though they were professionals, they couldn't fight against something like this, especially since they had injuries from the last battle. And behind Deadline came the other members of the Gorang group, who were also to participate in the destruction of Gudo. Now it was no longer a fair fight, for the enemy was outnumbered and outgunned. Then, Knives saw the badge of Gorang's organization on the men's jackets and told them to hold their horses. Hyung-nim shouted that in that case it was a direct violation of their contract, asking if they really wanted to turn the entire committee against themselves. But the men didn't seem to know what he was talking about, one of them ordering him to deal with this old fool. With their last strength, all the Knives fought for their organization, oblivious to past injuries and traumas. Choi Guan-pal, the 7th knife, was furious, asking who these freaks dared to gnash their teeth at. However, his leg was dislocated, and Hyung-nim could see that it hadn't healed yet, which meant they wouldn't be able to fight for long. Guan-pal was a pretty strong knife, but he couldn't fight to his full potential in this state, so Hyung-nim decided to take on the guy on the bike. It was the least he could do, and in the meantime, Deadline had already raised the wheel, intending to run over the head of one of the Knives. The man's name was Sun Mon, and Hyung-nim managed to pull him away at the last moment, avoiding a collision with the wheel. He told him to protect the Lord, and he himself would apprehend these bandits, but Sung-min replied that he could not do it alone. Then a man named Jang Tok Pai, Ilhak's eighth knife, whom Deadline had knocked out first, was suddenly back on his feet, saying he would help as well. He said that together with Yeongnimom, they could teach that moron on the motorcycle a lesson. This surprised Deadline a bit, who clearly didn't expect him to get up after being hit in the head with a crowbar. He looked away from him, and that gave Yeongnim the opportunity to attack him when he found himself unprotected. He told director Lee Seong-min not to worry about them and to save themselves, because it was dangerous here, and they wouldn't be able to contain them for long. Gwan-pal was fighting the rest of the Gorang members who had arrived as reinforcements, and so far he was doing a pretty good job of stopping them. Sung-mon said he was counting on him, leading the principal out of the room, who protested, saying he didn't want them to be finished here. But Gwan-pal told him not to worry, for he would catch up with them later. After all, they were Ilhak's 9 knives. Sunmon walked out with the director to the car and opened the doors, telling him to get in, and he was still leaning in, saying they should help the others. But Sungmon replied that Gorang had begun to act, so now they were in danger, and the best thing to do was to retreat. Director Lee protested again, saying that it was impossible to retreat, but he interrupted him, saying that if he died, they would lose everything they had fought for. Seongmin then asked if they really wanted him to live no matter what, and were even willing to sacrifice their lives for it. Even if everyone else died, their battle would not be in vain, for they knew what they were doing. That was the backstory of their fight. And now, Dae-hyun was standing in front of Yeongnim, saying that it came out to be a rather sad ending for the 9 knives. He noticed that their boss was nowhere to be seen and asked him about it, wondering if he had abandoned them. Seung-min was indeed riding in the car, his organization left behind, and with it, its loyal members. He sat depressed, wondering what the point would be if only he, the director, survived. Regret overtook him, for he had done everything he could to raise Ilhak from the ashes, but in the end had only permanently endangered him. Sung-mon wanted to say that the Lord was wrong, but the latter interrupted him, telling him not to call him that. In desperation, he asked himself how much longer he would remain a young master, and when he would become Ilhak's real boss. Seeing that he wasn't in the best mood, Sung-mon said that wasn't what he meant. He was about to continue and add a few words of encouragement when suddenly a motorcycle jumped out onto the road. It was Deadline who had anticipated their retreat and even placed spikes in the road so they couldn't get through. Sunmon noticed them in time, but it was impossible to go around such an obstacle, so he was forced to turn the car around. The weather conditions also added to all this, as it was raining heavily outside, which only made it more difficult to move around. Fortunately, the car still managed to stop at the last moment. Seungmin opened the door, stepping outside. He asked what it was, but at the same time Sunmon got out of the car and said he would go on without him. As he closed the door, he said that the principal still has a lot of work to do, but he has faith in him and that he will do well. He walked over to him and shielded his hand from the rain, saying that they all believed in him, for he had already shown that he was worthy of being called their boss. Lee Sunmon looked at him like a father looking at a child who was about to leave him as he was starting his adult life. He took his face in his hand, telling him that there was something else he must not forget and always remember. Seong-min knew where to run to. His suit was completely soaked due to the rain, but it didn't bother him in the slightest. The last words Sunmon had said to him then were a reminder that he was their boss, and they, the Knives of Ilhaka, would always be his support. He couldn't run any further and fell to his knees in the middle of the sidewalk while the rain continued to spit on his unprotected back. Passers-by walked and looked back at him, but he did not even pay attention because it was not about his own image that he had to unite now. He thought that it didn't matter how pathetic the situation the organization might seem to be in. He is Ilhak's CEO and all responsibility for her well-being rests with him. Then Sungmon told him that there was nothing the Knives couldn't do for him, so he thought he should pay them the same. Only one place to run to for help came to mind, and now he was standing at the entrance to the Tessen group. Jin-woon, Yi-soo, and Jong-ho looked at the guy who didn't even look like a principal anymore with surprise. Jong-ho was horrified to recognize him as his master and rushed to him, asking what had happened to him. Baek Yi-soo also asked for an explanation, arguing that his condition was beyond description. It was then a fateful moment for Seung-min, however. After thinking for a bit, he still overcame himself and began to speak while breaking his head. He said he had to trust Thason. No, he begged them to help, to save Ilhak and the 9 Knives. He ducked a knee, thinking he would even roll at their feet if need be until they agreed to help him. Suddenly, he didn't see where he stepped and his foot went, but someone grabbed him by the shoulders. It was Baek Yi-soo. He said he almost fell and suggested they go inside where they could talk things over, since the director was soaked to the skin. Hearing those words and realizing that Tae-san was agreeing to help, he looked at Yi-soo, addressing him as Do-kyung. He said that he himself was fine, but the knives of Gudo needed it more, for Goreng had attacked them half an hour ago. Jong-ho and Jin-woon looked at him in surprise, and Yi-soo asked him to slow down and tell him everything because nothing was clear yet. Of course that's sarcasm. He said they were just discussing something interesting, but there was no way they could decide on one point. He explained, saying that they were going to take down the committee, but didn't know where the best place to start was. Cheon-woon or HHS, or maybe it was better to start with the Goreng group since they were linked to Ilhak. He said this, and a characteristic frantic look appeared in his eyes, for this was his new plan. The hospital had good conditions for all patients, but special rooms were reserved for people like him. Sue Ah checked the medicine that was attached to the IV. It was important to her that everything worked well. He looked at the one she cared about. This man meant so much more to her than the average boss. On the bed was Baek Do-kyung, who was admitted to the hospital in hopes of being saved after being badly wounded, but he fell into a coma and hasn't woken up since. Seong-min recalled his childhood, which was spent in a rather unusual place, for he was no ordinary child. At that time, the head of Ilhak was Lee Seong-han. He was the highest point of Seoul, and at that moment, he decided to smoke a cigarette. That's when little Lee Seong-min came up to him and asked if the old man was smoking again, and he started waving it away and hiding the cigarette. He was only 8 at the time, was Lee Seong-hak's successor, and pointed a sword at his grandfather, saying he told him to tell no one to smoke here. The grandfather decided to play along, saying he was scared and promised not to smoke anymore if the boy hid the gun. He asked who taught his grandson those words, and Seong-min said that Uncle Jong-ho taught him that. The boy said that Uncle Jong-ho was excellent with a knife and asked if Grandpa could fight like that too. The old man replied that he didn't know how to do that, but Seong-min didn't believe him. Saying that he was the best in Seoul, he started pulling his hand to show his skills. The boy said that Grandpa wasn't the best of the best then, and the man replied that you didn't have to have superiority in battle for that. He became serious and said that it was enough to have fortitude and not to fall on one's knees before anyone. Little Seong-min didn't immediately understand these words. To be more precise, he didn't understand them at all back then. He told his grandfather that he should have admitted right away that he was weak, but he only smiled back. This was the story of the establishment of Ilhak, which was founded by Chairman Lee Seong-hak in downtown Seoul. And now, as Seong-min lay in Tae-san's headquarters, it all just seemed like a dream to him. He got up and Jong-ho immediately asked if he was okay, and Seong-min replied that he was fine and not to worry. Returning to his memories, he thought that like any dream, this one had to end sooner or later. He said that Ilhak had fallen, tears came to his eyes, and Jong-ho's face became one that was pitiful to even look at. Then, Yi-soo and Jin-woon entered the room. Director Tae-san sat down on the couch beside Seong-min, seeing that the latter was in a bad mood. He asked how he was feeling while pulling out the tea service. Instead of his boss, Jong-ho responded, saying that thanks to Tae-sung, he is rapidly on the mend. Yi-soo said that it wasn't very noticeable yet, but they could stay here for as long as they needed and have a good rest. Jong-ho replied that they were just helping each other, to which Yi-soo said that's exactly what he was thinking about right now. He asked if Ilhak would be able to support them, and Jong-ho immediately rushed to assure him, but was interrupted. Yi-soo said that he appreciated his nobility, but now he was asking the director of their organization. He poured tea into a beautiful cup, then smiled and asked if Mr. Choi Jong-ho was now the boss. This puzzled the old man a bit, but Seong-min asked him to wait outside, for he himself had something to discuss with Director Do-kyung. Jin-un offered to escort him, even though he saw the sadness with which he was leaving the room where the fate of his organization was now being decided. When they left, Seong-min turned to Yi-soo, saying that before discussing something, he wanted to ask a question. He asked if Baek Yi-soo was the real head of Tae-sun while calling him by name. He also wanted to know where Mr. Baek Do-kyung was right now, but Yi-soo interrupted him by placing the teacup on the table. He said that in front of others, the one called him Do-kyung, and he hadn't even revealed his identity to Jong-ho yet. But there was something he didn't understand. He said that he, Seong-min, must be scared because they are facing something they can't handle. And if that's the case, then they should have still been scared, not asking stupid questions. Hearing that answer, Seong-min thought he had overdone it, because it seemed like this topic was a painful one for brother Do Kyung. Right now they needed to be as nice to Tessin as possible, so he said it really didn't matter. He asked if Yi-soo was going to work with Il-hak, but the latter said there was no point, as the latter was too weak right now. Seong-min then rephrased the question, asking if they could help them, for he needed to know the answer to that. But Yi-soo decided to act tough, saying that he didn't ask for his opinion, but rather wanted to know how Il-hak could be of use to them. Seong-min thought for a moment and then said that the man said that they were going to destroy Gorang and the entire committee. But would they have the strength? He continued by saying that Il-hak is a sister organization of the committee, but despite this, Gorang attacked them. So if he, as Il-hak's director, reports this to the committee, Gorang will pay the fine for breach of contract. Seong-min said that perhaps the current Il-hak was weak, but the legitimacy of their actions still held. However, Yi-soo interrupted him, saying that was not what he meant, because Il-hak's main problem was Mr. Seong-min himself. In other words, he was a swagger. He asked how they were supposed to take them seriously if the director of the organization was on his own. The HHS office was in the Gangnam district, and Dae-hyun had already appreciated it, calling it a Ponzi place. He was sitting in HHS chairman Han Hae-sung's office, and he asked him how he was going to clean up the mess he had made. He didn't understand why his organization attacked Il-hak, since they are both members of the General Assembly. However, Dae-hyun only hummed, replying that he did it because he wanted to, because ever since he was a kid, he'd been doing first and thinking later. But Hae-sung didn't share his enthusiasm, saying he wouldn't side with him, but Dae-hyun just told him to wait. Hae-sung replied that the main thing was not to make Seong-min angry, but Dae-hyun only laughed, saying that he didn't know where the next meeting would be yet. The place was picked especially for the young master. It was his grandfather Lee Seung-hak's house. Seong-min also found out about it and got angry because it was already too much and Dae-hyun had gone too far. He was walking towards his grandfather's house, and the men of Gorang joked about him just strolling here, for the place was familiar to him. He kept walking to mocking laughter. Some even recognized him as the principal, but that didn't stop them. He remembered the words Yi-soo had said to him back then. He had said that without Il-hak knives, he was just an heir to a fallen organization. Then he took a closer look at the men and realized those weren't even from Gorang. He had to prove something himself, to prove on his own that he is worthy to be called the head of Il-hak, and at that moment, a cigarette butt was thrown at him. He realized that he must follow the example of the men of the 9 knives and do his best to do so. Gorang's immediate superior came out to them, saying that a closed-door meeting was now taking place. Only the heads of the 4 major organizations could attend, but Seong-min interrupted him, telling him to get out of the way. The man didn't realize at first that he was disobeyed, but Seong-min yelled for him to move his ass and get out of here. He pounced on him. The others stood and watched in amazement at what was happening at the front door, but no one dared to interfere. Seong-min was able to knock out the bulky man because he caught him off guard, but he still had a fight to fight today. Another guard with a wooden stick was already rushing at him, asking what this moron was doing here. He hit him on the head with the stick, and Seong-min didn't even have time to put his hands out to defend himself because he had never fought before. But he remembered the words of his grandfather, who said it was no big deal if a guy didn't know how to fight. The main thing is that he must be strong in spirit and never fall on his knees in front of others, no matter how strong the opponent was. Now Seong-min finally understood his words, for they exactly depicted his situation. He decided to listen to his grandfather. Despite the man hitting him, he was still able to fight to the end and grabbed him by the throat. His gaze spoke for him. An incredible strength came from somewhere, and he felt he would yield to no one else. With these thoughts, he cocked his head at the bridge of the man's nose. But the next man had already emerged from the room, this one carrying a knife. Fortunately, this was noticed by one of the workers, who was actually none other than Shi-hye. He put his hand on the man's shoulder, saying that this was getting out of hand because it wasn't right. And then he punched him, and he fell, dropping his knife, which he successfully confiscated for the good of the organization. Taking off his cap, he said that freaks like him should know their place and stay out of other people's squabbles. After all, there was a generally accepted rule that only bosses could enter, and right now they were holding one of them back. The 3 of them had already gathered, lacking Il-hak and Tae-san yet, but Dae-hyun suggested that they start the meeting already. However, the others asked if it wasn't better to wait for Director Lee of Il-hak, since the speech should be about him. It was seen that at Seong-min's name, Dae-hyun could barely contain his laughter. He asked if the one was not invited. He added that he didn't think the man would even have the guts to show up here, even though he was the victim. However, in the next moment, Seongmin entered the room, his appearance completely inconsistent with his status, but he cared. Blood could be seen on his hands, and the members of the General Assembly were surprised looking at him. Dae-hyun looked especially puzzled. Seongmin turned to him, calling the one a bastard who apparently didn't know one rule. The man looked at him in surprise, not expecting such a thing from Director Il-hak, and he held a cigarette in his mouth. Seongmin continued, pointing just at her and saying that smoking was forbidden in this house. He walked up to him and took the cigarette right out of his mouth, and then told him he would answer him what he had once answered to the owner of this house. He said if he caught him here again with a cigarette, he'd kill him on the spot, and his look confirmed his words. In dark times, Il-hak made the rules, and Lee Seong-hak, Seoul's highest point, enforced them. He dreamed of entering the political arena, but it didn't work out. His dream remained unfulfilled until his death. Eventually, Il-hak began to disintegrate, and everyone fought desperately for control of the weakened organization. War has broken out between the Nine Knives of Il-hak and other groups in the capital. The criminal cabal had set up a bloody meat grinder in Seoul, but it was soon time for a change. Lee Seong-hak, tired of watching the situation getting worse day by day, made a decision. The decision ended the feud between the organizations, but it was not an easy one. It consisted of dividing the criminal world into spheres of influence and appointing the leaders of 4 groups. This is how the committee of the 4 largest organizations, with its roots stretching back to Il-hak, came into being. And now, Ryu Dae-hyun, forgetting Chairman Lee Seong-hak's wishes, broke the committee's agreement and attacked Il-hak. The assembly girl told him to bother to give his actions a clear justification, or else Goreng would become the common enemy of the entire committee. But Dae-hyun didn't take her words seriously, saying that she couldn't decide anything for everyone here. He then advised her to choose her expressions, or they would be missing another member at the next meeting. The girl was about to stand up, asking how dare he say such a thing, but at that moment, Seongmin just walked in. It was something they had talked about before, but now he was already in the meeting, and Dae-hyun even tensed up a little. Seongmin, meanwhile, took the cigarette from him and sat back in his seat, starting the conversation by reprimanding the organization. He asked if this was some kind of kennel, and if it wasn't, then why were there so many mutts that wanted to fight? Dae-hyun suddenly laughed, but it was an angry laugh. He swept away all the dishes from his half of the table, asking when he had managed to get so daring. He said that finally Seongmin acted like a man, asking if the realization that his days were numbered had changed him so much. And Seongmin only smiled strangely, saying that thanks to him, he had come to his senses after nearly getting his head smashed. Meanwhile, the other council members demanded an explanation from Dae-hyun, but Seongmin said he would tell them everything himself. He said that they knew Goreng had attacked Il-hak. Moreover, it had just been attempted to be attacked again. Goreng broke the rule forbidding committee members from attacking each other and appropriated Il-hak's property. Based on this, he, as Il-hak's director, requested that Goreng be removed from the committee, stripping him of all rights. He asked Dae-hyun if he had any objections, but he replied in the negative, saying that he had indeed punctured himself. But then he went on to say that Seongmin had gotten something mixed up, because wasn't Il-hak the first to spit on the agreement? He pulled out a photo of the moment of the deal with Tessen, saying that the 2 organizations had clearly grown closer recently. And then he suddenly blamed him, saying that this was how he had sicked Tessen on them, who then left their committee. However, Seongmin said that he was merely transferring files for synchronization and that it had nothing to do with Goreng. But Dae-hyun didn't back down either, saying that in the past there had been a squabble between Goreng and Taeseng over the Hanam area. He continued by saying that Seongmin decided this was his chance, and a little while later, several of their groups were ambushed. It appeared that Il-hak had used his connections outside the committee to organize the raid on Goreng, which meant they were the first to start. He asked Seongmin if he had said the right thing or if he had made a mistake, because he knew he couldn't get out of it. After all, he understood that he would not dare to show the organization's files to everyone present. He then decided to finally state his position, saying he wanted to set the record straight. At that moment, as if on cue, men in black suits from the Goreng group came out from behind the side where he was sitting. Dae-hyun said he believes Il-hak chief Lee Seongmin should be held accountable for violating the agreement. He went on to say that he also insisted that this pointless committee be disbanded, and everyone present marveled. And Su foresaw this yesterday, saying Gorang will demand that the committee be abolished because it serves as a prop for Ilhak. Seung-min said that there was no point in him going to the meeting then, but Yi-Soo replied that he had to prove who the boss was. At this meeting, he needed to show that he was worthy to be called the head of Ilhak. When Dae-hyun finished his speech, the others began to voice their displeasure, but Seung-min only closed his eyes. He said he didn't care about Gorang's threats at all, and if Dae-hyun didn't want to be on the committee, let him do what he wanted. HHS principal. Hae-sung said that Seung-min acted unwisely, adding that he should have kneeled down and asked for help. Seung-mi then said that it was now obvious that Gorang and HHS had sung together since Hae-sung is supporting Gorang. Then a girl intervened in the conversation. She said that the guys were making a mistake by starting a war this way. She put on her glasses and snapped her fingers, and someone's shadow and a hand holding a machete appeared behind her back. She said that those could continue to talk nonsense, but should keep in mind that she would definitely take one of their heads with her. Looking at her men, Seung-min thought they were the same infamous Baek Young of Cheonun, but they seemed to be in China. Dae-hyun ignored her gesture. He tapped his hand on the table, addressing Seung-min that this wasn't what he should be concerned about. He got up from his seat and walked over to him and sat down on the edge of the steel, saying that he had other problems right now. After all, he no longer had the 9 knives, which meant he couldn't escape anywhere now. Dae-hyun leaned over to him and asked if he really thought he was going to grab all the files for himself and not share them with anyone. Seung-min, to his surprise, simply agreed, saying that the one was right. He really wasn't able to carry everything. As he said this, footsteps were heard, which could only mean one thing. The last member of the committee had arrived. The guards who stood at the entrance could not stop him, for he had a right to be present. When he was already near the door, Yi-Soo stopped for a moment and called out to Ryu Dae-hyun, mocking his name. He walked in accompanied by Jin-woon and Jung-ho, saying he didn't mind playing with Gorang and Dae-hyun himself. Then he saw the big picture of the situation and continued to mockingly talk about the stoppage, which was only getting hotter. He asked if he was interrupting the 2 directors from dealing with serious matters, adding that he wanted to join them too. Dae-hyun was perplexed. He asked if it wasn't Do-kyung himself who said he wanted nothing to do with the committee, and Soo told him that he was a fool for thinking that the committee and the agreement were nothing, saying that Dae-hyun thought so himself. Dae-hyun understood why Seung-min didn't come out in favor of keeping the committee, saying that he was even a little hurt by how close they'd gotten. Yi-Soo confirmed his words, saying that everything was correct, because after all, Seung-min was their chairman. While everyone was surprised, he continued, Taesin is said to share the beliefs of Ilhak's previous prejudice. Therefore, they will support Ilhak and nominate Lee Seung-min as the next chairman. So he told Dae-hyun to have Gorang get ready, because ending them would be his initial task. He then turned to the rest of the assembly, saying that they in turn would have to make a choice. Either they will show Lee Seung-hak's will the respect it deserves and agree to his proposal. He looked at Dae-hyun, meaning Dae-hyun, or they'd be brainless scumbags. However, he said, it was written all over their faces, because everyone had already made up their minds. When he said this, the girl clenched her fist, which was a denoting gesture for her men to hide their weapons. Yi-Soo turned around to Seung-min, saying that they should have finished as well, as they had other things waiting for them. Now he had a different status. He was no longer CEO, but Ilhak's chairman, with Taesin as an ally. On the way, Yi-Soo asked if he was okay, to which Seung-min replied, "Couldn't you tell by looking at him?" saying that they should have come earlier. But Yi-Soo only smiled slightly, saying that it was cool after all, so it went pretty well. He said he was a little lost, for he had never been here before, when suddenly he saw a man standing below. His pupils narrowed in surprise, for he had not expected to see this man under such circumstances. In front of him stood none other than Chief Jang, who greeted as Baek Do-gyun upon seeing him. He said they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and now they were finally meeting again, his face expressing pure innocence. But Yi-Soo's face showed the opposite emotion as he was facing the assassin of his small squad. Jang stood at the beginning of the stairs and began to walk up towards them, saying that he hadn't expected to see Taesin here. Yi-Soo quietly called him Chief Jang, but Seung-min heard and asked again if it was really Chief Jang. After all, he knew he was responsible for the synchronization debacle. Moreover, he was behind the One Sync project. This man was responsible for everything that happened to him and Ilhak, and he was also one of the bosses. Seung-min wanted to shout Yi-Soo to let him know about it, but he only managed to say his last name because it was impossible to say his real name. Besides, he realized that he already knew everything, because he had a knife in his hand with which he began to descend towards the chief. And Su understood that they were 2.1 meters apart, and it would only take him a couple of seconds to finish him off. Because then the boss treated them exactly the same way for his own ends. He didn't care about other people's lives. Back then, he somehow didn't hesitate, slaughtering all the members of the squad from which only Shion had miraculously escaped. Such was the Baek Yi-Su he had created. Just like his boss, he should have done the same. He walked closely to the chief, who was saved by the light reflecting off his glasses so that Yi-Su couldn't see his eyes. But Jang could clearly see his eyes, which clearly read hatred and contempt for him. Do Kyung slipped his hand into his pocket, pulling out his cigarettes, and thought there could be no doubt now. He took out one of the cigarettes with his mouth, wondering what was the best way to start a conversation with the man standing in front of him. He asked the chief if he had a light, and he took a lighter out of his jacket pocket. Yi-Su leaned toward him, signaling for him to light his cigarette, and Jang reached for it with his lighter. It looked a little funny from the outside, as the head of the NAR was lighting a cigarette for the boss of a criminal organization. Jang was the first to speak, saying that he had heard that there was a lot of commotion after his brother's funeral. And Su agreed, saying that was probably the case, and the supervisor asked if the problem had already been solved. Yi-Su didn't answer right away, saying that he was sure he knew who was to blame for everything, but he hadn't found any proof yet. He took the cigarette out of his mouth and picked up the knife, saying he couldn't tell for sure anymore, seeing the boss here. Jang asked what he was going to do, and Yi-Su replied that he could kill him right here and now. But then he shoved the cigarette back into his mouth, saying that alas, it wouldn't solve the problem, and therefore it was pointless for now. Hearing this, the boss tensed up, and he could see his face twist slightly at those words. Then Yi-Su decided not to delay him any longer, as he was on his way to Seung-min's place, so he continued to descend. He said he would keep an eye on the chief, and when their paths crossed again, he could answer his question. That was the last thing he said. He went down without turning around, and Jang looked at him suspiciously. He thought to himself that he would keep an eye on him as well. After their meeting today, he had tons of questions about his little brother. He wasn't entirely sure, but for a moment he thought there was something familiar about his demeanor. Yi-Su noticed it too, but only waved his hand to ward off suspicion, because Do-kyung would have done the same thing. Seung-min, Young-ho, and Jin-woon also came down the stairs. It turns out the boss didn't come to Il-huk's place. He remained standing upstairs, still thinking about what had just happened. Baek Do-kyung's words troubled him. And Su also thought about his feelings. Of course he was writing hate, but killing him now would be stupid. When everyone came down, Seung-min wanted to discuss what he had just seen, but Yi-Su said they would go on. Seung-min realized that the boss had something to do with him as well, but he only repeated that they just had to go. In the morning, Hyun-gu's business contributions was already bustling with work, calculating the revenue for the recent period. Company President Lee Hyun-gu tapped his hand on the table, saying that there was another 46,000 won missing here. The man he was telling off said something about some lady from the fruit store, but Hyun-gu told him not to bullshit. But the man went on nonetheless, recounting how his creepy daughter told him to pick up a few things and come back tomorrow. He said he got an apple in return and it was pretty sweet, but Hyun-gu told him to be quiet. He was depressed. He thought about how he'd gotten to this life, remembering that it had all been because of that man Tessin had sent over, and also that smarmy blonde guy who relayed the words of his captain at the time, who advised him to step aside. He brushed those memories away, saying he would surely get revenge on them if he saw them, as he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Shion entered the room and greeted him, saying that it had been a long time since they had last seen each other. The man Hyun-gu was talking to asked who the brat was, but Hyun-gu became visibly nervous at the sight of Shion. Hearing no response, the man approached the guy, asking what he was doing here, but Hyun-gu told him not to be so rude. He was a little late with his advice. The man called Shion petty, and the man couldn't bitch and attacked him. A moment later, Shion told Hyun-gu to tell him about Gorang. For example, about the location of their business centers. But Hyun-gu asked if he himself was not aware of it, showed up here and made a fuss. Shay. He reached for his coffee, saying that he thought he was in the know, but that turned out not to be the case. He was looking for something, but there was no way he could find it. Hearing this, Hyun-gu was interested, asking what he was looking for, but Shion only looked at him with disbelief. Then he thought for a while and still said he was looking for people, or rather, a place that could hold 5 people. Hyun-gu was surprised to think that these weren't rumors. Gorang had really attacked Ilhak and kidnapped Knife. He had also heard that the committee had been disbanded, and Tessin had teamed up with Ilhak, so it was true. His thoughts were interrupted by Shi Hei asking if he knew something useful or not, and he agreed that he knew something. He rose from his chair, saying that initially 2 locations that might hold hostages come to mind. He went to the map and showed these points, saying that he had once bypassed them while he was paying bribes to get a firmer foothold in Gorang. He said he was well aware of the locations and the number of guards, but would tell everything on one condition. Shion said to lay out what he wanted, and he asked them to take him to Taizan with them, adopting a funny pose. He then asked if he wasn't a member of Gorang, to which the latter replied that a change of activity wouldn't bother him. He actually thought that Tessin would win, in which case he wouldn't be left out either. He agreed. He stood up and said that they were moving out now, and Hyun-gu didn't realize if he was called too. He asked him about it. He looked at him, asking in return if he was the one who wanted to join Tessin, because in that case, they should go together. Such words greatly surprised Hyun-gu, because he had never been invited to participate in something like this. He stood there puzzled. The place was quiet and deserted. There really wasn't a soul here, for not everyone knew this location. Hyung-nim sat on a chair in the middle of the spacious room, his hands tied behind his back. There were traces of blood under his feet, and he was sitting with his head down when someone entered the room. It was Ryu Dae-hyun who asked if it was okay for him to be here. He moved closer to the man. But Hyung-nim was silent, and Dae-hyun told him to at least say something because it's no fun when you get such stroppy captives. He said it was probably because they shared him with his friends, to which Hyung-nim replied to shut up. But Dae-hyun mockingly said that he actually came here to tell a funny little story. He continued, saying that Tae-sun now reports to Ilhak, seemingly planning to make Seong-min the new chairman. And because they're looking for them everywhere right now, he said, you can't even doubt it. Anyway, he congratulated him. Seong-min became president, so they raised him well. Hyung-nim raised his head, saying that Gorang would then have to fight against the combined Tae-san and Ilhak. He asked Dae-hyun if he had come to cry about how scared he was, because that was like him, but he told him not to talk nonsense. He said they were Gorang, so what could Tessin and a bunch of crippled knives do to them? Continuing to praise his organization, he said that if it had been Choi Jong-ho or the unwavering Yaksha, things might have been different. However, they had real pros on their side, who, unlike amateurs, always perform their robot with quality. But Hyung-nim only laughed at his words, saying that although he didn't know who his pro was, he was sure of one thing. Tae-sun had Baek Do-kyung, who was no match even for knives, because they had fought once before. Right now, he was just about to enter another battle, destroying another of Gorang's subsidiary organizations. He told the boys, who looked at him fearfully, that he had overdone it a little, but that he would be careful from now on. He placed his finger on the blade as Su-ah had taught him, saying that in that case, it was time to begin. This was the operation to save the 9 knives, and from that moment on, he loosened his tie and strode forward. Meanwhile, a young girl arrived at Tessin's main office who had an appointment here. Su-ah entered the lobby where she was met by Jin-un and took care of picking up her luggage, greeting Madam Secretary. Su-ah said on the way here, she tried to figure everything out as much as possible. Knives should be in one of the 2 buildings. Jin-un remarked that she was working hard, but the girl replied that she was only doing the robot work entrusted to her. Then Jin-un asked if there had been any progress, and the girl paused for a moment for an answer. She stood in front of the door where she was already waited for, but turned to Jin-won, reminding her of something. He had said himself that without Baek Do-kyung, there would be no Tae-san, and now she was in complete agreement with him. That was why she, as his assistant, was just doing her robot, and Jin-won should have followed her example. She entered the room, apologizing for such a long wait, and then offered a brief briefing. She brought up 2 buildings on the screen. One was a motel in Itaewon, and the other was an abandoned warehouse in Incheon. It was the data that Shion had gathered. She said that one of those locations was probably holding knives. But since they could not boast of numerical superiority, they had to storm only one of the locations. Plus, it was worth leaving a few people behind to protect their headquarters due to it being under threat of attack. And Sue began to think. He said that the population density in Itaewon was low, so it was likely that the enemy would discover them quickly. Su Ah shared his thoughts, saying that due to the above, it was more logical to attack the warehouse rather than the motel. Yi Su continued, saying that they wouldn't send their units there, for if Gorang figured them out, he would involve his groups. In that case, they would be at a disadvantage. The future chairman thought the same thing. Then Yi Su stood up and said that in that case, they themselves should go there and free the hostages. First, they'll move the guys to an abandoned warehouse who were masters of stealthy infiltration. It wouldn't make it hard for them to sneak in without attracting Gorang's attention. And as for the other location, and Su headed there personally. It was a small motel that could potentially store people too. The man at the front desk asked if he wanted a room, but Yi Su said that he was actually looking for someone. Then the man stopped him, saying he couldn't share information about guests with just anyone. And Su reached into his pocket, and the man thought he was about to be offered a bribe and held out his hand contentedly. However, instead of money, he received a knife, which Yi Su plunged into his hand so that the man did not even immediately feel that he was wounded. At the same moment, Yi Su leaned on the glass that covered the window of the booth where the shocked man was sitting. The man ducked his head in pain, and Yi Su leaned toward him, asking if he would now tell him about his visitors. But the man was silent, so he refined his question, asking if the men of their 9 knives were here. However, after a little thought, he said that he might not answer. And with these words, he took the knife out of the poor man's hand. Armed guys came into the motel and were heading toward him, and he said he'd ask them about it himself. The fight started, but it didn't last long, and soon, one by one, the guys fell at his feet. They were not able to withstand such an opponent. And soon noticed that these people were Chief Zhang's subordinates, which meant he had come to the right place by choosing this location. He asked, even though they hadn't fully recovered from the previous battle, if they really wanted to go with him. This was a question he had asked Jong-ho when he was going on his mission. The old man had agreed and was now fighting alongside him. He even joked about his injuries, saying that he's already fine and it's Du Gaon who shouldn't overexert himself. But Yi Su answered him in the same way, saying he didn't want their new chairman to get angry if he hurt himself. They were walking up the stairs when Jong-ho asked if he could ask the principal something. It was unexpected for Yi Su, he even told him so, but he agreed to listen to him and perhaps respond. Then, Jong-ho asked what was bothering him so much. He asked why on earth Daesung had chosen Lee Sung-min as his chairman. At first, Yi Su wanted to dodge the question by saying he just wanted to keep Ilhak's traditions alive, but Jong-ho said he didn't want cheap sponsors. The government began to interfere more and more in their affairs. The committee was dissolved, and they were on the verge of a new war. This whole mess had been brewing for just 3 months, but here Yi Su interrupted him, asking him what he was getting at. Jong-ho looked at him and said that he just thought that he, Director Baek Do-kyung, had something to do with these events. And so he, Jong-ho, wanted to know what his true intentions were if he wasn't up to something bad. Yi Su turned away from him and lowered his gaze, wondering if he really wanted to know. Jong-ho responded positively, saying that they had agreed to fight together after all, and even here he was because of that. But Yi Su didn't have time to answer him, because at the same second, another of Chief Zhang's men rushed towards them from above. One of them took out a knife and pointed it at Yi Su, but the latter told him not to yell, because adults were actually talking here. He added that if the guy had something to say, then let him come down himself, and if not, he would help him with it. After these words, he grabbed him by the leg and yanked him to the side so that he fell down, because there was a fence. However, behind him, another guy, also carrying a knife, had already shown up and pounced on Yi Su and Jong-ho with shouts. With a nonchalant movement, Yi Su grabbed his hand, dodging the attack. He suggested to Jong-ho to postpone their conversation. In agreement, the big man from Ilhaka slapped the guy Yi Su was holding with all his might on his face, so they had a joint attack. This time he was without gloves, but it had no effect on the power of his blow, and his opponent fell without getting up again. It happened on the stairs, and Yi Su was already fighting in the passage. Advancing like this was not convenient, so it was worth it to hurry up. Jong-ho thought that the opponents were attacking from above, and those attacking from the top positions had an advantage. But he couldn't tell from the faces of these guys, because in this case the situation was exactly the opposite. As if to confirm his thoughts, Yi Su once again grabbed one of them by the sleeve, intending to throw him far away. After all, even though they were attacking from above, it made their actions much easier to calculate. And Su was already finishing them off, defeating one by one. His strength seemed to be enough for a long time yet. Jong-ho helped him too, occasionally grabbing someone by the arm or leg and tossing them aside. He was even lucky enough to grab one of them by the head, and the poor guy was in a lot of pain. It was pretty easy to lose his balance on a ladder like this, so he put that one against it with all his might. And Soo saw it. He liked the way Il-hak's second knife fought, and he said they were a great team. While he was still talking, another man attacked him, but he ducked in time, preparing to attack back. He didn't even need to make any special efforts, because the ladder did everything for him, and the man fell down. He hit his head painfully on the steps, but he could still get up to fight, so Yi-soo took care of that as well. He defiantly took the knife like a writing pen and held it up to the frightened man who didn't want to die. However, unfortunately, he was in the service of Chief Jong and thus chose his own fate. Yi-soo swung around and hit him. Those guys who were still alive looked at him warily, and he wondered if that was the end of it. He added that he was disappointed, because he had expected more from the chief, but since that was the case, there was no point in staying here any longer. He said he'd heard Goreng was recruiting real pros, and they'd all blown it for a worthless gangster like him. So it looks like he was the professional here, as well as his partner Jong-ho, who was already on his way up to him as well. Meanwhile, at the abandoned warehouse in Yongsan, the guys decided they had to search everything first. Their team consisted of Shion, Kyung-chun, and Pirate, as Shion managed to nickname him. Weasel, as always, had a cookie in his mouth. He asked who the old man was, to which he replied that he wasn't that old yet. He had told Shion that he had indicated 2 possible locations, but now for some reason he was sure that knives was being hidden here. He added that this was where Goreng kept his prisoners, and he himself had seen several new faces heading towards the motel. Finally, he said he heard like one of them had a gun, and that made Shiona tense up a little. The now former man received a stiff rebuff from the 2 members of Thason who were still fighting on the stairs. But Jong-ho wasn't really thinking about the fight anymore. He was thinking about director Baek Do-kyung, seeing how he fought. He was suddenly reminded of Hyungnim's words back then, saying that he was just a monster, and they weren't even close to him. Of course, he didn't really take his words at the time. After all, the knives weren't in the best shape, so that's why they lost. He knew that Principal Thason was strong, but as it turned out, he had no idea how much, looking at the pile of opponents. Soon, the guys realized that they were up against strong opponents, and some of them decided to run away. But suddenly, one of them was met by a blow in the direction he was running, and it came as a surprise to everyone. The guy who struck was Lee Ji-Wyu-chan, Il-hak's 9th knife, who somehow ended up here, though covered in blood. Seeing one of them, as well as Boss Tesson, he said he tried to escape himself, but the other knives were in danger. It was obvious he was having a hard time too. However, the guy ignored his appearance, telling them to follow him. Jong-ho, hearing the danger to his comrades, wanted to run after him, but Yi-soo gestured to stop him. He also told Mr. Ji-Wyu-chan to wait, but he replied that they were right there and needed to hurry. Ji-Wyu-chan ran into one of the rooms in the hallway. Yi-soo carefully stepped behind him, but something told him not to go in there. He asked him what it all meant, but all he heard in response was the click that is usually heard when a gun is taken off the safety. Quickly realizing that they had been ambushed, Yi-soo began to think of next steps while Ji-Wyu-chan aimed at the passage. And Soo didn't think of a better option than arming himself with a knife, because he figured the enemy wouldn't brazenly shoot them. For now, Ji-Wyu-chan really just kept his gun at the ready, he thought back to his recent conversation. Then he was asked if he had ever had a chance to shoot, for it was quite a useful skill. He replied that he had tried it a couple times in the army, but he didn't know yet if the man could be trusted. Principal Jong sat in front of him and said that this time it was a little different from the army. But Ji-Wyu-chan, taking the gun, said he didn't think there were many differences after all. It's just a barrel. Jong then told him to pull the trigger, and he obeyed, performing the familiar action. The supervisor then told him to aim, and he pointed the muzzle of the gun at him, saying all he had to do was yank. He said he wanted to ask something. If he betrayed Il-hak, would they definitely spare his comrades? To which Chief Jong replied that they didn't kill them, and as long as everyone was alive, he continued to smoke a cigarette. He said to let Ji-Wyu-chan imagine that he was doing it for the greater good. By and large, it really was. Ji-Wyu-chan asked then why he was giving him such a chance, but the chief replied that he misunderstood. It wasn't a chance. He looked at him with contempt and said that he sat on their necks, a worthless knife and a burden to Il-hak. He said Il-hak is just a bunch of losers who are abusing their hospitality. Ji-Wyu-chan couldn't bear it. He clenched his teeth, asking if he was really suggesting such a thing to them, the 9 knives. He said not to let the warden expect them to go over to the wolves' side. By wolves, he meant Gorang, and Zhang didn't realize it right away. But then he just smiled. He said it wasn't quite like that, no need to take sides, he just wanted to buy them. He went on to say that Gyu-chan had said that the knives held the whole of Ilhak, but that meant something else as well. Lee Seung-hak and Lee Seung-min weren't worthy of being called leaders, so the wolves wouldn't have to do anything. All the work would be done by them, the 9 knives. Or rather, here he looked at Gyu-chan, it would be him who would do all the work. Zhang finally explained the mission, saying that it was just to shoot one person. It was necessary to do it at the closest possible distance and aim as clearly as possible. He grabbed Gyu-chan's gun and pointed it directly at his chest, saying that it was easy, wasn't it? Gyu-chan then asked if they weren't on Gorang's side, to which Zhang replied that they were tamers rather than allies. That was why they needed him, Gyu-chan, because it was necessary to keep them in line. Lest they think the world belongs to them alone, those were his last words then. Yisu pulled out a knife and wanted to wrap around to the side where Gyu-chan was hiding, but something stopped him. Someone's hand laid on his shoulder. It was Chong-ho, who had already had time to suspect something wrong as well. He looked at the headmaster, letting him know that it was better not to go in there, for it was indeed a trap. Gyu-chan then apologized to Baek Do-kyung, saying that he had no choice, and John-ho decided to take care of his comrade himself. He stood forward, leaning against the wall, telling the man to explain what was going on. But Gyu-chan said he was doing it for them, and when Jong-ho came out from behind the wall a bit, yelled for him to stay back. He shouted desperately that it was for their own good, so they had to admit it. Jong-ho then asked what he meant, and the man replied that he was talking to Chief Jung. He said that he promised to transfer some of the rights to them, the knives, but he didn't have time to finish. Jong-ho interrupted him. He told him to come to his senses, asking if he really thought they were going to run everything now. But Gyu-chan didn't listen to him. He asked if he was wrong. After all, why was Ilhak's boss then the young master? He brought them nothing but trouble. So after the chairman died, it was Jong-ho who was supposed to inherit the organization. After all, he had done a lot for her prosperity, but Jong-ho interrupted him by pounding his fist on the wall. He clenched his teeth and quietly wondered if that was the only reason he had betrayed Ilhak. Suddenly, he banged his head against a wall that wasn't drywall, but he didn't care. A thin stream of blood spurted from his forehead, but he continued to stand like that in despair and frustration. Gyu-chan wanted to say something in his defense, but Jong-ho stopped him, saying that he wasn't his family anymore. He banged his fist against the wall again and said that, in that case, he would destroy it in Ilhak's name. Saying this, his voice trembled and tears rolled from his eyes. This was a difficult decision for him. However, Gyu-chan shouted for him not to come any closer, and if he took another step, he would have to shoot. But Jong-ho suddenly said something completely unexpected, saying that you shouldn't address him like that. Let him better tell it to his friend. And at that moment, Yisu flew into the window that was behind Gyu-chan's back. He shattered the glass and shards sprinkled into the hallway, and Gyu-chan turned around to shoot his opponent. But he was unable to do so because Yisu grabbed his arm while still in flight, preventing him from pointing the gun at himself. In the next second, a knife had already appeared in his hand, which he used to swipe at Gyu-chan's arm in one sharp motion. He dropped his gun in surprise and grimaced at the pain that pierced his arm, for the attack was not a bad one. After that, Yisu kicked him in the legs, and he lost his balance and slumped to the floor, still unable to attack back. He hit his head on the floor painfully, but that certainly wasn't all. Then Yisu pounced on him. He grabbed the man by the throat with his strong grip so that he could no longer make any attack. Holding him in that position, he suddenly got his frantic look again, and he asked the man, was he also a traitor? It reminded him of Chief Chang, so he readied his knife. He had already swung to stab him, but at that moment, Jong-ho ran up to him and asked him to wait. Yisu heeded his words and put the knife away, but Gyu-chan was still a traitor, so something had to be done. Yi-es couldn't think of anything better to do than to just kill him for such a thing, and he told Jong-ho that. Meanwhile, the rest of the knives were in an abandoned warehouse in Yongsan, one of them being him. Lee Sunmon was sitting on a chair with his hands tied behind his back, just like Hyung Nim and the others. It was obvious that he had been beaten up pretty badly, and he was also very hungry, so he looked up when he heard a noise at the door. Someone opened the unlocked huge doors slightly, and a small ray of light from the moon seeped into the room. It was Kyung-chun, but he apologized, saying that he didn't have any food, but he could do something else. He entered the room and began to approach the man, and the man asked who he was, for the fellow was not one of their people. Instead of answering, Laska cracked open his cookie that he'd saved when they'd left Tessen's main office. He held out half of it to him, asking if he had enough, and wanted to pop the other half in his mouth. To himself, of course, he kept more, but Sungwon was concerned about something else. He wondered where the guy had even come from, not to mention how he managed to get through security, because he knew for a fact that he had guards assigned to him. Then Kyung-chun wanted to tell the man that he was from North Korea, but stopped in time because it was dangerous. Instead, he replied that he was from Taesan, and Sungwon looked at him in surprise as he asked again about Taesan. Weasel started to cut the ropes, and Sungwon said that apparently Taesan had made his move, meaning Seungmin hadn't let them down. He asked what was up with the others, to which Kyung-chun replied that they had already sent people after them as well. At the same time, he finished with guarding another bunker that could hold one of the knives. He searched for the right place, thinking it must surely be around here somewhere, and soon he did indeed find it. Another of the knives was similarly tied to a chair and also well beaten before, which was evident in his face. It was 8th knife Jang Tokpei, and sure. He asked if he had to wait for a long time, but the man didn't say anything. Then Shi-hai leaned toward him, asking if the man remembered him, for they had once fought against each other. The man remained silent, however, and the guy figured he was still out, so he touched his head lightly. He heard that the man was conscious and even mumbled something, but as it turned out, it was a trap. In the next instant, he abruptly tilted his head and pounced at Shi-shi with a shout, which he clearly didn't expect. Turns out he wasn't even tied up, and he was hiding a knife in his hand behind his back, which he swung at the guy. In his last moment, he managed to duck, and it surprised the man, for he hadn't expected such a thing. Then he took a closer look at him and realized in horror that this was not the same man he had fought with back then. He said his physique was different last time, and the man asked how he was able to dodge his attack. Suddenly, the man yanked his face, removing his mask and saying that even Baek Yi-soo couldn't dodge this attack. In front of him stood Ghost, the assassin and professional of his trade who had fought Do-kyung. He looked at him with astonishment as he mentioned that he had killed his commander, and suddenly everything became clear. Ghost began to spin his kirambit, asking if he didn't know the full story of the battle. However, the guy didn't need to know anything. He had already guessed everything himself and attacked his opponent with a knife. He remembered how Jin Woon's face had changed a lot back then in the alley. He must have gotten a report about Do-kyung's death. And the one who killed him was this person who also thought he had killed the real Baek Yi-soo and was clearly proud of it. He repeated those words once more, saying that he killed NRR commander Baek Yi-soo was like he was not right in the head. Meanwhile, there are still bunkers in the abandoned warehouse that their team hasn't had time to check out. One of them was approached by Hyun-gu, nicknamed Pirate. He was now working for Taesan, which meant he had to help. He realized that this was his chance to perform at his best, so he didn't have a chance to make a mistake. He had to show that he was worth something after Garang had thrown him off. The guard was already waiting for him. It was former Goreng leader Jan Mansok. He said it was private property of their organization, so the man should bail. But Hyun-gu ignored his words, telling him to get out of the way himself, and such a response surprised the man. The pirate shouted that he was Lee Hyun-gu, the hook from Hanam-dong, and pounced on Mansok. The latter tensed up a bit. Then he too put out his fist, preparing to repel his attack. However, he didn't yet know what awaited him. It was immediately clear that Hyun-gu had no chance of winning, so he thought of another way and showed his Gorang badge. This way he showed that he was also a member of the organization, so Mansok had to let him pass. He entered the bunker and saw one of the knives tied to a chair in the center of the room like his comrades. It was Dokgo Hyungnim, Ilhak's fourth knife, who was still alive, though blood was visible from his head. The pirate introduced himself, saying he was Hook from Hyun-gu's shared contributions, and added that he was here to help. He said it was Tessin who sent him to get the man out of here, and the man looked at him in disbelief. Meanwhile, in the other bunker, where Shi-he had come to rescue another knife, a battle between two experienced fighters was now sharpening. The ghost waved his karambits to which the fishing line was tied, asking where such an opponent had come from. He also asked how he knew Yi-soo since he didn't look like a bandit, but he didn't rush to answer him yet. His look suddenly became serious. He put on his hood and covered his nose, and that's when Ghost thought he was one of the same pros as himself. He wanted to make another guess, but he interrupted him, telling him to watch his tongue. He made a quick lunge towards his opponent, and Ghost barely had time to dodge. The guy was attacking incredibly fast. The man noticed he was aiming for the neck. He didn't hesitate in the slightest, which meant he was trained to wield a knife professionally. In addition, he punched fast and accurately, the kind of opponents he didn't often have to fight. However, he wasn't a bad guy either. As he was an assassination pro, he ducked from the guy's next attack, and then told him not to yawn and pounced on him, though he didn't seem bothered at all. Suddenly, he took out a throwing knife and threw it at Ghost's face. The latter noticed it in time, however it was difficult to react. Still, he leaned to the side, but the knife grazed him, cutting his cheek, and he thought that Yi Su wasn't even close to this guy. To keep from falling, he put his arm out and shifted his weight onto it, then prepared to counterattack. He threw himself at Shion. This fight promised to be interesting, as they were both strong and experienced. As Ghost ran, he thought that the guy was smart, because he had purposely weakened his defenses to let the enemy get closer. He had obviously made it a point to attack him stealthily, and now stood at the ready with another knife clutched between his fingers. He said that the man seemed to be a pro since he managed to dodge, but that only made Ghost laugh. After a moment, his face became serious again, and he said with an eerie confidence that he wouldn't die like Bak Yi Su. Yi Su himself, meanwhile, stood on the sidewalk and lit a cigarette. He realized that the hostages were not being held at his location. He stood by the car where Jong-ho was sitting with Gyu-chan, whom they had disarmed. The two were now talking face to face. Chon asked him where the rest of the knives were being held, and the man replied that they were all in Gorang's abandoned warehouse. Then he said that no one was going to hurt them, but still, Yi-su and Jong-ho shouldn't have gone there. Jong-ho asked why, but Gyu-chan simply replied that those guaranteed their safety. He said that times are changing, and now they can't defeat Gorang. He asked if Jong-ho didn't realize that. As things stand, he simply owes it to the young lord and Taizan to go over to the side of the stronger organization. This was the only way the knives could continue their existence. But he didn't have time to say it. Jong-ho hit him. He still couldn't believe that his teammate had betrayed him and his organization out of weakness. Gyu-chan wanted to say something in his defense, but he was unwilling to listen to anything else as he continued to beat him. The man couldn't even defend himself anymore. The fight with Yi Su had taken all his strength, and he had stopped resisting. Jong-ho grabbed him by the collar and told him that if he continued to flutter his tongue, he would rip him to shreds. However, Gyu-chan did not want to give up his beliefs. He said that Ilhak would not be reborn again. He didn't have time to say this either. A scream came from the car, as if he was screaming in pain. It was Jong-ho punching him in the face. But then the man took his hand and asked why he was insisting on his own, knowing the game wasn't worth the candle. Jong-ho squeezed the collar of his shirt with all his might. It was obvious that he was feeling mixed emotions, but he soon looked at Gyu-chan. He shouted that the reason was because he was wrong, and he swung around to hit him again. This time, Gyu-chan was unable to do anything at all, so he didn't even move, but he wasn't hit. Jong-ho struck near his head, shattering the glass. But it still wasn't manly to beat him up like this, even though he was a traitor. He put a hand on his shoulders and explained why he was wrong in saying that he had forgotten the basic principle of the knife. They, the knives, fight not to win, but always to protect what they truly care about. Gyu-chan was touched by the old man's words, but he still didn't understand his position, so he took his hand and asked, how would he be able to protect something with such weak hands? He touched his forehead to them, and tears flowed. But at that moment, the car doors opened, and Baek Yi-su got into the driver's seat, interrupting their conversation. He started the car and buckled up, getting ready to go somewhere, and Jong-ho asked in surprise where he was going. Instead of answering, Principal Thiessen pressed the gas pedal in and the car drove off. He guided it along his route. A puzzled Jong-ho asked him what was wrong, but the director only pushed the gas harder into the floor. Just now he was talking to someone and said everything went to the same place and now they have to go back to the warehouse. Meanwhile, Shion and Ghost's fight was still going on. The guy didn't stop throwing knives. But soon, the man got tired of it and asked if he was going to continue fooling around, because this was a serious fight. Finally, he got close and launched an attack, but Shahi was good at both throwing and close range. The Ghost swung the knife, but even before he did, he noticed that the guy was not so simple. He easily dodged every attack. As if to confirm his thoughts, sure. He put his hand behind his wrist, thus loosening his grip. The man felt it. He felt like he was about to drop his weapon, but there was nothing he could do. It was too late. And then something happened that he had in no way expected. In an instant, the guy was at his back, preparing to attack. He bent his arm at the elbow, except there was no punch. He did it for a different purpose. With a sudden movement, he spun on his foot and snatched the weapon from Ghost's right hand before he even realized it. He was only surprised to see the Kirambite slip from his hands, and he looked at his opponent in horror. He thought the guy was reading his attacks. No, he saw his every move, and now he managed to get rid of one knife altogether. He copied his every move, and meanwhile, he himself asked if anyone was still using fishing line. Ghost realized that this guy even knew about his backup weapon, so he wouldn't be caught off guard. He was even something like him, and the man even flashed the thought that he too was an assassin pro. However, if that was true, he still couldn't lose to him. Then Ghost prepared to attack again. He asked the guy who he was, but instead of answering he rushed towards him. He seemed to have a plan again. He swung again. Ghost ducked, preparing to strike a blow to the face, but realized it was useless. He looked at him and said that he knew his every move, so there was no point in trying to outsmart him. The ghost thought the man knew everything so well it made him sick. Now he even twirled a kirambit like him. To his surprise, the guy was perfectly proficient with this type of weapon and was even proficient in the use of fishing line. And then he suddenly stopped twisting the knife and looked at the man as if he was about to finish him off. It almost happened like that. Ghost didn't notice the fishing line wrapped around his body, and then, he slashed him in the stomach. The man felt the blood. Now he was a little scared, for the guy was clearly a professional and maybe even stronger than him. But fear was quickly replaced by joy. It wasn't the first time he had fought such an opponent, so he knew he wouldn't lose. Despite his injury, he started attacking Shishi even harder, but he was still unsuccessful so far. He then decided to end this fight, and after waiting for the right moment, swung his kirambite at the man's face. But to his surprise, the man didn't even think of turning away from the attack. Instead, he stopped the knife with his bare hands. Blood jumped from his hand, but the attack was stopped. He didn't expect this, so the enemy had a chance. The ghost took advantage of this and extended his free hand with the kirambite towards Shion's hand, intending to cut off his finger. Even though the guy noticed it, it was still hard to take his hand away. His opponent's behavior puzzled him. Now in front of him was not just a professional hitman, but a mad maniac who only laughed at his wounds. He strained his face so hard that the scar on his face began to bleed. But he didn't care. He demanded continuation. Meanwhile, Sunmon and Hyungnim had already teamed up and were now hacking into other bunkers together in search of comrades. Sungmon said that they should be more careful if they wanted to do everything quietly, as he suddenly saw a familiar body. They opened another bunker and overpowered the guards. This time they got lucky and saw Gwanpal here. Hyungnim ran up to him and grabbed him by the shoulders. He told the man to come to his senses, but he didn't react yet. They became worried as they saw the man bow his head as if he was unconscious. Hyungnim shouted for Gwanpal not to joke around. After all, he couldn't die here so easily, however. The man still remained silent. For a moment, they feared for their comrade, but in a moment, they stood bewildered, for it appeared that he was simply asleep. Hyungnim grudgingly asked what the point of secrecy was then, but Songmin suggested just waking him up. Then, Hyungnim gave him a light slap and Gwanpal sleepily opened his eyes. The men breathed a sigh of relief. They said that now all that was left was to find Tokpei, as suddenly Hook with a man on his back and Weasel entered the bunker. Hyungu said that they had a problem because their comrade wasn't breathing well, which just happened to be Tokpei. He was bleeding from his scales. It was obvious that he had been used to remove a sample of a human mask. While the men were helping Hyungu take it off, Kyungjun said he'd contacted the boss and now they needed to quickly get away. He was still talking when suddenly the darkness of the night was dispelled by the bright light of headlights that were aimed directly at them. Kyungchun clutched his eyes and couldn't fully understand what it was, but it soon became clear to them all what their situation was. A man came out to meet them, saying that he thought they would sneak in here, but he just didn't expect it to be so fast. Dae-hyun says they snuck in like a bunch of cheeky rats, and now he has to get rid of this garbage on his property. He was already clutching brass knuckles in his hand, and behind him stood the members of Gorang, who were just waiting for his signal to rush into battle. Meanwhile, Shihi realized that now he would have to fight at full strength, because one mistake, and he was dead. He was reminded of his involvement in a building storming operation 5 years ago. Back then, he had already mastered the skill of knives. The guards were pretty weak, so he single-handedly handled an entire squad. But something happened. He had fought just like he did now with Ghost, but those people weren't his level, so he hadn't thought about it then. Another guard jumped on him with a knife, and Shion had kirambits at the time, and he was twirling them just like Ghost. He then grabbed the man's arm and poured it so that he couldn't make the attack, and then passed the blade over his arm. This caused the guard's eyes to blur, and he dropped the knife, while Shion prepared to finish him off. He swung around and looked at his victim with a wild look. All he could see were his eyes and the way his earrings glittered on his ears. He punched the man in the throat and blood spurted out of him, but the man was still alive for some time. He covered the wound with his hand and sank to the ground, his eyes reading the mute horror and fear of the boy. But Shishi was not dissuaded. He swung the knife once more and finished off the man whose blood splattered his clothes. It was the last guard on the floor, so now he was able to enter the door he wanted, looking for one person. He looked inside and heard laughter, and then someone saying that he shouldn't have done that to his men. The man said they could just talk. He was sitting in a spacious office that looked more like a library. His name was Yongjong Pal, nicknamed Two Hands, and he was wanted for espionage in both North and South Korea. He was a smuggler of military goods and a middleman for defectors from North Korea, his hand now hiding a revolver. He asked who sent Shion, saying he could offer him a deal, and then pulled out a weapon. He aimed for his head as suddenly something thin wrapped around his arm, and he didn't even realize what had happened. And what happened was this. Shay. He threw the fishing line around his arm and used the kirambits to yank it toward him, cutting his arm. John Paul grabbed at it. The revolver fell to the carpet and his blood splattered the table. Then he swore loudly. He told the guy he was crazy, however. Shay, he replied that it was basically just a warning. He continued, saying that now it was worth going to the main thing, because, as they say, you don't open your mouth on someone else's eyes. At the time, Li Shi, he was working in the HID's Special Target Elimination Unit, the Ghost Battalion. He was leaving the building with a total of 11 successful eliminations to his credit, but that list doesn't seem to be adding up now. He got a call from his boss, asking what was up with Two Hands, and Shay. He replied that he was now a one-armed man. The boss then asked if he had left him alive, and Shion retorted by asking if he should have killed the man. His boss was Chief Zhang, who said that they couldn't leave any traces, so he should have finished off the bandit. But Shay. He replied that he was ordered to warn him, not kill him, and he did so. Zhang agreed, but said that it was still better for them to be absolutely sure of their safety. He added that he understood Shion's views, but this was their mission after all. Wasn't this the kind of behavior expected of a squad leader? After all, even though the higher-ups might not know about their squad, he must realize how important his role is. Lastly, the boss told him to follow through next time, and Shay, he replied that he understood. He was turned back to reality by Ghost's voice, asking if he had fun fighting him too. Instead of answering Shi, he swung his leg once his opponent managed to catch him off guard, but no more. He knocked the man down, but he managed to cut him in the collarbone area, though the guy didn't pay any attention. Now it was Ghost's turn to be surprised from his opponent. He stopped laughing and looked at him seriously. Shi? He moved lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing over the man, swinging his knife. A second later, there was a blow to where Ghost's head was, and he barely had time to flip to the other side. However, the guy didn't think to stop there. He used the knife as a prop and jumped on the man. He kept the knife on the ground until the last, so Ghost didn't realize what he was accomplishing, but the situation was dangerous. Sure. He landed at the man's feet and swung the knife. The man managed to put up a defense, but the knife still grazed him. Ghost kicked him then. He was already angry because there was no way he could take the initiative in the fight. But despite the heavy blow, he didn't seem to suffer any damage. He easily blocked. Then he grabbed his leg and put two knives to it, and the Ghost was not in the least frightened, for he realized what he was going to do. He crossed the knives on his leg, and his gaze suddenly became somehow detached. He didn't care about anything right now. Such a look frightened even a rabid killer like him, and Ghost realized he had to avoid the blow. Gathering all his strength, he made a dash and pushed away from the guy, but the guy still managed to leave slash marks. Now the man realized that he was dealing with an unusual fighter, because another second, and he would have been left without a leg. They seemed to have switched places now. He had thought to hunt big game, but ended up becoming a victim himself. He started to approach him as he suddenly heard a traffic signal in another sector. His comrades were calling him. He sighed in frustration, saying that they had been discovered, but it should have been foreseen from the beginning of the operation. He looked at the man and said that they would call it a day and continue another time. But that meant defeat for Ghost. He tried to stand up, saying that he couldn't leave so easily. Shion didn't need to answer. His attacks spoke for him, causing the man's pants to rip and blood to pour down his leg. Out of helplessness, he could only shout for the guy not to dare leave. But sure, he no longer paid any attention to him. Meanwhile, Da-hyun was getting closer and closer to the bunker near where the injured knives, Kyung-chun and Hyun-gu were standing. Director Goreng said he thought he'd see some real pros, not some smarmy brat. He meant Weasel, and then shifted his gaze to Hook, asking what the sucker with the pirate's armband was. Upon hearing this, Hyun-gu got a little teary-eyed, asking if he didn't know him, but maybe it's even for the best. However, they didn't have much of a chance. The exit was being blocked by cars, and Da-hyun said they couldn't get away alive. Laska assessed the situation and prepared for a fight, even though he knew they wouldn't last long and needed backup. As a strange shadow suddenly appeared from somewhere, Kyung-chun only had time to see its leg, but that was enough. He realized that Sha-hee had received their signal and had already arrived on the spot to help them. After all, he was the one who had just intervened in the battle. The fishing line skidded everywhere, wrapping around the guards one by one, and then it got to Da-hyun as well. The one didn't even notice the noose around his neck, and from behind, Sha. He prepared to deliver the final blow. He told the bandit to stand still, intending to slit his throat, but Da-hyun quickly realized it. He tilted his head, keeping the fishing line from closing around his neck, and swung his knuckles, except he didn't see the guy. He quickly ducked under his arm and was at his back, continuing to tighten the fishing line around the bandit's body. When it was done, he pulled it toward him, and Da-hyun felt his neck being squeezed by something metallic. Thus, Shu. He moved his opponent to his back and then grabbed the two knives to which the fishing line was tied. With a sudden movement, he pulled them towards him, and Da-hyun found himself in a noose. He held onto his neck, lying on the guy's back. He froze in a crouch for now, but the moment he straightened up abruptly, Da-hyun risked saying goodbye to his life. He was well aware of his situation too, so he tried to get out somehow, swinging his free elbow. But he retracted his hand, saying that today, Boss Goreng was just unlucky, and let him think that he had gotten caught in the hot hand. Then he hit him below the knee, and Da-hyun couldn't stay on his feet, falling to his knees. At the same time, he straightened up and put the knife to his still-sheathed neck. Da-hyun began to gasp for air. He looked rather pathetic right now, and he told the rest of the Goreng members that it was better for them not to move. He added that otherwise he might inadvertently finish off their boss, and they realized that the guy was serious. He then turned to the comrades standing outside the bunker, telling them to take the injured man first. Hook wondered how that crazy guy got Ryu Da-hyun so easily. He asked himself where Dae-san had found someone like that. However, in a situation like this, people often say these things, so you should always be prepared for the unexpected. He ordered the Goreng men to get out of the way, or he would gut their boss like a pig. But at that moment, he heard the whistle of a knife. Someone had stealthily crept up behind him and was now quickly attacking. Luckily, he was able to spot his opponent in time. Chief Jang swung the knife right at his throat, and Shion barely had time to duck, and the knife cut the fishing line from Da-hyun's neck. Jang told him that he talked a lot. As for a poseur, his appearance was an unpleasant surprise. The fishing line that was restraining Da-hyun had been cut, and now he had no control over the bandit. Moreover, his hatred boiled up at the sight of the chief, for he himself had ordered the shooting of him and his friends. He didn't think much of the attack and stabbed the one with the knife, but Jung dodged, saying that it was predictable. To his surprise, the boss also had incredible speed. He quickly went behind his back and stabbed him. He sank to the ground in searing pain, for the boss knew him too well. He ironically apologized, saying that the guy had a wound there after all, so he was aiming for the back on purpose. He said he was glad to see him again, and since he was alive, many things were becoming clear, particularly the situation with his commander. He stabbed a kirambit into his hand, asking if Taisan's boss was really Baek Yi-soo who hadn't died. He cried out in pain, and Knives wanted to come to his aid. However, Jang told them to stand still unless they wished their friend dead. He added that the situation had changed slightly, and if they did not want it to escalate, then let them stand and watch the performance. Meanwhile, Dae-hyun had also come to his senses. He was holding his hand around his neck, cursing the experienced guy who was able to pull this kind of thing on him. The boss told Shion that he had told him before, such things are not done casually, and one should not leave unfinished business. Dae-hyun intervened then, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about, since the guy had just almost killed him. He kicked Shion's leg and he rolled backwards, and then he lunged after him, intending to hit him with his knuckles. Unfortunately, his punch still succeeded, as Shuhei was too weak and shaken to block. Dae-hyun grabbed him by his jacket, asking what he could do now, calling him a stupid show-off. The warden didn't much like this behavior, especially since he interrupted him with a question about Tessen's real supervisor. But Dae-hyun didn't care. He kept beating Shion, and the latter was blocking some of the blows with his last strength. Dae-hyun then swung around to finish him off with one precise attack to the head, saying that luck wasn't on his side now. He brought his hand down on his head, but Shuhei only retracted it and grabbed his hand, preparing to retaliate. With one tug, he rolled over onto his stomach, using Dae-hyun's arm as support, then took him by the shoulder. In this way, he managed to get on top of his opponent again. He drew one of his arms aside, and with his elbow, he pressed his face to the ground. It was to knock the confidence of his foe, and then he took him for a chokehold. He squeezed his neck again, and Dae-hyun's eyes even blurred, and he frantically began to grip the air with his hands. Then, he loosened his grip a little, but put a karambit to his cheek, asking if he still hadn't learned his lesson. With those words, he swiped the knife across his eye, and blood spurted out, and Dae-hyun cried out in horror. He only smiled, saying that the chief was right, as they really did have a good performance. He turned around to the boss, telling him to get out quickly, or else he would really kill Boss Goreng this time. Everyone thought the showdown would end there, when suddenly Chief Jong said, let him kill Dae-hyun if he wanted to. He said they didn't need such a useless ally anyway, and then he called out to the others. However, the men of Goreng did not budge. They hesitated, but still none obeyed his order. At that time, Shuhei rather remarked on it, saying that the chief didn't seem to understand bandits very well. After all, the world of bandits is in many ways different from the world of soldiers. There are other rules and laws, like the fact that he can't become a boss by force alone, because each of them believes in their own boss. And if the chief was going to play with gangsters, let him not leave unfinished business, because the rules are different on this side of the border. This hurt Jong. He asked if he really thought emotion-based logic was the rules. At this moment, he thought that even if Dae-hyun died here, they would all lose control of Goreng. Then he realized that a bunch of thugs wouldn't follow his orders and turned to Shion. He told him to leave Dae-hyun alone and get lost because he'll play by his rules just this once. And then he turned to Dae-hyun himself as well, calling him the president and saying that they would talk about everything later. His face was so grim that no one dared to argue. There was something frightening about this man. Shion then told the others to leave, and he would let Dae-hyun go when they were safe. Warden Jang stepped aside. Knives, Weasel, and Hong-gu were leaving through the bunkers from the back, and so far, no one was following them. Shion, along with Dae-hyun, also began to slowly back up. Or rather, it was Shion who led Dae-hyun back up. The man crooked his head in displeasure, and the guy told him to really take his eye next time. He then put a bloody karambit to his throat, telling him to try not to die before then. Dae-hyun couldn't bear it. He swung his hand, thinking that this time he would definitely manage to hurt the guy. However, his hand only struck the air. He was surprised to notice that he had already managed to escape. Then he was filled with anger and hatred for Tessen because this guy was her dicks, which annoyed him even more. He called them all worthless, nasty insects, which, however, managed to make him scared. He was indignant, saying that he would put an end to this organization of goons, but suddenly Zhang approached him. The warden had followed them, and now he was standing behind Dae-hyun, saying that they needed to clarify something. Seeing him, Dae-hyun's eyes glittered angrily. He said how he felt. Now was the time for an explanation. He put out his hand with a brass knuckle, and Chief Jong pointed the knife at him instead of answering. Meanwhile, the injured Knives and others were already waiting for the car in which Yi-soo and John Ho and Ji-Yu-chan had arrived. At the sight of his companions, the old man ran out of the car, asking what had happened to them in the meantime. As he got closer, he noticed that Guan Pal was still limping, and Tok Pei couldn't even walk on his own. He rushed to get him off Hyun-gu's back, and Hyung-nim noticed that his condition continued to worsen. He said they needed to hurry to the hospital, because otherwise things could end badly. Yi-soo quickly assessed the situation. Of the injured, besides Knife, there was also Shi-hae, but the latter said that he was fine. They were already on their way. Luckily, the hospital was not far from the abandoned Gorang warehouse, so he would make it in time. In the salon in the back seat were Tokpei unconscious and Ji-Woo-chan, who suddenly quietly apologized to his comrade. He said he didn't think it would turn out like this, but suddenly Tokpei opened his eyes, asking what he was apologizing for. Ji-Woo-chan replied that he had been short-sighted, and that was why Tokpei and the rest of the knives were hurt. But he interrupted his friend. He leaned back in his seat and said that he should apologize to the young master, not them. But Ji-Woo-chan couldn't do that. With tears in his eyes, he asked how he could show his face to Seung-min. Then Tokpei looked away and said that if the young master did not forgive him, then he would kneel with him. And together they will ask for his forgiveness. With these words, his tears also rolled down. He said they should go to him now. But that was the last thing he said. After that, the man fell silent, and given his condition, Ji-Woo-chan became anxious. He was touched by his friend's loyalty, but realized that Il-hak had suffered because of him, and it was all his fault. He couldn't hold back the tears any longer, and they poured down his arms. He thought he couldn't bear it if Tokpei died. However, time was running out as they drove. They needed to come up with a plan right away, and he realized what he had to do. He agreed with his friend, saying that they really should go to the young master and ask for forgiveness. Meanwhile, Chief Jong brought up his lighter to light a cigarette. He turned to President Gorang. Apparently, they'd had a battle before, but for some reason, Dae-hyun was on the ground, and Jung was towering over him with a cigarette. He said the bandit's fists weren't that bad. You could even say he had some talent. However, Dae-hyun didn't feel the praise in his words. The boss grabbed his hair and lifted him slightly. In Tae-san's main office, there was now a difficult task ahead for Ji-Woo-chan, who had come to apologize. All the knives were gathered there, as well as Yi-soo and Seung-min, who hadn't said anything yet, listening to his confession. Yi-soo sat in the chair and just watched. He wondered how the headmaster would react to the betrayal. But Gwanpal didn't hold back. He punched him in the face, saying that he was a real piece of shit because he had gotten so many people killed. He continued beating him, asking how he even had the nerve to show his vile face here. He'd better just leave. He swung to strike again, but this time his hand was stopped by Jong-ho, saying that enough was enough already. But the man threw his hand away, saying that he must deal with this scum, for he had betrayed them and Il-hak. Jong-ho then said that only the boss has the right to judge him, but Gwangpal said that there's no reason for him to get his hands dirty. He added that he would deal with such a moron himself, and Yi-soo saw that Seung-min still didn't react. Then he stood up and went to Seung-min, saying that Tae-san wouldn't have any influence on his decision in this situation. After all, it had nothing to do with them, even though Ji-Woo-chan had caused them all a lot of trouble. He walked right up to the chairman and pulled out a knife, saying that betrayal is a very serious matter, and his decision is left to him, the headmaster of Il-haka. With these words, he handed him the knife, and Seung-min accepted it. Then he headed for the exit, saying that the other knives should also cool down, and Gwanpal realized that it concerned him. Yi-soo then continued, explaining that this problem could not be solved by simply punching the traitor in the face. He put his hand on Gwanpal's shoulder, who was about to start the beating again, but now hesitated. And Soo told him not to make a show out of it, because nothing will change that way, and that's not what they need. Gwanpal thought for a while, but he still decided to listen to Director Tae-san's words. After all, he was right. Seung-min held the knife and also thought about what Yi-soo had told him. Right now, he was about to judge the Gudo member for betrayal. He suddenly said that the reason Lee Ji-Woo-chan betrayed him was because of his own incompetence. Then he added that, on that account, he forgives him, and Jong-ho looked at him with surprise. Seung-min then added that he was accepting Ji-Woo-chan back into their ranks, but the man refused to believe it. For a moment, there was silence in the room. Everyone thought the conflict was resolved, but it turned out to be far from that. Seung-min's voice suddenly changed and said that this was how he would have answered before, but it was different now. He said that his betrayal resulted in the death of Tokpei, who was ultimately never saved, so his guilt is obvious. And so he will not judge him like a foolish young lord, but will pass judgment on him in Il-hak's name. He gripped the knife tighter and walked towards Ji-Woo-chan, who was kneeling, unable to get up after Gwanpal's blows. But at the same time, he understood everything perfectly well. He knew he deserved it. That's why he didn't think of resisting. He prepared himself for the worst, for the headmaster had every right to stab him or even kill him. But he only passed by. Gyu-chan looked at him in surprise. He didn't know if it was generosity or if the boss was about to tell him to get the hell out of Ilhak. He could not bear the silence and cried out why the young master had kept him alive, for he had betrayed them. Tokpai was killed because of him. But Seung-min replied that it was now clear to him what direction their organization would take. He said he would do it. He just had to rebuild Ilhak, but the men hadn't realized anything yet. Seung-min continued, looking at the knife. He said that it was not made to slit the throat of such pigs. So let Lee Ji-chan get out and never get in their faces again. That was his verdict. He said that he was no longer the knife of Ilhak, and there was no point in spilling his blood on the path they had chosen. He left the room and the others followed him, all except Gyu-chan, who remained standing silently. Seung-min thought what a pathetic leader he was, even though his words said otherwise. Jong-ho asked if he was the only one who showed them Chairman Lee Seung-min's Ilhak, because it was something new. Seung-min was surprised by his words. He turned around and asked what he meant by Ilhak, because there was no such organization. But John H. disagreed with him. He said that from now on, every word or action he says will reflect Ilhak's will. After all, there was nothing wrong with the young gentleman wanting to remake the organization to his liking. Meanwhile, Yi-soo went up to the roof where the helipad was. He was waiting for the show to end. He wasn't completely sure what Seung-min would do, but he doubted that he would kill Gyu-chan, because it was a hard decision. He put the cigarette in his mouth and reached for a lighter, but found there was none. As suddenly, someone held it out to him. It was Sue-ah. She was wearing a beautiful white suit, but her face looked tired. And Sue thanked her, saying he couldn't remember where he'd put his lighter forever, and asked if the girl smoked too. But she silently stepped aside and replied that this lighter belonged to Mr. Baek Do-kyung. After hearing about his brother, Yi-soo said that it had been a long time since he had been called by his real name. He leaned on the fence. People call him Baek Do-kyung so often that he had managed to get used to it, even though it was only a lie. He shared that he keeps catching himself in that thought because he has to act just like his brother to get revenge. Then he asked, as if to himself, how his brother would act in his place, what he would say now and all that. I wonder what he wouldn't like if he saw Yi-soo with a cigarette in his hand because he was a soldier and didn't usually smoke. Sue-ah awkwardly smiled, also remembering her principal, saying that he really wouldn't be pleased. However, she later added that for some reason she was sure of other things Do-kyung would say about him. Her brother. She quoted him, for he had once said that their only thing in common was a terrible temper. At least something like that he definitely said, Yi-soo agreed, saying that it was like him. Sue-ah opened her eyes in surprise, looking at him, for she didn't think that she would remind him of something in this way. But Yi-soo continued, saying that this is exactly what Baek Do-kyung would say. He looked at the girl with gratitude. Such a look reminded her of the headmaster. Now it even seemed to her that Do-kyung was actually standing in front of her. However, their conversation was interrupted by Seung-min's voice, who asked if Director Baek was here and then walked towards them. In one hand, he was holding a knife, as Yi-soo noticed that there was no blood, which meant he had solved the problem in a different way after all. Along with him, Jong-ho also got up. They walked towards him together, and Yi-soo asked if he could use this thing. Then, Seung-min turned the knife around on himself, saying that it was true that the blade was quite sharp, but you can't cut pigs with it. With these words, he handed it to Yi-soo, and the latter, hearing such a reply, said that he believed they had sorted it out themselves. He then hid the knife in the inside pocket of his jacket, saying that they should get down to business now, but he was interrupted by Jong-ho. He apologized for interrupting him, but before he went on to discuss plans, he wanted an answer to his question. Yi-soo looked at him with incomprehension. He thought the man meant something related to the chairman. But then he remembered their conversation on the stairs, where the latter had asked him what his true motives were. He had not had time to answer then, because they were attacked again, but by now he should be able to answer him. He leaned on the railing, saying that before he answered, he asked Jong-ho to clarify something. He asked if Ilhak controlled all of Seoul's underworld, to which Jong-ho replied that he once did. Then Yi-soo asked if he remembered how much money the organization was making every single day back then. Jong-ho said it was 15 years ago, so he doesn't remember, but Yi-soo said it was huge dough. Jong-ho asked what he meant by that, and Yisu explained that it wasn't just bandits who wanted to occupy Seoul's highest point. After all, it was quite an advantageous position, but Jong-ho still didn't understand what he was getting at and told him that. Yisu then explained that the government is trying to reorganize the system to distribute rights among criminal groups. This was the very thing that had set off a whole series of events that Chief Jang had been dragged into as well. This unified synchronization project was called One Sync, and it was what the document that Jong-ho had given him referred to. Then, the man thought that the information they got from Police Chief Cho Won-ho was correct. Yi-soo turned to Seung-min, saying that it must have been hard to keep it a secret from Knife, since only he knew about it. But Jong-ho said he still didn't understand, because Director Tai-san never said what his true purpose was. However, the latter replied that there was nothing grand about it. He just wanted to establish something for himself. After all, a scumbag like him wouldn't fight for justice and go out of his way for a good cause. Honestly, he didn't care who ruled the ball, but he couldn't let Chief Jang do as he pleased. In other words, solving this problem meant a great deal to him, for it was not just a goal. This way, he was going to avenge his brother, who was also part of this gang system. Jong-ho asked if it was really that important for him to stop Chief Jong, and he agreed. He said that the boss took away his most precious thing, his family, because, except for his brother, he had no one left. He approached Seung-min, saying that he would need the help of a strong ally like Il-hak in this regard. And if he succeeded in his goal, he would put the governance of Seoul in their hands. It was unexpected. By the way, there was someone he wanted them to meet, and he told them about it, and they started wondering who it could be. And Soo added that now was not the best time to do it, but he would like them to meet this person. He was referring to his brother who was still in a coma. Park Do-kyung was lying in a special ward. However, he did not say so to anyone present, and those present could only guess at his thoughts. And he stepped away from everyone and quietly said that maybe then he could be himself again. Meanwhile, the lights were on at former chairman Lee Seung-hak's house, and Goreng men were guarding it from the outside. At that time, a car pulled up to the house, and Police Chief Cho Won-ho got out, who was no longer happy with the situation. He looked up at the stairs, where a sizable bunch of men were gathered, apparently guarding someone important. This person was Chief Jang, who had invited him to meet at this place, so he was now waiting for him. He poured himself some sake, and then it was reported to him that the chief of police had arrived. Then he ordered him to bring it to him. This was heard by Won-ho, who did not like this attitude towards his person and expressed it to his superior. He said he was representing the police after all, and these scumbags act like they don't care. But Jong said the man was more like a security guard. Won-ho sat down and then saw that there was another person in the room. He addressed him saying that this was their first meeting. Ryu Dae-hyun sat in front of him, and the chief said that he had imagined him quite differently than he turned out to be. He added that he had a cool temper and paid attention to the scratches, but Dae-hyun said comments like that pissed him off. His face did bear the scars from Shiona's cuts, but the reminder of it only annoyed him. He said he could have done the same thing with the boss's face, and Won-ho asked Jong if everything had gone according to plan. He added that their luck seemed to have turned away from them, and before they started, he wanted to clarify something. Then Jong beat him to it. As if reading his mind, he said that he just didn't want to deal with bandits. Won-ho responded with a question, asking how he could trust someone he didn't know, and Jong said he could leave then. He reminded him that he'd already told him they weren't here to make friends, and Won-ho grinned unhappily. He looked at Dae-hyun. In fact, he realized himself that they weren't doing this for tradition or the common good. It's also not to advance your career by sucking up one spot to your boss. Jong poured sake for everyone and told Won-ho to stop blabbering and be willing to cooperate with them. When everyone was already listening intently, he cut to the chase, asking who they now needed to eliminate first. Seung-min stood in a morning suit near the department that held the memory of all Il-hak members, among them Tok-pai. He stood in the right place and thought about what his grandfather would do now, because he would know exactly what to do. Tok-pai was his uncle. Like all the other knives, he was not brought to the hospital in time and died in the car. But how many fond memories he had of the man. He recalled breaking an icicle once while sitting on his shoulders. Then he also asked if the man was the oldest of the knives, and the man was surprised, saying he was the youngest. But little Seung-min said that one was the biggest after all, and Uncle Jung-ho said that the older you get, the taller you get. Then Seung-min replied that he hoped he would grow up quickly and become even taller than Uncle Tok-pai. Jong-ho was just approaching them, and the young gentleman said that he had now decided that the tallest, that is, Tokpai, would be in charge. The three of them started laughing, and then Tokpai told him not to joke around like that because Choi Jong-ho was in charge. However, the boy kept laughing. He liked teasing Uncle Tokpai, for he never took offense. The memories ended, and Seungmin's thoughts returned to reality, wondering why he suddenly remembered this. After all, he never became taller than Uncle Tokpai. He should have stayed alive until now. He slammed his fist against the glass door in frustration, questioning who had let him leave their family so soon. His eyes turned red and tears rolled down his face. Beside him stood Jong-ho, who was also sad. He averted his gaze so the young lord wouldn't see his tears either, for it was important to stay strong now. Waiting for them outside was Yi-soo, who had come to offer his condolences as well, but he didn't go inside. After a while they came out, and when they saw Yi-soo they greeted him, and the latter said that perhaps the timing was not good. He added that he was terribly embarrassed because if he had driven faster, Jong Tokpai might still be alive. But Jong-ho interrupted him, saying it wasn't his fault because the speed of the car wouldn't have solved anything. And then Seungmin spoke. He said that he would like to thank him on behalf of all the members of Ilhak. Then he bowed, as was the custom, and added that they were now greatly indebted to Thiessen. So Director Beck shouldn't blame himself for the way things turned out, and Jong-ho was touched by the chairman's words. Seungmin added that although they had suffered losses, it was a small sacrifice compared to what they had done for them. Thanks to him, they could now continue to live to fight, so Jong-ho bowed to him as well. Then Yi-soo walked over to them and put his hand on Seungmin's shoulder, saying that there was no need to bow like that. After all, wasn't he the chairman? Which meant he would be embarrassed if he bowed his head to him. He advised him to straighten up and let go of his sorrows, and also added that Tokpai must have meant a lot to him. Seungmin agreed, saying that he did mean a lot, however, just like the rest of the knives. Then Yi-soo opened the car doors, saying that in turn they should let this man accompany them. After all, their safety was the top priority. Boris, who was just right for the role of bodyguard, got out of the car. Meanwhile, in Gorang territory, at the Red Crown Hotel, Dae-hyun stood in front of a mirror and examined his scars. He had 2 claw-like stripes in the area of his left eye, as well as a metal fishing line scar around his neck. He familiarized himself with his new face for a while, and then he got angry and slammed his hands down hard on the table, just like that time when Chief Jang said they should leave Tessin alone for a while. He explained that if Gorang attacked, their other opponents would also make a move while Dae-hyun licked his wounds. He asked, even if it wasn't HHS but Tianseong, would he be able to handle them in this state? Then they were interrupted by Won-ho, who dared to express another crazy idea about the bandit world. He asked why didn't Gorang and Tianseong unite and make a truce, because that would be a good thing. But Dae-hyo looked at him with an incomprehensible look, saying that it looked like the boss wanted to be headless after all. He started to talk about how Gorang would never ask anyone for help, but his thoughts were interrupted. It was the security guard who walked in and said that the car was ready, but Tianxiong had been asked to reschedule the meeting. He added that their informant was reporting that they were meeting someone right now, and Dae-hyun was wary. The meeting was to take place in the Chinatown of the Delham neighborhood, for this was their territory. Yi-soo walked up to one of the small eateries and was immediately greeted by the waiter. He asked what he wanted, but Yi-soo replied that he wasn't hungry and only wanted to talk to a girl. The waiter said coming into the restaurant satiated was pretty fun, but then asked who he was looking for. Yi-soo then placed his business card on the table, asking if he could have a word with Mrs. Cha Yu-hwa. As expected, the man wasn't just a waiter. He said he would tell his boss about the visit from Thiessen. However, there was something they needed to deal with first, and with those words, he suddenly took out an axe and slammed it on the table. The man was sturdy, somewhat similar to Jin-woon, yet Yi-soo had no trouble grabbing his hand. He said he didn't think the guests were greeted so rudely here. He didn't come here to fight, and he was alone. As he explained this, he noticed that the other men in the establishment had also gotten up from their seats. One of them pounced on Yi-soo with an axe, saying that Tai-san has no right to talk to their boss. To avoid a collision, Yi-soo kicked a nearby chair and it flew towards the man. Somehow, the seat in it strangely separated, and the opponent was distracted by this, which Yi-soo took advantage of. He put his arm out in front of him and stopped the man like a child, but their weapons were serious. But Yi-soo didn't seem to care. He grabbed his head and slammed his head on the ground so that he dropped his axe. The other men just watched this, but soon they too drew out different kinds of axes, preparing to attack him. One of them wanted to be the first to rush into battle, but he was suddenly stopped by someone, and when he saw who it was, he immediately retreated. It was a girl with a sharp machete in her hands. She told everyone to get out of the way, calling them a lowlife. In an instant, she was beside Yi Su and then bounced off the table, immediately swinging for a punch. Even though she was a girl, Yi Su could clearly see her muscles, and she was also incredibly fast. He also had time to notice how she grabbed her knife differently during the flight to attack the other way. That's what she did, but Yi Su was able to defend himself, setting his knife up in time for the block. The girl interested him. He analyzed her, thinking she had managed to change the trajectory of her blade as she turned around. He asked if they had met by chance before, but the girl told him to shut up, or she would cut off his tongue. The point was that it wasn't just Seoul's criminal gangs that were drawn into the war that began after Il-hak's fall, but also foreigners from the southwestern area, which was under the rule of the Han and Joseon people. That's where the brutal showdowns most often took place, and in that chaos, in the middle of the bloody battlefield, a flower bloomed. This flower was a separate organization called Tianxiong, whose members were called Untouchables. And now this girl, who was one of them, was standing in front of him, which meant overpowering her would not be easy. And she seemed to like the fact that she had finally caught an experienced opponent. She told him to try and catch her. None of them had yet managed to attack a second time when suddenly the girl was called out by someone's commanding voice. It was Cha Yuhua who addressed her by name, asking Shulan what kind of circus was going on here. But the girl replied that she shouldn't worry about anything. And anyway, wasn't she going to a business meeting? She turned around to Yi Su again, saying that since that nasty bastard was poking around here, she would deal with him herself. But Yuhua interrupted her, saying that she had asked about what was going on here, and what the girl was going to do was of no interest to her. Shulan then replied that this scoundrel from Taisan had been looking for her, but as could be seen, had not shown her the proper respect. Then Yuhua shifted her gaze to the table with the axe. She turned to the waiter, asking if the weapon was his. And the man was still holding onto her hand, asking instead of answering what else he had to do, and she decided to remind him. She took that axe, asking if he'd forgotten everything they'd done so she could sleep well at night. They shed the blood of rivals and cut off the hands of their relatives, and even then the man had a temper. She sank to the floor beside him, continuing that now they could not lose the status they had gained at such a cost. She said they only take up arms to protect their comrades, reminding him of the oath he took. With those words, she handed him the axe and the man accepted it, remembering what she had once promised her, and soon noticed that there was a completely different atmosphere here now. Yuhua ordered everyone to calm down and not fight. But even so, Yi Su realized that it wouldn't be easy. He greeted her, saying that just a little more and he would be dead. Then the girl rushed to him, asking if everything was all right, but he replied that he was fine. Far more important was his request, for he said he had come to seduce her, so he asked for some time. Hearing this, Yuhua told him to follow her, and after a while, they were already sitting in Tianxiong's office. She told Shulan to go too, but the girl didn't like Principal Thesson and didn't try to hide it. And Sue noticed this and said that after all, she and the guys had gone a little overboard when they met him, because it was dangerous. But the girl turned away, saying she recognized it as their joint, but she still didn't like the principal and couldn't help it. And Sue replied that it was very nice of her, but still not much like regret. Then Yuhua came to them. She brought cold tea, saying that she thought Yi Su was going to seduce her, not Shulan. He then asked what he wanted to discuss, saying that he was already guessing but wished she could hear it from his lips. And Sue said that in that case, he would get straight to the point, without the long preamble she already knew about. He looked at her with a cheerful look, saying that they were going to start a war with Gorong, and he wanted to know which side Tianxiong was on. Yuhua didn't think for long, saying that she would certainly side with the winners, but Yi Su wasn't satisfied with that. He said she was going to attack the winner after all, and Yuhua asked why he thought that. But Yi Su asked if he wasn't right, explaining that when Taisan and Garang clashed, it would be a good moment for Tianxiong. After all, whoever emerged victorious from this battle would not be able to breathe easy, and he could not allow that to happen. Cha Yuhua realized what he was implying when he asked if that was why he wanted them to become allies. But Yi Su replied that there was no need for that. He was only asking them not to take any action. Then he said that Tessin wouldn't have to take any action then either, but there was already a swing in his direction. It was Xulan who took his words as a threat and held a knife to his throat, saying that she would rip out his tongue after all. But Yisu just smiled, saying that she was getting hot again, and if it were her, it would be more prudent to back off. Seeing that the girl wasn't reacting, he suddenly changed his gaze, saying that if one more time she put a knife to his throat, he would draw his own. He then turned to Yuhui, saying he had come alone and was in no position to threaten. The girl nodded. He said that, after all, he was here to talk about the agreement, so they shouldn't get in the way. Otherwise, he will show what true blackmail is. Hearing this, Yuhua told Shulan to stop. She looked carefully at Baek Do-kyung, who somehow seemed a little different than usual. Yisu placed a small box on the table, saying that he wouldn't be so eloquent if he showed up empty-handed. He said he had prepared a gift for her, so now the decision was up to her, and she asked in surprise if it was a ring. The box did look similar, and it made Shulan angry again, but Yisu calmed her down, saying that it was just a joke. Opening the box instead of a ring, Yuhua saw a flash drive with one sync taped to it. The girl took the flash drive, asking what was stored on it. Somewhere she had heard of a similar name before, and Sue replied that she now had the apple of discord in her hands and the reason why he had to destroy Gorang. He said he would tell them exactly what it consisted of, but in return, they had to join them as allies. Yuhua took another look at the flash drive. The offer did interest her, however she wasn't entirely sure. She said she needed time to think it over, and then she would let him know her decision. And then Yi Su left them. When he left, Sulan asked her mistress what she was going to do now, but she said she didn't know. But the girl didn't seem satisfied with the answer, saying she had to make decisions like a boss. He added that their role was simply to obey, and Yuhua said that was the way it should be. But she had already spoken, hadn't she? Telling her that she wasn't fit to be the head, she turned to Chulan and tearfully said that she was scared to death. Sulan approached her, asking why she was roaring again. After all, she had handled the situation very well today. But Yuhua rushed to her and clung to her chest like a child, saying that Baek Do-kyung's face was creepy. She offered to hand over the authority to Shulan, even though it was too late for that. It would be much better. She said she was never proud to be in the lead role and doesn't understand why the girl won't help her. However, Siulan interrupted her by jerking her hand away sharply, and Yuhua fell down. She looked at the girl, and the girl told her not to talk nonsense. She wondered if she had really meant it, for in that case, her words made no sense. But Yuhua said that she herself had seen people take up arms, and there was no more committee or agreement. She added that at this rate, they will just drown everything in blood, so they need a strong leader. To her men, the Tianxiong oath no longer meant anything, so the risk of bloodshed was increasing. However, Sulan did not share her thoughts, saying that no one had ever dared to break this vow before. And now they did it for her, their boss and good comrade, and what's the big deal about being a little weak? She said that she could be the strong one, and Yuhua could keep crying on her shoulder and handed her the paper. Yuhua accepted the role because she needed to wipe her tears, but she said it sounded rather rude. Shulan replied that it was because she didn't learn Korean well, and this time it was more like a joke. Meanwhile, several men were sitting in one of the diners, discussing a recent fight with a guy from Thiessen. This one was the same waiter who first attacked Yi Su. The man's name was Min Su, and he was telling his friends about the situation. Another man, apparently senior to the others, said the negotiations went well, but they screwed up. He was still talking when suddenly a car flew into the diner, shattering the glass doors. Shards sprinkled on all sides. The men stood bewildered, for such an appearance meant only one thing. Minsu asked his comrades if they were hurt, and men in grey Olympics began to emerge from the car. They looked contentedly stout and strong, their faces covered by a bandage, but something was immediately apparent. Meanwhile, 2 more cars pulled up to the building, from which men also got out, approaching Minsu and the others. Minsu said hello to the men, asking if those men had made reservations because he didn't recall such large reservations. Instead of answering, one of the thugs showed the badge on his Olympics, which bore the logo of the Taisen group. At that time, one of Tianxiong's men took out an axe and pounced on him, saying that they had decided to attack them after all. But before he could strike, the man jumped up and hit him in the face with his knee so hard that he smashed his nose. The man missed the axe out of surprise, so the man intercepted it and swung it at his opponent. He seemed seriously intent on chopping off the poor man's head, for there was not an ounce of hesitation in his eyes. A second more and the fatal blow would have finished the man off, but suddenly someone came to his aid. Some stout man struck the big man from Thiessen, and he flew backward, his axe slipping from his hands. At the same time, the man was answering a message, for he had a receiver in his ear, with his boss speaking at the other end. The unexpected rescuer turned out to be Jin-un, who spoke to the director, saying he could hear well. He said that he had already arrived at Tianxiong territory, but he wasn't here alone, and it seemed that the others weren't in on it with him. He said that for some reason they were wearing badges with their organization's emblem on them, but the men were clearly not from Thiessen. And Su sat in the office saying it was his innovation because he found the idea amusing. He asked Jin-un if he wanted a badge for himself, but Jin-un said he didn't need one. He knew everything. He was still talking, and in parallel began to approach the men with Thiessen badges, telling them that it wouldn't work that way. He saw that those weren't even professionals, which meant dealing with them would be fairly easy. After all, he was now our only shining example that would make things completely clear. Meanwhile, Xiulan sat with her head down, wishing she had dealt with Principal Tessna sooner. Yuhua tried to say that they weren't quite sure who had attacked them yet after all, but Xiulan didn't think so. She said that as expected, Tessen couldn't be trusted, and they should tear him to shreds. The girl stood up. But Yuhua replied that the one who handled the situation before it got out of hand was also Tessen. She added that it would be foolish to assume that those thugs were their subordinates because no one hangs a badge in the most visible place. She continued to ponder aloud, saying that these people wore Tessen badges and attacked them when they thought about cooperating. And after all, it was a rather strange coincidence, so one couldn't just blindly trust him. But Xiulan only stuck her knife into the table, saying that there was indeed a cold calculation involved here. Some group that wants to sow enmity between them and Thiessen has attacked their organization. And just at that moment, the real Tessen rushed to their rescue, which she thought was nothing more than an act. Yuhua then said that she was thinking about it too, but Xiulan interrupted her, saying that it was important not to get to the truth right now. She said they can't just sit back while the bastards of Thiessen do whatever they want. They needed to do justice after all. Tianxiong had been hurt, so she approached Yuhui and asked what the instructions would be. Yuhua realized that a lot depended on her decision right now, so she needed to weigh everything well. Seeing that she was hesitating, Xiulan agreed that that was her problem, but then asked whose orders they should follow then. But Yuhua asked to let her think about it some more and then suggested that she seek help from Mr. Wang. Xiulan didn't really like such an idea. She asked what this man had to do with it. After all, he wasn't their head. Yuhua then replied that she was just talking about the possibility of asking for help, not understanding why the girl was constantly angry with her. She wanted to continue, but Xiulan interrupted her by hitting the table with her machete and urging her to be quiet. She said that if Yuhua didn't find a way to deal with Taisan, she would be forced to do it herself. And Su, meanwhile, finished his robot in the office and arrived at the scene of the massacre, where another Taisan people were fighting. Things were relatively fine around the diner, but as he stepped inside, he realized the seriousness of the bandits' intentions. He noticed a knife on the floor and looked at it. The point of this knife was dull and the blade was chipped. Not an army knife, but the most ordinary knife that could be found everywhere told him that these people were not sent by Chief Zhang. He then made his way to one of the cars left behind by the bandits and opened the door, noticing something with surprise. In the parlor, he found a 100 yuan bill, but he was more surprised at their origin, for it was the currency of China. Then he began to think that some Chinese organization had started on Tianxiong, but he didn't understand why. His pondering was interrupted by a call. It was Xiong Min, so Yisu picked up the phone and reached into his pocket for cigarettes. He asked the chairman what had happened, and the chairman asked if he had gone to Tianxiong alone. Yisu replied that this was already the case, saying that going there as a group would not be the best decision. Then he decided to ask the chairman about something that interested him, asking if he knew about Tianxiong's Chinese branch. But Xiong Min said that the Chinese groups hadn't been heard from in a long time, so it would be better to ask Zheng Ho. Yisu said he understood, then wished him a successful business trip and added that he would wait for the results. Xiong Min in turn told him to be careful because it wouldn't hurt, and Yisu wanted to light a cigarette. As suddenly someone did it for him, it turned out while he was talking, a man approached him and handed him his lighter. Seeing him, Yisu told the chairman that he would call back later and hung up, looking at the stranger. The man apologized for interrupting him, saying that the man must be busy so he wouldn't be long delayed. He introduced himself, saying his name was Wang Han and that he did currency exchange in the area, and then asked who Yisu was. The one also introduced himself, saying his name was Baek Do-kyung, and he ran a company called Taizan Group. He also noticed that the man was pacing the floor strewn with broken glass as if it was no big deal. Hearing that the one was from Taizan, Wang Hao bowed, wondering how he could not recognize such an important person. Yi Su told him to stop because he was embarrassing him, and then Wang Hao asked him for a cigarette, and the guy handed him a pack. The man asked why he had come here, and Yi Su replied that the place had been ransacked by people who pretended to be members of Taizan. Wang Hao then clarified that he claimed as if people from his organization wouldn't do such a thing, to which Yi Su agreed. He said that for that reason the case kept him on his toes, and he also thought the man had spoken too harshly. Hearing this, Wang Hao hurriedly assured him that he in no way meant to offend. He just might have chosen the wrong words. Yi Su asked what the man was doing here, and the man replied that Mrs. Chan had asked him to clean up all this mess. He said it was because he had a lot of free time, but Yi Su was thinking about Zhang Yue. Then he said he came here to study and analyze the situation, so he asked him to clean up later. And Su wondered if this man might have something to do with those thugs, and the man suggested he start at the other end of the room. He said he had to wipe the tables for now, and Su watched him for a while, for there was something strange about him. He wondered why the man didn't want to leave him alone, but he was told to call him if he found anything suspicious. Then an idea came to him. He went into the abandoned car and texted Cheng Min about the man. He asked if he knew a man named Wang Hao, who was allegedly involved in currency exchange. Meanwhile, the man approached him, saying that the man had asked him to report if he noticed anything suspicious. He said it was a mere trifle, but it seems that Director Tassan had changed his cigarettes, for he used to smoke Japanese cigarettes. Wang Hao explained that when you work at the money changer, you learn everything about everyone. So he remembered that 5 years ago, Baek Do-kyung smoked different cigarettes. Yi Su then replied that it was probably because his tastes had changed, but Wang Hao said that he didn't smoke very often. Otherwise, he would have known that the gas in his lighter had run out long ago, and after all, Baek Do-kyung used to be an avid smoker. He added that it looked like he was taking up a cigarette for the first time at all, and looked at him with a strange look. And Su admitted that his words embarrassed him. He said he must have let his guard down. Wang Hao then replied that this was most likely the case. With these words, he bent down to pick up a sharp shard of glass. He squeezed it like a knife, saying whether the guy would then allow him to show what he was hiding in his breast pocket. This was unexpected. Yi Su clearly didn't expect such details. He realized that the man wasn't that simple, and he had already jumped across the table, intending to attack him with a shard, which caught Principal Peck off guard again. Meanwhile, Seung-min had finished his business. The business meeting had been successful, and now they were preparing to return. He was sitting in the car, and Jong-ho told him to rest, and he replied that there was no way he could get used to his new rank. Then he turned to the big man, saying that some time ago, Director Baek had asked him about someone. He said that it seemed like the man's name was Wang Hao, and upon hearing that name, Jin Won's expression changed. He said he hadn't heard that name in a long time. He couldn't believe the man was still in Korea. He used to run the Dragon Egg Exchange and also occasionally moonlighted as an informant. Seung-min then said that if he was just an ordinary informant, he wasn't a threat, but Jong-ho said he wasn't. His appearance didn't bode well, especially for Tyson and Crane, and Seung-min queried the latter. Jong-ho explained that when the crane fell 15 years ago, Southwest foreign organizations just went wild. It was truly chaos, and back then, Wang Ho was the head of the Black Dragon Triad organization. He was a menace to the entire southwestern neighborhood and held any of the other bandit groups in fear. Jong-ho added that because of his conflict with Journeyman, they Knives also lost their previous leader. This was new information to Seung-min. He didn't expect their organization to be caught up in this as well. Meanwhile, Wang Hao pounced on Yi Su with his glass shard, and the latter barely managed to dodge the cut. But just immediately, Wang Hao made a lunge towards his head. Yi Su once again managed to dodge, however, his opponent's speed was astounding. When he wanted to grab the man's arm to stop his attacks, the man swung his other hand, in which he was clutching nails. And Su didn't even realize when he was able to gather it, for there was an omission that he was fighting in a one-handed knuckle. He managed to slice Yi Su's cheek, but he said that the rumors weren't lying and the other one just had amazing abilities. And Su, in turn, noticed that the man didn't look too much like the owner of a currency exchanger. He asked who the man really was, but Wang Hao said that he wanted to know too much and all at once. He swung and swung his claws made of nails and glass near Yi Su again, but he dodged this time too. Wang Hao then said that he should ask him a question first this time, asking if he was really Baek Do-kyung. But Yi Su replied that unfortunately he didn't have a business card, and the last time he showed it, he was almost chopped with an axe. He could see that his opponent was trying to intimidate him and was using improvised means in battle. It spoke to his vast experience. Suddenly he raised his knife upward, as if to say stop the fight, for a message had come to him, and he wanted to look at it. This turned out to be from Sheng Ming, who said that Wang Hao was currently the third strongest of the Black Dragons. Reading this, Yi Su said that the man's fame was running ahead of him, because he had just been advised not to mess with him. However, Wang Hao replied that it was all in the past, asking if that was the end of it, and the guy would try to escape. But Yi Su said that he certainly won't be able to do that. Besides, there's still a lot they don't know about each other. So they should have continued the fight, and he also said he wanted to see what kind of dough he was made of. He had a sharp blade, and Wang Hao had improvised knuckles made of nails and glass. They pounced on each other, and Su realized that he was dealing with an unusual opponent. He placed his finger on the knife blade just like Su-ah had taught him. They fought, and each was quite experienced and strong, not inferior in skill to their opponent. When they separated for a moment, Wang Hao said that it didn't really matter if he was Baek Do-kyung or not. He said he has verified from personal experience that people who hide a lot of things should not be trusted. And Su was a little amused by this, and he smiled slightly, saying that he agreed, for he remembered his boss. Wang Hao then said that the guy looked quite confident for someone who had one last chance left. He asked if he was thinking of running away, but Yi Su said he wasn't planning to, since they still didn't know so much about each other. They threw themselves into the fight again, saying that, in that case, they should get to know each other better and settle things man to man. Suddenly, Wang Hao threw his knuckles in his direction, and so professionally, as if he was throwing knives. Yi Su easily repelled the attack with his blade, thinking that it was only a distraction. However, he was wrong. The man was in front of him in an instant and swung his fist. Although it was a real attack, Yi Su didn't have time to react. All because the one was moving incredibly fast, so when he put the knife out, the one was already preparing to strike. He bent his hand into a fist, exposing the bones of his fingers in front of him, allowing him to soften the damage from the blade's point, and then knocked the knife out of his hand with one precise blow. Yi Su was surprised to think that he must have been well trained. On top of that, Wang Hao said that Director Tassan's grip was rather weak. It was a taunt. However, what happened next changed the course of the fight dramatically, as the man grabbed his knife on the fly and swung. His reflexes and speed were simply astounding. But Yi Su wasn't a squad leader for nothing. He was able to block the blow. Now he had already said with a sneer that Wang Hao, as he could see, could not keep his hands to himself after all. It was not good to take other people's things. Together, the man pressed down harder on the knife, and it cut the face of the watch that Yi Su had set under the blow. And then he sharply struck Wang Hao's hand and also managed to dislodge his weapon, saying that it looked like his grip was no better. Just like the man before, he caught his knife on the fly and prepared to strike back. The attack was successful. Wang Hao only had to expose his shoulder to protect his abdomen and internal organs. So now he was injured in his forearm. However, instead he thought about the fact that the guy in front of him was clearly not Baek Do-kyung. He swung his appraising gaze at his opponent and noticed a few details that confirmed it. For example, the way he held his blade, for he now took his finger off the blade to hold the hilt in his fist. He had his left hand to his chin and his right hand out in front. The whole thing was more like an army stance. That explained both his strength and the fighting skills he had just demonstrated. In a word, the guy was strong. His thoughts were interrupted by Yi Su himself, who said that the jokes were over and threw himself at him, preparing to attack. In speed, he was not inferior to Wang Hao, but the latter managed to dodge even though the knife passed as close as possible near his throat. Immediately after that, he elbowed him, but the man blocked that blow as well. Now it was his turn. Yi Su twisted his hand strangely, but it was necessary for the punch he was about to deliver to the man. At the last second, when the knife was almost near his neck, he clutched it tightly again, but he failed to stab Wang Hao. The man blocked it first and then jumped for a knee strike. And now Yi Su had to block. However, the man's attack didn't end there. He landed, but only to leap back again for another strike. This time, it was harder to anticipate him because his body was rotating as if performing a combat element. The result was not long in coming. Yisu failed to put up a defense in time and was kicked in the face. As he landed, the men said that the principal was making him sweat, something that hadn't happened in a very long time. He added that he was directly starting to doubt his strength, but Yisu realized that it was just sarcasm. He swung again, but Wang Hao jumped back again, preventing himself from being stabbed. This was starting to annoy him. But suddenly, Yisu had an idea, and he planted his foot on him so that he tripped over it. This the man could not foresee. He failed to keep his balance and fell to the ground, being taken by surprise. He thought the guy was skillful in using different techniques and had a great understanding of the situation. This all said that he was trained to fight. Perhaps he had even received special training. And Su, meanwhile, pounced on him with a knife. It was quite dangerous and the fight could end at any moment. Wang Hao slammed into the car and managed to grab onto its doors at the last second, which saved his life. He yanked them to the side as if to close them, but in his case, they served as a shield, preventing Yisu from finishing him off. It was also noteworthy that the car was armored, and its doors were also of high rigidity. And Su couldn't get it, but it wasn't for long, because something had to be done and immediately. As expected, the moment only allowed him to gain seconds, and in a moment, Yisu was already looking inside. However, the interior of the car was empty. The man seemed to have disappeared somewhere, though this again proved to be a distraction. As he lay on the floor, he noticed a metal pipe that had broken off from somewhere in the car parts. But now it happened to him as a weapon. In the time it took him to win, he managed to get out the other door and jump on the car. This all he did incredibly fast, and now jumped off the car, attacking Yisu with that pipe, but the latter was able to block. He was a little amused by this prank and asked mockingly if all means are really good in war, except that the rusty pipe couldn't be called a weapon, because, though a bit drained, he had a knife. But his words had no effect on the man. Wang Hao lowered his pipe down only to attack sharply. He struck his opponent's weapon with it, and the latter's knife cracked and snapped in two, something he hadn't expected. And Su was shocked because this was the first time this had happened to him. This blade had always seemed quite reliable. And Wang Hao gloated, saying that it was true that all means were good in war, but it depended on how one used it. Meanwhile, the untouchable from Tianxiong was also preparing for the upcoming battle. She was in charge. There was no way their organization could lose, because that would mean the complete collapse of everything they had spent so long building. Xulan thought of Yuhui, wondering what a fool she had been, but she had said that she had to act before Tessin got mad. Suddenly, she shouted that Zhang Yuhua was a stupid dumbass, and the men behind her looked at each other, for she had insulted their boss. Of course, Xulan said this out of desperation, not because she really felt that way, because Yue was also having a hard time. She wasn't really a strong woman, and was now sitting in her office thinking about the situation. She thought over the words of Xulan, who had said she would do everything herself if she didn't find a way to figure it out. Apparently, she couldn't find anything after all, and she felt a little sad, asking herself what her friend wanted from her. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a man's voice asking if she was there, and Yuhua replied for him to come in. It was a lowly old man who introduced himself as Ku Changjun, saying that he kept several mahjong halls in Sinlim. Yuhua then asked what had brought him to her, adding that she could have visited him herself, but the man only smiled. He said that at his age, he needed to move more and that he felt anxious, so he decided to see what was wrong. The girl replied that everything was fine, inviting the old man to take a seat, and the man asked where her assistant had been. He added that the one always followed her around, and now he didn't see her anywhere. Yuhua replied that they had a bit of a fight. The old man repeated her words thoughtfully and then asked if that was why she left. It was obvious he wanted to give her advice. Then the girl told him not to be afraid to speak, for she would not judge him, and rather, on the contrary, would listen. Chang Jun began by saying that he had been in Sonamkwon for 15 years, so he had seen with his own eyes how Tianxiong was created. And he also saw Mrs. Chan growing up, and the latter said she had heard about it, for the old man had helped them in many ways. The old man continued, saying that Shulan was quite strong and it would be difficult to subdue her. But there was still Wang Hao. This one had given no reason to doubt his loyalty to her so far, but in his opinion, he should have been more careful. He took the girl's hand in his palms, saying that once a year and the stick shoots, so she should remember that. However, he then said something very strange, asking if this stick had not been better broken beforehand. As Chung Jun walked out, he dialed the number of the person who had asked him to find out the situation inside Tianyun. He said that it was even worse than he had thought, for even the untouchables had revolted against Yuhua. The person he talked to was none other than Dai Hyun. He said that Tianxiong was clearly losing his stability, and then grudgingly asked the old man why he was fooling around and not acting, because he wanted to. He recalled how he'd said he wanted to keep Tianyong's peace, and even back then, Dai Hyun had agreed to help out a little. He said the old man had said something about realignment, asking, since even the untouchables wouldn't get in the way, what were they waiting for? Chung Jun then simply replied that he didn't know the whole picture, because who would have thought that they would be so weakened? He added that a knife can be frighteningly sharp, but you'll never know it's dull until it lets you down in battle. He went to the window and raised his hand, signifying a signal, saying that Shulan was probably headed straight to Taisan. This also spoke of the fact that Zhang Yuhua was all alone, in which case the operation could begin. He said she would die today and looked contentedly at the men, who seeing his signal began to come out of hiding. Yuhua stood near the window and dialed her friend, but soon she became anxious, for she didn't pick up the phone. She couldn't get Chang Jun's words out of her head, who had said that Wang Hao should be broken beforehand. After another call that went unanswered, Yuhua irritably asked where Shulan had been hanging around. She decided that since she was ignoring her, she should come to her herself, and then left her room. The Tianxiong guards asked where she was going, since there were Taisan bastards hanging around everywhere right now. However, Yuhua only asked about Shulan, and the men said that she had gone to deal with Taisan on her own. The girl snickered unhappily then, saying that Ta had always done whatever she wanted, but now she had to stop her. Then one of the guards waved to the others, saying that in that case, they would go with her. Yuhua, on the other hand, thought that it definitely couldn't be Tessin, for those would never act so cowardly and sneaky. If they were planning to betray them from the start, there would be no need to show them the One Sync project. Therefore, she had to stop Shulan at all costs, because attacking Tessin would only make things worse. She was walking down the sidewalk when suddenly someone yelled her name and her guards turned around. They saw who did it. In front of them stood a guy in a grey Olympics with a Thiessen badge on his collar, and in his hands he held a metal pipe. It turned out he wasn't alone. In the blink of an eye, a whole dot of similar men appeared from behind his back, and they all wore the same emblem too. One of them turned to Yu Hui mockingly, saying that she should know how dangerous it was for a girl to walk around alone, right? He said they would be happy to escort the lady, but the lady replied that she did not need their services. However, the guy proved to be assertive, saying there was nothing easier than keeping someone like her on a leash. Hearing these words, one of her subordinates couldn't bear to treat her boss this way and attacked the guy. But suddenly, another Tianxiong man swung around and hit him on the head with all his might with a metal pipe. Yuhua was shocked. She certainly hadn't expected this from one of her most loyal people, but now it was clear. The guy who did it told her not to think anything bad of him, because he didn't wish to hurt her, which could not be said for the man he had hit, for now the back of his head was covered in blood. But the guy said that he was doing it all for Tianxiong, so he has to turn to his boss. He was saying it was time for her to retire, and the other men and guys surrounded them, taking them in a ring. Meanwhile, Yisu's situation was no better. Now all he had left was a broken knife against an armed opponent. Wang Hao didn't spare him. He swung the pipe in defeat. One precise strike would be enough to end it all. He noticed that it looked like this knife was very dear to the guy, so it was a shame he wouldn't be able to use it now. The knife was really useless now, but Yisu didn't care, because he had fought with more than that in the war. So far he'd managed to dodge because the pipe wasn't sharp, but it couldn't go on like this for long. He realized that his opponent would try to defeat him by stealth, and as if to confirm this, Wang Hao dropped his weapon. For a moment, it hung in the air, but then he deftly grabbed it with his other hand. Fortunately, Yisu noticed it. The man hit him, now on the other side, thinking that was the end of it. But the guy was able to fend off even that. It was all because he had been attacked like this once before by Shulan, so the technique was familiar to him, and he was able to get away. Wang Hao was also impressed that the guy managed it. He said that his skills were definitely above average. And Su took another look at his knife, or rather, what was left of it, and said that it was enough for him. Hearing this, Wang Hao laughed, saying that he recognized his abilities, but did he really mean it? He asked if he thought too much of himself and advised him to be realistic about the situation. He said the guy didn't really know anything about himself, let alone the opponent he was fighting. Then he deftly twirled the pipe in his hand and pointed it at Yisu, saying that he had seen few people like this in his life. They all ended the same way when they met him, however. Yisu did not listen as he stared at his reflection. He then suddenly agreed with Wang Hao, saying that sometimes he felt like he had completely outdone himself. He hid his broken knife and reached for his belt with his hand, saying he would do things differently this time. He had a new blade in his hand that looked quite sharp. He said he would do things his way now. He then wished the man good luck, telling him to try to stay alive. He now adopted an army stance. Wang Hao wanted to ask what he was muttering to himself, but before he could finish, Yisu swung sharply at him. Had it not been for the forward-facing pipe, the blade would have gone through his chest, but it served to protect the man. But it was of little use, because Yisu had already pounced on him again. Now his movements were faster and sharper. Wang Hao barely had time to block. Once he almost missed a direct attack to the head, but he managed to get his shoulder up in time, and fought in earnest. Now he was determined to defeat the man at all costs, for he could not lose. Defeat for him meant that Taisan would not be able to become the strongest organization, and that was not in his plans. He was well trained in the army, so he was skillful in fighting not only with weapons, but also with his hands and feet, and Wang Hao could feel it well. Suddenly, Yisu stepped back, swinging for another attack, and the man thought that this was his chance. However, he simply did not have time to strike back, as Yisu had already hit him with lightning speed. This time, he barely avoided the fatal blow, realizing that he couldn't block all of his attacks. So he decided to use this as an advantage to get him closer. Yisu was already running towards him. Wang Hao thought of finishing him off with one precise strike, but instead, Yisu crashed into his shoulder, preventing him from striking. And then he knocked him to the ground, tripping him up, and the man collapsed to the ground, not realizing how he'd managed it. Yisu held his leg tightly so the man couldn't pull him along, plus he was hindered by the pipe in his hand. With a clatter, he felled him, piling on all his weight, then prepared to finish him off with one precise blow. His gaze was as frantic as it always was when he was fighting to the death, for his life depended on it. Wang Hao must have already resigned himself to the fact that he couldn't defeat a guy like this. He said that the guy wasn't human. No, he was facing a real demon in human form that was about to take his life. This was bound to happen. Yisu had already almost completely lowered his hand when suddenly someone called out to him. It was Kyung-chun, who had also helped them and was now a full member of Taisan. He said that there was trouble. As usual, while munching on a cookie, he said that there was a mutiny in Tianxiong. No, it was more like even a coup. This saved Wang Hao's life, because Yisu stopped at the last second. Now they were both looking at Weasel. Wang Hao said that it didn't make any sense after all. Why would Tianxiong do such a thing in the current situation? Yuhua didn't understand this either. She silently watched the carnage where the last of her loyalists were protecting her. One of them said she should get out of here immediately because they wouldn't last long. The other guy ordered everyone off the road to take her to safety, but the girl remained standing. The situation was heating up. The guys were asking where Miss Julan was. After all, they could use her strength right now. He was answered that there was still no contact with her, but now it was worth thinking about how to get their boss away. One of her men took the girl to a garage that happened to be open not far from where they had fought. At the same time, old man Chang Jun, who was basically the main organizer, was watching the scene. He asked Cha Yuhua for forgiveness, justifying that this was the only way Tianxiong would regain his balance. Their business was really bad. She only had 2 guards left against a whole group of bandits. Yuhua clutched her head. She suddenly felt sick and remembered Shulan, asking where her friend was. And Shulan was Torike fighting at this time, but the initiative was clearly on her side, unlike them. Untouchable was fluent in the art of machete fighting and could stop even a passenger car. However, the guys who were going to fight her realized it too, and no one dared to attack first. But Yuhua didn't know that. She shut herself in the garage and wrapped her arms around her head as if wanting to shut herself off from the world. She was scared again. She remembered her friend promising never to leave her alone, and now it was just like that. A little more and she would have cried from hopelessness, but luckily she was lucky this time too. She heard someone ask who this guy was who had shown up so suddenly and interrupted everyone. She could still hear moans and screams for a while, and then it stopped abruptly. Someone began to approach her hiding place. She heard a familiar voice asking her to open the door, telling her she was safe now. The girl didn't answer right away, and Yisu had to explain that it was him and that he had dealt with those bandits. Hearing that, she cautiously opened the door and glanced at him. There was indeed Principal Thiessen standing there. He said they were out of time, so he would be brief, and then asked what decision she had made. He said if the girl preferred to hide behind that door, he wouldn't discourage her. Perhaps it was better that way. After all, there was a war outside, and if she was going to come out, she was going to have to make up her mind about her side. Go against him and die, or join him and sail together through a sea of blood with his boys. With those words, he held out his hand to her, waiting for a response. The girl was still shocked, though she understood him. And Sue said that the choice was hers, so she should make it right here and now because it would be so much better. For a moment, her memories transported her back 10 years to when the three men created her organization. One of them reported that Ilhak spoke about the transfer of business ownership to Korean organizations. Another of them said that, in that case, as soon as they took control of the southwest neighborhood, they would all be chased out. Koo Chan-jun also attended the meeting. He said that then they would have to do all the dirty work for someone else again. Finally, a third man spoke up and said that was why he had gathered them all together, because there was one solution. Chang-jun looked at him unhappily. He wondered what solution he could have for such a problem. Then a man banged a folder on the table, drawing attention. It was Wang Hao, then the head of the Black Dragon Triad. He said they would create their own Korean organization that would report only to them. After all, Cho Nung's shop was once one of Ilhak's businesses in the southwest, but that one collapsed and she went bankrupt. Even Ilhak's boss couldn't find her, so they will set up a company called Cho Noon and run it together. Then, Old Man Chan asked who would become the head in that case, for it would be meaningless if it were either of them. Wang Hao then replied that none of them would have to do that, as he was able to track down Cho Nung's daughter. At this point, the girl was 19, and she would be the one to become their boss, inheriting the company. The men clearly disagreed, saying she was more like a daughter than a headmaster. But their arguments were interrupted by the sudden appearance of the girl herself, and Wang Hao told them to welcome the new boss. President Cha Yuhua entered the room accompanied by Shulan, who even then had always guarded and protected her at all times. And Wang Hao suggested changing the name too to Chongnoon Trading Company, saying that this way they could enter the global arena. Then the men still questioned if he was seriously going to hand over control to the girl. But he told them not to worry about anything, assuring them that he would take good care of her, so all was well. He promised that with such an executive, their company would never fall apart, and Yuhua sat confused. She had somehow remembered all of this when Yi Su had extended his hand to her, and now Tianxiong's future depended on her decision. She had already reached out to take his hand, but something in her mind stopped her, and she froze involuntarily. For a second, her hand hung in the air, but then she took it back. Now she knew what she had to do. And Sue, she replied that she could get up herself, rising and putting on her glasses to hide her tear-red eyes. She noticed with surprise and fear that all the bandits, including the traitors from her organization, had been defeated. And after all, it was just the garage. It's scary to imagine what was going on outside, and he did it all. But then she noticed that there were two other guys besides Yi Su, and one seemed like a teenager to her in general. She wondered if the three of them had dealt with all the men and added where Shulan was then. A very unpleasant thought suddenly crossed her mind, and she grabbed her phone, saying she had to get in touch. But suddenly, her attention was caught by an injured man who said he was unlucky because the operation had failed. He added that both the boss and Mrs. Shulan were supposed to die today. However, her friend could still meet such an end. Meanwhile, Shulan was riding in a car along with a small group of men who obeyed her. She turned to the guy who was sitting next to the driver, asking if they had a long way to go. But before he could answer, she interrupted, saying there was something else she wasn't satisfied with, and it was quite serious. She asked if they had to go like that, saying she was uncomfortable and cramped in that seat. To the two men who sat on either side of her, she told them that it would be much more spacious if those got off. She suddenly began to feather them herself, but those asked the lady counselor to be patient a little longer, for they were almost there. The driver noticed that she was more irritable today than usual and told her so. He asked if she didn't get along with her boss again, but the girl said they were fine. However, the man only smiled, saying that it meant she had a fight with her boss after all, and now they would be punished as well. He said that Shulan must have thought of nothing, but she protested, saying that it was all Yuhua. The man smiled again, saying that in that case, the head had some sort of plan, but the girl didn't believe it. She said that she was just a mumbler and she was a simple person. Give her an order and she would carry it out at any cost. She said they had to be true to their principles, so let her either be stopped or killed. But the man didn't share her enthusiasm. He said not everyone was willing to die doing a task like her. He continued, telling the lady counselor that people are afraid of death, for not everyone is as brave as she is. He said their lives are just a struggle for survival, and they just want to exist in peace. These words made Shulan cool down a bit, she said. Somehow she hadn't thought about it even though she should have. She said that apparently she was so dumbfounded that she just wasn't capable of understanding it. A strange thought suddenly occurred to her, but she no longer doubted its truth. She asked again when they would finally arrive, but this time no one answered her. The men didn't dare. Then the girl herself said that even a dumbass like her had already realized that they were rolling in circles. Then the guy who was sitting next to the driver apologized that his arm was about to snap off. It was a rather unexpected apology, but then he justified it by turning around to Shulan, who wanted to grab the blade. However, she was interrupted by two men who took her under their arms, preventing her from reaching for her weapon. She was shocked. Finding herself unprotected, she couldn't dodge the guy's direct attack, which smacked her right in the face. Thoth smiled contentedly, saying that it felt good, and he had wanted to do that for a long time, as well as the others. He told the men to hold her tight, for if she broke free, they were corpses, and that was no exaggeration. Suddenly, he was interrupted by Shulan herself. She looked at the guy with a wild look, and he realized that he was telling the truth. Then the driver spoke up, saying there was nothing they could do as they were just trying to survive. But Shulan wasn't willing to listen to his ramblings. Her legs weren't bound, so she charged one at his head. It wasn't a good idea, as he couldn't hold the steering wheel and the car began to roll uncontrollably. Then one of those holding her told the man not to let go of the steering wheel, but in saying this, he himself let go of her hand. His comrade reminded him to keep an eye on Mistress's arm, but it was too late. It was enough for her to get out. She wrenched her hand from its grasp and yanked sharply on the other. Thus the two men bumped heads. She at this time grabbed the hand of one of them just as she had hers before, saying what a wimp that one was. She said he didn't have a gram of muscle, but one lard, so that stump would make a great pillow. Meanwhile, the man who was in the driver's seat still failed to control the car. At first, their car began to loop from side to side, but soon flipped completely over on its side. The doors opened in mid-air and the men fell out, while the other cars stopped. A moment later, someone's foot kicked in the doors on his side. It was, of course, Shulan. Seemingly unhurt at all, and the incident had only made her angrier, she got out of the car. It was a little unusual to fight in such an environment, but she had already prepared for everything, and she didn't have much time. She saw the driver who was lying pinned down by the car. She wondered if this was what he wanted to live for. In that case, they were all just unlucky, because she was stronger than each of them, which meant there would only be one winner. She was suddenly amused. She wondered if they were really using their brains so much that they dared to do all this. And after all, she thought she was the one who was dumbfounded. Then the girl asked who would try and make her want to live. The men hesitated for a while, but then began to go at it little by little, saying she was only one. One of them was the first to throw a knife at her, but that turned out to be a bad idea, for Shulan was just as angry. Before he could get there, she hit him with a straight leg kick to the face, and he, of course, immediately passed out. He also dropped a knife, which, however, she didn't need at all. She realized that she could handle such a pile of garbage without a knife. Meanwhile, the other guy was already rushing at her with an axe, saying they wouldn't lose this time. But those were just words. Already in a blink of an eye, Shulan's knife had slid into his hand, which he had instinctively put out. Her machete was incredibly sharp, but somehow got stuck in her hand, and the man screamed in searing pain. While he was standing like that, unable to move, another opponent was already running at the girl, also with a knife. Shulan saw that the strike would come from the other side, but she wouldn't be able to reflect it because of the blade that was stuck. So she had a crazy idea, though cruel, but they deserved it. She pushed the man. This allowed her to pull the machete from his hand, and now she swung for her crushing attack. Another man who had run at her with a knife was knocked down, and now the girl had chopped off his hand altogether. He screamed in unbearable pain and terror, but the untouchable continued to beat him in the other. She grabbed the man's only remaining arm and swung again, and the man screamed in horror that she shouldn't. But one could tell from Shulan's face that the girl didn't care about their requests. She was now protecting her pride. So without a drop of regret, she swung the knife, and this time the blade severed the man's left arm in its entirety. The one even fainted from the painful shock, and Shulan turned around to the other, who froze in horror. The girl gloated. She asked why he was so scared. After all, she was only one, as he said himself. The one didn't even have time to say the last words before he received a fatal blow and the blade went through his body. The other men stood near the cars and looked fearfully at the girl who was not called untouchable for nothing. She too agreed that the nickname sounded a bit pathetic, but she liked it a lot. Seeing those scared to death, she said they squealed just like piglets in a slaughterhouse. The men themselves had already realized that they couldn't beat her, even though they were outnumbered, so the only thing to do was to run away. They quickly got into the car to get out of here as soon as possible as she suddenly threw her knife between the doors. This left them open, and while the man was recovering from the shock, she was beside them in a flash. She was once given that nickname for a reason, for her trained body and skillful skills spoke for themselves. Wang Hao stood on the roof of Tianxiong's main office and smoked a cigarette before he had to fight again. He said detached people like them worked tirelessly, shedding sweat, blood and tears. Anything to prove that splinters like them are worthy of standing with the mainstream Korean organizations. Also, they can get a hold of the Southwest as well, and now this old man is trying to ruin everything. He asked him why he had organized the coup, and Ku Chan-jun asked Mr. Wang to listen to him. He said that Chunun was finished either way, but Wang Hao replied not to talk nonsense. Then the old man shouted, was he not aware that already even the state wanted to interfere in their affairs? With the One Sync project, which will allow the government to take control of all shady businesses. He added that the world is changing, all criminal gangs will break up, and Chunun with them. The committee is gone, and now anyone will want a piece of their company, so we need to band together like the old days. With these words, he held out his hand to Wang Hao, hoping that he would agree with him. But the man just stood there for now. He was slow to answer because the decision was not an easy one, but finally took the old man's hand. He interjected, wondering if all the criminal gangs would really break up, and Chunun along with them. The old man hastened to assure him that he would, but the man interrupted him, asking what nonsense he was talking about. Then he squeezed his bony hand tightly, saying what he had once told him when forming the organization. Back then, he said their company would never break up, and it wasn't even about the young girl boss. Cheonung is a beautiful flower that only blooms at night, which is exactly what their organization was. Xulan, meanwhile, had already finished with all the men who had been assigned to catch her. She was now sitting on the hood of the car, covered in someone else's blood, yet she had come out of the battle victorious. Wang Hao didn't plan to back down either. He said that only let people try to touch their Cheonghuang, for then they would have the deadliest poison for them. He put the knife to the old man's fingers and then cut them down. It came out as easily as if he were cutting a carrot, but the man was incredibly serious. A week later, Tessin met with the Tianxiong members again, who, however, didn't look very friendly. Shion and Jin Wong were also there, and the former asked what was going on here, for the atmosphere was tense. He said he thought they helped them, but those looked like they wanted to slaughter them right there. Jin-un agreed with his thoughts, explaining that their boss had been attacked by people pretending to be members of Taizan. There are also many fellow traders among Tianyun, so they need time to make up their minds. They must sort out whether to consider them enemies or friends, and for that, Yi Su and Wang Hao sat at the negotiation table. Wang Hao began by saying that he would like to apologize, saying that their head wanted to hold this meeting by herself, but couldn't. He argued it was personal reasons on her part, but he actually set it up himself. The girl was imprisoned and guarded by armed men everywhere, so there was no way she could come. But Yi Su guessed something like that too, asking if she would be replaced by a not-so-busy foreign exchange clerk. He asked if Wang Hao was actually the only one with real power in Tianxiong. Hearing this, the man smiled, saying that in that case, he would get straight to the point, for the lad had guessed correctly. He leaned forward, asking if Director Beck wanted to join his Cheonun. Yi Su was slightly shocked, and Wang Hao continued, saying that they already knew about the One Sync project. He said that in such difficult times, Tessin might need a good ally. And them, Cheonung ready to lend him a helping hand, he picked up a vase from his half of the table and handed it to Yi Su. But the lad replied that it was hard for him to say, for they had already made an alliance with Ilhak and his knives. At that time, Wang Hao said that it still wouldn't hurt them, since those were just pawns at the moment. And Su was surprised at this reaction, for the man had told the truth. He replied that it even bothered him somewhat. After all, he just seems to want to undercut their organization under the guise of alliance and friendship. But Wang Hao told him not to be so narrow-minded, for he should realize who was really behind Chonghoon. He rolled up the sleeves of his jacket, exposing his black dragon tattoos, the symbol of the triad. Meanwhile, it began to rain outside, and Shay. He was the first to notice water droplets dripping from the roof onto everyone gathered. However, the men continued to stand in their seats, waiting for the end of the negotiations, at which time someone approached them. It was Xiulan. With blood visible on her clothes, she approached one of the loyal team members. She asked where Mr. Wang was, and the man replied that he was now negotiating with the head of Taisan. The girl ignored his words, intending to go inside, but a tall man blocked her way. It was Jin-un who asked her not to enter right now, for the directors were deciding on the cooperation of their organizations. But Xiulan answered him with the clenched machete she had prepared for battle, asking who the man thought he was. Jin-un then turns to Chunun, saying that Taisan is showing great leniency to their antics. However, this only made Xiulan angry. She said that those behaved like masters and also called it condescension. Jin-un replied that in that case he believed conflict could not be avoided, and began to unzip his jacket. Another minute, and they could all disrupt the meeting of their heads by interrupting the negotiations, which was not favorable at all. Shu. He seemed to understand this better than others. He said that he might still be able to skip this girl. He said she wouldn't make a difference anyway, because all she could do was sarcasm and temper. This really pissed the girl off, and she pounced on the guy like she was going to chop him into pieces. Her machete stabbed into the wall near Xion's ear, but he didn't even raise an eyebrow, surprising the untouchable. She approached him, telling him that if he continued like this, he would lose his other arm as well, for one was already dislocated. But he only smiled, asking if that was the hand she was talking about, putting the kirambat to her stomach, something the girl hadn't expected. She said let him stab her then, and she cut off his head, and the guy replied that he was so scared he almost killed her. Xiulan was amazed by this guy's insolence. She wanted to reply to him when suddenly she was called out by Mr. Wang Hao. They had already finished negotiating and were now heading back to their neighborhood, so the girl had to leave as well. To Xion, she said she'd still deal with him somehow, and the guy asked Jin Woon if she was really flirting like that. The girl approached Wang Hao, who asked her what was the matter and why she was acting like this during the negotiation. But Xiulan was slow to answer, saying that she couldn't say it right now. She looked at Yi Su. Then he said that they need not worry, for they were leaving, and added that they could not count on their help. His words seemed to be quite expected to Wang Hao, so he turned back to Xiulan again, wanting to know what had happened. Then the girl became visibly agitated. She said that Cha Yuhua was missing. That's why she made this commotion. Mr. Wang was greatly surprised by her words after all. He had personally assigned a dozen guards to her. The Tessin members were returning to their main office, and he asked if it was true that they wouldn't help. He said it didn't make sense if they treated them like that, but Yi Su said it wasn't that bad. He replied that at least they had made sure that Chunun was subject to the Black Dragon Triad. Yi Su suggested that they're probably trying to make their way into Korea through Wang Hao, and Cha Yuhua is just his puppet. He agreed with the commander, saying that there was no other way to put it, but added that the latter had been rather rude. After all, was it really worth saying that about the girl who was riding with them right now? But Yuhua only lowered her head. Kyung-chun intervened then, saying that Xion had called her a puppet himself after all, but he told the little one to keep quiet, but then apologized, saying that he was actually good for her, because thanks to him, they were able to free her. It turned out that everything had been pre-planned, because Yi Su guessed that the girl might not be allowed to attend the meeting. Back then, it was Kyung-chun who snuck under the guards' noses and snatched their boss without even picking a fight with the guards. Yuhua was grateful to them all, but she asked Yi Su what made him think she would join them. The guy replied that a person who had been living a life that wasn't his own all the time would want to do something like that. That was what his intuition told him, so he figured the girl would share his assumptions as well. But either way, he said, Tessin gladly welcomed her into his ranks, and Weasel handed her a cookie. Meanwhile, the men Wang Hao had assigned to guard the head awkwardly excused themselves to him. They said it all happened so fast that they didn't even realize when the girl disappeared from the room. One of them dared to say that they still had nothing to lose after all, and Wang Hao agreed. But he said the people who did it thought so too. He found a chocopi wrapper in the corner of the room. It was Kyung-chun's joint who didn't think that they could be deduced because of this. After all, he was the one who ate such cookies. Wang Hao clenched the wrapper into a fist, saying that this damned Tessin was overstepping his bounds, and this was too much. Meanwhile, Yuhua was thinking about how it all started, because even 10 years ago, she went to a regular school. She even had real friends who helped her sneak out of school unnoticed every time. On another one of these occasions, they went out a side exit, But unfortunately, she was found here as well. Xiulan came after her and asked if she had told the girl to go out the main gate of the building. She grabbed her by the tie, saying that she had to make quite a detour around the school because of it. Then, one of her friends asked what she was allowing herself, threatening that they would now call the police. But Yuhua was quick to reassure them, saying that everything was fine and it was just her somewhat abrupt babysitter. Her friends were still a little worried, but didn't push it and left, saying they'd text her in the manager. It was her last memory of them, for they had seen each other less and less often since then, and then stopped altogether. When she was already in the car, she decided to ask Xiulan why she kept coming to her school. She reminded her that she had promised to take care of her, and kidnapping wasn't taking care of her, but Xiulan responded with a question. She asked what she was going to do if she was kidnapped for real, since she was now the head of a trading company. She added that these were not toys to her, as someone could really do that and then bring her back without a few fingers. She told her to think about it and to be grateful that she was coming to see her, because then this wouldn't happen. Then the girl stopped being indignant. She said she understood, but asked to be nicer to her friends from school. After all, they were worried about her, at which point her phone was just vibrating with messages. She remembered her friends saying they would write to her, so it must have been from them. But Xiulan turned away, saying that the girl was incorrigible. She asked if Ta was the boss at school too. Yuhua told her not to talk nonsense. After all, she was an ordinary student there, respected by many, but she didn't command anyone. Xiulan stood in the room of Tianxiong's main office, where Wang Hao was now sitting in Cha Yuhua's place as director. He turned to the girl, saying that Tai-san had kidnapped Yuhua, showing the wrapper that Kyung-chun had dropped. He said that, as Xiulan might have guessed, they were using her to get ahead at the next meeting. However, he added that Tessin had overlooked one thing, and now it was a complete game-changer. After all, now that the committee has disintegrated, the Black Dragon Triad will take matters into their own hands, and for that, we can do without Cha Yuhua. However, Xiulan didn't understand him. She asked why he thought they wouldn't need Yuhua anymore, to which Wang Hao replied that the most important thing to them was Chanun, and it was worth considering what he was now. He added that Cha Yuhua hasn't done anything good for their company, so there's no point in her anymore either. Xiulan still didn't understand what he was getting at, but a minute later, she was on her way with the team to the mission. She said that they must free Cha Yuhua at all costs, even if they had to sneak into the very center of Taisan. Min Su, who was riding with her, said they had already arrived and asked where was the best place to park. The girl replied that he should drive up to the underground parking lot so they could attack stealthily. They turned into the parking lot, trying to drive silently and not attract attention, but most importantly, they were already inside. 3 cars arrived, and from each car came the men she had selected for this assignment. Xiulan was the first to run forward, as suddenly the bright light from the headlights blinded them, and she heard the voice of the Taisan head. He said they were late, as he and the guys had been waiting for them for a long time. The girl realized that he had planned everything. She covered her face with her hands, wondering how best to proceed. But there was only one thought running through her mind. Baek Yi-su stood leaning against the car, and behind him were the men from Taisan, and they outnumbered him. However, this did not care about Xiulan in any way. She ran to him, asking him where they were keeping Cha Yuhua. Instead of answering, the guy threw her boss's glasses at her, and that made the girl stop and put down the machete. She thought for a moment, and then clenched her glasses in her fist, for she interpreted it differently than what Yi-su thought. The principal then rushed to explain to her, telling the untouchable to keep herself in check for the sake of her boss. He wondered if the girl thought she could solve everything with another fight, because that would only make things worse. He told her to think carefully before taking the next step, since they had Yuhua as a hostage. He was joking, saying little things that might come to his mind if he got angry. She took the hint. He told her men to drop their weapons. The same went for her if they wanted to settle things peacefully. Ming-su and the others from Tianxiong obeyed him and dropped their knives and axes, for the head was paramount. Only Xiulan was left. Yi-su said he was waiting for her too, for the girl he feared the most. Xiulan had no choice but to obey, and then Yi-su told her to listen to him now. The girl remembered Wang Hao's words, who said that the most important thing to them was Chaoneng. And if things have already turned out this way, it's time to think about what he is at this point, and also about what Cha Yuhua had done for him, and the latter was now upstairs in Tessin's living room looking out the window. She clutched the phone to her chest, thinking of Xiulan, for she must have been worried about her and was already looking for her somewhere. Her thoughts were interrupted by Principal Bach, who entered the room saying that she had visitors. Sulan suddenly appeared from the doorway, and Yuhua couldn't hide her genuine joy at seeing her friend. Nata immediately started reprimanding her, saying that they kept telling her to be careful, but Yuhua interrupted her. She suddenly shrank back like a hedgehog, for she did not know what her reaction would be, and said that she was here of her own free will. As expected, this really surprised Chulan. She asked what she meant by her own will. Then Yuhua said she couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't stand being a campaign president. She said she'd had enough, but Chulan grabbed her, asking what nonsense she was telling. But Yuhua spoke in complete seriousness. She said she was so scared that even her hands were now shaking. She had never been so scared before, after all. She had always had Xulan and people she trusted with her before. Back then, she was sure they would protect her and could easily become the boss they so desperately needed. But then her voice trembled, and she said that something was not getting out of her head and was bothering her a lot. They were the looks of people she trusted, for first they protected her and then they tried to kill her. Then Xulan shook her by the shoulders, telling her that it was already over and she had finished off all those bastards. However, Yuhua replied that she didn't trust anyone anymore now. She asked why her friend had come here. Did she really want to kill her too? Having said that, her pupils dilated with sudden consternation. Xulan stood shocked at her words, for it meant that she was abandoning their organization. She suddenly grabbed the girl by the neck, saying that perhaps her leaving wasn't such a bad idea after all. After she deals with her, the Dragon Triad will take over Cheonung and seize control of Seoul. Jin Wung, who was standing beside Yi Su, decided to help the girl, but Yi Su stopped him by placing a hand on his shoulder. As it turned out, they really should have just waited, as Xulan let go of her neck. She said she wouldn't do that and hugged Yuhua, and she was even more surprised to think of a friend. Her eyes became moist again, but she was no longer hiding it, and Xulan asked if she had forgotten. She, Xulan, was abandoned when she was 3 years old. The Triad raised her, so taking out a couple or 3 people is nothing to her. She said she chose Yuhua as her boss, and she can't leave the post just because she wants to. She added that her friend was under her protection. No enemy would lay a finger on her. It was her will. No one would crush Cheonun or hurt her, for she was the untouchable of Cheonun. And Cha Yuhua was her Cheonun. Hearing this, tears rolled down her face, for Xulan rarely said such things. They stood there for a while looking at each other, while Yi Su and Jin-un waited without interfering. Suddenly, Yuhua recoiled from her because Xulan pounced on her, asking why she didn't answer her in the manager. Yuhua replied that it was because she was in a hurry and didn't take her phone charger. Meanwhile, Wang Hao was trying to call Xulan, for he was expecting the report of the task of rescuing Yuhua. However, the girl didn't pick up the phone for some reason, and he was forced to disconnect because he had guests. He apologized, saying he was distracted, and offered to continue their conversation, addressing the guy. Across from him sat Ryu Dai-hyun. Wang Hao said he heard, "The one is the CEO of Gorong." He remarked that he knew almost nothing about him, but that would have no effect on his attitude towards the guy. He then turned to another guest, saying that he had heard, "The one was the commander of the special unit, Jang Song-ho." The chief replied that he was glad to see him too, recalling that he was the head of the information center. Wang Hao began by telling how Tessen had recently attacked their company and kidnapped their boss. He said that he, as her deputy, would not let this go and would definitely teach Tessen a lesson. So he turned to the men, asking if they wanted to work with him against Thason. He added that together they would definitely deal with him and Ilkak by striking back. Then, Chief Jung stood up and said that it was a great honor for them to work with him. He reached into his jacket pocket. He pulled out a lighter, saying they would give him their full support and share everything they knew. However, he asked Wang Hao if he knew that Director Beck and Bak Do-kyung were 2 different people. The boss lit him a cigarette, and Wang Hao was surprised at his words, asking if it was true. He said that he had heard Director Thiessen had a brother, but he died a quick death. Jang replied that the one did indeed have a twin brother, but judging from the funeral, it wasn't that simple. He said his brother is a special forces fighter and his skills are just as honed to the extreme. The older brother was trained by the Yakuza and later became the leader of his own gang, while the younger brother joined the special forces. Identical people with completely different lives, the only thing they had in common was their appearance. Hearing about the similar appearance, a picture began to form in his mind, but Wang Hao decided to ask what the chief was getting at. And the latter didn't hesitate to share his hunch, asking in return, what if Baek Do-kyung is from Taisan? Not really who he said he was, he looked at the deputy with an interesting look. and then went on to say that underneath his guise could be a completely different person. Wang Hao then remembered how during the fight, the guy suddenly changed his stance and his movements became faster and crisper. He said that if it was really his brother Baek Yi-soo, then that would explain a lot. Dae-hyun was perplexed as he watched their conversation. He wondered what they were talking about, because how could Baek Do-kyung not be Do-kyung? But Wang Hao said that whether it was Do-kyung or not, there was no difference in it for them. He looked at those present, asking if he was wrong, but Zhang was in no hurry to agree with him. He said there is actually a difference and a significant one for those who care. Wang Hao then asked what he meant by this. After all, they certainly cared if the success of the operation depended on it. Zhang then handed him the picture, saying that he meant someone with whose help they could shake off Tai-san and rearrange it to your liking. There was some guy in the photo, but you couldn't see his face. Meanwhile, a rather interesting show was starting in Tai-san, but Yuhua was adamantly against it. She told Yi-soo and Shulan to wait since there was no point, but no one listened to her. Shulan took off her jacket, preparing for another fight. This time, she wanted to see it through. But Yuhua was still trying to stop them. She ran up to her friend and grabbed her hand. However, Shulan brushed her hand away and turned to Yi-soo, saying that if he won, she would become his obedient dog. But if she wins, they will be the ones to put a leash on him. Yi-soo silently began to take off his tie. He shared the girl's idea, and the only one who disagreed was Yuhua. She asked what would happen if Shulan got hurt. But the untouchable replied that then so be it, for she didn't plan to retreat, and neither did Yi-soo. He reached into his pocket for his knife, but only to drop it to the floor, turning to Cha Yu-hui. He told her not to worry because it would be easier on her friend. He could overpower her with his bare hands. Shulan then threw herself into the fight, saying that if he let his hand be pulled away, she might even let him live. She swung her knife, but Yi-soo managed to bounce back in time. Her machete was longer and sharper than an ordinary knife. The girl then swung around for another attack, but was greatly surprised when the guy suddenly pounced on her. She didn't think he'd go on the attack so quickly since she had the advantage of a weapon. She pulled her hand back, wondering if he really thought he could stand up to this battle. After all, he wasn't just fighting her, she was fighting for Van's teacher. No, for the entire Black Dragon Triad. She released the blade from her hands, but Yi-soo knew that it was only for a second and a new attack was about to follow. It happened, but he saw it coming, so he was able to avoid the collision even though it was pretty close. He remembered how Wang Hao used a similar technique, wide sweeping and sustained attacks. She learned all this from him and mastered it too. And Sue continued to analyze it, thinking that, in that case, he just needed to choose the right strategy. Meanwhile, the girl continued to attack him, asking where his courage had gone. She swung again for a sustained attack, and Yi-soo realized that this was his chance. He went towards her. Then, just like the fight with Wang Hao, he crashed his shoulder into her arm, preventing her from taking a good swing. Thus, her attack was late, and he used that to strike back at her chin. It was also noteworthy that he struck with his brush rather than his fist, as if to realize he wasn't seriously fighting. The girl realized it too, but only became more angry. This was the first time she had met such an opponent. However, Yi-soo showed that he didn't intend to mess with her for long. In just a second, his fist was near her eyes. He stopped at the last moment, but it was already clear that such a blow would have sent the girl into a knockout. He asked how she now thought for herself whether he was ready or not. For now, she had seen enough. He said that she was raised by Wang Hao and taught her everything he knew, and then asked why she left the triad for Cha Yu-hua. His gaze suddenly changed, and he asked another question, asking if she had betrayed the organization. The girl stood silently for a while, but then replied that she had come to Seoul for one single purpose. That purpose was to protect Cha Yu-hua, and to this day she remains true to that order. So if the triad is targeting her boss, here she slapped Yi-soo's hand, then they are the real traitors. And then she said that now the guy also has to answer her question as to whether he can go against the triad. Instead of answering, Yi-soo clenched his fist and aimed at her hand in which the girl was holding a machete. With one precise strike, he knocked the weapon out of her hand, just as Wang Hao had done to him a week ago. Yi-soo then replied to her, saying that of course he understood facing them alone would not be easy. And Shulan couldn't believe that he had knocked the knife out of her hand with such ease, and that made the girl even angrier. And Sue meanwhile continued his sentence, saying that this was why he had already started sharpening his knives for the confrontation. But the untouchable could not give up so easily, so she bent her leg for another blow to the head. She even did a small loop in the air to confuse him, preventing him from putting up a defense in time. And then, when she thought she'd gotten it, asked with a gloating smile how the progress was going. However, to her surprise, the guy was able to stop the attack at the last second and her foot hit his forward exposed arm. He replied that the progress so far was small but already tangible, and the name of these knives he was sharpening was Ilhak and Chonun. With those words, he gathered all his strength and spun the girl around, holding her by the leg so that she lost her balance and fell. He pinned her to the ground with his knee, grabbed her by the throat, and swung around, telling her it didn't matter who got in their way. Whether it was Triad, Gorang, or Project One Sync, it didn't matter because they were Thiessen. He spoke as his brother. Meanwhile, in the Incheon area, Su-ah was waiting to meet one person because it was very important. She wasn't entirely sure if he was even coming, as suddenly a car parked outside the building where she was standing. Seeing who came out of her, Su-ah thanked those people, saying that she appreciated that they were able to spare her time. Chairman Lee Seong-min and Choi Jong-ho got out of the car and couldn't help but respond to the girl's request. But they asked why it was necessary to travel so far, to which Su-ah replied that she would tell all about it later. She said she couldn't do that yet to avoid leaking information, and they went inside. She said they had to go up to the 6th floor first, but there were renovations going on right now, so they should be careful. Adding that it was best to take the stairs, she led the men behind her, entering a spacious hallway. From the looks of it, it looked like an ordinary office, but the doors that Su-ah led them to looked unusual. There was a fingerprint scanner on them, and the girl put her index finger on it. The doors opened. It was a small room, more like a hospital bed, for there was a bed in the center. It was covered by a curtain, but they could make out the silhouette of the man lying there. It was also a man. Seong-min suddenly remembered Principal Tae-san's words, saying that he would introduce them to a certain person someday. Apparently this was the one they were about to meet. Su-ah opened the curtain and they saw him. Their faces expressed surprise, for the man who lay on the bunk looked exactly like Principal Peck. Su-ah turned away from them. It was hard for her whenever she saw the boss like this, so she stepped back to the window. Seong-min looked at the man for a while and then asked if this was the real Baek Do-kyung. Jong-ho said in surprise that he was in Seoul right now, but Seong-min replied that in that case, it was his brother. His twin brother, Baek Yi-soo, was in Seoul, and the man in the hospital bed was the real Baek Do-kyung. Jong-ho then asked Su-ah how they held the funeral then, but the girl replied that Do-kyung didn't die. He was badly wounded and fell into a coma, but his heart was still beating, albeit weakly. So she was still looking out for him, her voice trembled, and Jong-ho apologized for making her remember it. Su-ah then said that until Mr. Do-kyung wakes up, no one should know about the true state of affairs. So she had to ask them for a favor, and then she pulled out the picture and showed them. She said Director Peck's Japanese name is Oyama Ryugasaki, and the story is related to the Oyama Gumi clan. More specifically, with his head, she said that they had been thinking for a long time whether to invite them to Seoul at all. Since the current Baek Do-kyung doesn't look like Oyama Ryugasaki at all, so they made Yi-soo look like him as much as possible. However, if the Oyama Gumi found out about this, they would definitely take the bait and come here themselves. As it was, the men in suits were already leaving the airport, one of them unhappy with the Koreans' treatment of their person. He said that even dogs meet their masters, but here they had no one to meet them, and it was not clear where to go. This guy said to remind them where they belong so they have more respect for the boss. His name was Oyama Shogo. He was a member of the Oyami Gumi clan, deputy head and second in strength, and Shogo was also Do-kyung's named brother. In Tokyo, Japan, a 16-story luxury hotel was located in the heart of the Roppongi neighborhood. Suddenly, a man ran out of it who seemed very scared of something because he even called the police. He told cops that someone was screaming in an upstairs suite, and when he tried to enter, he was blocked by a man with a knife. The inspector then asked him to calm down and give information about the guests, but the man said he was sure they were Yakuza. When another policeman heard this, he said that they were crazy because this was the center of Roppongi. But the inspector said thoughtfully that the man should have informed them at once if he was sure. Together, they got ready to go upstairs, but the policeman said the man had better stay downstairs. The inspector said they would try to negotiate because if it was really the Yakuza, it wasn't that simple. However, his young colleague thought otherwise. He pulled out a gun and entered the floor, telling everyone not to move. There were two men standing in the hallway who were armed, and a police officer told them to drop their knives. But they only laughed, asking if he had really threatened them, and the inspector realized that the matter smelled of kerosene. He told his partner to stop it, but the guy, whose name was Matsuda, shot up into the ceiling. He turned to the men, saying it was a warning shot, so they had better listen to him. Then the inspector put his hand on his shoulder, asking if he didn't realize what he was doing now. They heard someone come out of a room in the hallway and head towards them. He was leaving bloody footprints behind him. The guy who came out to them was Oyama Shogo. He was wearing a white robe stained with blood and holding a katana in his hand. He said he heard a gunshot and asked who did it. And then he saw the police officers and looked at them with contempt. He went to them, dragging his katana across the floor, and told them that shooting in a hotel was highly incompetent of them. Then Matsuda aimed at the guy, but the inspector was quick to stop him, saying the guy was crazy. To the guy, he explained that they had gotten a call and they were supposed to respond, but they didn't know Oyama-san was here. After listening to them, the guy said that in that case, he would cooperate, because after all, it was his clan's fault. He turned, telling the policeman to follow him, for he would take them to the scene of the crime. Matsuda grudgingly asked the inspector why he was being so polite to a potential criminal. But the man told the guy to calm down, because if you breathe the wrong way near this man, they're finished at once. He led them into a room where everything was strewn with the corpses of people who had obviously been killed by the head of the Oyama-gumi. Then the guy explained that some bunch of scum had dared to besmirch the name of the Oyama clan, and now they had seen where it had led. 2 more men stood beside him, also armed, and a pool of blood from the slain men was reddening on the floor. Shogo said he had already reported everything to their superiors, but there were other guests in the hotel. He hadn't thought of that. He added that he would sincerely apologize to them, saying that this hotel belongs to his family and he must have been too relaxed. Then the inspector said that since they knew everything upstairs, they would handle the situation themselves. But Matsuda disagreed. He shouted, was the guy really going to get away with a simple apology? After all, they had killed so many people. Shogo looked at him saying he must be new and addressed him by name. He told Matsuda to explain one thing to him, asking if it was wrong to kill people in a hotel. He put his blood-stained hand on his shoulder, telling him to keep his mouth shut and listen to him. There was so much blood everywhere, and he asked who would kill people in their own home if there was a hotel where it was not forbidden. After all, it was better than making mud at home. He glanced at him, asking if he didn't agree. He wanted to say something else, but was distracted by the ringing of his phone, which vibrated on the table. The guy walked towards him, taking his hand from the cop's shoulder. He did it especially slowly to leave a trail. Matsuda stared in horror at the stain of someone else's blood left on his shoulder. It was as if he too was involved in all of this. Oyama, meanwhile, took a call asking what was wrong, and the voice on the other end of the line told him to go to Korea. He wondered what the man meant when he said his brother was dying, but then it was clear to him. He realized that he had just been informed about his half-brother who was in extremely serious condition. That's how Oyama-gumi flew to Korea, and Seong-min and Jung-ho were already preparing for their arrival. The chairman asked if they were really as great as they were said to be, and Jung-ho nodded. He said that Oyama Corporation was the largest construction company in Japan, but it was just their front. It's actually a Yakuza gang that has a grip on the entire Japanese underworld. Korea has their allied organization too. It was established with their direct support, and the name of this organization is the Taisen Group. And if the Oyama-gumi find out that Taisen is now led by Baek Yi-soo instead of Do-kyung, they'll be in big trouble. Meanwhile, a car pulled up to Tessen's main office, greeted by 2 rows of men forming a corridor. The chauffeur opened the door, and a young man who had similar red eyes as Bak Do-kyung stepped out of the car. He said the name of his brother's organization was too loud for such a small-minded fellow, for it translates to Great Mountain. He then saw Chairman Lee Sung-min and John Ho asking what kind of milkman and gorilla they were. Seong-min bowed as a greeting and said he was the chairman of Ilhak, an ally of Taisen. He also talked about Director Baek Do-kyung's temporary absence, but Oyama Shogo interrupted him, saying that he couldn't even talk properly. He asked what kind of chairman he could be and said to call Baek Do-kyung, whom he wanted to talk to. This behavior extremely displeased Jung-ho. He said it was too much even for the Yakuza. He added that the head of the organization was in front of them after all, at which point Seong-min grabbed the suitcase of one of them. The Japanese looked back, for they didn't expect the guy to stop them, but that seemed to be what he wanted. He turned to Shogo, saying that their insignificant and weak organization was nowhere near their great clan. They were therefore unable to give them a proper welcome. With these words, he took the suitcase in his hands. He bowed again and asked them to show his boundless generosity, and they would not be indebted. Seeing him bow, Oyama Shogo said with a sneer that it wasn't chairman-like to bend one's neck in front of others. Of course, Seungmin didn't like it either, but he figured he was willing to do it as much as he wanted if it would protect the others. Then Shogo walked up to him and said that it was pretty good because it was his way of showing his respect for their clan. However, he noticed that the person behind him continued to stand up straight while rebuking them for their disrespect. Seungmin became agitated, saying that there was a misunderstanding, but Shogo had already given orders to his men. He told a fellow named Nobu to give this man a lesson in etiquette, for if an old tree is unwilling to bend, then they'll cut it down themselves. The guy swung his axe at Jong-ho, and the old man didn't expect that at all. He managed to step aside at the last second, and the axe only split the air, but it was pretty close. The Japanese Nobu smiled crookedly when he saw that the old man was well trained and was able to dodge. But he had already been given an order, and he was going to follow it. So a moment later, another blow flew in his direction. Seungmin looked at all of this and wanted to intervene, but Shogo put his hand on his neck, telling him not to stir up a fuss. He said with a strange smile that all they would do was spill some blood and go back to Japan. After all, it wasn't for them Korean bastards that he had come here, so once again he asked where Baek Do-kyung was. Meanwhile, Nobu had managed to hurt Jong-ho, and now there was an increasingly red wound stain on his shoulder. The old man noticed this, but saw that his opponent wasn't enough and wanted to attack him again. He swung his axe again, but this time, Il-hak's second knife knocked his weapon back down, swinging himself. He said he apologized in advance if he suddenly flirted and prepared to hit the guy back. Seungmin and Shogo just watched them, or rather, Shogo didn't give Seungmin a chance to react. Because he was confident in his men, that was the case, Nobu suddenly stopped Jong-ho's attack with ease. He grabbed his arm and swung the other for a decisive blow, saying that now the old man would see where he belonged. Jong-it tried to release his hand, but was surprised to realize that the guy was very strong and clutched him tightly. That only meant one thing in his case. Seungmin seemed to realize it too and yelled for the guy to stop. Suddenly, someone quickly walked up to the men and grabbed Nobu's head, preventing him from taking good aim. He then slammed his head against the car in which they had come, and Jong-ho was unharmed. The rescuer turned out to be Yi-soo. During this time his hair industry, he asked what the Japanese were doing here. Nobu, who had been taken by surprise, now tried to free himself and strike him with his axe stealthily. But it was impossible to hide such an attack from Yi-soo. He noticed it and grabbed the guy's arm with his weapon. Then he took him by the hair and pulled him hard on himself so the guy couldn't finish the attack. And Soo told him to stop swinging the axe here and turned his head toward the car window. Then, without thinking long, he smashed the glass with his head and clobbered the arm with the gun so the guy was disarmed. And Soo turned to his brother, asking if he had gotten off on the wrong foot or if he had already had a fight with his father. He added that he was going to get in trouble for his behavior, for he made a real mess of it. He then approached his half-brother saying that this was Seoul, so he wasn't at his home. Finally, Yi-soo said that it was his Tae-son, so let him be nice and tell his men that too. He had studied the entire Oyama family before, and Jin-un had advised him to stay away from Shogo because he was too dangerous. But Yi-soo only replied that he would try to avoid direct confrontation so as not to give himself away. He reflected on the fact that the guy was suddenly curious about how Baek Do-kyung was doing, and that meant something. He said that someone had informed him of how things really were, and that someone was most likely Chief Jang. He must have guessed everything himself when he saw Shiona at the Gorang abandoned warehouse. In that case, he may have told Oyama about it to set up a shake-up with their clan. But Yi-soo said that thanks to the information Jin-un gave him, he was able to learn more about Shogo and his entourage. However, he had to be careful, because if he knew about everything, everything could go wrong. Then he added that he would try not to provoke the Japanese man, and now one of his men was lying on the broken glass of the car. Shogo looked at him with a surprised look, he interjected. Was it really Baek Do-kyung standing in front of him? But Yi-soo decided to continue his game, asking in return if the half-brother didn't recognize him. He looked at him closely for only a moment, and then turned away, telling Seungmin to take care of Jong-ho. The chairman wanted to say something, but Yi-soo interrupted him, saying that his brother couldn't wait to see him. And Shogo was still standing there looking at him in silence, because he couldn't fully believe that this guy was Do-kyung. He had the same face and traditional Japanese-style tattoos, so he hesitated, because at the same time he somehow felt like something was wrong. but what it was he didn't understand yet. Shogo turned to Seung-min, asking if his snot-nosed brother was the chairman's own boss. He said that in that case he was puzzled, because how can someone who bears the surname Oyama bow down to someone? But Yisu said for the guy to stop lying, because it wasn't like that, and let him not piss him off. He took to fixing his tie, saying that he just became unbearable to be in Japan, so he left. For while his brother was watching his every move, thinking he was in charge for some reason, he couldn't stay there quietly. Now Shogo had no more doubts. He said Dokyung was in his repertoire, just as stupid and reckless. Though he could be ashamed to behave like that in front of the clan because there are certain norms of etiquette. You can't get away with this kind of behavior. And the guy in the purple jacket pounced on him as if on cue. A knife appeared from somewhere, and he swung it rather quickly near the headmaster's neck. Yisu managed to bounce back, but the attack was clearly meant to finish him off, and that was alarming. He recognized this guy. It was Ishizuka Kaito, Oyama Shogo's assassin. He remembered studying his file. It also said so, and that he had never met Baek Do-kyung in person, so he grabbed the guy's hand. He asked if he wasn't above him in status, for he was seeing him for the first time in his life and didn't show an ounce of respect. Yisu said it in Japanese so the guy would understand, but the guy only swung his foot at his head instead of answering. It was then that Yisu realized that the guy didn't care at all who he was, and if that was the case, then Shogo definitely suspected something. He glared at him, saying that he must have gotten angry because Do-kyung had been rude to him. Yisu then realized that he had to show who was in charge now because his status depended on it. His hand had already reached for the knife, but at the last second he realized it was best not to reach for it, because then he would give himself away with his guts, because Shogo knew exactly how his half-brother fought. In that case, he was left with only a fist fight, as unexpected help came to him. It was some guy in a white suit who blocked Ishizuka's punch by setting up an elbow. Then he deftly grabbed his arm and with a precise movement snapped it shut, pulling out his invariable kirambit. He also hit the guy just above his calves, and thus the guy lost his balance and went down on one knee. He rather said that it seemed like the guy was a beginner, since he couldn't reflect such basic techniques. His own arm had already healed, and now he could fully fight at Tessen's side again, protecting his boss. Shogo, who had been watching all of this, was surprised to think that there was someone in Korea capable of disarming Kaito so quickly. Meanwhile, Nobu, who had been thrown onto the car, had come to his senses and was now intensely angry at Do-kyung. The Japanese was eager for revenge, for he had not yet had time to show his opponent all he was capable of, so he glared angrily at him. However, the view was blocked for him. The guy didn't even realize at first that it was for him, because the man was just standing there. That man turned out to be Jin-un, who noticed that he was awake and wanted to attack Director Tyson. But the guy didn't plan to change his goal. He grabbed the axe, telling the big guy to get out of the way. He was almost the same height as Jin-won, and his physique was also strong, making him a strong opponent. He also saw this sight, marveling from the face of this Japanese man, for he was almost the same as the gorilla uncle. But that proved to be his mistake. When he looked away, Kaito took advantage of it and swung his blade at him. This caught Shion by surprise, but thanks to his quick reflexes, he was able to dodge, though the guy now lashed out. He had a mark on his cheek, for the knife had gotten him after all, but he was surprised by something else about this Japanese man. He was able to free himself because he twisted his arm and escaped his grasp. He said he was not a timid man. Nobu, meanwhile, grabbed himself by the shoulder and slid backwards so that the sound of bones could be heard. It was eerie. Then Yisu, for some reason, took out a lighter that once belonged to his brother and then got to him from Su'a. Shogo saw this as well. He strangely thrust his chin forward, looking at his half-brother thoughtfully. Nobu was already kneading his arm, preparing to attack Shiona again, and the man asked if he wasn't hurt at all. However, their yet-to-start fight was interrupted by Shogo, who placed a hand on his shoulder, telling him that he may not continue. Now his doubts were dispelled, so it didn't make sense anymore, especially since they were here as guests. He addressed his brother, calling him Ryugasaki in the Japanese manner, and suggested forgetting the misunderstanding. He put a hand on his shoulder, telling him it was all just a joke, because it had been so long since he'd seen him that he didn't recognize him right away. However, at the same time, his hand squeezed Yisu's shoulder, and he realized what it meant. A fraction of doubt was still present in that person. He swung his arm from his shoulder, telling his brother not to joke around like that, because he wasn't good at it. Shogo smiled for some reason. Now he was starting to have interesting thoughts again, so he asked if his brother would lend him a lighter to light his cigarette because he had just come from the airport and hadn't had time to buy cigarettes yet. But Yisu had studied his half-brother well, so he guessed that it was a hidden test. He asked if the guy started smoking after he left, and the guy said it was about right. Yisu then handed him a cigarette and he put it in his mouth, saying that his brother didn't even seem to have a clue. And Su didn't understand what he meant, so he just handed him a lighter and he held a cigarette to it. Director Tessin said it was done quite simply, but Shogo replied with a smirk that he really didn't know. And Su had already brought a lighter to his cigarette, but the guy said he didn't smoke because it was bad for his health. This was unexpected, since he had asked him for a cigarette himself before, but the guy explained that he was talking about a lighter. He said he was holding Baek Do-kyung's lighter, which he never reached for in front of him. Then, Yisu realized that he had failed, for he did not know about this fact. He stood silently and listened to the Japanese with astonishment. And the man grabbed his hand and asked him who he was, for he remembered Do-kyung's every move and word, all because they were disgusted with him, every last one of them, for he knew him better than anyone else. He remembered all of this because he couldn't stand him. However, he then let go of his hand, saying he was impressed. He turned to Yisu and said that this performance was worthy of praise, for he had almost succeeded in convincing him. So, framing Baek Do-kyung was good, and Shogo gave him credit for it, though it didn't make Yisu feel any better. And then, something happened that no one expected. Seongmin, who was standing behind him, thought that Principal Tae-san had screwed up, because Shogo held out his hand, telling him he was leaving. But since he was the chairman, he had to say goodbye properly. Seongmin replied that he apologized and they would be more welcoming next time. He noticed that the Japanese was holding out his left hand, which was considered by them to be a symbol of gentleness and purity. But instead of shaking Seongmin's hand, Shogo grabbed his hand and pulled him along, telling him that he shouldn't have apologized. He suddenly squeezed his hand tightly and placed it on the hood of the car, and that's when Seongmin felt something wrong. The Japanese man reached back and Nobu gave him his blade, which he swung and started laughing. By now, everyone clearly understood what he was going to do, but no one could move from the sudden terror. Oyama plunged the knife into the chairman's little finger, aiming for the beginning of the phalanx so that the finger was cut off. Seongmin stared at his own hand for a while, his reaction a little late due to the painful shock. A second later, he screamed across the street at the unbearable pain where his little finger had been the morning before. It took Jong-ho and Jin-won longer to come to their senses. They were still standing dumbfounded. The same went for Shiona with Yisu, the latter refusing to believe what the Yakuza had just done. Scarlet blood spurted from Seongmin's wound, and his pinky finger fell onto the hood of the car. Shogo only smiled contentedly. He repeated himself, saying that he shouldn't have apologized because what he had just done would be quite enough. The Yakuza called it yubitsume. It was the voluntary cutting off of an entire finger as a sign of devotion and remorse. He reached for the handkerchief in his breast pocket, saying that they dared to deceive the great Oyama clan. And payback followed. He gently took the chairman's severed finger, smiling evilly. According to Japanese tradition, yubitsume was always started with the little finger and ended with the thumb. Meanwhile, Yisu and Shion had recovered from the shock, and the latter suggested finishing off the Japanese, saying it was best to do so. Jin-won and Jong-ho seemed to be in complete agreement with him. They too clenched their fists, preparing to fight. Jong-ho knew Seongmin from his early years and never thought that he would have to witness such a terrible act. The man shouted what kind of circus those pompous Japanese were putting on, saying they couldn't get away with it. But to his surprise, he was answered by Seongmin himself, telling him not to dishonor his chairman. He grabbed his finger, clenched his teeth, and said their guest was leaving, so they should see him off with deference. Then he bowed once more and wished Shogo a good journey, and the latter looked at him in surprise. But then something sparkled in his eyes. It was obvious that the young gentleman interested him. He put his hand on his shoulder, telling him that he had underestimated him, for he was not such a simple man. Now it was clear to him why the head of Thason had chosen him to be chairman. He opened the doors, getting into the car. Lastly, he told Seongmin that they would see each other again and would see each other more often now, he thought. Seongmin thanked him, saying it was a great honor for him, and bowed again. Shogo turned his head to Yisu, calling him fake Do-kyung and saying that they would see him again too. Yisu didn't answer anything. He was still impressed by the Japanese man's antics and couldn't look him calmly in the eyes. As soon as Oyamagumi left, everyone rushed over to Lee Seung-min, who was still holding onto his injured arm. He was in shock that he had just lost his pinky finger, however. The others had the same condition. This especially made Yi-soo angry, because Seung-min was a member of Taesan too, so he couldn't just let it go. Meanwhile, the Japanese man was sitting in his car talking to someone. He asked the man how his progress was, and then he added, if the man had finished gathering information, and the man was just about to answer. His name was Ganji, and at Shogo's request, he and his squad had been collecting data on recent events. Ganji replied that they were just finishing up, and now they had information on everything that had been going on in Korea in recent times. He said it was much more interesting than he thought, and Shogo said he agreed with him. Ganji then explained that some of the data was different from what they had previously received. For example, one of the facts was that Baekdo-kyung had a twin brother who died not too long ago. Hearing this, Shogo's eyes lit up, and he said that in that case it explained a lot. But the man didn't understand. Oyama then said he's already seen it. A talentless parody of Baekdo-kyung, which means the real Do-kyung is dead. Ganji added that they discovered another fact, saying that the gang committee had been dissolved. It seemed that an era of war was coming, and in the meantime, not only had Taesan not disintegrated, but it had greatly expanded its spheres of influence. They joined Ilhak. However, this is only part of their cunning plan. Here Shogo remembered the chairman. Ganji said those could prove to be useful fellows under the right guidance, and continued his report. He said that now the situation in Seoul was getting more and more heated due to outside pressure. Besides, Ilhak was not the only one. Taesan's solid increase was due to Chonhua joining them, and he also discovered something strange. It was interference from some outside organization trying to restrict them from getting information. He was the head of the Planning and Operations Department, the right hand of the head of Oyamagumi, Hanazawa Ganji. He told his boss he still had to make sure of something else to get the full picture and passed out. In front of him sat the man he hadn't killed to extract more information about Taesan. He asked if the man knew Japanese. Hook, who was looking at him with a detached look, he had been badly beaten before and was not understanding things well. Meanwhile, something was going on in the Chinatown of Daelim district, where Chongnoon's headquarters was located. There was a considerable crowd of men gathered in the bunker that Koo Chang-jun had brought in, but it all came down to one man. Wang Hao lit a cigarette, saying that it was working out. Oyamagumi would take command of Taesan. At least that was what was reported to him, so he asked Koo-jun again if that was the case. The old man stood in front of him with his head down guiltily. He said he thought it was a good chance for them. They could strike while Taesan was still weak and confused by Oyamagumi's appearance. Wang Hao then asked if that was why he had brought all these men who were ordinary amateurs here. He said the old man could get rid of them because they wouldn't attack anyone, but Koo-jun disagreed. He asked if Wang Hao didn't realize what a lucrative opportunity this was for them, but he replied that the old man was in too much of a hurry. He added that he understood his intentions because he was doing it for Chonhua, but it wasn't time yet. He took his bandaged hand, telling him to think hard about revenge, for it was served cold. He then said that the Oyamagumi had personally come to Seoul and had a major falling out with Taesan, who was subordinate to them. Looking into his eyes, Wang Hao asked if he didn't realize what this meant to Taesan and to them, which meant that now the Oyama clan themselves would be at the helm to make their way into the Korean underworld. Meanwhile, Soo-ah finished reading the letter that was delivered to them tonight, just a short while ago. She quietly said it was from Oyamagumi, and Jong-ho, who was sitting next to her, nervously asked what they were writing there. Soo-ah then read everything out loud, saying that the apology for the deception that Taesan had committed had been accepted by the Oyama family. However, from now on, Oyama Shogo-san will be in charge of the organization's affairs, and every action and decision of Taesan must be coordinated directly with him. There was also a little box attached to the letter as a reminder of mistakes. Seeing its contents, Soo-ah took it aside in horror, and Jong-ho told Madam to give it to him. He carefully took the box from her and opened it, already anticipating what those Japanese bastards had put in there. He looked at what was lying there, and also saw a note that was separately attached there. It said that it would keep them from repeating previous mistakes, and in the box was Seung-min's finger. Deputy Ilhak cried out in horror that this was already bullying by the Japanese. To him, it was a cry of the soul that everyone in Taesan heard, but there was nothing anyone could do about it. Meanwhile, Yi-soo headed to the hospital in Incheon. He knew he had something important to tell his brother. There was no one on the floor, so he could have some privacy and say his last words on behalf of the fake Do-kyung. It wasn't an easy chance for him, but he had already thought it over and wanted to tell his brother anyway. He twirled his lighter in his hands, recounting all the events that had befallen him during the time he had become his copy. Yi-soo said he was even disappointed because he thought he could skillfully pretend to be him. Posing as his brother, he wanted to protect his organization, but now he saw that he had failed. Things went downhill, and with the arrival of Oyama Gumi, new problems were added. With all this in mind, it was clear that he had failed, and now Taizan was facing the end as an independent organization. He put the lighter in his brother's hand, saying he made a bad actor and he apologizes for that. Yi-soo was carrying the bag he had brought with him to the hospital, the contents of which were his military uniform. He got it and changed right in his brother's room, telling him that he was going to do things his way now. When he finished and walked out, Shion, who was also wearing his SWAT uniform, was already waiting for him. He saw the captain's face as he left the room and asked if he was all right. To this, Yi-soo replied that what had happened had a sobering effect on him, so now they were changing their plans. He asked how far they could go, and the captain replied that since everything had been revealed, there was nothing holding them back anymore. Now they would destroy everything in their path, and with those words, they headed for the exit. He put on his mask and hood as he usually did and asked what their first target would be. And Sue said that they should deal with Oyama Gumi first, and he would take care of Shogo personally. He said he would strangle the creep with his own hands because he was the last asshole. Meanwhile, the Oyama Gumi representatives were already getting ready to meet at Tessen's main office. Jin-un knew what they were about to do. He buttoned up his jacket and headed towards the main entrance. The name of their organization translates to Great Mountain, but even though they called themselves Great Mount, the Oyama clan still towers over each of them because that's what they were the main leaders for. Men from Tessen's ranks had gathered in the lobby, as well as the Japanese who had also come to meet their boss. The door swung open, and the one whose idea it was to organize all this entered the building. Oyama Shogo walked down the red carpet, feeling victorious, for Tessen was now completely under his command. After all, compared to the even steeper peak, Taisan was more like a small, insignificant hill. So Jin Woon and the other members had nothing else to do but bow their heads. A peak loomed before them that they would never be able to conquer, the Oyama clan. Shogo went up to the main room where Yi-soo used to sit. He took out the same tea service and started making tea. It was a little strange for him to see such tea, for Japan was famous for its plantations, and no such thing was grown there. Seong-min was sitting beside him on the couch, and Shogo turned to him, asking how his arm was. Seong-min replied that everything was in order and thanked him for inquiring. Shogo said with a smile that the act of chopping off fingers in their culture has the meaning of an apology. So now all grudges were forgotten, and he said the chairman could relax a little. Seong-min then began his monologue, saying that Taizan was now an allied organization under Il-hak's command. And now that it's run by him, Oyama Shogo, the course of events has changed a bit. But Shogo interrupted him. He told the guy not to worry about it, because everything would stay as it was. And what's more, he wouldn't have any trouble remaking Tessen to suit them. However, Seong-min thought it seemed like an overly generous offer, and he told the Japanese man. Shogo then replied that he had heard about the current state of affairs in Seoul. It reminded him of the Sengoku period. Back then, everyone was busy destroying each other, but he, Shogo, didn't care about the city. He just wanted to leave a trace of the Oyama family here. Thus the words will go to him, and Seoul will go to Chairman Seong-min and his Il-hak organization. With these words, he poured him tea, and the boy sat silent, still not fully trusting the Japanese man's words. But Shogo continued, saying that Oyama Gumi would make him an excellent ruler of these lands. Seong-min looked at his reflection in the cup. He pondered Oyama's words, but didn't say anything yet. He sat like that for a while, and then slowly picked up the cup and brought it to his lips, gathering his thoughts. He already knew what to say, but before he did, he took a sip of hot tea so his words wouldn't seem teary. Then he suddenly looked seriously at Shogo, who was watching him with interest and waiting for an answer. Seong-min placed the cup on the table, saying that the words about a superior ruler sounded solid. However, it won't be that easy because Seoul's underworld is a very complicated thing. This kind of answer surprised Shogo, but then he laughed lightly, saying that he understood what Seong-min was saying, but it was only complicated in his understanding. But they are Oyama Gumi. There are no limits for them. They always get what they want and people obey them. He asked if Seungmin had once heard the legend of the Oni. They were Japanese cannibal monsters that lived in hell. So, one of them was in their clan. Sometimes some organizations don't want to obey Oyamagumi. Once such an unruly group had attacked one of their fighters, and it had been a mistake. Because this man was the very real Oni, only he lived in an ordinary world with ordinary people. All 9 of those who dared to attack him found themselves literally torn to pieces. But the most amusing thing was something else, however. He, Shogo, had already had the opportunity to demonstrate it. You could say it was something of a fetish of his, though from the outside it looked rather creepy and even disgusting. The thing was that some of the corpses he killed were missing fingers, never mind thumbs or little fingers. And then he'd eat them. And now he did the same thing in front of Hook, who covered his mouth with his hand to keep from throwing up. Thus the man really didn't look like a normal person. He was eating his fingers like a rabbit eating a carrot. Seeing that all of his teammates had been interrupted, Hook started to beg for mercy. But the man already had his axe ready. The poor man looked at him, wondering if this was the end of his miserable life, for he had never risen in the eyes of his boss. The Japanese Oni swung around, anticipating new blood and fresh fingers, though Hook had little of the latter left. He closed his eyes, saying goodbye to his life as the door to the room suddenly swung open, causing the man to stop. He froze like that with his axe in his hand, and Yi-Su, who was intent on revenge against Oyamagumi, came out to meet him. He asked if Lee Hyun-gu was here, and he couldn't even immediately respond because of the shock and relief that he was still alive. The Japanese looked unhappily at the commander, for the latter had interrupted him, and he had failed to finish off his victim. And Su was standing in full SWAT gear. In this state, he was capable of taking down an entire squad. It was also notable that the Japanese recognized him. It was Nobu, who the guy had already beaten this morning. Like all incredibly strong thugs, he was a little dumb, so he still saw the guy as Ryugasaki. However, Yi-Su exposed himself, at which point Nobu said he didn't want to deal with an imposter. He sent his subordinates to deal with him, and they did not believe that there was someone else in front of them because they were very similar to his brother. One of the men agreed with the general consensus, saying that the guy was exactly like their old head, Do-kyung. With these words, he pounced on him, saying that all his life he had dreamed of stabbing this scumbag at least once. Yi-Su blocked his attack by putting his knife forward. He noticed that the man's skills weren't very good, so he had no difficulty in quickly seizing his hand and pinning it so that he put the knife to his own throat. The commander hesitated for only a moment, but then he pressed his hand down and it dug through the man's throat. The rest of the subordinates watched this with their eyes wide open. They realized that the enemy would not be ceremonious. Nobu also saw this, although he was quite cold-blooded himself, but Yi-Su's actions surprised him greatly. The man who had been injured looked at him angrily. He grabbed his throat, clutching it. Then the others seemed to wake up from their shock, drew their weapons, and ran to their comrade's aid. However, Yi-Su was faster. He decided to be proactive and attacked the one who was closer first. At the last moment, he turned the attack into a throw and plunged the knife straight into the forehead of one of his attackers. Death was instantaneous. There was one more man left who screamed, "How dare this bastard kill his friends in front of him?" He swung and launched an attack, but Yi-Su successfully dodged and then hit back with his elbow so that he was confused. He realized that the guy was specially trained, for he was able to hit the pain point, and now everything was darkening in his eyes. He fell and fainted, dropping the knife, and Yi-Su looked at them with disdain, thinking that the fighters in Japan were no better than theirs. There were some exceptions, however, and one of them was this guy who swung an axe at him. Nobu put all his strength into the blow, but Yi-Su was able to dodge, and the axe cut the air, making a big circle above his head. This time, the commander realized he had to retake the initiative and drew his knife, preparing to strike back. Nobu swung and hit the axe where Yi-Su had been a second ago, but the guy bounced back from the attack in time. Then the Japanese grabbed the axe with both hands and pounced on him. The fight was amusing to him, and soon noticed that the man was quite fast for his size, so it was impossible to slow down. Nobu struck from below, and the commander had to take his weapon in two hands to repel this attack, for the difference was great. He was saved by the fact that he had a special blade that could be used to fight even against an axe. They ran at each other. The Japanese didn't expect the guy to be able to defend himself against such an attack. He said that the guy had contentedly good abilities. He added that Yi-Su was almost as strong as his twin brother, as only Ryugasaki could defeat him so far. Instead of answering, Yi-Su gave his full name, Onizawa Nobuhito, and explained that he had studied his file. They were fighting, and it just so happened that Yisu was constantly retreating, and now he found himself pinned down. Only it was planned to make the enemy feel superiority, because, as they say, you have the power, you don't need a mind. The last he said aloud, which made the Japanese man very angry, and he threw himself at him with a new wave of rage. He swung, however. This time Yisu was faster. He grabbed his hand and slashed his stomach with the other. Nobu couldn't see it coming. For a moment he just stood there, gathering his strength, but he quickly came to his senses. He ended his attack after all because Yisu let go of his hand, but the guy ducked. Now he was in a rather favorable position, for Nobu's axe was stuck in the wall. It struck him in the chin. This blow was already more tangible for the Japanese. He began to doubt his strength because he underestimated the guy. Meanwhile, Yisu swung his knife to finish off the bulky man while he was still out of breath. Though the man saw this and even attacked back, he lacked speed, and the commander easily ducked the floor of the blow, stabbing him in the ribs. Nobu's knees buckled, and he slumped to the ground, now realizing that the man in front of him was a true copy of Rugasaki. The axe fell out of his hand, and he looked at Yisu, who he couldn't even hit in surprise. And the guy said with a sneer that the Japanese was strong, only his marksmanship was a bit off. Then he suddenly changed. His look became eerily serious, and he told the man to attack again. Of course, it gut-wrenchingly gave away that he wasn't Baek Do-kyung, and Hook took note of that, but such a cover was no longer necessary. And Sue lowered himself to him, asking if he was all right, and the man replied that he had only gotten by with a scare. He then asked who he was, and Yisu extended his hand to him, saying that he was his boss at the moment. He asked if he could stand up on his own. Hook nodded, but he never fully understood the guy's words. He wanted to ask what that meant, but he didn't have time, because he noticed that the enemy behind him had already recovered. He felt scared again and warned his boss about the threat, but Yisu didn't seem to care at all. The commander knew that the enemy was now disarmed, so he only moved away from the attack. Nobu didn't think he would be able to do that, because he was counting on a frontal attack, but Yisu grabbed his arm. Then he tossed it a little to the side and prepared for his blow that would finish him off. He told the man to prepare to bid farewell to his life, and Nobu was gripped with fear for a moment. But it was too late. Yisu threw him down and crouched down for a jump, preparing for the decisive strike. He jumped back, and while the Japanese was still falling, was in the air above him, swinging his leg. He then unleashed his blow, which landed on his opponent's leg, after which he would no longer be able to get up. At the same time, Yisu hit his head with his hand, and the latter tried to keep his balance with his last strength. But even. Both of them landed, but Yisu was the first to do so, so he was already preparing for another strike. Nobu was out of his mind. He wasn't thinking straight anymore, and realized that one more attack like that, and he'd be finished. And Sue didn't wait for him to recover. He executed a kick straight to the jaw, and that should have been enough. The Japanese fell to the ground with a clatter. Now he was no longer able to even get up, which meant he was defeated. Watching this whole scene was Hook, who was becoming increasingly doubtful that the person in front of him was director Baek Do-kyung. The guy's knife-wielding style had changed, and he was also good at fighting techniques, something Hook couldn't say about Do-kyung. But he thought that it didn't matter now, because the important thing was that the enemy was defeated. But here he was wrong. Nobu told the guy that it was all cheap tricks he'd never beat someone like him with. And Sue was even a little surprised because he thought that the opponent would not get up again, but he was a tough nut. Despite his injuries, the Japanese pounced on him and spread his arms as if he wanted to take him down, as in a wrestling match. However, the man forgot about his advantage. The guy still had a gun and just used it. He bided his time, and when his opponent got close enough, he attacked him in the head, and he grimaced in pain. Now Nobu was beyond pissed off. He didn't care about his injuries. He wanted to hit him just once. Just once, but Yisu dodged all of his attacks, and that was truly amazing for a Japanese. Moreover, he punched back, and his punches were always strong and crisp, just like this time. He punched his opponent in the jaw and then in the stomach, and this time Nobu's mouth even bled. He clenched his teeth, thinking that even though he might die here, he had to touch this lousy freak for once. The Japanese gathered all his remaining strength and put it into one attack, which Yisu still couldn't block. This time he added more speed, so the blow was more unexpected than powerful. But the Japanese was happy about that too. He thought he could finally overpower him. After all, this was only the beginning. However, as it turned out, at the last second, the commander was able to stop the blow at the very head, so now he had his hand on it. He then grabbed his elbow with his other hand, asking if that was all the man could do. In this case, it was more like the pathetic agony before death than actual blows. He pressed hard on the bone of his arm and broke it, twisting the man's arm, and the Japanese looked on in horror. He cried out in unbearable pain and sank to the ground, while Yi-Su stood over him like an executioner. He was toying with it, for he wanted death to be as painful as possible for everyone in the Oyama clan. He then kicked him in the head again, sending the man into a knockout so that he even flew back a meter. Hook looked on in amazement at all of this. He no longer thought his opponent would go up again after something like this. Nobu was on the verge. It seemed like just a little more and he would pass out or die altogether, but that didn't satisfy Yi-Su. He pressed his face into the floor with his knee, telling him not to dare pass out, because he wasn't done with him yet. He stuck the knife in his hand and told the man to get up and keep fighting, because it wasn't over. He had so many questions for him, so he couldn't just die leaving him without answers. He said that Oyama Shogo cracked him up over the lighter, saying that Do-kyung never pulled it out in front of him. So what did he mean? Yi-Su asked the man and pressed the knife harder on his arm, and the man screamed even more. He spoke quickly, explaining that it was the symbol of the Oyama Gumi, a shrine that freaks like his brother had no right to touch. Hearing that it was the Oyama Gumi symbol, Yi-Su took out the knife from his hand. Now it was clear to him. But he couldn't just walk away, so he said he would take something else from the man and swung again. Nobu didn't even have time to react before Yi-Su brought the knife down right on his finger, severing it like the Japanese had done to everyone before. He couldn't even scream, so weak he was already, and Yi-Su said he was accepting it as an apology. After all, isn't that what Shogo said when he took away Seongmin's pinky finger? Now he's going to cut off all of their fingers. Nobu was seized with despair, he said, swearing. Today the guy would regret throwing words around. He jumped to his feet and shouted that he would tear him to pieces, then swung his bloody hand. But it was already clear that he had lost this battle. Yi-Su reminded him of that by hitting him on the head. It seemed that this blow was the last, because the Japanese man's eyes became blurry and he could not continue. This was noticed by Hyun-gu, who was already definitely convinced that the person who had saved him was someone else. Except Yi-Su didn't explain anything to him, saying that they were moving out immediately, so let him get up. The man didn't need to be told twice. He jumped up and said he was ready, calling the guy captain for some reason. One detail still caught his eye, though. He noticed that the man said to move out as if he was giving an order. Perhaps he was even an infantryman. Yi-Su, meanwhile, was already dialing Su-ah while thinking of a lighter. The girl was just going up to the hospital to visit her boss when Yi-Su called her. She asked what was wrong, and he told her briefly about the lighter that was the symbol of Oyama Gumi. Su-ah replied that she knew the lighter itself, of course, but she had to remember something to answer his question. She said she had just reached the hospital, and at that time, a car stopped behind her, also near the hospital, except that the people sitting there weren't there to visit any of their family members. Ganji was behind the wheel. He had been watching the girl all this time, gathering information, and was surprised when the surveillance led him to the hospital. He asked himself why Baek Do-kyung's secretary, Yu Su-ah, had come here, since it wasn't like she was in trouble. He signaled to the other members of his squad to pull up to the spot as well, and now they got out of their cars. Ganji thought it wouldn't hurt to follow the girl, for something told him she had come for a reason. He popped some edible balls, probably drugs, and said he'd find out for himself. Su-ah, meanwhile, had already gone inside and was taking the stairs because she was trying to avoid elevators. She was still talking to Yi-Su, asking about the true meaning of the lighter he mentioned. The guy asked her to get information on the Oyama Gumi symbol because that's what Shogo had gotten him on. But the girl replied that she wasn't sure she could do it, because it wasn't that easy. She said she only knew that Director Beck carried it around with him all the time and treasured it very much. Yi-Su then suggested that perhaps it was the matter of what was engraved on it. After all, he remembered it. However, the girl herself didn't know that. She said that only Principal Beck himself could give the answer to that question. She couldn't finish her sentence because she entered Do-kyung's room and froze with surprise. From what she saw, the phone fell out of her hands, and Yi-Su, hearing this, asked if she was okay. But the girl didn't answer. She couldn't even take a step away from the snagging because she was looking at the seated Do-kyung. He was sitting on the bed holding his lighter when he suddenly heard the door open and turned to her. Su-ah couldn't say a word because, until the last moment, she couldn't believe that her principal was sitting right in front of her. He said he kept wondering who it could have been, and it turned out to be her. And Sua covered her mouth with her hands when she heard what he was saying. She was both scared and happy at the same time, and Do-kyung turned to her, saying it was like they hadn't seen each other in ages. Finally, the girl was able to answer him, saying that the headmaster was not far from the truth, for time had indeed passed. Meanwhile, Ganji and his men had also entered the hospital. He didn't yet know where exactly the girl had gone. Just then he noticed an ad on the wall near the elevator, and it caught his eye, so he walked over to it. It said that the 6th floor was closed for repairs due to the need to replace windows, so entry was prohibited. Except it seemed a little strange to the man. His gut was telling him to check this floor. To his subordinates, he told them to keep walking, and he would look for another entrance if the elevator wasn't working. He wondered if the secretary had put aside all her business and traveled such a long way to come just here. There was definitely something wrong here, and he wondered what Tessin was hiding. However, they would find out soon enough. Meanwhile, Soo-ah was recounting all the events that happened while Director Baek was lying in a coma. Do-kyung listened to the news and didn't hide his disappointment, especially the last one surprised him. Soo-ah said that the committee had disintegrated and Oyama Shogo had cleaned up his organization just a day earlier. Then Do-kyung tried to get out of bed, saying he didn't have time to sprawl around, but the girl said he shouldn't. He added that he needed rest, so she would get a doctor and let him lie down and not get up. He couldn't be overstressed after all. He was just coming to his senses, and all other business would wait. She said that he could rely on them for everything, except that she didn't know that the Japanese were already coming up the stairs. They entered the floor through the fire door, but there they were met by Jin-un, who had come with the secretary. One of the men recognized him, saying that since he was here too, they had definitely not come for nothing. Jin-woon had the title of Taeson's security chief, and he said they wouldn't go any further. The men marveled at his boldness, asking if he was crazy, but the big man said he didn't care who they were. Then one of them put his hand on his shoulder, telling him not to pounce, for they were with Oyamagumi. He asked who he was working for, because no matter how much he barks, his master won't hear him or praise him. Except the man didn't know that the man in front of him was Tyson's most loyal man. Jin-un grabbed his head. The big man said he had nothing to fear from such brats, then slammed the man's head to the floor. The rest of the Japanese didn't expect this. They stood in surprise, still not believing that he dared to attack. They started to pull out their knives, but were late in timing, and Jin-un was able to easily dodge and stab the next of them. He was not called the Rock of Tessin for nothing, for his blows were like stone hail, and the Japanese felt it well. There had been 3 of them, and now only one remained, who already seemed to have changed his mind about fighting him alone. He grabbed the knife with both hands and shouted for the thug to regret attacking their clan yet. To this, Jin-un replied that he had had enough of regrets because he had once failed to protect his principal. With these words, he walked over to the man and grabbed his knife with one hand, and the man backed away in fear. Jin-un continued, saying that a dog that is unable to protect its master is worthless. And now, he said, it was the turn of the Japanese to prove their loyalty to the clan they had so sheltered. The man's legs gave a jerk and he fell to the floor, looking up at the big man from Thiessen, who now seemed even bigger. But it wasn't just the tall stature that Jin-won possessed. It was also his strength. He squeezed the man's hands so that he screamed. His shout was heard by Ganji, who meanwhile had also gone up to the floor on the other side. He was just walking down the corridor when he heard one of his men scream, and then he saw the whole picture for himself. But it was on the left side, and he came in from the right. So instead of Jin-un, he was met by 2 other men from Taesan. One of them blocked his way, saying that it was forbidden to enter here, but Ganji punched him in the throat. It happened so quickly that the man didn't even have time to pull out a knife, and the Japanese man had already lunged at the other guard. The one only had time to slip his hand into his pocket and grab the knife, but Ganji didn't let him complete the action. He swung at him, and the man realized that he had lost, because his opponent was experienced. Ganji attacked with a strange weapon. It was something like a bent knife, but not a kirambit. He said they were still lucky, all because they were in the hospital, and if the men clamped down harder on the wounds, they might survive. Then he bent over one of them, thrusting his hand into his pocket, for he knew what he had to look for. He expected to find some sort of pass to the chamber. After all, there was a reason these 2 were guarding it. That item turned out to be a key card. Ganji had no trouble finding the right room, for it turned out there was only one on the floor. He stepped inside, still wondering who or what was in there, for Tessin had guarded the place very heavily. He was surprised to see Baek Do-kyung alive and well in the hospital bed. Do-kyung heard someone enter and looked at the visitor, except he didn't expect to see Hanazawa here. Then, the man stepped closer to be fully convinced that the person in front of him was the one he knew. There could be no doubt it was indeed Ryugasaki, and Ganji greeted him, pulling out his knife. Meanwhile, Su-ah found the doctors and reported to them that Do-kyung had come to his senses. Now they ran to his room together. On the way, the girl noticed two men who had been assigned to guard his ward, but for some reason, those were injured. One of them could still speak, and with a hand clasping her throat, told her to hurry to the principal's office. Su-ah instantly guessed everything. She was horrified to think that they had been tracked down so quickly. Wasting no time, she ran to the ward, the door to which was open, and burst in there screaming. She shouted his name, but to her relief, the guy was lying unharmed and Jin-un was standing beside him. She moved closer, asking what had happened, but Do-kyung reassured her, telling her that everything was fine. He said Hanazawa came by here, but they only exchanged glances. They had a peculiar relationship, but Su-ah didn't have to worry about anything since he had already left. Du-jen then tried to stand up, asking where his phone was, and Su-ah replied that Mr. Baek Yi-soo had it. Do-kyung smiled, saying he forgot about it, and then asked for the girl's phone number, asking if she could borrow it. He really needed to, for he had some matters to settle. His gaze suddenly became serious. A man who was already finishing his work had his cell phone ringing, and he wondered who it could be. He had grey hair, which made him look like a man who was not old, but not yet an old man, and he took the call. Hearing the voice on the phone, the man was greatly surprised, and Do-kyung said they hadn't called each other in a long time. He called the man his father. It was the chairman of the Oyama Corporation, Oyama Tetsuji. The father said that terrible news of his son's death had reached him, but it seems to be only rumors. However, Do-kyung replied that those weren't rumors at all. Baek Do-kyung was really dead. He continued, saying that from now on he would live as Oyama Ryugasaki. A pause hung for a second. Tetsuji then said that he seemed to have made a difficult decision, for he had decided to follow his father's will. Do-kyung agreed, saying that was the case, and now he would become the next Oyama-gumi boss after his father. The man then asked if he hadn't fled to Seoul because he opposed it with all his heart. But Do-kyung said he changed his mind, asking if his father wasn't happy about it, and he replied that he couldn't even dream of such a thing. He said he wasn't changing his beliefs because Do-kyung was his heir, however. It wasn't that simple. As a token of his appreciation, his father gave him his lighter, which he treasured more than anything else in the world. However, he explained that many members of the clan did not approve of his candidacy. Shogo must have contributed to that. His Japanese brother thinks that the Joseon degenerate is not worthy to take the head seat, but Do-kyung knew that himself. He said that, to be honest, he didn't care which one of them would lead Oyama-gumi, but Shigo was out of line. He raised his hand against his loved ones, and his father must know that it was the worst thing fashionable for him to do. So Do-kyung continued by saying, "Let all the bastards who despise him come to Seoul then." He would wait for them. They would set aside all ranks and statuses and talk man to man. Here he clutched his father's lighter. Tetsuji then said he wanted to clarify something and asked if he was going to kill Oyama Shogo. He entered the room where all the heads of his clan were gathered. It was something akin to a family gathering. Do-kyung replied positively, saying that otherwise he would never be able to forgive his brother for his foolish antics. The father was silent for a while, but then said that since that was the case, let his son do what he thought was right. He finished the summoning, thinking about how everything in their clan would now be turned upside down. Perhaps this was the start of a war. But Su-ah didn't share his views. She couldn't believe that the first thing he did when he barely opened his eyes was to declare war on Oyama-gumi. Do-kyung only looked at her with a smile, asking if the girl was afraid. He said he didn't care how strong those ones were. They were Tessin, so would they lose? Besides, he said, they still had one more trump card in the form of his brother, who would always be on his side. Ah Yi-soo rushed to the hospital as soon as Su-ah stopped answering the phone. He was extremely worried. Then Do-kyung joked, saying that Mr. Baek, Do-kyung-bak, had appeared to them in person, and Yi-soo froze in place. He asked himself if it was really true, what he had just seen with his own eyes. He saw his brother, who was now looking at him with a smile, and tears rolled down his face. Meanwhile, Do-kyung said that it was really him, and that he was happy to see his little brother too. And Sue stared at him, still unable to say any words other than surprise. Do-kyung also looked at him with a slight smile. He was happy to meet his brother again, knowing that all this time he had been living for both of them. He noticed Yi-Su crying and wondered why he was roaring again. The image of the little boy reappeared in his mind. Yi-Su replied that he thought if Do-kyung didn't wake up, he would have to take his place. And the guy looked at him like a brother. He asked him, as he had once asked him as a child, what the result was if he had succeeded in becoming Baek Do-kyung. Wiping his tears, Yi-Su said that they were twins, which made him feel like he could be like him. But it didn't work out in the end. It was tinny hard, so now he was glad his brother was awake. At that time, Do-kyung extended a clenched fist to him, saying that his brother had indeed done a good job. He added that he would sort it out himself from here on out somehow, because after all, they were the undefeated Taesan. So let that one stop crying. He said it as he had once always said it. But it was his encouragement. He said that he would beat him otherwise, but Yi-Su realized that he was saying it as always to appease him. He raised his hand and touched his fist to his fist, a move they hadn't done in so long. After saying that, Do-kyung suddenly leaned back on the bed, saying that after all, brother had managed to break some wood. Not only is Taesan now under Ilhak, but they also have Cha Yu-hwa as a hostage. Yi-Su looked away guiltily, and Do-kyung continued to proofread it, asking if he knew what the most absurd thing about this case was. It's that all of this is Baek Do-kyung's doing, because Yi-Su managed to pull it off under his name. Su-ah decided to somehow protect Yi-Su by saying that he was now considered unrivaled and invincible. But Do-kyung only laughed like a child, asking what his brother was going to do next. Then Yi-Su replied that the first thing to do was to bring back Taesan, for it was his brother's organization. He said he was going to go back there and slit the throats of Oyama Shogo and all his henchmen. He would tear their throats out, every last one of them, for they dared to raise a hand against his brother's most precious possession. Shogo and Kaido were at the hospital checking on Nobu, and Shogo said he was pretty banged up. But his sympathy didn't last long. He soon had him backed against the wall, saying that the ogre of the Oyama clan was holed up here. Nobu apologized to him then, apologizing for the boss having to worry about him. But Shogo was interested in something else. He leaned over to him and asked if the fake Do-kyung was really that strong. Was he really as good at fighting as Rugasaki? The head grabbed him by the collar, and Nobu was in surprise. He replied that he had never fought Rugasaki, so he could not judge who fought better. However, it was hard for him to imagine anyone stronger than this bastard, because he was definitely a professional. He remembered how he'd beaten the information out of him by thrusting the blade into his arm, and he hadn't even blinked an eye. Shogo then paraphrased Nobu, saying that in simple words, he wasn't inferior to Baek Do-kyung in any way. However, this characterization didn't seem enough for Nobu. He said that the guy was a real monster. Hearing this, Shogo smiled, because he definitely didn't expect this. So the fake Yi-Su wasn't an ordinary guy. He suddenly patted Nobu on the back, saying that he liked his name a lot, since he was also from the Oyama clan. And his indomitable temper is just what Oyama-gumi needs. However, there was something not so good. He suddenly changed and became so serious, as if he was seeing him for the first time, and then held out his hand. He said that this time the thug disappointed him, as he lost to some scoundrel and even called him a monster. It was more of a rebuke, and now he was looking at him like a subordinate, and Nobu felt creeped out by that look. Then their conversation was interrupted by a man who also came to the chamber. It was Hanazawa Ganji. Shogo momentarily forgot about Nobu, rising to ask if the Lord had found out anything about Tessen. Ganji replied that he had done everything, however. At that point his phone rang, and he apologized, saying he had to accept. Shogo said there was no problem with that, except that Ganji held the phone out to him, saying the boss wanted to talk to him. It was an unexpected turn, since his father didn't usually call him, but this time something felt off after all. He gingerly picked up Ganji's phone and said he was listening, and his father's stern voice came through the receiver. The one went straight to the point, asking what he was doing, and Shogo didn't even realize it at first and didn't rush to answer. Tetsuji then clarified that he was the one who gave Tessen to Ryugasaki, asking who gave his son the right to take him away. Shogo was surprised that his father had already been notified of everything, saying that it was indeed true what they say, that even walls have ears. However, his father interrupted his speculation. He said that Ryugasaki himself had told him about it, and Shogo was taken by surprise. He thought the man was referring to the fake Do-kyung and laughed, asking if the old man really believed it. He started to explain that it was Do-kyung's twin brother, but his father interrupted him, saying that it was Ryugasaki specifically. Shogo then asked what he meant, since the creep didn't even know the meaning of a lighter. Father replied that the lighter was a token of his appreciation for Baek Do-gyun because he respected him and loved him as a son. And if he's so determined that Baek Do-kyung will be the next chapter, then that's what will happen. It was something out of the realm of fantasy for Shogo. He didn't realize what he was missing, but his father meanwhile continued. He shared that the so-called scumbag told him that he would be the next Oyamagumi boss first, and then he would deal with him as well. And now his words seemed to have a rather strange effect on Shogo. There was silence in the receiver for a moment, but then Shogo asked what Rugasaki's father had said to that. But the old man replied that he had only said what the head of the Oyama clan should have said in his place. This turned out to be a rather unexpected turn for Shogo, but it made sense to him now. The old man finally asked if it was time for him to go home already, because Do-kyung was already waiting for him in Korea. However, the guy asked in response if he was saying it as a father or also as the head of the Oyama clan, because it would be easier that way. Hearing that his son was angry, Tetsuji decided to explain that he hadn't meant to order him around at all, but Shogo interrupted him. He started to say something, but then abruptly stopped talking, and there was a sepulchral silence that was already dragging on. Shogo looked at Ganji standing behind him because he had a hunch about how his father knew everything so well. He shushed the man and handed him the phone, for one very unpleasant thought was running through his mind. He approached Ganji and asked if Baek Do-kyung was still alive, and he said that he was indeed. Not just alive, but unharmed. Hanazawa added that he didn't understand why Tessen had arranged all this. Shogo then asked why he didn't finish him off if he saw him, since it was a great opportunity. To which Ganji replied that it was because he serves the Oyama family and Ryugasaki is also part of it. Such an answer puzzled Shogo a little, for he hadn't expected the man to take things so seriously. Meanwhile, Ganji handed him a file folder, saying that he had figured out those responsible for the information leak. Shogo asked who these people were and where they were, to which Ganji said it turns out to be even simpler. Because each of these people were in Seoul, which meant there was a great opportunity to visit them. Shogo showed his evil smile, saying that he was in complete agreement with Hanazawa. After all, it was luck. The photos of those he was gathering information on directly pointed to Ryu Dae-hyun, Chief Jong, and Mr. Wang Hao. Meanwhile, Chief Jong was waiting outside the high school building. It was raining outside, but it didn't bother him. He sat in the car waiting for his daughter, his only treasure. She should be here by now. He himself was smoking in the car and thinking about all the events that had befallen them in the last few months. The last one was Oyama leading Daesan. Also, Lee Seung-min's finger was chopped off. The guy was definitely out of his mind. If the Oyamagumi stayed here long enough, it wouldn't end well, and he knew it. At that moment, some man in a raincoat approached his car, and the supervisor was even a little frightened. This was because that person turned out to be his daughter, who said he was caught smoking again. Seeing his daughter, Chief Jong threw away his unfinished cigarette, asking why she didn't call earlier. He offered her to sit in the front seat, but the girl refused, saying it smelled like tobacco. Basically, the whole car stank, and she covered her nose, and Jong excused himself, saying he wanted to do it quickly. Then, the girl snidely remarked that he was also trying to cover it up by saying that she would have noticed anyway. Jang didn't argue, saying that he didn't doubt her abilities as suddenly the car doors were opened by someone. They were about to drive off when Oyama Shogo joined them, jumping into the back seat. Such an appearance greatly surprised Chief Jang, for he recognized who it was, and now this person was sitting next to his daughter. The girl too recognized him as a decidedly unfriendly man and asked fearfully who he was. And Shogo grabbed her hand with a satisfied smile, telling her that the chief's daughter was here too. He held her with his wet hands, telling her not to be so frightened, for he was her daddy's friend. Though here he corrected himself, saying that at least he would be very soon, and glanced at Chief Jang. The chief was skewered at the mere thought that the head of a Japanese gangster organization was now sitting in his car. Plus, he didn't hesitate to threaten his daughter. Good thing she didn't understand Japanese, but he understood everything perfectly. The girl turned to her father, asking who was this uncle who had gotten into their car so suddenly, but Jong reassured her. He said it was an old buddy of his dad's who had flown in from Japan itself, but how hard it was for him to lie. He asked Shogo in Japanese why he had come here and how he had found him, but Oyama only smiled again. He motioned forward to the driver's seat, resting his elbow on his shoulder, and then said he knew, didn't he? After all, hadn't the chief himself called them here straight from Japan itself, as he put it? And it really wasn't a close light. So he, as the second strongest in Oyamagumi, came to talk to him personally. But he didn't know that his daughter was here too. Jung turned to him then, offering to talk to him outside, unless of course the rain was a problem for him. However, Shogo said he didn't mind, because it was even better that way, so they wouldn't bother his sweet daughter. Outside, Kaito was waiting for them with an umbrella for his boss, so Jong was the only one out in the rain. As he neared them, Shogo asked where they stood, but the chief interrupted him with a gruff tone. He reached into his pocket with his hand and pulled out his pistol, asking if the Japanese had had enough of living, for he had behaved very carelessly. He leaned on the bumper of the car and aimed at Shogo, asking if he really thought he could do whatever he wanted. After all, even if they were known throughout Japan, it's a different territory here, and the orders are different here too. Hearing his words, Shogo smiled crookedly, noticing that the man was talking just like that lying bastard Yisu. He added that Lieutenant Colonel Jang Songho seemed to be his immediate superior, and the chief was surprised. The Japanese man said he knew all about his job, and Kaito, who was standing behind him, pulled out his knife. Shogo nodded to him, and he stabbed the roof of the car right where Chief Jong's daughter was sitting. Oyama said that the chief seemed to care a lot about the girl, so he wouldn't do anything stupid. However, it turned out that he cared only for his loved ones, and did not care about his subordinates. The Japanese man made it clear that he really knew all about his life, alluding to the incident of the shooting of his squad. Except he wasn't telling it to intimidate him, his suggestion was to join forces. The chief hid his gun, saying it was a tempting offer, but after all, the Japanese wanted something else. He said those wished to stay longer, but unfortunately the seats at the communal table were already taken. Then Shogo said it wasn't a problem since they would put a new one in. He didn't like anyone else sitting with him. Chief Zhang was interested in his words and took out his cigarettes, asking what he meant. Shogo stepped closer. He even stepped out from under the umbrella so that what he would say would only be heard by the boss. When he was done, he called out to Kaito and he brought the umbrella above them, and Zhang was still hesitant. He asked if they thought they could do it, but Shogo said he would see for himself. That was the end of it, and Oyama called for Kaito to leave. However, the chief told them to take their time. He called out to Kaito as well, and then threw the butt of his cigarette at him. The guy didn't understand what that meant. He dodged the cigarette butt, but as it turned out it was only a distraction, the boss grabbed it. He then kicked the guy in the leg he was leaning on, and he fell to the ground. And the chief took the knife away from him, telling the Japanese man to do something about his habit of waving his weapon everywhere. He pulled out a kirambite and put it to Kaito's cheek, then added that he'd better stay out of adult conversations too. To make his words more meaningful, Zhang left him a light cut. After all, he had threatened his daughter. He then turned to Shogo, calling him Oyama-san, and the latter smiled eerily again. Zhang told the man to keep in mind, this kind of behavior would no longer be tolerated by him. Meanwhile, Ryu Daihyun was relaxing at his favorite Red Crown hotel. He was wearing an expensive suit. In general, he wore more things like that now to brighten up his scars. He dialed the number, asking what was going on with Tessen lately. He had already been captured by those Japanese from Oyama-gumi, and Baekdokyung was not Baekdokyung at all. On top of that, Chief Jang wasn't picking up the phone, and they had agreed to call this morning. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of shattering glass, and he saw one of the guards fall dead. Then the attacker himself showed up. Daihyun asked who he was, since he hadn't seen him here before. He added why the man tore his boys to rags, as the man had battle axes in his arsenal. Daihyun noticed that his body was covered in bandages, saying that it looked like the bulky guy had gotten a pretty good beating earlier. Nobu only laughed in response and took some pills, saying he talked too much. He added that the Joseon bastards most of all only know how to chirp like stupid sparrows. And Daihyun was surprised to realize that the man spoke Japanese, which meant he must be a member of the Oyama-gumi. He put his knuckles on, wondering if the thug had gotten a kick out of Tessen and had come here for more. Before Nobu could answer, another man entered the hotel and said that Tessen was getting annoyed with him. Except perhaps that was to be expected from the leader of Gorang, who was also overcome by them. Shogo said that if the toads are comfortable in their swamp, they will consider it a great river. But Daihyun was more impressed by something else. He looked at his weapon, for it was a real katana. He couldn't wait to fight the guy sooner, but the guy only walked past him, telling Daihyun to calm down. Shogo said the guy wasn't worthy of holding that seat, pointing to the organization's director's desk. He added that he saw some injustice in this, and then began to explain his plan. Hyun-gu sat in the hospital where he was later interrogated and looked in amazement at the brothers who were one and the same. He didn't even realize it right away, saying that Baekdo-kyung, it turns out, had a doppelganger all along. Then Shihei, who had arrived following Yisu, told him that which he was not a doppelganger, they were just twins. But Hook replied that he would decide for himself who would be his boss, for he knew how fashionably easy it was to check. He showed his left hand, on which 2 fingers had been chopped off, asking which one had done it. Yisu pointed at his brother, and then Hook said he would obey him, meaning the fake Baek Do-kyung. Meanwhile, Do-kyung asked why he suddenly decided to side with Tae-sang, to which Hook replied that he just liked his brother. Besides, he recalled that the blonde boy was a friend of his who had even taken down Ryu Dae-hyun himself. Do-kyung was surprised when he heard that, saying that it must have been difficult, but Shion said that it was a cakewalk. Except Hook advised him not to say that, because he shouldn't have underestimated Dae-hyun. Of course, the guy then managed to twist him. However, that was because he had already gotten a decent beating before that. He said it in complete seriousness, and then said he would tell him everything he knew about his past boss. Gorang was the largest criminal gang in Seoul, and Ryu Dae-hyun was its director. He once even almost won the world heavyweight boxing title. The only thing about this near success was that for him it was dirty boxing or boxing without rules. But right before the cross-country competition, he managed to secure a defeat. At this time, Dae-hyun was just fighting Nobu, who once again sensed a strong opponent. But he'd had enough of the fake Do-kyung, and he didn't want to lose to another scumbag from Korea. The man swung his axe and struck with all his might, but Dae-hyun deftly moved aside and prepared to strike as well. His hand aimed straight for the Japanese's eye, for he had once knocked out his opponent's eye before the competition. He wanted to do the same this time, but Nobu spotted it in time and was able to dodge. Dae-hyun then quickly adopted a boxing stance and punched him in the liver, plus he had brass knuckles on his hands. The Japanese man grimaced. Normally such a blow wouldn't damage him, but right now he hadn't yet departed from his battle with Yisu. He remembered what he had promised himself and swung his axe to push the guy away. Dae-hyun evaded the attack. Principal Garanga noticed that the man had managed to hurt him and wondered if he had managed to get drunk. He even felt nostalgia, because once he was a Zo's advocate, but later he turned to crime and ended up in Ilhak. He pounced on Nobu, saying that the man was already bleeding, and it was true, the man was seriously injured. Shogo, who was watching all of this, didn't think there was another who could fight Nobu on equal footing. In his time, Ryu Dae-hyun's career quickly took off, rising to the elite level in just 1 year. He was about to become one of the 9 knives, however, something unforeseen happened. He had succeeded in bringing his opponent down, and the latter was now on one knee, only there was no defeat in his eyes. On the contrary, the Japanese man was smiling evilly, and Dae-hyun didn't understand why he had suddenly changed so much and became wary. As it turned out, Oyama Shogo came up behind him and put a hand on his shoulder, telling him that enough was enough. He said he'd seen enough of how a great Oni could lose so embarrassingly, but Dae-hyun only smirked. He replied that it would be his turn, but Shogo put a knife to his side, making it clear that it would not be. Oyama said it was quite shameful for him to see the Korean scum humiliate his clan. Meanwhile, a new showdown was brewing in Taizan, all because Seungmin was not yet able to exert his influence properly. He told Kaito that he would talk to the girls himself. However, the Japanese man didn't even pay attention to him. He kicked the door with his foot to the guest room where Tessin had placed Sulan and Cha Yuhua as hostages. But the girls were fine with it. At least Yuhua realized that it was better for them to be on Tessin's side. Ishizuka walks up to them and says that the boss ordered the Gorang to attack, asking why those don't comply. Shulan didn't understand Japanese, asking what this guy wanted from them, and Kaito looked at her in bewilderment. Then Yuhua translated to her, and the girl grabbed her machete, saying that somehow that was a lot of bosses for one seedy organization. She walked over to Ishizuka, asking who it was this time, if it was that Japanese bastard. The girl said she was sorry to disappoint him, but they only listened to Baek Do-kyung. Then Kaito attacked her, but Shulan defended herself by putting her machete forward. The guy's behavior surprised her. The girl wondered if he was picking a fight, for she had made it clear that she would not submit to them. However, Kaito didn't understand Korean. He said the girl was too noisy because she talked a lot. That's when Seungmin intervened. He said he would handle it himself and that the Japanese would only give him a few minutes. Kaito hid his blade, calling them a bunch of underdogs, and Seungmin turned to Chulan, saying it was better to trust Oyamagumi right now. Now Yuhua has already intervened. She said that the guy is of course the chairman, but he also joined Tessin. This was done with Baek Do-kyung's support, except where is he now? Does he really agree with these instructions? Xiulan supported her friend, saying that right now he was just walking on his hind legs in front of some Japanese people. She added that he was the head of Ilhak before teaming up with Tessin, so where is his loyal pride and knives? Seong-min replied that her words made sense, but the time was not yet right. He must gather them in full. He then added that Baek Do-kyung will also be back soon, so we should wait a little longer, because it's all for the greater good. Meanwhile, Nobu stood with his axe in his hand in the middle of the room, his eyes rolled back and drool pouring from his mouth. The sight was not a pleasant one, and even Shogo found it a little creepy to look at, so he turned away. But the Japanese was standing like that because he had managed to overpower Dai-hyun, who was now lying at his feet, bloody and battered. Shogo asked if the man was done with this Joseon thug, then told him to clean up the place. Nobu nodded and went to carry out the order, stepping over the defeated Dai-hyun as he suddenly turned to him. He even managed to get down on one knee, saying that their battle wasn't over yet, so don't let that one run away. He added that all Japanese are equally stupid, but this man was dumber than all of them, second only to his boss. The guy got to his feet and took a stand, saying that he's the one who decides when it's over here, and it's not over yet. This really surprised Shogo, who didn't expect the guy to even get up after a fight like that. Ryu Dai-hyun was angry. Anger gave him strength. He asked if those thought they could handle Goreng so easily. Shogo then said that Goreng was the largest criminal gang in Seoul, and Dai-hyun was its ringleader. He did miss something though. Shogo grabbed him by the hair, telling him that the guy should look around. He asked him what he saw, pointing his head toward the hallway where he and Nobu had just fought. The corridor was empty, and Oyama pointed that out, saying there was no one here, which meant his pack had scattered. And because wolves follow their leader relentlessly, the strongest of them always walking behind the entire pack. However, as the pack becomes weaker, the leader begins to lose authority because he is no longer able to lead the pack. Then he is replaced by a new leader who is stronger and smarter than the previous one and can take care of all the wolves. Shogo smiled, wondering if Dai-hyun guessed what happened next, the pack choosing a new leader. He said his subordinates must have already abandoned him at the sight of the Japanese bandits. This meant that Dai-hyun was no longer a formidable wolf, but just a pathetic dying dog. Meanwhile, in Taisan, Seung-min had managed to stop the conflict, and now Ishizuka was coming down to the first floor. He went out and was surprised to find that the reception desk was empty, as was the entire floor. This seemed strange to him as he suddenly noticed two guys standing nearby. They were dressed in full gear, and only 101 of them pulled a knife out of a man Kaito recognized his men as. This alerted the boy, and he pulled out his knife, preparing to fight a new opponent, especially since he already knew him. That person turned out to be the fake Do-kyung, and the guy next to him was the same blonde guy who had once slapped his arm, Shi. He reminded his captain about it, but Yi-soo said he understands everything and will deal with this hitman himself. He added that the guy had an extraordinary ability because he felt no pain. Ishizuka Kaito, a boy who was left orphaned at an early age, without family or tribe. All he had to do was survive, so he was forced to forget his own weakness. His inability to feel pain served him well in this difficult endeavor. He was able to move on, whatever injuries he received, and who knows, maybe this is the next stage of evolution, a step that allows you to quickly adapt to abhorrent environmental conditions. At least, that's what Kaito thought. He was unaware of the pain or fear of his opponent, no matter who stood in front of him. Just like now, he threw off his jacket, took out a knife, and attacked Yi-soo without even thinking about his battle experience. He noticed that the guy was quite agile and seemed almost as fast as Weasel. He could wield a knife just as skillfully, but it was still obvious that his technique was more amateurish. So he made up for it with his attacks. The guy even twisted his leg to hit his opponent. Of course, Yi-soo was able to block. The punch itself was not some extremely strong punch, but he was surprised by something else. The Japanese really didn't feel any pain. He didn't even grimace when he twisted his leg, so Yi-soo decided to check him some more. When the guy attacked again, he grabbed him and pinned his right arm, then put pressure on his shoulder joint. Kaito felt only the crunch of his bones, but he didn't care and attacked the commander with his foot again. Sure? He thought that a normal person would have fainted from the pain long ago, but this dreamer didn't give a damn. Even grapples are useless against him. He doesn't care about dislocations and probably even fractures. Yi-soo then asked if he really didn't feel any pain. But after all, besides physical pain, there is also psychological pain. Ishizuka pounced on him with another attack. In fact, He never liked being talked about his past. However, Yisu grabbed his arm, preventing himself from being hit, and then swung his elbow, and the blow promised to be traumatic. Kaido was quicker this time. He used his other hand to strike the commander's face surreptitiously and smiled. Except that Yisu was no more than a slap from a child, and the Japanese was surprised to notice it. And Su approached him, telling him to continue, for even if he didn't feel pain, he still had limitations. This hurt the Japanese man's pride a little, and he struck him again despite his sprained right arm. Suddenly, Yisu grabbed his leg, saying that he had fought guys who had plenty of strength. However, this was not his case, even though Kaido was fearless, but no one can fight with broken limbs. Now he was lying on the ground, unable to get to his feet and continue the fight. Besides, he had dropped his blade. And Su stepped on his hand, asking if he really thought he would be so bold and daring all his life. It was said the one couldn't feel pain. What would happen if you tried to break it? The commander's eyes looked eerie. He added that it would be interesting to see how long the Japanese could last, and he was scared. Meanwhile, Do Kyung was on his way to the main office of his organization. It was the first time in such a long period of time. Jin Un, who picked him up from the hospital, said that Mr. Bak Yi-soo had already gone there first. He said it was his brother's organization and that he would enter there through the front door as befits a director. He also assured that no one would dare stop him. He would take care of that personally. They arrived, and Jin Un hurriedly got out and opened the door for him, and Do Kyung said he thought of something. He said they have a lot of new employees and he would be embarrassed to be introduced to them like that. Meanwhile, the men from Oyamagumi were on their way to the parking lot to attack Gorong on the boss's orders. As suddenly from around the corner, Shu He came out to them, holding a knife near the neck of one of the men, and then yanked. The one frantically grabbed his neck and the other Japanese pounced on the guy, but the latter threw himself at him. He said it was not nice of them to assume that they were the masters here, for they were not. He asked Shulan if she agreed with him, and the girl smiled back, pulling out her machete. Just then, one of the Japanese also pulled out a knife, saying they wouldn't get away with it if the boss found out. But the next instant, his hand was cut off by the girl with her razor-sharp machete. He pointed his finger upwards for some reason, as if to say that everything had already been decided upstairs. And sitting on top were Seung Min and Jung Ho. The chairman had a glove on his hand to hide his missing pinky finger. They heard the sounds of a parked car, and Jung Ho said they should go say hi to Do Kyung. Meanwhile, Kaido was frightened by Yisu's words about breaking him and was now trying to escape, but so far in vain. At that moment, Baek Do Kyung walked in. He said that Taeson means great mountain and not a small hill. So if the Oyamagumi really do consider them to be little bipeds, it's time to remind them otherwise. He saw Ishizuka and his brother, who by the looks of it had already given the Japanese assassin a good thrashing. Do Kyung asked how they dared to look down on them, because if one wanted to look, one would have to raise their head higher. After saying that, he leaned over to the guy, who recognized him as the real Ryugasaki and was more than a little scared. 2 months had passed since then, and here they were again, sitting all three of them, or rather, now the four of them. The brothers told them that all this time, the real Baek Do Kyung was injured and bedridden, and his younger brother was replacing him. She said she found it hard to believe that they were submitting to someone who was never even in charge. But Do Kyung replied that Baek Yi-soo was performing the direct duties of a deputy. He and he were in agreement. He added that he would like their relationship between Ilhak and Chunun to remain the same. Then he suggested that we call it a day because there were far more important things to focus on. Then Yuhua took the floor. She apologized for her subordinate's manners, or rather lack thereof, but then added that she agreed with her on some things, since it was his brother they had originally joined. So their grievances were quite appropriate. They wanted Baek Yi-soo to continue to be their boss. Their discussion was interrupted by Seung Min, who said that they should still go back to the most important problem. He held up the newspaper and read the headline on the front page, which said that the Omagumi had bought out the Red Crown Hotel. It looked like those Yakuza had gotten to Goreng as well. Yuhua asked what had become of Ryu Daehyun. Seung Min turned to Yi-soo, saying that Goreng was very closely related to the One Sink project and Chief Jong. The fact that the Oyamagumi had taken possession of it meant only one thing. They had teamed up with the boss for a common goal. Then Do Kyung said they should find out for themselves. He pulled out a letter saying it was from a former committee. It was a good excuse to pay them a visit and see who was snapping at who. It all started the next day. Yuhua went to the Red Crown Hotel, but there was a security guard standing there who asked her name to check on the list. Then Mrs. Cha took out an envelope with an invitation saying she was the head of Cheonong. It worked. The guard said her name was indeed on the list and let her through, but added that it was strange. After all, the head of Chunun was already present at the meeting, and those words really surprised the girl. Oyama Shogo and Wang Hao were already in the room. The Japanese said that doing business was not the first time he had done so. He was the one who wrote that letter, saying he would like some good advice from more experienced colleagues. That is why he arranged this meeting, Wang Hao said. His business has expanded so much that he moved to a neighboring country. Shogo thanked him for his praise, saying, however, that the Dragon Triad had also opened a branch in Korea. The boy poured the man some wine, asking what it was about these lands that drew them all here like a magnet. And then, seeing that Wang Hao was thinking the same thing as him, Shogo suggested that they team up and act together. Now it would be their Chunun. However, here they were interrupted by a female voice that said they were wrong. It was Cha Yuhua who entered the room and heard their last sentence. She said that Cheonun belonged to her as the head, and Wang Hao replied that he didn't expect her to come. Then the girl sat back in her seat at the table, saying that since the eyes were here, the deputy could leave. Wang Hao realized that it was a hint at him. He said that the girl's courage was not lacking. However, he was staying. Meanwhile, another guest entered the room, whose arrival Shogo was very excited about and went to greet him. It was Chairman Lee Song-min, who said hello to the Japanese, just as casually. Oyama pointed to the table, telling the guy to take a seat, as there was a place for him too. When everyone was seated, he walked over to the last available chair, saying that since everyone was assembled, we could begin. Meanwhile, another man was heading towards the entrance of the room. His appearance was to be a surprise. When the guards saw him, they asked him what business he had come for, and also what his name was. Du Kyung then introduced himself, saying he was the director of Taisan, but the men said his name wasn't on the list. However, that didn't stop him. He said he would pass anyway, on that the men shouldn't have stressed. He added that he hadn't worn the suit for a long time, but it wasn't cheap and it hadn't paid for itself yet. Shogo, who was about to sit down and start talking, froze in surprise, for he certainly hadn't expected him to come. Oyama immediately recognized him as his real half-brother. This one was definitely Baek Do-kyung, and he said it out loud. Except Do-kyung interrupted him and tapped him with his cane, saying that he was wrong. His name was now Ryugasaki. When he spoke of the letter he had received from the former committee, he was curious to see the guests. Back then, Yisu also wanted to go along with him, saying that this time Oyama Shogo would be unfortunate. But Do-kyung didn't think so. He asked if Yisu remembered what he had said to him in the hospital. Now he would figure it out on his own somehow. Now he noticed with annoyance that he had not even been given a seat at the table. Then he walked over to the table across the hall and sat down in one of the chairs, saying he'd set up here if that was okay with them. Wang Hao didn't realize which brother was in front of them right now. He decided to check it by turning to him. But Do-kyung said the man was somehow suspiciously friendly, clearly not recognizing him. But then he suddenly remembered, saying that he was the same guy from Cheonong that he had given a big kicking to. The guy apologized for not recognizing him right away, explaining that the man was sitting in the wrong seat. He motioned for him to take a seat next to him. After all, the heads of major organizations were gathered at that table. Wang Hao was very angry at this attitude towards his person, but he held back and even decided to accept his offer. He sat down beside him, asking if the director would buy him a cigarette, and Do-kyung replied that he would be happy to share. He handed him a cigarette and then held up a lighter as well, and Shogo noticed that it was his father's. Do-kyung said he saw that the composition of the committee had changed somewhat as he did not observe some old colleagues. He said he knew what became of Gorong, but asked what they did to HHS, and Wang Hao remarked that he acted differently. Shogo replied that the HHS boss must have been too busy to honor them with his presence. However, he added that he exclusively called the bosses to this meeting. Did he really talk to his real brother this time? But then he suddenly took the cigarette from his mouth, saying that it no longer made any difference to him. After all, under their little mound, there's enough room for two people, even a nice family grave. He put out his cigarette into his shoulder, so Do-kyung turned it into a joke, saying it was an expensive suit. Shogo says he can offer an alternative. He and Do-kyung will take over Taisan together and bring that city to its knees. He added that they would do it in the name of the Oyama clan, but Do-kyung interrupted him, saying that he refuses. He asked if his father hadn't told him that he would be the head of Oyamagumi, so he didn't need his brother's handouts. After all, he would finish him off with his own hands if need be, such was his decision. He also said that Shogo knew that they'd rather tear each other's throats out than work together. But he was still curious about something. He asked why his brother was trying so hard to get him out of the light. Then Shogo approached him, angrily asking if he thought he was a fighter for justice. After all, it was all his, Shogo, from the beginning, and the clan and his father, and he stole it because his father sympathized with him more. A wave of hatred suddenly came over him, and he swept everything off the table, saying he would tear their precious Taisan to splinters. He then turned to Yuhui and Seong-min, saying that they too would be in trouble if they tried to stop him. Before Gonu, he added that he would take away everything he held dear and trample his pride. Now that was his revenge. However, the expected effect didn't happen. Do-kyung only clapped, asking if his brother had been practicing for a long time. Only the art of eloquence he never conquered, apparently because he skipped rhetoric lessons in his youth. His monologue seemed more like a caprice, the tantrum of a hurt child that was impossible to listen to. With those words, he stood up and headed for the exit, saying that he would see how he could beat Tessen. However, let him take into account that if he failed, there would be no pity for him. Do-kyung was the last thing he said. Following him, the other guests rose from their seats. Seong-min and Yuhua headed towards the exit behind Do-kyung. Shogo looked at them all with surprise, and Wang Hao said he didn't expect to witness a family drama. He remarked that it was quite an entertaining performance and asked if Chief Zhang agreed with him. All the while the room was under surveillance, the chief sat in his office, pondering the two brothers. He figured this guy was limping on one leg, but it didn't look like it hurt. The chief reflected that even assuming it was Baek Do-kyung who survived, he should have been left crippled. Zhang added that he had prepared a small contingency squad. They were waiting outside. So now he intended to give them a special order, for it would be better to deal with everything. Meanwhile, Do-kyung, Seong-min, and Cha Yu-hwa had already gone down to the exit and were about to leave the hotel. They were almost there when suddenly Do-kyung noticed something strange flickering to the side of the restroom. To his companions, he told them to keep on going because he had a place to visit. But the guys didn't want to let him go alone, saying it was dangerous, and then he had to explain that he wanted to go to the bathroom. He said he wasn't as helpless as they thought, so he would be able to take care of himself. When he entered the restroom, he walked to the mirror as if he had only come in to wash his hands. In fact, he was testing something and made sure of it when he saw the reflections of the men in the mirror lurking behind him. Do-kyung said they looked more like naughty teenagers who came here to smoke secretly from their teachers. He added that he had some kind of déjà vu, as he had been tried once before under similar circumstances. Only this time the men should have aimed better. He suddenly became serious, finished wiping his hands and got ready. Meanwhile, in the harbour, a solitary ship was preparing for tomorrow's departure. But it was not to be. A few men came in to check something out because they got an order from their boss. It was the Japanese, Oyama's men, who had already found the right door and were about to open it to check it out. When one of the men pulled the door open, several clear bags immediately spilled out of the room. When he saw what it was, the Japanese said that in his time, such things had to be hidden in the belly of a tuna to get through customs. And those who hid it all here didn't even bother. A whole warehouse of bags opened up in front of them. On the other hand, it turns out it wasn't banned in Korea yet. Apparently the government hasn't decided. However, even though it's legal here, the guy said he didn't think their head would get involved in the drug trade. It seemed like he even decided to throw one bag away, but a man took it away saying he shouldn't worry. He said it was a direct order from Shogo-san, and they carry it out as loyal subordinates should. He added that he had also heard as if the boss had decided to step aside, and the others looked at each other in surprise. The man then explained that since the Ryugasaki and their boss were in a fight for the right to lead the clan, Shogo decided to retreat to the privacy of his room, delegating authority to his deputies. At least, that's what he was told. Meanwhile, Baek Do-kyung had fallen into the lion's mouth, but he had signed his own death warrant. The man started to hammer the door shut and put on the lock, which he was now closing, saying that Do-kyung was probably dead by now. Meanwhile, he asked who his younger brother was, for he had heard that the latter was a former NIR commander. As he was saying this, he heard a noise behind his back, so he turned around, but immediately froze in surprise. The guy behind him was holding onto his neck, struggling to keep himself from being strangled by the fishing line. The one who threw it around his neck was Shion, who asked why the man was silent. Also with him was Weasel. The man realized that they had been followed the whole time and wanted to run away. But another guy was coming up the stairs. He wore a dark cap, but the manner of his voice and gait gave him away as Mr. Peck. He asked who was already dead there. Meanwhile, Do-kyung had discarded his cane and made a stand. Fighting in the restroom was uncomfortable, but there was nothing left to do. He was able to knock the weapon away from one of his opponents. Oddly enough, he moved quite well and hit clearly. The men who attacked him looked like a specially selected squad that had been ordered to kill him. They were not badly trained, so it wasn't sweet. However, the guy knew what he had to do. He pretended to back away, but as he was doing so, his leg jerked up and he almost lost his balance. Then another man came out of the shadows of the restroom and said his hunch had just been confirmed. He then explained it to his subordinates, saying that the guy was limping on his left leg, so they should aim for it. He also added that the guys shouldn't rush into the battle headlong because Baek Yi-soo's brother was in front of them, which meant there was no need to go for a frontal attack. They should have just exhausted him to the limit. That was Park Chan-hoon. During that time, he became the commander of the One-Sink Special Unit and added that Do-kyung would be their prey today. After saying that, the guy commanded his men to take him, acting according to plan, and Do-kyung said that was nice of him. He had a limp on his left leg, but his hands were all right, and the men could feel it well. He was knocking out opponents one by one, and something about his fighting style was strange to Chang-hoon, but he didn't understand yet. Suddenly, one of his men managed to grab Do-kyung by the elbow, something Do-kyung himself had not expected. The guy who did this shouted for others to attack, for this was a great chance to finish him off. But of course, Do-kyung couldn't afford to miss such an obvious attack. He grabbed the guy's neck with his other hand, then jerked the other assailant sharply toward him and tripped him up so that he flew at his comrade. They fell on top of each other, and the knife flew out of the hand of the one who ran to finish him off. Do-kyung took advantage of it. He grabbed the knife on the fly, which was quite fortunate because at that moment, Chang-hong prepared to attack. He drew his blade and lunged at the guy, and the guy turned sideways toward him with his right arm out in front of him. He gripped the knife tighter in his left and turned it the right way. A careful eye would have noticed what was wrong. Their blades met. Both struck with such force that sparks flew everywhere, and the guys jumped away from each other. But Chang-hong clearly felt superior to his opponent, thinking that it would be easy to win in such a fight. He kicked, and Do-kyung had to block the attack with both hands, so the weapon flew out of his hands. He thought it was starting to annoy him, so it was worth ending this performance soon. He jumped back, assessing the situation. It was clearly not in his favor, however, it didn't last long. The guy made a stand again, but for some reason it was different this time, and Chang-hong noticed that he wasn't going to give up. Do-kyung had already realized that the special squad leader was keeping an eye on him and was just waiting for the right moment. He stood wedged against the wall and surrounded by 3 people, yet this had yet to show his main abilities. He reached into his pants pocket for his knife, which he hadn't pulled out yet, saying that the fight would take a different turn from now on. Meanwhile, the guy who was climbing the stairs on the ship was another of the Beck brothers. He told the Japanese to repeat who was going to be torn to shreds because he had mentioned that someone was going to die today. Then the man screamed in horror that he recognized him, for he was the creep who had whacked Kaido and Nobu. Baek Do-kyung's twin brother, Baek Yi-soo, that's what he was. Yet the guy only silently removed his cap without reacting yet. His face was indeed exactly like his brother's, and his long-grown hair made it even more similar. The Japanese said he was willing to admit he was just as good as his brother, who could really use him right now, because their mutual acquaintances had already sent people for his head. And of course, it was about Chief Jong. Behind the mask, he couldn't be seen smiling. He asked why he was sure they would succeed in killing him. Such a question puzzled the Japanese. He said that the guy's leg never healed after all, and with such injuries, even Rugasaki couldn't do it. He didn't finish because Do-kyung barely fell down. Shion held him up, saying that the guy's leg really hadn't recovered yet. Now the man could not stand on his feet. His legs gave out because he realized who was standing in front of him. Do-kyung crouched down beside him, asking what he was thinking now about his familiars and the people they had sent. He added that he was the unfortunate crippled Rugasaki who was now so desperately wanted to be killed. Meanwhile, Yi-soo, who was actually pretending to be his brother all this time, drew out his army blade. He put his left leg back out, and the opponents thought that this was the guy's way of planning to escape. But how surprised they were when he suddenly shifted all his weight onto his wounded leg and pushed off, attacking the squad. He stabbed one of them, and the others stood in bewilderment. the men unable to understand where he suddenly got so much strength from. This change was also noticed by Chung Hong. He now remembered that when the latter fought, he held the knife in his own manner. That was why he hadn't reached for it until the last, and now he was pushing off with his sore foot to attack. Then he said that the brothers had succeeded in messing with their heads, and his men rushed at Yi Su again. The strongest remained, so now their attacks were more coherent, and they chose their timing clearly. And Su was even surprised, thinking when Zhang's squad had managed to become so professional he could barely notice all the attacks. But here he let one of them get as close as possible, and then, with a precise blow, knocked the knife out of his hand. Then he grabbed that knife on the fly, and now he already had 2 weapons, so things should have gone better. It became much easier to defend himself, and he stopped retreating, preparing for a decisive attack to end it all. He no longer held back and fought at full strength. His opponents realized it too, but it was too late. He swung the knife in all directions, and where he couldn't reach it, he used holds, like suddenly now. One of the guys pounced on him as he was choking the other guy, and Yi Su grabbed his arm, putting a knife to his side. The guy then kicked his leg and fell to the ground, still firmly in his grip and with the knife near his head. That one hit his head painfully, and Yi Su asked who was the hunter now, because in his opinion, they had switched roles. He added that all this time they were the game and he was just waiting for the right moment. Did they really think they could actually win? After all, they were in Tyson territory. Chang Hun wondered if he and his brother had foreseen everything from the beginning and made this game to confuse them. And Su answered him that in fact it was common practice, disguise, espionage, and other nonsense. That's when Chung Hong radioed in, reporting that there had been a blunder, and they should have gone to Plan B. He said he was requesting Alpha's help and calling the others off because they would only get in the way. And Su realized that by Alpha he meant someone specific, but he didn't understand who he was talking about yet. He asked this to Chung Hun, and the latter responded with a question, asking if he didn't know, since this guy was his fan. It was true that his head wasn't right, but then he was interrupted because someone put a hand on his face. That man was Alpha. He said his partner was talking a lot and then shoved him aside, saying he'd handle it himself. The Alpha turned out to be Ghost. He took off his hood to get a better look at the guy, asking if it was really Yi Su, and he looked at him with an incomprehensible look, for he had never met this man before. Then the Phantom said it could not be. The one was dead, for he himself had finished him off with his own hands. When Yi Su heard this, he was overcome with hatred, realizing that the one who almost killed his brother was standing in front of him. He could now clearly see his opponent in him, and he had his characteristic frantic look again. Chung Hun, seeing his partner hesitate, said that this time it was definitely the real Baek Yi Su and not a twin brother. He added that he wanted Ghost to deal with him soon, but he still denied his words, saying it was out of the question. The guy said he definitely killed Baek Yi Su in the same office on the first floor, so it just can't be him. While he was saying this, Yi Su decided not to waste time and attack the guy first. He approached and kicked his jaw. The Ghost was still in shock that Baek Yi Su was alive and was now standing in front of him. He didn't even block the punch. However, he realized something, because if the Special Forces commander was really alive, he should be the one to kill him. Ghosts are invisible, elusive, intangible beings whose existence has yet to be proven. That was the name given to a special mercenary unit in Korea, and they fully justified it. None of them could be identified. The captain of the Ghost crew only had the call sign G1. However, each of them had only a call sign with the letter G from the English letter Ghost, and a serial number. 2 years ago, somewhere in Western Russia, they were doing another assignment for the authorities and had just finished. Ghost then had the call sign G2 and took off his mask, but the captain said they couldn't be seen. After all, they never leave marks, so he told him to put the mask back on, and the guy obeyed. He was vice captain of the squad at the time. Their mission was complete. They had blown up an important Russian ammunition depot. Now all that was left to do was to get away unnoticed. The guys got into the car, and Ghost took off his mask again, complaining that he wanted to go to Seoul. The captain only told him to put it back on, and that annoyed the guy. He replied that it was all his own in the car anyway. Then the captain addressed him by his call sign, but even that annoyed the blonde man. He said his name was Choi. He didn't have time to say his full name, because suddenly an armored car crashed into them at high speed. Their car flipped over, one tire fell off, and the guys didn't seem to have survived such a collision. Armed men had meanwhile emerged from the armored vehicle. It was the Russian squad that had tracked them down. Under the rubble of the car, The commander saw that G2 was lying face down on the ground and called out to him, holding out his hand to help. But the guy didn't respond, so the commander called him by the first name he managed to say in the car. He realized that out of the entire squad, only the two of them had survived, and that was not a fact, for the enemy had opened fire. They had a large caliber that pierced through the wrecked car, but there was still a chance to get out. The firing ceased. A man, apparently the squad leader, reported that the suppression on the ground was complete. The order was then to leave the scene, but they did not know that they would not be able to do so. Some rustling was heard in the rear ranks. The commander turned around to find out the cause and was greatly surprised. In front of him was a Korean guy with a curved knife who snuck up behind him and slaughtered all of his subordinates. The only ones left were those who stood in the front rows with him. One of them decided to shoot the Korean as a knife suddenly flew at him. Someone threw it right into the man's eye, causing him to scream and fall to the ground, while the commander was perplexed. He was sure that after such aimed fire, the enemy would be destroyed, but the two Koreans were still alive. The man even got a little scared because he had never met such people before. He opened fire on them. But the captain and his intercessor lay down on the ground and covered themselves with the bodies of dead comrades and Russians. The man seemed to suddenly run out of ammo. He thought he had definitely shot both of them this time, but there was poor visibility. Suddenly, as he was about to leave, a knife was held to his throat, and G2 looked out from behind him, saying he was caught. The man had only a split second to realize they had lost, and then his throat was slit. The ghost said these Russians were really beaten back in the head and had completely lost their shame by attacking them. He asked the commander if he was okay, to which the guy replied that he'd had worse, and now they had to cover their tracks. And you also need to burn the wheelbarrow. He looked back at the overturned car that still had the bodies of their partners in it. It wasn't hard to start a fire, and in a moment, the car was engulfed in bright flames while the boys looked on. It was not a pleasant sight, because their comrades were burning in those flames, and they didn't even know their names. Choi noticed the commander take out a cigarette. It amused him, since he always said they shouldn't leave any traces. But G1 looked at him and said it was already over. Besides, it was his last cigarette. Choi didn't immediately understand what he was talking about, but then he saw that the guy was bleeding and everything became clear. He said the man was a fool, for if he wanted to be saved, he should move his feet. But the man stopped him. The commander suddenly became serious again, saying that only he, G2, could be saved out of them. It was unexpected. But he continued, saying they would be found quickly if he went with him, so it was too risky. Choi then asked in surprise what the commander was going to do, and the commander replied that it was a stupid question. He said he just had to go where all ghosts go, and with those words he stepped right into the flames. Choi stood in shock. He was so shocked he couldn't even stop it, just watching the guy. And he walked farther and farther away, and soon the fire completely consumed him, the last man of the squad. A scream was heard, but it wasn't even the commander screaming. It was Choi, torn by the pain of despair for everything that had happened. A short while later, he was already sitting in the chief's office, who said the mission had been successfully completed. Jong remarked that it had given them quite a hard time, as most of the team had died in the line of duty. Only G2 survived, and that was something, but they had a hard time, he admitted. He then added that Russian authorities are ready to return the charred remains of the fighters, something like repatriation. But unfortunately, they can't accept their offer, because it's like confessing. He lit a cigarette and looked at the guy, saying that they had miscalculated on something after all. For a moment, there was silence in the room, Choi's hatred gradually taking over, for the superiors refused to even bury the fighters. He smiled evilly, wondering what the man wanted him to say about it. Jong then leaned back in his chair and said that none of this would have happened if it had been organized differently. He suggested that perhaps the problem was that they had sent a whole squad into this scorcher, and after all, the group was easy to spot. So, from now on, Ghost will work alone, and it will be him, G2, that will be enough. Hearing this, the guy stood up, shoving his hand into his pocket for his kirambite. The chief was getting on his nerves. At that moment, one of his subordinates burst into the office, reporting that a call had come in from the Counterintelligence Corps. He said Baek Yi-soo was back, but those detained him on suspicion of espionage. Then Jang got up from his chair. He had ordered his uniform to be brought because he was going to pay them an official visit. The ghost, who was still in the room, asked what the hell he was doing, since they weren't done. He asked what it was about Yi-soo that the chief was more worried about than the only surviving ghost. Was he really that good? And Jang agreed, saying that Ghost was no match for him. He added that the guy shouldn't even try to compare himself to him because there was a huge gulf between them. He later had the honor of seeing it for himself, but now it turned out that it was only his brother Bak Do-kyung. And now he was fighting the real Yi-soo, a legend who was said to be a match for him. Did such a person really exist? Yi-soo was serious, for this was revenge for him. He punched him and Ghost staggered, but stayed on his feet. He wanted to see the full strength of this guy. After all, he was very different from them. It was pointless to deny it, except that it didn't change anything. He turned to Yi-soo, saying that he was now really wondering what else he could surprise him with. Then turned to Chung-hoon, asking if the latter didn't have a name either, since they called themselves Beta. Toth replied that it was just a call sign, telling the guy to get on better, but Ghost said he had it under control. He added that he has enough brains to realize they won't be able to defeat Yi-soo under normal circumstances. He then told Chung-hoon to give the order to turn off the lights all over the floor, including the fucking toilet. It was an unexpected request, but Ghost told his partner to move and do as he said. After all, even though there are incredible rumors about Commander Baek Yi-soo's strength and skills, there is another legend. Wondering if Yi-s had heard of them, Ghost put on his mask and the lights went out on the entire floor, leaving them in darkness. The guy said he would love to show him everything he can do, calling him the legendary Baek Yi-soo. The commander had 2 knives, allowing him to react quickly to the slightest movement, but that wasn't much help either. A few times Ghost almost got him, and it was starting to get annoying. Yi-soo called the guy a show-off. He added that he could still see him a little in the reflection of the knives, but Ghost didn't respond. The legend of those who have no form and are able to disappear without a trace. The invisible and elusive ghosts. That's what he was about to tell him. Choi was suddenly behind his back and it was very dangerous. Before Kyung didn't really like the idea of reincarnation, he thought he could handle it himself. The principal asked if they had to do that, putting on their brother's SWAT uniform. After all, why go to such trouble if everyone already knew that they were both alive? But Yi-soo replied that it was for their own benefit. He explained that now, since Chief Zhong knows that he has a twin brother, things will get more complicated. After all, the boss will definitely want to kill them both, and Do-kyung's leg still hasn't fully healed enough to fight. So most likely the first thing they would try to do would be to get rid of him, and pretending was just the right thing to do. That was the end of it. But before they left, Do-kyung asked if the guy who almost killed him was still alive. Yi-soo then didn't realize who his brother was talking about, so he said he didn't know, and Do-kyung thought for some reason. He then gave a brief description to the ghost, and Sha. He called out from behind him, who remembered that he had also fought this madman. When Do-kyung heard that, he was surprised and praised the guy, saying that he had also beaten up Ryu Dae-hyun. Remembering Principal Gorang, he said he should finish that one off as well, adding that he was already losing his knack. However, Shu-hei hurriedly stopped him, saying that it wasn't about that, for he was also quite puzzled. He put on his hood and twirled a karambit, then added that he didn't think he'd meet anyone like them anywhere. After all, those guys were just as professional, more like beasts of prey, capable only of killing. But then he added that Brother Do-kyung hadn't done a bad job on him, remembering Ghost's full-face scar. Yi-soo, on the other hand, thought that the guy was a dangerous kid, because it turned out that he was trained just like theirs. He was not to be underestimated, because if he was a mercenary, killing someone would be a cakewalk for him. He added that he could fight this guy as an equal, because he had undergone similar training. But that one's reflexes are excellent, and if he wasn't careful enough, he might well have lost to him. So he advised the captain to be on the lookout for that grey-haired man, for mercenaries were not to be trifled with. Yi-soo replied that he understood already, and he said that he didn't envy that poor guy. It was a compliment to the commander. Do-kyung smiled upon hearing this, asking if his little brother was really that good, and Shi-on nodded. He said he wondered what the rabid guy's specialty was, since he was also a mercenary. At the last second, Yi-soo was able to block his attack from behind, almost saying goodbye to his ear. Actually, Ghost didn't have a specialty as such, however. If one were to choose, a few things come to mind. The commander realized that this was his chance to retake the initiative, for the enemy was within his range. He tripped him up and clobbered his arm, then knocked him to the ground so that he had nothing to hold on to. He agreed that the guy specialized in eliminating professionals like this. Perhaps that was the most apt description. But right now, Ghost clearly didn't fit it. Yi-soo swung the knife and stopped it at the very face of the guy. At the last moment, he changed his mind to kill him that way. While he was hesitating, Cheng Hong was able to stealthily approach him, and now he kicked at his arm, knocking out his weapon. This was a good chance for Ghost, who was able to free his hand and grab the knife, aiming at Yi Su. Cheng Hong meanwhile swung again. They planned to attack from different sides, but Yi Su saw it. He decided it would be best to leave, so he opted for a defense tactic and brought out a second knife, blocking the guy. He then bounced off, and Ghost was able to get out and was now standing beside Jong-hoon. The commander was across from them. Choi asked Chung-hoon if he was tired of standing as a pillar, to which he replied that it wasn't the kind of gratitude he expected. Then, Ghost took up his stance again, preparing for another attack, and asked the boy to cover him. Overall, Yi Su had nothing to worry about. He was only thinking of one thing. His goal was to avenge his brother. And he didn't care if even the enemy went crazy, because they said Ghost was a little crazy. They threw themselves at each other again, their knives jingling but not hitting either of them, both fighting as equals. Yi Su was even able to adapt to fighting in the dark and could now see all the movements of not only Ghost, but also Chang-hoon. He fought off two of them at once, but soon Cheng Hong stopped attacking, seeing that the guy was aiming more at Ghost. He didn't understand why he was acting like this, but all of his punches were stubbornly aimed at the Alpha, who was barely dodging. But suddenly one punch still got him. Yi Su hit the guy in the neck and then counterattacked. The commander was not inferior to him in anything. Maybe his experience and skills were even more than Ghost's. He hit him with a knee as well, and he barely had time to put up a defense, but the blow still went through. Then Ghost boiled with anger that he couldn't take the initiative and started swinging his knife. Of course, it was for nothing and only meant that the opponent had lost his composure. This was taken advantage of by Yi Su. He clenched his blade and turned it around a bit before leaping up to the Phantom and charging him in the jaw with the hilt. There was no telling what surprised Choi more, the attack itself or the fact that he did it with a normal knife handle. But Yi Su didn't stop there. He grabbed him by his hair, intending to continue beating him, but changed his mind. The commander told him to get up because he could not even dream of an easy death, but he did not deserve it. As he was still speaking, he felt Cheng Hong sneak up from behind again and swung the knife towards his head. In order to dodge, he had to let go of Ghost again, who was able to get out this time as well. Cheng Hong grudgingly muttered something asking how he was able to dodge, but Yi Su didn't answer him. Then Cheng Hong, soberly assessing the situation, turned on the receiver and addressed his superiors, saying that they were retreating. At first glance, it was logical after all. They were at a disadvantage, and it couldn't go on like this. But on the other hand, Ghost was at odds with Rim, and he had to explain that right now, Yi Su was beyond them. Therefore, the best option now was to retreat. However, the guy was suddenly reminded of his former commander's face. He also remembered how he had died, and then he clenched his teeth and said he couldn't back down, even if it was an order. After all, they had never retreated. He asked his partner if he had forgotten, and Cheng Hong didn't understand what he meant. But the Ghost did not wait for an answer. He attacked Yi Su for the umpteenth time because he wanted to defeat him or die. This time he used all his equipment, including the fishing line he now planned to grab the guy with. He jumped on him, and Yi Su put out his knife. He even had to grab his own hand for support. They pressed their blades, looking into each other's eyes. Everyone's lives depended on who would yield first. However, Yi Su was a bit stronger, so after stepping back slightly, he gave a dash and pushed his opponent away. The Ghost fell to the floor, but he was still able to do something, for his fishing line was still attached to the karambits. He pulled it with all his might, and Yi Su's leg, which the guy had managed to wrap the fishing line around, went forward. The commander didn't expect that, so he couldn't keep his balance and fell down, but the Ghost was already rushing at him. He prepared himself for the decisive attack, realizing that the chance was good, and he would definitely succeed now. Danger Video and Yi Su. But he wasn't called the best fighter in the squad for nothing, or rather, that's why he was its commander. For truly strong is the one who knows how to use not only strength, but also intelligence. He quickly assessed the situation and struck first. Cheng Hong, who was watching all of this, was surprised to think that even that didn't work. The only thing the captain didn't notice was his brother's lighter, which fell out as he arched his body for a punch. However, Yi Su was too focused on the battle to pay attention to such trivialities. The opponent was still alive. A punch like that almost sent him into a knockout, and now blood was dripping from his face, but the guy wasn't planning on wondering. For some reason, he only smiled. It was obvious that his mind was beginning to cloud, and soon he was going to lose his mind. Yisu also noticed this change. He was reminded of Shion's words that warned of such a thing. Meanwhile, the boy grabbed his Kirinbite and rose from his knees, intending to rush to the attack again. He was almost near his opponent, who had prepared himself for another prank when he suddenly stopped. A small object not far from Yisu's leg caught his attention. It was silver and stood out well in the darkness. Yisu himself didn't notice him, so he didn't understand why the guy suddenly stopped, but he didn't let his guard down. Then, Ghost knelt down. He glanced at the lighter, and now Yisu also noticed that the lighter was on the ground. For a while, the guy just stared at the object. Hien was not sure exactly how he should act now. He picked up the lighter and spun the wheel, and when he saw the sparks from the fire, he suddenly had a terrible idea. The fire reminded him of his fallen squadmates, and also of his former commander who had been burned alive. Sure, he went there of his own free will, but if it wasn't for that stupid assignment from his superiors, things would have been different. However, now he finally had a chance for revenge. The boy wondered how he hadn't thought of it right away. He flicked his lighter, producing fire, and an evil smirk appeared on his face, which made Yisu very wary. The ghost even laughed a little, saying that if he burned the place to the ground, there would be no trace left, just as he had been taught. Meanwhile, someone had started a fire at the port too, and now there were considerable flames right in the warehouse. Du Kyung, Shion, and Weasel stood together and looked at this sight. The drug warehouse was indeed burning. Do Kyung wondered how much it all cost, because generally speaking, Oyamagumi don't get up to this sort of thing. So he assumed that the fool Shogo must have set the fire himself, for he would do anything for money. He wondered if this was the kind of clan head his brother wanted to be, in which case he shouldn't let it happen. Kyungchun took out a Chocopia because he was hungry again and held it out to his new acquaintance, that is Do Kyung. He said he didn't think he'd have to go all the way to the south to see this, because it was the first time. The boy remembered that there were frequent floods in his neighborhood, and while you're furiously fighting for life, all the food floats away. So, he explained, when you're literally starving, food is the only thing you care about. At times, people went mad with despair and dug raw potatoes out of the ground to eat them as soon as possible. They fought and killed each other for a piece of bread. When he remembered it, he constantly flinched. After listening to his story, Do Kyung gave him back the cookie, saying that he can't eat it because he feels like he's ripping off a kid. But Kyungchun replied that it was okay after all. Who else to share with if not those he considered friends? Then Do Kyung waved his hands, asking if the boy didn't go to school or something. He noticed that those bastards from Oyamagumi even brought drugs here. Would it really end there? But Do Kyung smiled. He knew that wasn't true. They had already figured out how to incorporate this stuff into the One Sync project. However, he will not allow them to accomplish what he has planned. Even if he has to turn everything to ashes, he will do it. Chief Jang's unified synchronization project and even Oyama Shogo. He'll destroy them all if he has to. Meanwhile, Ghost had already fully formed his crazy plan. His idea meant the end of the battle. And Su, seeing that he picked up his brother's lighter, which must have fallen out, told the guy to give it back. Ghost, on the other hand, remarked that the thing was dear to him, and Chang-hun asked what he was going to do. Instead of answering, the guy headed towards the exit, showing Yisu's lighter and telling him to take it himself if he wanted. Then he suddenly burst from his seat, saying that the lad must catch up with him, the stake wishing to avenge his brother. And Su realized that he was provoking him, but he didn't have much of a choice, and it really pissed him off. He grabbed the knife and decided to proceed cautiously, but the guy would still have to be followed. He shouted for the creep to come back and ran after Ghost, and Chang-hun was left alone in the restroom. He was the one who reported to his superiors that it looked like they had a problem. Except this time it wasn't because of the enemy. The ghost ran like a man possessed. He thought he would burn the place to hell, leaving nothing but ashes. His captain would have loved it, for he always acted cautious and worried about how they would leave no trace. He was reminded of how their squad had successfully completed the mission to clear out the Russian warehouse, and they were about to leave. Then they had to cover their tracks as usual, and fire was the best solution. That's what they wanted. The commander said that for fire, you need something that burns well. For example, alcohol or oil. They managed to find the former. Since it was a Russian warehouse, you should definitely expect to find vodka in the refrigerator, and so it was. Remembering the incident, Ghost thought that the booze should be stored here as well, so he ran to the elevator. He had already entered the stall when Yi Su caught up with him, but he was too far away to follow him. And Ghost decided to taunt him by luring him with his finger like an animal, for he knew whose lighter it was. and Sue rushed to the elevator as fast as he could. But he didn't make it in time, and the doors closed, though he thought about hitting the guy. The attack failed, however, and he kicked the doors in frustration, not knowing what to do now. He glanced at the numbers above the elevator, which were increasing more and more. Ghost's plan was unknown to him, and while he was driving, he huddled in a corner of the cabin and sank to the floor. For some reason, he suddenly felt sad and a little uncomfortable. He clutched his head, wondering if this was the end, and after all, he had so many more missions to complete. He was also reminded of Chief Zhang's words, saying that he was no match for Baek Yi-soo. The boss told him not to even try to match him because there was a huge gulf between them. He said that becoming a legend was out of the question for him and that no one should know of his existence at all. Because he is a ghost and will always be in the shadow of others, those words acted irritatingly on him. Suddenly, he threw up right in the elevator. He realized that the chief had never considered him a worthy fighter, or a man either. This was very painful to realize because when you're constantly being compared, you only have two choices. Or just accept that some people will always be better than you, no matter how hard you try. Or dismiss other people's opinions and prove the opposite to everyone else. Take down those who always rise above you. Ghost chose the second option. He asked himself what was so special about this man, Baek Yi-soo. He wasn't the usual experienced fighter because they're all like that here. So the reason was something else, or it wasn't there at all. After all, they are all just ordinary mercenaries who do the government's bidding for good pay. Kill for money, he was good at it, which meant that if he died, at least he'd get to tackle his opponent. As the guy expected, he found booze in the minibar on the top floor, so he didn't hesitate to open 2 bottles. He started pouring their contents around the room, thinking about the look on Yi-soo's face when he saw it all. His squad probably had even more deaths than him, so Yi-soo had nothing to be proud of. And yet, everyone considered him a legend. So how was he, Ghost, worse than him? Out of anger, he threw the bottle out the window. The guy then sat down on the sofa, breathing heavily. He said that Yi-soo was absolutely no different from him. And since that's the case, they'll both die here. With those words, he took out Do-kyung's lighter and checked the gas once more. There were bottles scattered around him, and the whole room was flooded with alcohol. As soon as he held up a lighter, everything would ignite. Meanwhile, Yi-soo had reached the 27th floor, and when the elevator doors opened, the commander realized that the matter smelled like kerosene. It was in the truest sense of the word, for before him was an eerie picture of a room being consumed by flames. In that time, it had already managed to spread almost everywhere and was covering more and more territory with each passing second. The commander covered his nose with his elbow to keep from inhaling the carbon monoxide, then heard someone call out to him. It was Ghost himself who asked if he was going to stand there like that and watch the flames consume his Tesson. More accurately, it was his brother's Taeson, because that was why Yi-soo had come to get that stupid little lighter. He added that the latter had mentioned the place for his brother, so wasn't now the time to answer for his words. Or maybe they played a trick on everyone again, and the real Bak Do-kyung fell at his hand after all. Then, Yi-soo couldn't listen and tolerate this nonsense anymore. He pounced on the guy, telling him to shut up. And Ghost only laughed. He was amused by the fact that his opponent was angry. He added that soon everyone here would be burned alive. Yi-soo almost approached him and prepared to attack, but his opponent somehow yanked his arm to the side. Turns out there was still a fishing line attached to his kirin bit, which he had tied to a table in the other room. And now he ripped that fishing line, and the chair flew towards Yi-soo with great speed, shattering the window. The guy managed to duck at the last moment because he noticed the fishing line in time. In the light of the flames, it was clearly visible, but it turned out to be only a distraction. And as the commander prepared to continue the attack, another fishing line had already wrapped around his leg. The Ghost pulled her toward him, and Yi-soo had to duck down and put her arm out to keep from slumping to the floor. When he was downstairs, he was surprised to find a bottle flying straight at his face. The enemy had used dirty tricks. With one knife, he cut the fishing line that was restraining his leg, and with the other, he broke the bottle, taking his hand slightly aside. The commander disentangled himself and noticed that another fishing line was tied to the chair. But this time, he saw everything. Before Ghost could pull it towards her, Yi-soo threw the knife at that chair so that it flipped over. The guy told his opponent to stop messing around and come out for a fair fight if he didn't chicken out. But there was no answer, and the room was silent, broken only by the monotonous crackle of the fire. And Sue didn't understand what kind of game this madman was playing, but if he let his guard down, things would end badly. He also asked where the man was hiding, telling him to come out and continue the fight because he wanted to do it himself. Just as suddenly, he heard the sound of a lighter behind him and was surprised to realize that an enemy had crept up behind him. Ghost said he would never let him come out victorious, then threw the open lighter right at him. Meanwhile, Baek Do-kyung was already on his way in the car with Shion and Laska. They were leaving the warehouses that had just been blown up. Kyung-chun was chomping on a cookie again, and Do-kyung picked up his phone to contact someone because it was important. He dialed the right number. The man was now renamed to Chairman. He asked how he was doing, and the man replied in a nervous voice that a big fire had broken out here. At first, Do-kyung had the wrong idea, asking how they knew their team had blown up the drug warehouses. But Seung-min said that wasn't what he was talking about, explaining that they were right outside Taisan's main office. He added that the inside was full of people and the flames were getting bigger and bigger, starting from the topmost floor. He also said that Mr. Baek Yi-soo still hadn't come out, and that really worried Do-kyung, because his brother hadn't called him either. Meanwhile, he was horrified to see a lighter approaching him, and it was open. He suddenly remembered Ghost throwing the bottle at him, and now the boy realized what it was for. After all, the alcohol from the vodka got on his clothes and his hand, so it touches the lighter and it ignites. Realizing this, the commander brushed it away, protecting his hair. But unfortunately, the flames caught his arm and it caught fire. The Ghost, on the other hand, was smiling contentedly, seeing him burning. He had a premonition that his victory was getting closer. So there was no point in waiting any longer. He grabbed his Kirambit and jumped off the windowsill he was sitting on. Yi-soo prepared to meet the enemy, putting his knife hand forward. He didn't seem to care about the fire. However, Ghost managed to fend off his knife and even knocked it out. The guy landed not far away, where there were no flames. He saw that the opponent was disarmed and decided that his chance had come. He attacked him, but Yi-soo ducked in time. He punched the guy back, and the guy was forced to retreat, but was soon on him again. The Ghost laughed hysterically, asking why the commander was silent. Had he swallowed his tongue? He told the man to answer him something because he was fine. His arm was burning. It was clearly bullying, but Yi-soo didn't react. In fact, he was already coming up with a plan. However, the guy's last words made him interrupt his thoughts, for it was about pain, and that got him. He suddenly became calm, as if his hand wasn't burning at all, and grabbed Ghost by his arm, blocking the attack. This, so the guy couldn't get away, and then he swung his burning arm to share the fire with him too. But the Phantom thought quickly and deftly ducked under the blow, so that only his neck and head felt the heat of the fire. And Soo was a little annoyed that it didn't hit. He asked if, in the guy's opinion, it hurt. He said his body and spirit were like hardened steel. It was a metaphor, but it accurately described his condition. For everything he had been through had made him stronger. He remembered his brazenly shot friends. He was gripped by pain and despair for leaving his squad that night. Then his inner Yi-soo died in it as well. He told the Ghost that he'd been thrown from fire and brimstone all the time, so he wasn't used to it, as they say. He grabbed him by the hood and tossed him toward the tables and chairs, for they were in the minibar. The Ghost managed to put his arms out and not get hurt, but the commander was beside him again and swung. This time he kicked the guy's chin so hard that he was thrown back into the room. And Soo added to his monologue that life had treated him like a piece of shit more than once, and more than once he'd even wanted to die. But it was at times like this that he remembered what he was living for he had a dream. No, more like a goal. He wished he could be that fire himself and burn all those who were throwing wood on the fire on which he was to be burned. So, if this really was his last moment in life, then they should both go to hell. He ripped the clothes on his arm, which was already reddened from the burns and incredibly scorching, but he paid no attention. The Ghost he pushed again, this time was near the window, and suddenly grabbed the chair, saying that the chair had asked for itself. He asked if he thought it seemed a little hot in here, maybe because of the lack of air. After saying that, he started to hit the window with his chair, intending to break it, while Yi-soo stood there bewildered. He asked what the madman was doing, to which the man also responded with a question, asking if he knew what a reverse thrust was. Seeing that the guy was silent, he explained himself, saying that it was an explosion that happens when fresh air enters a burning room. However, now Yi-soo would see for himself. He swung for a decisive strike because the glass was almost cracked. I didn't have to wait long. One precise blow, and the window couldn't hold. It had cracks that were about to burst. Then, the Phantom threw the chair out the window altogether and immediately bounced back. For what was about to happen was dangerous. But Yisu had never encountered something like this before. He remained standing like this, watching as the fire began to retreat, except it was just the calm before the storm. In the blink of an eye, the fire spread with such force it was as if it had actually exploded. The sound was also as if from an explosion. It was audible and visible to the naked eye, even from outside the building. Just at that moment, the car that Shion and Do-kyung were in pulled up to him. The director was very surprised. He realized his brother was probably still in the building and dialed him, begging him to pick up the phone, and Shae-ona asked him to drive faster. There was a long beeping sound, but his brother didn't pick up the phone, and it was beginning to worry Do-kyung. He knew that everything in the building was probably engulfed in flames, so the phone could have just fallen out. But still, he kept calling, and Yisu, who was hit by the shockwave from the explosion, could barely move. Eventually he managed to get up, though his wounds and injuries had added up to a lot, and that was bad. He saw that his brother was still calling him, so he took the call, immediately asking what he was going to do if he was killed. Do-kyung replied that everyone thinks that Taesung's boss is him, so his brother shouldn't die, because what will his subordinates do? He added that of course they would avenge him, and if necessary, they would dive into the thick of it. After all, this was not such a far-fetched statement, for Yisu was indeed in hell. Do-kyung continued by saying that he almost made the same mistake 6 years ago, but made the decision to escape to Korea. He saw a great number of people burning in the fire of their own hatred and desire for revenge. The brother admitted that he was afraid then that he too would lose his mind and become like his douchebag stepbrother. Fortunately, it didn't happen then, because escaping to Korea saved him from self-destruction. But things are different now. He said that if Yisu died now, he would definitely lose his mind, so let brother only dare not to survive. He advised him not to let the flames of rage consume him, for it would not make anyone feel better. So the one should channel his anger into something else. The main thing is to get out of there alive, he asked him. After a bit of silence, Yisu said that there was a service car entrance behind the building, so he would go out from there. Hearing this, Do-kyung rejoiced, saying that it was the right decision and then his brother would pick him up there. So Yisu left the room. However, there was another person in the room whose intentions were not fulfilled. Ghost had also been pinned down during the shockwave from the explosion, but he wasn't dead and was now even able to extend his arm. He crawled out from under the rubble, coughing and breathing heavily from lack of oxygen. It was dangerous to stay here. The guy looked around for Yisu, wondering where he had gone, since he had seen him thrown away as well. The ghost even got a little upset, because they were going to burn together and he just took off. Suddenly, another man entered the room, and Ghost was even glad that his opponent had returned. However, it wasn't Yisu. It was Chung Hong who was approaching him, asking if he was all right. The ghost replied that he was fine, but he was upset that Yisu had escaped because he had made quite a spectacle of himself here. Chung Hoon then asked if that fire was really his doing, saying that the guy had definitely lost his mind. But Ghost didn't listen to him. He said that Baek Yisu was injured right now and therefore couldn't go far, and he needed to be tracked down. While he was still speaking, Chung Hong suddenly pulled back the hand in which he was holding the knife and then stabbed the guy in the stomach. He said his partner probably didn't understand him because he was ordered to find him, and that's why he came here. The ghost immediately thought of Chief Chung. After all, this was his direct order. There was no doubt about it. Chang Hong said that he should have just kept his cool, and this wouldn't have happened, but he didn't listen. The payment for that was eternal rest, which he could just as easily use. He took the knife out of his body, saying he was a good partner. His real name was Choi Yo-jun, but no one will ever know about him, as he was the last of his squad to die as a ghost as well. In the meantime, Yisu went out through the service entrance that brought him to the parking garage behind the main office building. There was no fire visible here, however. As soon as he stepped out, he was immediately blinded by the headlight from the car. As his eyes adjusted, he could see Oyama Shogo standing in front of him, as well as Nobu, Kaito, and the others from Oyama Gumi. Shogo said they were already waiting for him, calling the guy a fake Do-kyung, but then corrected himself, saying that his name was known. However, Yisu stopped listening to him at one point because he saw another person walking towards them. It was Chief Jong himself. He corrected his glasses and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Seeing the chief, Yisu seemed to have lost his mind. So many bad things were associated with this person. Jung noticed that strange look of his, saying that they had finally met after such a long time. and Sue was able to pull himself together, although he realized that he couldn't stay calm for long because he had a lot of questions for the chief. In fact, he had realized it even when they had bumped into each other on the stairs as they were leaving the Lai family's house. He felt in his heart that it was the chief who was responsible for everything, though it still ached in his heart. He added that the supervisor should remember what he asked then and the words that ended their meeting. That time, Yisu said that he could have killed him right there, but that wouldn't solve anything, so he would wait. And when their paths crossed again, it would answer his question as to whether Zhang was really behind all of this. The boss sighed heavily and took off his glasses. He knew Yisu well enough and realized that the battle could not be avoided. The man tucked his glasses into his pocket, returning to the topic of conversation. He asked what the guy's response would be. But everything was clear without words. Yisu pounced on him. During this time, he hated him and couldn't linger any longer. Zhang was also well aware of this and was ready to fight. He also took out a Kirinbite and prepared himself. And Su swung near his head, but the chief ducked. In his time, he too had been well trained. However, it wasn't enough. Already in the next second, the commander was swinging his leg. He hit the chief in the head with his knee. Here he had an advantage because the chief was shorter in stature. However, Zhang blocked his punch and prepared to strike back, but Yisu was faster. In a flash, his hand clenched again for the blow, and then the chief realized he wouldn't have time to put up a defense. The commander punched him right in the jaw. It felt pretty good, but he didn't plan on stopping. The boss bounced aside to regroup. He hadn't fought his subordinates in a long time. On the other hand, it developed all doubts about whether the real Baek Yisu or his brother was in front of him. It was definitely Junior, and now the latter was pouncing on him again, telling him to stop braying. Now that was pretty rude, and the boss decided to remind him of who he had been reporting to before. He stabbed, and Yisu grabbed his arm. However, the chief caught the guy's attack too, not letting himself be injured. Yisu thought he could win through strength and started to press his hand. But Zhang was more cunning. He was able to twist the Kirinbite in his hand, so Yisu had to let go of it to avoid cutting his hand. Now it was a perfect moment for the chief to attack. Yisu took advantage of it, but Yisu bounced to the side. He noticed with surprise that the wounds on his body were beginning to bleed again, and the chief seemed to be cheering. He said that he was wasting too much energy on absolutely unnecessary movements. Emotions only hindered him. In such a case, the guy became an easy prey even for an opponent like the chief, even though he had more strength. They pounced on each other again, this time each anticipating their victory, not wanting to give up. Meanwhile, watching this whole scene were the members of Oyamagumi who didn't expect that they would just have to stand there. Some of the Japanese asked Nobu, who was there in charge, if it was time for them to intervene, but the latter said they shouldn't. He saw that both opponents fought quite well. Both had enough experience, but he was especially impressed by Baek Yisu. He remembered fighting him in Gorang's hotel. He had underestimated him then, and that had been his fatal mistake. Because of her, he suffered a humiliating defeat and tarnished the reputation of the Oyama clan and all his friends. But now, maybe fate has given him a chance to make things right, if he's still alive, because twice is bad luck. There would be no next time, and how one would want to chop him to pieces. Such was the desire of Onizawa Nobuhiro. Or rather, it had been so 5 minutes ago, before this battle between chief and subordinate had unfolded before his eyes. Now he hesitated, his hand shaking, and this was noticed by Shogo, who was also watching. He realized that Nobu wanted revenge for what Yisu had done to him, but was hesitant to break up the fight. Oyama told him to take it easy and do what he could, and he himself turned to Kaido, for he already had a plan in place. He asked if the guy could move his arm, and the guy replied that there was some difficulty with that so far. Meanwhile, some of the ordinary people, noticing the fire, called the fire department and ambulance for the people in the hotel. The police also came with them, but it was not just ordinary police officers who were sent there. This had been pre-planned by Chief Zhang in case he had to use connections, and he had no regrets now. The police blocked the road just where Shihi was about to drive to the service entrance to the hotel. Dukyong guessed that it was Chief Zhang's doing, but that also meant that the chief must have come in person. Director Tyson hurriedly inquired about the situation and dialed Chairman Lee's number, who immediately answered. Dukyong asked if his brother had accidentally gone out the front door, but Seong Min replied in the negative. He added that he and Mrs. Cha had been waiting for him in the lobby, but he never came out. This was starting to worry Do-kyung. He said they've got cops all over the place blocking the driveway to the main gate, so the guys better get going. Seung-min then asked what about Mr. Yi-soo, but Do-kyung replied that he was already looking into it himself. He explained that they had agreed to meet near the service entrance, but Seung-min suggested that the one might have been surrounded as well. Of course, Do-kyung understood this very well himself, but he replied that in that case, there was nothing more that could be done. He said he would try to get through and get through at all costs, even if he had to ram that gate. Upon hearing this, Seung-min said that it was extremely reckless, and Yoo-hwa asked him to give the phone to her. Even though she didn't know a thing about fighting, she knew something better than most, and that was how to convince people. She suddenly told him she wasn't going to get involved, and poking him with silly tantrums wouldn't do. Do-kyung wasn't ready for such an answer. He didn't even know what to say to her for a while and asked her again. But the girl made her position clear. She told him to pull himself together and rack his brains. After all, he and Seung-min were already here and would help Yi-soo, and he would prepare a safe escape route for them all. Do-kyung replied that it would be nice, but how should he do it? And anyway, would the guys have the strength to do it? But Mrs. Cha hastened to reassure him, saying that Shulan was already on the road and the people from Cheonong with her. The girl had sent them to them, so she asked them to hold out a little longer before they arrived. However, Do-kyung said that wasn't the problem, because what could the two of them do there together, even if it was Shulan? Then Yoo-hwa said that he didn't have to worry about that, because Chairman Lee didn't come alone either. Just then, men in white suits approached them and greeted Seung-min like a boss. It was his 9 knives who had reassembled in the renovated warehouse, so now they had new powers. Yoo-hwa ended up asking Do-kyung to rely on them, and the principal had to agree. He said they would detour around the other side to the back entrance, so the guys shouldn't let them down. Shae-hae, who was driving, heard this and realized everything. He turned the car the other way. They had just about reached the fence where several police officers were standing by and noticed them. One of them reported a suspicious black vehicle heading toward the service vehicle entrance. He repeated the message, as the police are supposed to do, and the man who was listening to him smiled contentedly. This meant that Baek Do-kyung or Baek Yi-soo would be here soon, since his squad was not expecting anyone but them. Wang Hao knew that these brothers usually didn't come empty-handed, so he should give them a warm welcome. Jung couldn't believe he had missed the attack. It was the first time this had happened to him in years, but now his blood was on the ground, and Sue was able to wound him in the shoulder, leaving a cut almost as large there as the ghost had cut him on the chest. They had already been fighting for quite some time, but neither one was yielding to the other. The chief realized they had to finish. He noticed that Yi-soo had changed. After all, he was severely injured but could still fight, which couldn't help but be impressive. The commander, on the other hand, said he only wanted to ask him one question because there was something he wanted to know. He remembered again all the misery that had fallen on his family and friends because of his boss. He wanted to know why Jong did this and had already said half of the question when suddenly a gunshot was heard. The shot was fired by Kaido, who was even thrown back by the recoil of the weapon, and where it hit was quite dangerous. Shogo, who was standing beside the boy, apologized for interrupting their touching conversation. However, he was tired of waiting. The chief understood everything. He looked angrily at the Japanese, asking how he dared, for his henchman had just injured a man. But Shogo didn't care. He didn't even seem to worry about it, even though Korea had strict laws about it. That's why all gangsters and criminal groups decided everything on knives, because weapons threatened prison. This idea came to Shogo's mind midway through their battle, which was beginning to drag on. He thought about how things could be solved quickly and drastically, and came up with the idea of using firearms. The only thing left to do was to find someone who would do it, and, if anything, take all the punishment. Kaido was perfect for that. Shogo walked up to him and said that it was now clear to him why he had lost to Yi-soo, for the latter was truly strong. However, that didn't excuse him, because no matter how many times his arms and legs were broken, he would do what he had to do. He must rise again and again and throw himself into the fray, for such was the payment for membership in the Oyama clan. Shogo then asked if the guy could move his arm, and when the guy said not really, put the gun in his other hand. He added that his other arm was fine, which meant he could still shoot. Kaido was nervous. On the other hand, he realized that he couldn't disobey orders, so he began to follow the battle. All that was left was to choose the right moment when the boss wouldn't be very close by Yi-soo. Jong, meanwhile, thought that he had the advantage since his opponent was seriously injured, but he seemed to be mistaken. Kaido's hand trembled. He saw that both of them had stopped, which meant now was the right moment. And the boss thought that if he had known it would end up like this, he would have harassed Yisu while he had the chance. He voiced his thoughts to see the guy's reaction, and the guy was surprised, saying that the chief had made him like that himself. And Su prepared to attack again, but he didn't have time to execute it because he suddenly felt a searing pain in his side. Meanwhile, a group of people had gathered near the service entrance to watch the fire. These thugs were brought by Wang Hao, who was guarding the entrance to the back entrance gate, waiting for the guests. He thought that their methods of power struggle were no different now than they had been 15 years ago. Did that mean that in fact nothing had changed, for they were still burning each other? His thoughts were cut short by a black car pulling up beside them, one of the Pak brothers stepping out of it. Wang Hao took off his glasses, wondering who he had the honor of talking to this time, since there was no way he could learn to tell them apart. Do-kyung replied that in a normal situation he would definitely give out some witty catchphrase. He didn't have time for jokes now, however, and asked if the man would leave on his own or get help. Wang Hao then replied that it wasn't very polite of them since he was so looking forward to seeing them with his men. Do-kyung said to forgive them, but they were already late, and Wang Hao asked why he was so sure he would pass. Do-kyung didn't have time to reply because suddenly they heard a gunshot, and everyone turned around in surprise. It was in the courtyard of the service entrance, and Do-kyung immediately thought of his brother who might be injured right now. He realized that they were too late and needed to hurry, so he grabbed a knife and pounced on Wang Hao. But something made him stop again. Another car stopped near them that wasn't expected. Their chances of breaking through depended on who came out of her, for she had cut off their escape route. Luckily, Shilon came out of there, disappointed that they had already started without her. Shay. He let the girl pass, saying the ladies go first, which was a friendly joke, or maybe something more. And Shilon told the guy to just watch her as she dealt with that bastard Wang Hao. Meanwhile, Kaido was still holding the gun in his hand, which was still frozen in the air like that. He couldn't believe he had fired. Shogo, who was standing nearby, put a hand on his shoulder, saying that he happened to be a pretty good shot. But then he squeezed his shoulder and told the guy to wrap it up and finish Yisu off by bringing the matter to an end. He said the guy should do it and hurry up, looking at him with that creepy look of his. Kaido realized he couldn't refuse, so he took aim at the NIR commander again with 4 rounds left in his magazine. He fired 3 more shots, but Yisu quickly reacted and jumped behind a nearby car. Shogo stopped Kaido, saying that he had 1 last bullet left, so he better not miss. But the Japanese didn't have time to do so, because Chief Jong kicked him, knocking the weapon out of his hand. He then grabbed Shogo by the collar, asking what they were doing, for he had said it wasn't Japan to them. Then, the boss felt the cold of metal against his neck. It was Nobu holding an axe to him, asking how dare he. However, to his surprise, Shogo told him to mind his own business, for it was none of his business. The Japanese tried to object, saying that this chief was humiliating the Oyama clan in this way, but Shogo interrupted him. Once again he told him to stop, and the guy had nothing left but to comply. He holstered his weapon. Then Shogo asked the chief what had happened, since only a couple of shots had rang out and he had made such a fuss. Then the guy looked at him with interest and asked if the chief felt guilty. He added that the man himself was an excellent shot, and Jung decided not to endure any longer. He stuck his hand in his pocket. From there, he took out a gun and pointed it at the Japanese man, telling him to stop, for he knew nothing about him. The boss said to finish him off himself, meaning Yisu. That was just what Oyama wanted to hear. The guy said he thought so and apologized again for interrupting him, but added that he didn't want the chief to procrastinate. After all, he, Shogo, didn't care about Yisu anyway, but still, watching him die was fine with him. Telling Jong to do what he wanted with him, he headed for the exit, and Yisu heard someone else's footsteps. It was Baek Do-kyung who came along with Shion and Laska and said that Oyama would be ashamed to say such a thing. He promised his father that he would beat the crap out of him anyway. Yisu heard his brother's voice and wanted to see him, but because of his wounds, it was still a challenge for him to get up. Shogo, meanwhile, noticed with a smile that Ryugasaki, aka Do-kyung himself, wished to taste them. Then, Yisu managed to stand up and showed himself from behind the shelter, and his brother saw him and asked who dared to hurt his little brother. He even rephrased his question, asking who, in that case, he should have killed first. Hearing this, Shogo laughed, saying that his brother hadn't changed at all and was still just as reckless. But then he suddenly became serious and asked, shouldn't Wang Hao have detained them for a while? Do-kyung replied that he already had a fight coming up at the gate to the service entrance, so he didn't care about them yet. which meant that little brother and his men would have to be patient with him, Do-kyung. He also suggested to finally clear things up. Meanwhile, Xiulan was also preparing for the fight. This time, she had to win at all costs. Chang Jun asked Wang Hao how he could let the Thiessen Mutts get away, since they outnumbered them. Wang Hao then replied that they would obviously win, however, it would not be without casualties. He looked back and glared at the old man, asking if he had been able to sacrifice himself or if he only knew how to bluster. Chang Jun replied that he was also injured, but Wang Hao said he didn't expect any other answer. It was expected. He approached Xiulan, suggesting that they should decide things on their own so as not to spill the blood of his men. The girl was fine with that. He pounced on it, and the man said he found it hard to believe what she was just doing. After all, it looked as if yesterday's student had shown up to plunge a knife into his own teacher's neck. He dodged her first attack, wondering if the girl had never learned anything in all this time. After all, these into a frontal attack was not the best option, but Xiulan told him not to jump to conclusions. She had deliberately chosen the location so that the light from the headlights of the cars behind her would blind the enemy, making it easier for her to maneuver. She swung her machete in all 4 directions, and Wang Hao barely had time to spot them under the headlights and dodge. But here the girl managed to pin him against the fence. She swung again with all her might, but Wang Hao dodged in time. He added that he wished he could take it back, and Xiulan added that he wouldn't leave the teacher a chance. He also said that Xiulan still lacked patience, as she still hadn't learned how to calculate her actions. With those words, he kicked her in the head, and the girl realized late that she wouldn't have time to put up a defense. But Wang Hao didn't stop there. He launched a series of attacks, and Xiulan saw that he couldn't continue like this any further. The man said she was still learning and learning, for now she was only swinging her sword, but she didn't think much of it. Meanwhile, Do-kyung also prepared for battle. He knew that these Oyamagumi men were no match for him. Among them, Nobu was the one who wanted to fight him the most, and he was eager to do so after taking his magic pills. He said he would finally see how good Rugasaki was, but Shion asked where he was going. It turned out that during this time, he had stealthily infiltrated the ranks of the enemy and was now holding a knife to Nobu's throat. Guy said he'd take the big guy on and let the commander keep going to help his brother. However, there was still Kaito. He reached for his gun. However, someone's silhouette towered over him and raised the weapon. It was Kyung-chun who said taking it away, and actually he didn't understand why the guy was using it. He then holstered his gun and pulled out his Bowie knife, saying that since it was assigned to him, he would take care of it. So the Japanese had better lie down and rest. He said this while copying Yi-Su with the same frantic look. Meanwhile, Zhang, who had only observed all of this so far, he realized that their appearance was changing everything drastically. But first of all, it was necessary to find Baek Yi-Su and finish him off. Zhang went behind the machine where he was hiding. But to his surprise, the guy wasn't there, and he saw only fresh traces of blood. After following them, the chief noticed that those led to the roof of the special car, so he was able to understand Yi-Su's plan in time. The commander planned to take him by surprise, and he would have succeeded if not for his wounds, for they prevented him from moving. Do-kyung was also about to make his way to his brother. His path was blocked by the Japanese who recognized their master. Director Thiessen said that since they weren't going to kill him, they should at least try to scratch him. The men pounced on him, but their skills weren't enough. Do-kyung easily handled it. He eliminated one by one, but realized that by doing so, he was also wasting precious time for his brother. Suddenly, a Japanese crept up behind him and swung to strike, but Do-kyung saw it coming. Instead of any tricks or holds, he simply walked back up quickly, grabbing the man's head to strangle him. He took him in a chokehold, and the man slid to the ground, and Do-kyung noticed with annoyance that he had torn his brother's equipment. After a while, he had dealt with all the people from Oyamagumi. Now he could finally help Yi-Su. However, Do-kyung noticed that new people had appeared from somewhere, and now one of them was throwing himself at him again. This time it was Zhang's men, for they spoke Japanese, saying that he was alone and there were many of them. It was indeed an advantage for them, but Do-kyung didn't want to fight at all. He told those to get behind him. This response stunned his attackers a bit, for it sounded like he was busy, even though he was now being threatened. But then, Director Thiessen received help from those he didn't expect to be here. Another man suddenly appeared. He was clearly on his side, because in the blink of an eye he was beside his opponent and punched him in the jaw. Do-kyung noticed that he was wearing a white suit and seemed to guess, but still asked who he was. The man didn't answer, but he didn't need to, for their reputation spoke for itself and more people approached him. They also wore white suits and were led by Chairman Lee, who said they would help him. As far as Do Kyung remembered, the knife warehouse had changed a bit, but he had more important things to do right now. He remembered the gunshot, and if they managed to wound Yi Su, his brother wouldn't last long in this state. He was right. The chief noticed that the commander's movements became slower. He caught his attack and punched him in the stomach, then swung around to finish him off, realizing that this was the end for his most experienced subordinate. But he had no time to strike, for he suddenly saw the knife approaching his eyes and stopped. It was Do Kyung who had finally gotten to them. He had arrived just in time and now swung his knife at the boss. Seeing him writhing from the cut, the boy said he'd always wanted to punch him in his vile face, and now he wanted more. He smiled, for he realized that the chief was already exhausted from the battle, and now the situation would change. Meanwhile, the Japanese faced new adversaries in the form of two men in white suits. The pattern laid down by former chairman Lee Seung-hak once allowed Il-hak to soar to the top. However, the blades of the old knives became dull, and the organization lost its former glory and its credibility waned. But the emergence of new chairman Lee Sung-min marked the exit from the period of stagnation. He was able to rally Il-hak and rebuild it from the inside out, and the knives became much sharper, for some were new. Overcoming the pain, their organization has spread new wings. All that is left is to soar to past heights. Gudo's warehouse has two new members to replace the deceased Choi San and the traitor Ji Yu Chan. One of the newcomers was called Jung Seo-young. He was missing his left eye, and the other was called Ogu Jun. He looked like a wolf. Their ordinal numbers in the knife hierarchy also remained the same, 8th and 9th. Also with them was number 7, who said he would take care of the chairman and leave the Japanese to them. The story of their joining Gudo was also interesting. It started with Seung Min ordering the staffing of the knives. Jung Se-young was the first person they found. He was a professional boxer until a certain point. This story has already been told by Hyun Gu. The guy lost an eye right during sparring. The opponent ripped it out with his bare hands. That was the end of his career, simply because of an abnormal opponent who fought dirty. Coincidentally, his opponent was Ryu Dae-hyun, who also rebuked the guy for faking. It wasn't hard to talk Seo-young into joining their ranks to get revenge on Dae-hyun, but that wasn't surprising. And the second one, Ogu Jun, is much simpler, as he was the son of Oh Myung-hwan, the first of the previous knives. Both choices acquitted themselves well, as these guys dealt with all the minnows in a matter of minutes. Shion, who had been watching the battle, thought Il-hak had come in trumps, and Nobu had swung at him from behind. The Japanese man told the guy to focus on his opponent, and Shion barely dodged his axe. He told Nobu to hold the horses, but noticed that he was foaming at the mouth, apparently from his pills. Then the guy added that anyway, it was time to do the honors, as suddenly someone grabbed him from behind. Nobu grinned grimly, telling them to hold the blonde boy tighter because he was strong. He swung the axe, Shay. He realized one blow and he was dead, so he tripped the man and they both fell. And Nobu was already preparing for the next Eula. He didn't care if he even hurt his men inadvertently. He realized it too. Telling the bulky man to slow down, however, he had no choice. He fell on the man who was holding him, now jumping aside so that Nobu wouldn't kill him. The blow landed on the recumbent Japanese, killing him instantly. He shouted, "Can you do this to your comrades?" But Nobu didn't care. He said they had tons of guys like him, and if a guy wanted one, they'd share it with him. Meanwhile, Chief Jong was still surprised by Bak Do-kyung's appearance, who made it just in time. He managed to save his brother, who was clasping the wound with his hand, while Do-kyung himself looked at him with undisguised hostility. He said this was not how he had imagined the chief to be, and the chief asked what his first impression was. The chief added that he thought they had met before, but Do-kyung replied that he would have remembered his face and showed his middle finger. They pounced on each other again. This time the boss noticed that the guy didn't know how to handle a knife. He added that no other thing was expected from the bandit, but Do-kyung paid no attention to that. He swung again. The chief was able to block his punch, saying that the guy was using dirty tricks, and Baek Do-kyung only smiled. It was indeed true, but all methods are good in a fight. He suddenly went down on one foot and kicked with the other. The guy then asked if the chief was really counting on a fair fight, since, for what it's worth, he'd already hit him twice. Jung's tongue was bleeding, which he bit down on when he hit him. Director Tessen's words annoyed him. However, he was able to gather himself and rush back into the fight, swinging his Kirinbite furiously and forcing Do-kyung to retreat. Jung thought that the older brother was stronger than the younger brother. He shouldn't have underestimated him just because of his connection to crime. He told Do-kyung about it, and the guy replied that he doesn't understand why people always say he's better than his brother. However, Yi-soo was not at his best right now. Do-kyung turned to him, asking if he could still hold out a little longer, and Soo replied that he would live, as another man suddenly approached them, dragging a katana on the ground. It was Shogo who thought that the brothers really were like two peas in a pod and would die the same way too. He walked over to Yi-soo, who couldn't even look at him, and swung his sword to cut off his head. Do-kyung shouted for him to stop, calling him a sick psychopath, for that was the meanest possible. But Shogo wasn't deterred by that. He said he would finish off both brothers and Tessen would be their family grave. And Soo was unable to raise his head, but Soo, by his brother's shout, a great danger was now looming over him. Do-kyung, who wanted to attack Jung again, was now forced to run back to his brother, even though he realized he wouldn't make it in time. He yelled for Shogo to get his hands off him, and if anything happened to Yi-soo, his head would be chopped off next. However, the Japanese didn't listen to him. He realized that killing both of Tessen's potential directors would be better. As befitted the true samurai whose movements he had inherited, the lad held his breath before striking. And when he wanted to bring his blade down on Yi-soo's head, some kid suddenly appeared and dislodged his sword. Kyung-chun said he had only recently arrived in South Korea and hadn't learned any other languages yet, but he wouldn't mind knowing Japanese. Shogo looked at him in surprise. He didn't even realize where the man had come from. After all, he was too young to fight. But then he thought that he shouldn't underestimate his opponent and attacked the guy, and the guy seemed to be having fun. Then, the Japanese said that the kid didn't seem to realize who he was dealing with because he wouldn't hold back even with a child. And Laska did not understand a word, for he had already expressed that he did not know Japanese. To him, it was just another opponent. But the situation changed very soon when Shogo swung his katana, nearly hitting him, and Kyung-chun realized his mistake. Such a blow he hadn't anticipated, but he was able to dodge, thinking that the guy wasn't simple, but surely experienced. Shogo recognized his agility as well, saying he was impressed, for he didn't think the boy would duck. Kyung-chun then approached Do-kyung, telling him to keep his guard up because Oyama was skillful with a katana. He added that he was a bit busy right now, so he couldn't help him, referring to the chief who attacked him again. So all he could give him was advice. He said that even though Shogo seemed like a fool, he shouldn't underestimate him. He didn't get a chance to say it though, because the chief cut his hand, saying this was no time for chit-chat. Do-kyung then replied to give his best, but immediately regretted it, wondering who was pulling his tongue. After all, the boss was no slouch either, however. He must fight for his brother, protecting his pride. After all, Yi-soo was much worse. He had already fought before with the mad mercenary and then with Jang. Meanwhile, near the main gate to the service entrance, the battle between student and teacher had already ended, its outcome not very happy. Shulan was lying on the ground, unable to get up after Wang Hao's blows, and the latter was saying something about flowers and time. He said that at the height of bloom, they are like a blazing fire, and now is a great chance to see for yourself. Once upon a time, a man handed a girl this blade with the hope that one day she too would blossom. He walked up to Shulan and touched his machete to her shoulder, and she was startled, not knowing what to expect next. And next, Wang Hao said that, unfortunately, the girl was not justified, and he did not see the beautiful flower here. That meant only one thing. There was no need to field and nurture him anymore because he was already useless. However, at that moment, the man was blinded by the headlights of new cars that had pulled up to the scene of their fight. Wang Hao saw which one of them came out and said with a smile. He kept wondering who had the courage to show up here. In front of him stood Choi Jong-ho, Ilhak's second knife, who was in his Kevlar gloves, ready for a fight. His appearance surprised the other guys, who knew that in his time, he was almost the most dangerous gangster. Chong-ho, meanwhile, asked Wang Hao if it was time for them to settle old scores, as there were many things left unresolved. Behind the old man was Jin Woon, who also wanted to participate, but Jong-ho told him to save his strength. Wang Hao also ordered his men to go back, and those men began to protest, for this was foolish. But the man asked what those whims were, reminding them that their business was to follow orders, not whine. He added that the previous knife captain, Oh Myung-hwan, died at his hands. and now his comrade has come for revenge. He said that in that case, he's willing to take the fight, but that doesn't mean he's going to let him come out victorious. Jong-ho replied that he didn't count on that. He rushed at the man first, clenching his fists to attack. It was quite difficult with gloves on, but in his years of practice, he had beaten it as well as a metal pipe. Wang Hao knew this, so he barely held back his attack, preparing for a response from his side. He had the advantage of a weapon, but he was in no hurry to use it for now and kicked Jong-ho's head. However, the big man effortlessly caught his foot and smiled contentedly, for now the man would definitely not be able to dodge. He punched him in the stomach, and Wang Hao felt that he hadn't been punched so hard in a very long time. It was even amusing. The man grabbed his side, stepping back, and Jong-ho prepared for the next attack, biding his time. One guy from Tyson had meanwhile helped Shulan stand up, and now they were both looking at the legendary fight. The girl didn't believe that there was anyone other than Baek Yi-soo who was able to fight on an equal footing with Wang Hao. In the meantime, he had already recovered a little from the pain in his stomach and turned to his old acquaintance. He said that even though he had gotten older, he could give young people a head start, and Jong-ho said that he hadn't changed either. He wondered if the man was now moonlighting as a butcher, which could be inferred by looking at his knife. Wang Hao agreed that it did look a bit like a butcher, but he was more attracted to the fists. However, if his old acquaintance wanted to have some fun, how could he deny him such a request? The man went on the counterattack, swinging his machete in all directions, and Jong-ho tried to catch him in a mistake. But now his opponent swung over his shoulder, and the old man realized that the attack would be wide and he wouldn't be able to fully dodge. The only thing that came to mind was to put his arm out for protection, for the special material was supposed to keep him safe. Wang Hao then decided to change his attack at the last moment and kicked again, this time into the old man's stomach. Jong-ho withstood the blow, but it forced him to lower his arm, and he was now open to attack, which Wang Hao took advantage of. He swung the machete right beside him, but Jong-ho was able to recoil just in time, putting out an arm that was grazed. But the big man was lucky, and he did not fall down, because there was a car behind him, which served as a support and protection. Wang Hao meanwhile approached him, saying that he seemed to have made him tense up despite his age. He didn't have time to finish, though, because he saw a huge fist in front of him, about to hit him. However, as it happened, he didn't think that Jong-ho would be able to push off the car, adding speed to the attack. But the big guy got it too. Now he had not only his arm, but also his side, and not weakly. Wang Hao laughed. He was lying on the ground, but not because he was thrown back by the blow, but because he himself had managed to bounce off. He said to Jong-ho that he must have wasted no time and honed his skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hit him. But the old man replied that the reason was something else, all because it was Wang Hao who had become weaker, for he was already getting older too. In the end, it was waiting for all of them. But it seemed to Wang Hao that the old man was still thinking about Oh Myung-hwan. At least, he saw no other reason why the man had come here other than to avenge the captain. However, Jong-ho calmly replied that he was not here for revenge, which made the man very puzzled, and then continued. Very soon they will be replaced by a new generation, and it's time to give way to the young, as they say. He said that Wang Hao really didn't have long to live because instead of him, a direct descendant of Myung-hwan would take revenge on him. Meanwhile, Sha-hei fought alongside Il-hak's new knives, watching their skills in parallel. There seemed to be no end to the Japanese, so it was very fortunate that the guys were helping him fight everyone. He was just about to slit the throat of another man when he suddenly saw a familiar axe flying at him. Of course, it was Nobu, who didn't seem tired of fighting and was determined to either win or give his life. Sha! He bounced to the side, assessing his opponent. The one was in such a state that it amazed him how he was still standing on his feet. He himself thought he should have gotten to the captain long ago, but for now he was stuck here with that stupid Japanese. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Jin-un said that it looked like he could use some help and smiled. He added that he was a pro after all, so he had a bigger catch waiting for him and let him keep the small fish. He was also happy to see him. He said that he would go to help Yi-soo, telling the big guy not to mess around here. Nobu saw Jin-un too, and his eyes widened in surprise, for he knew that he was Tessen's unshakable wall. And the big guy assumed the guy in front of him was called Nobuhiro, adding that it wasn't how he wanted to meet him. And the Japanese man continued to marvel that he had such an opportunity, for rumors of it had even reached Japan. He pulled out his axes and pounced on him, telling him to show him all he could. Right now, Jin-un represented Tessen's main power, and Nobu represented Oyamagumi, and each was insanely strong. The Japanese swung his axe very close to his head, but Jin-won only deflected back without even retreating. Now it was time for him to strike as well. He clenched his fist and prepared to attack, and Nobu said something to him again. Instead of answering, he received a crushing blow to the head, so hard that the guy straight up flew off. He almost fainted, thinking that this man was stronger than anyone he had ever had to fight, even Baek Yi-soo. And Jin-un grabbed him by the collar and apologized, saying he didn't know Japanese, so he didn't understand the guy. He asked him for a favor to learn Korean by next time, but for now their language would be fists and punches. After a while, Nobu was lying defeated on the ground. He was no longer able to get up, not even drugs helped. The rest of the Oyamagumi members saw this, as well as the people from Taisan who were proud of their Jin-won. And the big man only adjusted his sleeves and modestly told the guys that their bosses were already waiting for them. He added that the boys should hurry up here and deal with the rest of the Japanese, for they were Taizan, and no one could command them. Chong-ho, who was fighting with Wang Hao nearby, also heard this. He said that his friend had already handled Nobu. Wang Hao agreed that it was indeed impressive, but their fight promised to be just as exciting. Jong-ho pounded his fist into the palm of his other hand, saying that he certainly couldn't wait to demonstrate it. Wang Hao then noticed that over the years, the old man had become too sentimental, and it wasn't good. He then went into a stand-up stance, saying that this was the last chance for Jong-ho before all the laurels went to his younger generation. This was too much, and Jong-ho pounced on him, asking what the man was implying by calling him old. Despite its size, the second knife was quite fast, so you had to dodge very often. Chong-ho's only problem was that he fought a little too fairly, and Wang Hao took good advantage of that. He punched the old man in the stomach, trying to catch him off guard, but it failed. Jong-ho only smiled. He said that even though he himself may age with time, his equipment will never lose its relevance, because it always works. With those words, he planted a powerful punch right into his opponent's liver, making him seemingly unable to continue. One of Chong-ho's advantages was that he didn't need to expend energy on the power of the strike. It worked itself out. However, Wang Hao had learned to determine the trajectories of his attacks in time, so now he could easily block them. It was like that now. He grabbed the big guy's arm and used it as a foothold to leap back and attack. He kicked Jong-ho in the jaw, and he wasn't ready for it, so he didn't have time to put up a defense and fell to the ground. This time, he was able to get up quickly, wiping away the blood. Now his opponent was fighting seriously, which meant he had to change tactics. Wang Hao asked with a smile, "Is this really the end after all?" The one had talked so much about their generation that he couldn't just give up. The man took out a cigarette and lit it, adding that, as his acquaintance put it, their era was almost at an end. That meant that they both had to give it their best for the last time. Here Jong-ho agreed with him. They rushed into battle again. This time Wang Hao used all of his techniques that he knew. Jong-ho wanted to hit him with his knee, but the man only pushed back to punch him back in the jaw. Then, without letting his opponent gather his strength, he kicked him once more in the head, and it was already dangerous. Sulan, who was watching all of this, was greatly surprised that the old man hadn't reclined yet. Jong-ho, meanwhile, hit his head hard, and the men from Taisan thought that was the end of it. Some didn't believe that the great Choi Jong-ho had lost, but there were those who knew him well, saying that it wasn't over yet. As it was, the old man suddenly leaned his knee on the window and stood up as if he had tripped and fallen himself. Then the old man looked at him and asked why the man had stopped, for this way they would not finish until evening. Wang Hao only smiled at this. He said that the old man was already crumbling, but he was still stubborn, which was funny. But if he so desired it, Wang Hao would give him a good fight last, only he didn't have time to finish saying it. Suddenly, a shot rang out and the men turned around. It turned out to be the police, led by the chief. Choi won. Ho aimed his gun at the men, asking what they were doing making such a mess. Wang Hao wanted to explain himself, but Chief Won interrupted him, saying that he had no reason to listen to them. He looked angry. Clutching his head, he asked where Jang Song-ho was, for he knew that the chief was also here. Meanwhile, Kyung-chun fought Shogo. This was the first time he had seen such an opponent, but more importantly, he was experienced. This was evident from the way he swung his sword, which was quite long, but it didn't bother him. Weasel thought he wasn't used to such attacks, because one wrong move and he could be left without an arm or a leg. He noticed that whenever he tried to shorten the distance, the guy swung his katana around, keeping him away. There was no joking around with such an opponent, and yet, if he could manage to shorten the distance, the chances were not bad. But Shogo was also well aware of this and deliberately kept him from getting close to him by swinging his katana. However, Kyung-chun already had a plan. He realized that he had to disarm the guy first before he could attack. He pulled out his favorite and only Bowie knife because his plan was to use it, but Oyama only smiled. It was clear that the small blade of the butterfly knife would not be able to withstand the onslaught of a real katana. The blade easily broke his blade, and Kyung-chun almost bid farewell to his life as someone suddenly pulled him towards him. It was Shi-hei, who had gotten there just in time because a second more and the guy would have been a wet spot. He said that the boy could not be left alone for a moment and then pounced on him with reproaches. He asked why the man flew at the Japanese with a Bowie knife, and Shogo realized that now he had another opponent added to the mix. He quietly asked what Nobuhiro had been up to, but Shion heard and said that the creep had been dealt with by their yakusha. As if on cue, he saw the men from Oyamagumi helping Nobu move around, the latter looking badly beaten. It was a rather pathetic sight for Shogo. He realized that there were other experienced fighters in Tessen. But to Shion, he said that there was no need for them to be afraid anyway, because victory would ultimately be theirs. He looked at Do-kyung, who continued to fight with Chief Jong. It was obvious that the guy wasn't having an easy time. He hadn't fully dispatched from his coma yet, so he wasn't able to block all of his superior's attacks. This was well understood by Jang, who added hand-to-hand combat techniques in addition to stabbing, and Do-kyung realized he was retreating. He saw that the situation was critical. He was torn between helping Laska and the commander's brother. Then Kyung-chun himself said he would deal with the creep and let Shion help Do-kyung fight the chief. Actually, He wasn't too eager to entrust everything to the boy, but he had no choice, so he nodded. And the guy had already approached Oyama. The opponent was strong, so you need to pick the right tactics. He thought that as soon as the Japanese swung his sword again to keep him away, he would make a move with his horse. Not having to wait long, Shogo took another swing at the guy, but this time he revealed his Bowie knife. Thus the katana found itself locked between the hilt of the knife, and Oyama marveled with his ingenuity. He said the boy was no slouch, but it was time to connect his other hand, and then he added strength and wrenched the sword away. Kyung-chun had to let him go, because his strength was lacking. He thought it should have worked, but it didn't. It was a bit frustrating, but now he knew why it was hard for him to fight this Japanese, because he was not a normal fighter. It turned out that he was left-handed, and this made the battle much more difficult, because Laska had never fought with such people before. But his guess seemed very logical to him. He remembered that as he tried to fend off an attack from the right. Oyama changed its trajectory with his left hand, allowing him to control all angles from which to attack. At the same time, his attack power and speed increased significantly, so it wasn't easy to repel them all. Meanwhile, Shogo changed his grip on his sword, saying that he finally got through to the guy, but it still wouldn't help him. He asked if the boy wanted to put what he had learned into practice, provoking Kyung-chun. As he said this, Yi-su, who had been in a state of semi-consciousness all this time, raised his head. He saw that Oyama was fighting Weasel, and it looked pretty serious, and the guy was in danger. Meanwhile, Shogo attacked Kyung-chun again, but now Lasky had the advantage because he knew he was left-handed. However, suddenly he changed his grip again, and this time, the guy couldn't anticipate the trajectory of his attack. Kyung-chun put out what was left of his knife to somehow block the blow, but he was knocked down. Shogo grabbed him by the hair, saying that the kid, it turns out, didn't guess because he wasn't left-handed. He wondered if the kid had felt what real strength meant and pressed the blade harder at his throat. Oyama sensed his victory, however. He heard as if someone had crept up behind him and turned around. His intuition didn't fail him. It turned out to be Yi-su, who stood up and pounced on him, so Oyama had to throw Weasel off. He saw the guy's eyes light up again, which meant that if he didn't defend himself, the guy would finish him off. Oyama turned around to repel his attacks with a wide swing of his katana, but Yi-su was faster and grabbed his arm. Then he swung the knife without hesitation and cut off his finger, and Shogo didn't even have time to realize what had happened. He reminded him that he had sworn to finish him off, so now his opponent would be him, since they hadn't fought like this yet. This brought Shogo out of his stupor. Now he was furious, for he had just lost his pinky finger, just like Seong-min before him. He grabbed the katana and swung it at Yi-su, who was unable to evade the blow, but he was helped by Kyung-chun. Together, their chances were equal to the enraged Shogo, who was now intent on finishing them both off. Suddenly, the guy started laughing loudly, so even Do-kyung and Chief Jong stopped fighting, as did everyone in the neighborhood. It seemed a little strange because there was nothing to laugh about, but it turned out Shogo was thinking of something else. He stopped laughing and asked the commander how he dared to dishonor him, saying he would regret it yet. He looked at him with a look full of hate, saying the guy had no idea what he had done. However, Yisu was not frightened in the least. He recalled that this was how they apologized in Japan. So now it could be considered that Oyama had apologized for dishonoring the chairman, but that wasn't enough. Do-kyung heard his brother's voice, but he couldn't look back, because the boss didn't give such an opportunity. They were still fighting. He praised his brother, saying that even he hadn't managed to cut off Oyama's finger, which was pretty amazing. He added that Shogo's sword-wielding skills were second to none, and not only was he able to wound him, but his defense was holding up perfectly. Do-kyung joked, asking if he had offended Yisu since he could punch him now, but Jung said he was distracted again. For that, he kicked the guy in the stomach, and Do-kyung was silent, because he realized that the boss would not let him rest. As if to confirm his words, the chief pounced on him, pulling out a knife from his pocket, and Do-kyung noticed him. He realized that he wouldn't be able to repel his attack in time, but luckily it didn't come to that. Someone threw a knife at Jang. The warden was forced to stop, barely dodging the weapon someone had deftly thrown. Shai-hee, who did it, was hiding in the garage. He said he didn't think the chief would be able to dodge. Seeing him, Jag said that it wasn't a good surprise, for he had completely forgotten about the guy, though it was for nothing. He then reached into his jacket pocket for a new weapon, saying he didn't have time to play with another one. Maybe he should just shoot them all on sight and be done with it, because no matter what, it wouldn't be the first time for him. Then the guy replied that the man could try it, but should consider that he wouldn't miss next time. So to kill him, it would not be easy for the chief. He said it rather smugly, something Jang disliked very much. The boss was already really about to pull the trigger, but suddenly another man entered the garage. It was Ganji. He said that the atmosphere here seemed to be heating up, and Jong asked who he was if he was another one of the Oyama. At that moment, Do-kyung, who had seen Ganji, called out and said that it was better late than never. The Japanese man looked at him, remembering their first meeting in the hospital, for that was where it had all happened. At first he thought that Tyson didn't want to reveal the details of his principal's death because of personal reasons. But then he realized that Ryugasaki would never allow his organization to fall at the hands of Oyama Shogo. So Ganji decided to check things out himself and came to the hospital saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He said he didn't think he'd catch him in such a state, and Do-kyung asked if he'd decided to visit him. He replied in the negative, saying he just wanted to make sure he was alive in person, and Ryugasaki called him a pest. He then added that judging from the fact that the man was here, it could be assumed that he had defected to Shogo's side. But Ganji said that he wouldn't have expressed himself like that because he had never specifically obeyed him, and that upset Do-kyung. He asked if it was after all he had done for him, but Ganji reiterated that he had been serving the Oyama organization all along. Ryugasaki he had supported as long as they shared common aspirations and goals, but things were a little different now. After he left Oyamagumi, the position of head went to Shogo, and the organization has been different ever since. It should be recognized that Shogo managed to keep Oyamagumi from disintegrating and even strengthened it considerably. This was how he gained the respect and loyalty of the entire clan, even though many did not share his ideas and methods. Then, Do-kyung replied that the man himself knows what Shogo is really like and what his ambitions are. He asked if Ganji shared his views, and the latter replied that after all, they had reached their peak under him. But Do-kyung asked if he really didn't care that Shogo had to go over other people's heads to do it. Then he thought that Ryugasaki's thoughts were clear to him, but he himself could not help him in any way to do so. However, Ganji knew a person who could do that. He headed towards Chief Jong, sticking his hand in his pocket. Approaching the chief, he introduced himself as Hanazawa Ganji, the official representative of the head of the Oyama clan. Their boss's name was Oyama Tetsuji, and now he was asking for Lieutenant Major Jang Songho's phone. Ganji held out his phone to him. He then turned to the others who were still fighting, asking them to break for a while. Everyone froze in incomprehension, but then Chairman Oyama's voice was heard, and Shogo was surprised to recognize his father. He asked Ganji why he had called him, but the man didn't answer. He made it clear that he was listening to Tetsuji-san. and the man apologized for the sudden call, saying that it probably wasn't very polite of him, since they hadn't spoken before. He introduced himself as the head of the Oyamagumi clan, saying that he was personally responsible for all decisions in the organization. He added that the supervisor was probably already familiar with his sons. The latter responded positively. Jong added that one of them was standing in front of him right now, meaning Do Kyung, who looked puzzled. Then Oyama Sr. said he hoped the chief wasn't going to hurt him, but the chief disagreed. He said that unfortunately they had some disagreements, and Oyama advised him to choose his expressions. Tetsuji-san explained that if his words were not to his liking, there would be some disagreements between the two of them already. After all, Baek Do-kyung and Shogo, they're both his favorite sons, so he won't let him hurt them. He added that their family was already in trouble, and the boss was adding fuel to the fire. Therefore, Chairman Oyama suggested to settle this conflict peacefully, because everything can be solved without bloodshed. Since his boys gave the chief a hard time, let him consider the burned-out hotel a kind of sacrifice. Jong didn't understand his words and asked what he meant by sacrifice, but Oyama said it could be understood in different ways. In short, it means that Oyamagumi will support the Unified Synchronization Project in Korea. Jong then asked what would happen if he refused, to which the man replied that he would have to meet him in person. But only in this case they will negotiate on completely different terms, and the chief was alarmed. He sighed heavily, then suddenly asked irritably, wondering if he was going to meddle in all his affairs now. But the chairman hastened to reassure him, saying it was only if those concerned his sons exclusively, and only until he himself put an end to their quarrels, but that was no longer necessary. After all, guys are not small, so their problems will be solved independently, because it should be so. Upon hearing that his father would not support him, Shogo ran to the phone, asking how he could say that. However, Oyama Sr. seemed to be ready for his outbursts. He asked if the man remembered what he had said to him last time. Shogo then asked how he perceived him, as a son or as a member of the Oyamagumi. Now his father replied that there was a great difference, for, above all things, he was his son and always had been. Now it was Shogo's turn to answer his question. He asked if he respected him as a father or as the head of the clan. The boy did not want to answer this question, although he realized that he should, because the chairman was waiting for his answer. Meanwhile, Wonho said that we can't procrastinate any longer, because it's time for the police to take action too. He gave the command to get ready, and armed soldiers came out of the cars that came with him. They were met by a whole crowd of people who had already stopped fighting and were now leaving the scene of the battle. Do Kyung was supported by Yi-soo, who couldn't move on his own. His fight with Shogo ended rather abruptly. In the end, the brothers came out victorious, even if not of war, but one battle was behind them, and that's a victory. Seeing the state director Beck was in, Chong-ho ran up to him, leaving his opponent Wang Hao. And Won-ho finally saw Jong and lashed out at him, saying he was walking around here like a boulevard. But the chief told him to cool it, saying that they'd stop there for now, since they'd already gotten what they came for. Then Won-ho couldn't stand it. He asked if the lieutenant major thought that this case would be so easily hushed up. What happened that day gave each of them food for thought and put a lot of things into perspective. However, neither the bitterness of defeat nor the burning hatred would simply disappear. This was also well understood by everyone. All the unspoken feelings will someday come out, and they will serve as fuel for a new fire. In the meantime, they returned to their side of the barricades, for each of them must lick their wounds, to then rush into battle with renewed vigor, striking when the enemy is not ready. This will be the start of a new era, with another new player joining the game. What consequences it would bring, no one knew, but some still guessed at the events to come. 2 years had passed since then. Do Kyung stood at the foot of the rock that the waves were crashing against. He liked to come to this place from time to time because he thought better here, and so he did now. He drew his blade and thought about the recent events their organization had to face. His gut told him that this was only the beginning, but what to expect from the enemy next, he didn't know. In the end, there was only one priority for him, his loved ones. The most important thing was that they were okay. He stood like that for a while longer until Jin-un came out of one of the cars that came with him. He turned to the director, saying that all the preparations had been completed, and Do Kyung nodded to him. The guy thought that this time it would finally be over, and maybe victory would be theirs again. He turned around and headed towards the car, telling Jin Wong that they should go, because Yi-soo must be waiting by now. Police Chief Cho Won-ho was preparing for the briefing. He started by saying that it had been 2 months since the hotel fire. It was obvious that the man was a little nervous because his sentences were getting very stretched out. But he was able to pull himself together and address the citizens. This was what they had planned with Chief Jung. He continued, saying that due to the recent fire in the Gangnam area, but did not finish and interrupted. He saw the look of Chief Jang, who was also present at the briefing and clearly disapproved of his words. Then, Won-ho cleared his throat, apologized, and said he would rephrase his statement because it wasn't quite like that. The chief then reported on rumors that the Red Crown Hotel had burned to the ground as a result of a clash between several criminal gangs. This caused a worldwide outcry, and the investigation showed that criminal organizations were indeed involved. However, it is extremely difficult to say that it was they who started the fire, as the police have already arrested the culprits and took care of the consequences. So there was nothing else to worry about. That should be enough for the press. But one of the journalists raised his hand, saying it cannot be denied that armed gang conflicts have increased. Won-ho agreed, then suddenly tapped his hand on the table and said that the situation in the capital left much to be desired. That is why, in order to improve safety, they are planning to implement the One Sync project. He explained that rapid response squads will be stationed in all crime areas of the city. They will be formed from special forces fighters and the best police officers for this mission. What that mission would be, he could not reveal yet, but everything would be carried out for the safety of the citizens. While the chief was saying this, however, the One Sync Special Squad had already begun a mission in one of the neighborhoods. They attacked one of the local criminal gangs and beat up their boss, saying that from now on, they have a new ringleader. The Special Forces guy pointed at the bald man, saying that he would be the boss now, and if he didn't want to be, someone else would. But the bald man replied that he agreed, asking what he should do since he didn't want to end up like his boss. Then the guy threw the bag on the ground, saying that everything he needed was here. This alerted him. He opened the bag and realized with horror what he was going to have to do when he saw the contents. It was quite heavy. There were many compactly packed bags. The man picked one up and asked if this was what he thought it was. The bag did contain drugs, and the guy said he would get a new shipment next month. He added that there was nothing complicated about the scheme. They bring the goods and he sells them. Hyun-gu finished his presentation on how the balance of power has changed because of the implementation of the One Sync project. He asked if anyone had any questions left, but for now, everyone present sat in silence, thinking about their own. All of his allies, particularly Seung-min with knives, Cha Yu-hwa and director Baek Do-kyung had gathered in Taesan. Suddenly, Seo-young raised his hand and said that, to be honest, he didn't understand a single thing Hyun-gu was explaining. Hook replied that he didn't expect anything else from the newcomer, but especially for him, he would go over everything in order once more. Previously, Seoul's entire underworld was under the control of a committee of 5 powerful criminal organizations. But after it collapsed, things went downhill, and the reorganization of all these factions began. Taesan allied with Chaeonung and Ilhak, so his sphere of influence was greatly expanded. And the Oyamagumi, which arrived from Japan, absorbed Gorang and several small groups under its patronage. In addition, the latter, along with Wang Hao, who stood up to head his own organization, supported the One Sync project. Thus, the spheres of influence between them were divided almost equally, but there was another problem. A government project created for the benefit of security is more like a system of total control. Rumor has it that One Sync is roofing some illegal business and making a hefty profit from it. Some of that dirty money is given to the thugs who agreed to work for them, and the rest goes to the development of the project. Seyon couldn't stand it and said that the police officers then were not servants of the people at all, but rather werewolves in shoulder straps. And Myung-hwan Jr. asked if that's why some organizations volunteered to join them. Seung-min said that if it continues like this, One Sync will start to grow rapidly and will reach Gangnam very soon. This neighborhood is known to be ruled by HHS. Incidentally, its director Han Hae-sung has not yet stepped in. Cha Yu-hwa said that she thought he would side with them because Ryu Dae-hyun was his good friend. But he never showed up for the meeting at the hotel that day. Then Seung-min asked what if they were the first to make their move. He said that if they clean up Gangnam before the cops do, Zhang's men will be outnumbered. Do-kyung replied that HHS wouldn't like it, but Seung-min said they would try to avoid a direct confrontation. He asked if they had forgotten that he had some privileges after all and looked at Hyun-gu. Toth realized that the chairman wanted his explanation and said that once upon a time, Chonun, Gorang and HHS were subordinate to Ilhak, And now, albeit formally, Ilhak reigns supreme over Thiessen, which has allowed him to regain his former glory. He was referring to the glory that his grandfather, Ilhak's former chairman, was once able to earn. Kanem is full of small groups that used to be part of their organization. All that was left was to send the knives there to gather and join them all. Do-kyung recognized that it wasn't a bad strategy. But they are struggling besides. Not all organizations fully recognize Ilhak's legitimacy. However, still Do-kyung agreed to their plan, saying only that they would act separately this time. While Sungmin and Knives will try to achieve their goal peacefully, he and Yisu will go all out. And these were not just words, in fact, they have already started to put this plan into action today. At that time, screams were heard on Apgujeong Street in Gangnam District as if someone had escaped from prison. It was a familiar bald man who was now the new boss in his organization, but he wasn't happy about it. He was actually running away from someone and then hid behind the house, hoping the bastard wouldn't find him here. The man panicked. He wondered what kind of guy this was. Were all the members of One Sync really that strong? He pulled out his phone, intending to call someone, as suddenly a guy came from somewhere and grabbed his face. With tremendous force, he slammed him against the wall of the house so that the man even had a mark of his hand on his forehead. The phone fell out of his hands and he slumped to the ground, for the attack came suddenly and very quickly. The person who attacked him turned out to be Baek Yi-soo. He was the one Do-kyung sent to put their plan into action. He explained that he was against it at first, but his brother's fists were itching, so he talked him into it. However, Seung-min said it was too reckless and early, and Do-kyung was surprised from the latter. The director replied that actually, they were in the middle of a war here, and it was better to attack them first. Especially, he added that Xion was with his little brother, so there was nothing to worry about after all. They would do fine. But Yuhua noticed that it had only been 2 months and his wounds hadn't had time to heal yet, so it was dangerous. Then, Do-kyung replied that it was useless to stop his brother anyway, since he was still full of anger. So he needs to be alone for a while and let off some steam, and this was a good opportunity. Yi-soo himself didn't mind. He threw the phone at the man, telling him to call whoever he was going to call. Because of fear, he didn't realize who exactly he was supposed to call and asked the guy about it. But then he regretted it. And Soo stepped on him, pushing him even more against the wall, saying he didn't care who, as long as it was some big shot. Because he had no idea who was in charge there, and it made him very angry, he told the man to move. And then added that Baek Do-kyung, no, Baek Yi-soo wants to talk to his boss, and the man shouldn't keep him waiting. Hyun-gu dumbly kicked his foot, calling them to silence. He said that a professional would set things straight now. During this time, he managed to become the head of the operational training staff, though self-proclaimed. 2 of Ilhak's new knives sat in front of him, whom he told that those 2 knew nothing of Seoul's dark side. First of all, they should get a proper idea of the strength and power of all known gangs. He said you have to know your opponent by sight, so he specifically designed a unique rating system. Then, Oh Myung-hwan Jr. couldn't take it anymore, telling the man to stop suffering bullshit because that's not why they came here. Se-young hurriedly reassured his partner, saying that Hyun-gu was only trying to help them since they were new here. It would do them good in the end, and it was also fun, at least no one would be worse off. Gu-jun looked at the guy, not understanding why he was defending someone who wasn't even in charge. Still, he decided to just accept it, and sat down on the chair, and Se-young asked Hook if he would award some rank to them as well. The man thought for a moment, and then said that there wasn't enough data to assess their abilities yet. However, taking into account that fight in the ashes, at this point, he would distribute them in this manner. Oh Gu-jun, B rank knife, and Jung Seo-young, B plus rank knife. Hearing this, the latter happily asked what the plus meant. Hyun-gu replied that since the latter had fought Dae-hyun as an equal in his time, he figured his rank was a little higher than B's. Gu-jun turned away, saying that he couldn't understand what his partner was admiring. Their conversation was interrupted by Choi Jong-ho, who entered the room saying that the conference room was quite noisy today. The man asked what they were discussing here, seeing the map with the spheres of influence of the criminal gangs. Everyone present looked at him with surprise, because no one expected that Jong-ho himself would drop by. Hyun-gu opened his ranking by saying that the man was once one of the city's most powerful gangsters. He's certainly not as strong now, but based on the results of the last battle, he could very well be awarded an A+ rank. Jong-ho himself looked discouraged. He didn't understand what ranks we were talking about since he had never possessed any. Then he remembered why he had come and told the boys to pack their things, for they were moving to Gangnam. Then another person, who turned out to be Do Kyung, approached the conference room. He asked what they were doing here. Hyun-gu realized that it was pointless to look at the list, because there was probably no one higher ranked than him in Taisan. He held the clipboard against him, but Do Kyung had time to see. The idea of ranks interested him, and he put his arm around Hook. He then asked what his rank was, looking at the clipboard with interest because he didn't see his name. Oyama Shogo has taken a more rational approach to life. The severed finger has taught him a lot since then. He silently ascended to the tatami where his meeting was to be with an important person who had already arrived. The boy took his seat beside another male of the clan, waiting to listen to what Hanazawa Ganji had to say. This was the meeting of the Oyamagumi clan, where its future development was to be decided. Before starting, Ganji said that a small secret meeting should be held first. The man leaned on his fists, saying that everyone was aware of the recent events, so he would tell everything briefly. He began by saying that he, Hanazawa Ganji, was henceforth the General Secretary of Oyamagumi. It all started when he talked to the chairman, who said he was better off staying in Korea. The man didn't really want to agree then, asking what about Ryugasaki, since the old man can't throw Shogo to him at his mercy. But the chairman replied that was why he had to stay there to keep an eye on him. The man would also run the organization on his behalf, as Tetsuji-san trusted him completely. After all, he could not deprive his sons of all support, for that was not fatherly. Then the chairman also added that he hoped Ganji would take care of Shogo, who had a difficult character. Of course, the man was well aware of this, but not that he was burning to do the chairman's bidding. He did it out of his own motives, because he believed that Shogo could take their organization to the top. Also present at the meeting was Chongnoon's CEO Wang Hao, whom Hyun-gu would give an S ranking. Meanwhile, near the main entrance of Taisan's hotel, the new Knives and Jong-ho were gathered outside, waiting for someone. They needed to expand their sphere of influence and ally with organizations that could help them do so. Suddenly, they saw Yi Su and Shi Ong appear at the door, and the commander's hands were stained with blood. A guy walked up to them. He was holding some kind of bag in one hand and had a strange expression on his face. Jong-ho rushed to meet him, saying that he heard the guy had traveled to Gangnam practically alone. Yi Su nodded and threw the bag on the floor, saying that it was a gift from one small gang of thugs. It was all coming into their hands now, and they wouldn't be able to break away even if they wanted to, because they were bound by these documents. Jong-ho was greatly surprised, saying that it's great, of course, but sometimes you can just agree with people. He added that only Chief Jong's henchmen use such crude methods, and this made Yi Su apologize in his face. He suddenly wondered what the man wanted to tell him with that, for were they any different from them? And Su suggested he answer honestly, saying that Ilhak also desires power after all, so they were on equal footing. They also wanted revenge and dumped all the dirty work on others. He asked if he had said something wrong. However, he did not wait for an answer, saying that he would give them whatever they wanted, but in return, he asked them to stay out of his way. He added that he might otherwise stab them inadvertently, but suddenly, someone put a blade to his neck. It was Ilhak's new knife, Gu-jun asked. Did the guy really think he could just walk away after blabbing something like that? He also added that he wasn't the only one who was obsessed with revenge, but the others didn't understand what he was saying. And Gu-jun continued, asking who gave him the right to say such a thing, even if he was Director Baek's brother. She? He then put his hand on his shoulder, telling the guy to chill out. After all, Yi Su was also his boss. He advised him not to pounce or he'd regret it, and the boy felt the tip of the blade at his back. Jong-ho saw that the situation was getting heated and shouted for Gu-jun not to dare pull out the knife, but it was too late. But he took back his karambit, saying that if he made one more move, he would be dead already. Gu-jun had nothing left to do, and he lowered the knife, still looking at Yi Su, who didn't care at all about what was happening. Just at that moment, Baek Do-kyung came outside with Suah, asking what all the commotion was about, and there was no fight. Seeing his brother cleared up the situation a bit, but he still asked what they didn't share, as he was still holding the knife. The principal walked over to Gu-jun and put his hand on his shoulder, telling the guy to just look around. He said the same to his brother, for it would be a pity to spoil such furniture if it came to a fight. He then added that Yi Su had done his best, and most importantly, he had not been hurt during his mission. But he couldn't finish his sentence, cut off at half a word, because he saw the bag and its contents. His attention was immediately drawn to the bloodstains that stained the papers, and he realized that Yi Su had to fight. Do-kyung glanced at his brother's hands, which were indeed a little red from dried blood, but decided not to say anything to him. He simply said that he didn't seem to have anything to worry about in that sense, since his brother was always strong. However, didn't he think it was already too much, even though he, as the headmaster, had unleashed him to do so? And Sue turned to him and asked him what of it. He explained that it was the only way to accomplish his goals. But Do-kyung wasn't satisfied with that answer, saying that it didn't seem like it was enough for his brother to know what happened at the hotel. This was beginning to annoy him, and he asked if the guy thought it would be better if they killed them all. At that time, Yi-soo couldn't hold back either, saying that it was just like that because it would make things much easier. He added that they should have thought about it earlier and now he would kill them all himself, but Do-kyung suddenly hit him. Yi-soo didn't expect this from him, so he couldn't defend himself and fell down, and Do-kyung told his brother to watch his tongue. He hit his head hard, but Do-kyung didn't really care. He wondered if his brother really wanted to do this. Was he really going to kill them all and go after them? For the same fate awaited him. If they both looked at the ranking that Hyun-gu made, Do-kyung would be listed there with an S+ ranking. Baek Yi-soo, on the other hand, was labeled rank X, which was quite obvious. He was Tyson's shadowy leader. Jong-ho ran up to them, trying to stop the principal, and Do-kyung asked what the heck his brother was talking about. He said that it was impossible not to hit him, but at that moment, Yi-soo came back and hit him too. Before Do-kyung could even blink his eyes, he jumped to his feet and swung at his face as well, hitting him hard. Jong-ho told the guys to stop, because it wasn't funny anymore. They were both their principals. But there was no stopping the brothers now, Do-kyung said. It had been a while since he had beaten the crap out of him and looked at him with a predatory gaze. But Yi-soo replied that the latter could try if he could, because now he was not inferior to him in skills and experience. Then Soo-ah got involved in their quarrel and asked if Yi-soo really wanted to send his brother to the hospital bed again. And after all, he had only recently gotten out of it. Do-kyung liked the secretary's words, saying that she was right. But Soo-ah turned to him as well, saying that not long ago he was going crazy at the mere thought of losing his brother, and now he was beating him. Do-kyung excused himself by saying that Yi-soo had started it first, but the girl wasn't convinced, and Jong-ho and the others decided it was better for them to leave. Meanwhile, it was already evening in Tokyo, but the lights were still on in Chairman Oyama Tetsuji's country hotel. He had a guard of 2 men attached to him, who, however, did not inspire the appearance of worthy opponents for him. One of the guards recognized him and was surprised, saying he'd heard he had his hands full in Osaka, but for some reason he'd come here. But the man replied that he had already dealt with everything, and besides, he had some business to attend to here too. After all, how could he not come when there were things going on here that even in Osaka were being rumored? He asked where Tetsuji was now, and when the guard said that the head had asked that no one be let in, he put a hand on his shoulder. The man said he didn't care. Besides, the rule didn't apply to him. He was set in his ways. Chairman Oyama, meanwhile, was finishing another cigarette. He wasn't expecting any guests today. The old man sat across from a coffee table on which a game of shogi, his favorite game, was spread out. Suddenly he heard footsteps that cut his thoughts short. It was a little annoying and he wondered who it could be. The man who entered said that he thought he saw a majestic clan head here, not a decrepit old man. Tetsuji replied that he had long ago lost all his majesty and changed the subject, asking if he hadn't beaten back to Osaka. The man who had taken a seat across from him suddenly turned to him, calling him brother, and added that he might not worry. After all, he, Muto Taiga, had already finished his conquest of this prefecture in the name of Oyama-gumi. After all, he was his right-hand man. Hearing such a report, Tetsuji smiled, saying that the one was in his repertoire, but it wasn't bad. Moto leaned over the table then, asking if he was analyzing the previous shogi game. Then, without waiting for an answer, he proposed a game, and a strange spark of excitement appeared in his eyes. Tetsuji was fine with it, asking if he wanted to continue from that spot, but Toigo said it wasn't fun at all. He added that they would play again, and Tetsuji smiled again, saying that his brother seemed to be playing better. But he asked if skills mattered, because experience was something that couldn't be beaten, and even if he died here, he still wouldn't win it. Such wording puzzled Tetsuji a bit. He asked what the man meant by saying he would die here. Then, Moto added that once a year and the stick shoots, and if he does end up the winner, he will leave the clan. With those words, he made his move, and Tetsuji raised his chip upwards, wondering why all of a sudden. Moto replied that he was going to do it for his student, and that made the chairman tense up. And his brother continued, saying that Shogo had again not shared the inheritance with Ryugasaki, in which case someone should support him. But Tetsuji didn't want to hear any more about it. He said that the Oyama clan was no longer concerned with these squabbles. He gathered all his chips into a fist and added that he had told no one from the clan to interfere in this strife. But Moto crossed his arms on his chest, saying that that was why he was leaving the clan, so don't let his brother simper. Tetsuji said they had a draw because he ran out of pawns, and Moto continued his thought. Things went wrong from the start, because as soon as their delegation left Korea, his brother left Shogo to his own devices. It was somehow not very fatherly, since he had made the choice to favor Ryugasaki and neglect his own son. But he, Moto Toigo, will remain at Shogo's side, as he was his student and the best in katana skills. Tetsuji replied that the others wouldn't like it, and he wouldn't like it either, but Moto only laughed. He wondered if he would have to defy his brother to leave, but that was too much even for him. Tetsuji pounded his fist on the table, scattering the pawns on the board, and Moto was surprised, for he had just been joking before. However, as it turned out, his brother's reaction was not caused by his words, but by the situation on the board, because he lost. Tetsuji himself didn't understand how it had happened either, but it had to be assumed that the game was over and Moto had won. Seeing this, the brother got up to go, but at the door, Tetsuji suddenly said that they had a tie, so let him not relax. The old man took hold of his head, but it was unclear whether from the fact that it ached or from a sense of despair. He added that he was grateful to his brother for taking care of Shogo, even though he didn't even call his son by name. And Moto replied that he didn't have to thank him for it at all, because he was doing it on a whim. Those were the man's last words before leaving. He thought his brother would say something else, but he remained silent. Meanwhile, the first talks between Ilhak and the local gang took place in the Gangnam neighborhood on Yeokseum-don Street. The director of this group was a woman who was well aware of Ilhak's plans, but kept it from them. To represent their organization, they sent Seo Young, who had his first negotiation experience. However, they also had a backup. Yi-soo was waiting outside the room. He had said from the beginning that nothing would come of this. When the girl suddenly asked if Tessin was involved, Yi-soo immediately realized what she wanted to hear. She asked if those wanted them to join them and not HHS if she understood correctly. Seo Young nodded, saying that they would guarantee their safety in their swan. But the girl interrupted him. She said that this is all wonderful, of course, but there are 3 nuances, and the first is the absence of their chapter. The girl added that it was extremely disrespectful of them to send just anyone to negotiate. It also meant that the rumors about Ilhak were true, and he was indeed in decline. Si Young wanted to object and explain everything, but the girl said that was the second nuance, because there was nothing to listen to. HHS had not yet entered the game, and rumors of one sink had already spread throughout the capital. The confrontation was just beginning. And if they had to choose a side, it would be much more favorable to join the police. But here she was interrupted by Yi-soo. He entered the room and suddenly put his foot on the table, saying that the girl apparently didn't know anything about business. The guy added that her lot was to sit still and keep quiet, and then asked if she'd understood everything. But the girl reacted calmly to the scene, saying she would turn a blind eye, and voiced a third reason for her refusal. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked directly at Yi-soo, calling him by name and saying that they knew who he was. The dark horse Taesun, who actually ran everything instead of Baek Do-gyun. That's why they put on a show at the hospital. Si Young, who was sitting across from him, turned around and thought that good fame goes far and thin fame goes even farther. The girl went on to say that everyone was just waiting for a chance to get even with him, and it would be sad if a guy like that died in an alleyway. Only now did they realize that it was a trap. They were already surrounded by many people who were only waiting for the signal. Yi-soo then said that someone had urged him to keep his temper, but now there was no need for it anymore. He added that he'd even be glad if the girl would save him from having to hold back and have a little fun. He took off his jacket, telling Se-young that he was taking on the entire crowd in the back and let him deal with the ones here. But the door was locked, and men who also wanted to fight him started banging on it. Yi-soo then decided to help them with this and threw his cap on the glass doors right in front of one of them. The next instant, the cap was followed by his fist, which broke through the glass and struck the first man. Se-young was surprised, for he wouldn't have thought of such a thing, although it was quite reasonable, for he had protected his hand from the shards. But he didn't have time to admire, because the guy also had to show his best side. He punched one of the men, who were the girl's personal bodyguards, and grabbed the other by the face. He had plenty of strength, and judging by Hyun-gu's ranking system, all the people here were no higher than C+ rank. And Soo didn't waste any time either. His fists were itching to punch someone, and he didn't hold back. Another man flew into the door, which was already shattered, but the commander was just starting to get into the swing of things. Even though the rest of the bandits had guns, they decided it would be best to get farther away. When everyone was in agreement, it was decided to flee through the main entrance. But another man suddenly came out of there. Do Kyung quickly assessed the situation and grudgingly asked if his brother was picking a fight again. And the men compared the two lads with horror, for they looked exactly like the same person. Then, Do Kyung showed the small box he was holding in his hand, saying that he actually came here with a gift. And Soo punched another guard, saying they were the ones who started it first and he had nothing to do with it. Do Kyung realized what that meant and put the box down, saying that in that case, they didn't deserve the gift. He drew his blade and prepared to fight, saying that if the carrot didn't work, he should try the stick. After a while, they dealt with all the guards and bodyguards in the group. They came here late in the evening, but it was already getting light, Do Kyung thought. It had been a long time since the girl wanted to negotiate. He wanted to smoke, but his lighter didn't work again, and Yi-soo saw this and decided to smoke a cigarette too. His lighter wasn't as nice as his brother's, but he asked if he could buy him a light and held it out. Do Kyung took the lighter, thanking him, and Yi-soo said it was nothing. It was his way of showing friendliness. But Do Kyung noticed one more detail. He asked where his brother had put the lighter he had given him. It was about Ryugasaki's father's gift, but Yi-soo replied that he had lost it somewhere in the hotel, much to his brother's annoyance. But a moment later, he was acting calm again, saying she was no use to him anyway. Plus, the lighter had the Oyamagumi emblem on it, but memories of the clan made him cut himself short halfway through. He glanced at his brother, who was just smoking beside him. He didn't even seem to be listening. But Do Kyung knew that he understood him better than anyone else. He realized he should apologize, saying that it seemed like he had overreacted last time and shouldn't have hit him. The guy added that he didn't think the other guy was wrong, or rather, they were each right in their own way. However, he was now the head of Thiessen as well, and a good half of the underworld had a grudge against him. And Soo replied that then he would have to kill them all, because he didn't see any other way out, and he didn't want to look for it. But Do Kyung said it would only be a temporary measure, asking how long it would last, since these creepers would eventually become more numerous. Although, after all, he's their boss, so it's up to him to decide how to act, and they're just his subordinates. He added that they needed a strong leader who could stand up for himself, but Yi-soo realized what he was getting at. Meanwhile, it started to rain outside, but Seungmin had already made it to the place. It was a real estate agency building. He took off his jacket and looked at a map of his country. This was the Gangnam district, and it wasn't land he had come here to look at. While he waited in the hallway, a man who apparently worked here as an agent asked him to go into the lobby. He added that the boss would be here soon and served him some tea, and Seungmin thanked him. The man said he would have offered to walk the grounds and look around, but it was raining heavily outside. Then the chairman explained that everything was fine after all. He had not come for that, which surprised the man. He leaned forward a little and said he came from Ilhak, and then asked if that told him anything. Upon hearing about Ilhak, the real estate agent said that everything was clear to him now and turned back somewhere else. And there was another door at the back, apparently for staff, but it appeared to be open, and soon someone came out of it. It was a man who had previously been sitting at a table in the next room, discussing something with the other guys. When he heard the agent who apparently worked for them mention Ilhak, he stood up and walked over to Seungmin. The man asked whose it would be. The stake came here by itself, for one is not a warrior in the field, unless, of course, he is one of the knives. But Seungmin didn't react to this in any way. He said that he remembered that the boss of this organization was much older. Then the man leaned over to him, saying that he was filling in for the boss today, but Seungmin apparently had no idea where he had gotten to. The chairman didn't have time to answer because the front door opened again and another man entered the hall. It was Oh Gu-jun who said that was why he volunteered to accompany him, because it was dangerous here. The man was surprised when the guy called Seungmin the chairman, and the guy turned to Gu-jun, saying that it wouldn't work that way. He asked how he could prove to these people that he came in peace if he was going to stand over their heads and escalate the situation. However, that's why he asked him to stay outside, but it was too late. The man walked up to the guy. He said they seemed like fun guys, but Gu-jun suddenly put a knife to his throat. The guy added that if he was so curious about what they could do to him, he might check it out. However, this did not suit Seong-min anymore, as he had planned to settle things peacefully. He asked Gu-jun to put the knife away, and the guy obeyed in a flash, and the man realized that they were not to be trifled with. Gu-jun still decided that he was not forbidden to speak and told everyone in the room to sit down and listen silently. After all, it would be his chairman who would be speaking. But the man shuddered at the word again. He smiled for some reason, and then he clenched his fists and shouted that the hell he was going to listen to anyone. He'd rather count their teeth right away. At that moment, some other man entered the building and suddenly shouted for him to stop. He rushed towards him, pushing him away from Gu-jun. It turned out the guy's name was Tae-kyung, and the new man was his father. Then he saw Seong-min, and unlike his son, he immediately recognized him as Chairman Il-hak. Apparently he himself was the boss here. He took his hand in his own, saying that his memory could not cheat in that the head himself stood before him. And Seong-min also started to recall who was running this organization. He remembered that the boss's name was Song-dae Gyu. He turned to the man, asking if that was his name, and the man was very happy that the guy remembered him. They sat down on the couch, and Dae Gyu was the first to speak, saying that he couldn't wait to meet him in person. Seong-min replied that he too didn't expect to ever meet a man again, especially at a time like this. The man was a little confused. He said it had been a long time since they had last seen each other. He added that he remembered him as an infant, and even the way he used to walk under the table, at which point Seong-min hurriedly interrupted him. He asked him to cut to the chase, and the man said he had heard about Il-hak's return but had not expected to see him as chairman. Dae Gyu then pointed at Oh Gu-jun, saying that they had even gathered new knives, and this young man looked a lot like his father. Seeing that the man was getting sidetracked again, Seong-min said that he would be happy to chat with him some more, but not now. However, Dae Gyu replied that he guessed what he wanted to talk about, and then said that it wasn't that simple. They were just a small organization from Kwanak and had to hide in the shadows of HHS all this time. But he believed that one day Seong-min would come to them, so all that was left was to be patient and wait. The man finished by saying that the future of their organization was in Seong-min's hands, and from now on it belonged entirely to him. He then showed a large scar on his neck, saying that he owed everything to his grandfather and would never be in debt for anything. What added to the drama was that after what was said, the man knelt down on his knees, asking for their help. Tae-kyung looked at his father in surprise. He didn't understand what he owed Il-hak for even giving the organization to them. Meanwhile, the rain didn't turn and let up even harder. A stranger approached Tessen's main office. Even though it was pouring rain outside, the man was wearing regular Vietnamese shoes and his feet were huge. Moto was angry at himself for not looking at the weather forecast before the flight, and now his suit was soaked to the skin. He walked to the very doors, with two guards standing at them, who asked what they could do to help him. But Moto didn't understand anything because he didn't know Korean. He only saw that the men didn't look very friendly. Then, one of them recognized the Japanese accent and went for a knife, saying the man must be from Oyamagumi. However, that was the only thing he had time for a second later, Moto kicked him so hard that he smashed through the doors. So the Japanese man was able to enter. He noticed that they had the place quite cozy and well kept. Except it lacked good cheer, Tessen's members, who were free, stepped in his way. But this didn't confuse Moto at all. He walked through them as if he didn't notice and asked where Ryugasaki was. Seeing that the Japanese wanted to get on top of their boss, one of their guards dared to stop him and pulled out a blade. However, this only angered the Japanese man, and one blow was enough for him to send the man flying 2 meters away. Another second and his fist was near his next victim, and the men didn't realize who they were facing. Moto hit another one of them, who flew upwards and immediately lost consciousness when he landed. Tonka, another man, tried to attack him with a knife from behind, but this attack did not get past the Japanese man either. First he dodged, and then, when his opponent was ahead by inertia, he slammed his head into the floor. However, the members of Tyson didn't plan to give up so easily, even though they weren't as great fighters as their bosses. Another man tried to hurt the Japanese man by kicking him, but Moto saw it coming and grabbed his leg. He suddenly pulled the man sharply towards him so that he fell over and was more like some kind of belt in his hands. And Moto was already starting to get annoyed with this fight. He threw the man at his companions and asked how they could fight like that. Could it be that they were hired by advertisement, which seemed highly probable, for no one could fight him back? The men had already realized this themselves, but they were all loyal to their boss, so there was no way they would give up without a fight. Then, Moto told those to call their head, and then someone on the stairs replied that they were already running and stumbling. The Japanese looked up at the person who said that. It was Jin Woon, who was already getting pretty good at sarcasm. Among the Oyamagumi, Hajin-un was known as the unshakable yaksha, meaning hard as a wall. He asked who Moto would be, if he was from Oyamagumi, and the man replied that he wasn't technically a member of the clan anymore. He didn't want to go into details, but he asked if Jin-un would fight him if he answered affirmatively. Meanwhile, the girl, who was the only one they hadn't touched, agreed to their terms and accepted the gift. This decision of hers pleased Do-kyung, who sarcastically told Yi-soo that the most important thing is to match the approach. And the girl went on to say that maybe it was even for the best, because what was the point of staying at lousy HHS? In fact, they don't really have a roof right now. Han Hae-sung has disappeared off the radar, and his organization is on the verge of disintegration. Hearing such a thing, Do-kyung was greatly surprised, asking if it was really true, for he could hardly believe it. But the young woman said she was telling the truth, adding that HHS activity has declined markedly since the committee was dissolved. They stopped taking bribes and controlling their territories, and the heads of small gangs tried to meet with Hae-sung more than once. But all was in vain, and everyone thought that the vacant place of the master of the district had become empty. However, if there is a power squabble on Gangnam, rumors of HHS's absence will spread throughout Seoul. A whole bunch of people want to take over the neighborhood, and things get out of control. Tiny organizations like theirs would be powerless to stop it, so the decision was made to keep everything secret. The girl said they were part of HHS, and also everything was calm here, so let Tessin keep his nose out of it. But that was only a formal statement, and in fact, she explained why she was thinking of joining OneSync. Do-kyung then asked why she didn't come to them earlier, to which the girl replied that she didn't think as if HHS had disappeared. It seemed to her that they were just up to something, but that was just her personal opinion with no evidence to back it up. Do-kyung suddenly got a call from someone and apologized, saying he had to take the call. The one who called him reported the mission completed, indicating that nothing was known about Hae-sung's whereabouts. And the girl made sure her suspicions were correct, saying that she thought he was hiding somewhere under their noses. Just as suddenly, Do-kyung said for Yi-soo to get ready, because they urgently need to run to their headquarters. He thought it was rather sudden, but there was no way he was expecting this man to show up. Meanwhile, Moto, who was still waiting for Jin-un's answer, asked again if he would fight him. Meanwhile, Chairman Seung-min continued to implement his plan in the Kwanak area. Right now, they were on their way to the next organization together with Jong-ho and Gu-jun after successful negotiations. Jong-ho said to make sure the chairman is careful because they have to join all the organizations in the district at any cost. Seung-min noticed his good mood, and he agreed, for this had once been one of Ilhak's main headquarters. He added that he remembered wandering these streets with his grandfather, and everything seemed so familiar now. He advised Gu-jun to take a closer look because Gu-jun had also been here often with his father. Jong-ho remembered that everyone adored them because Gu-jun was pretty cute, but the guy didn't want to talk about it. He said they should walk faster since they were already late, and he had no memories of his father anyway. It sounded a little sad. Jong-ho realized why the guy was always so sullen and taciturn. The old man apologized for him, telling Seung-min that Gu-jun was becoming himself when it came to his father. After all, he was the leader of the previous knife lineup. Seung-min was aware of that, but that was why the guy's behavior wasn't clear to him. After all, he thought the son would want to avenge his father, but he spoke of him as if he hated him for some reason. Jong-ho then explained that it was because his father's death gives him mixed feelings. Oh Myung-hwan was a man who lived for Ilhak, and everyone in the neighborhood knew it and loved him. Only with fatherly duties the man coped much worse, though it should have been in the first place. He was almost never there for his son, and when he did come, it was only for a few days. However, then he left him altogether because he died, and it was a big blow to little Gu-jun. Jong-ho wanted to give a couple more details, but Gu-jun, who was walking in front, said that they had arrived at the location. Song Dae-ji-wyu said that he would gather the leaders of all the local organizations here so that it would be easier for them to come to an agreement. He wondered if it was a trap and took out a knife, but Jong-ho stopped his hand, telling the guy not to worry. It would be okay after all, they had come here just to talk. At least that's what he'd been told. Jong-ho recalled the chairman's words, saying that there was nothing to worry about, but he soon opened the door and changed his mind. There were 4 men in the room, one of whom was kneeling and being helped to his feet. When Gu-jun took a closer look, he realized that one of them was actually an old man, and the rest of them were also already in their 40s. This surprised him, as he was not used to bosses being such people, so he asked Jong-ho about it. The man then explained that the men were small business owners who had been displaced from Kanam's gangs. They just got together and formed their own organization, but they have no real power. Among them was President Song, whom they already knew, whom Jong-ho also knew and came over to say hello. The others also recognized Jong-ho, for everyone here seemed to remember the old days except Shungmin and Gu-jun. The latter hid the knife because he realized that these decrepit old men would do nothing to them, but he asked another thing. Why do they need such weaklings? To which Jong-ho replied that now that the One Sync project has been launched, they are the ones they need. He asked the guy if the guy was suggesting he just leave them, and the guy said they had plenty of other things to worry about. Then some grandmother came up to him and asked if Oh Myung-hwan was eating well because she recognized him as his father. She didn't even wait for an answer and reached into her pocket for something, then put it in his hand. There were 3 candies that his grandmother spared no expense in giving him, calling him her grandson and telling him to eat more. She suddenly thanked him for coming back, apparently still thinking that he was Oh Myung-hwan. This moved the guy, and Shungmin remarked that this place could be used for another purpose. Turning to Gu-jun, he told the guy to look closely and try to remember everything that connected him to this place. And suddenly, something came up in his memory. The image of his father, who was also being thanked by people, appeared before him. Just like then, they needed their help now, so it would take effort to fulfill their hopes. Now the chairman was Lee Sung-min, but his approach was the same as Gu-jun's father, and the guy realized it. He finally learned why his father had always neglected him when he was little, all because man was too weak a creature. Meanwhile, in Taisan's main office, an interesting battle was looming between Japanese Moto and Ha Jin-woon. Moto walked up to him, saying he was also called Yaksha, though it was some stupid nickname. After all, it meant wall, but Jin-un was even shorter than he thought, so he asked how tall he was. This discouraged the big guy a bit, and he asked in response if it really mattered, and Moto laughed. He said the man was acting funny, because by doing so, he was saying that he wasn't bothered by the difference in weight classes. This was already a direct insult towards him, and Jin-un swung at him to demonstrate the difference. The Japanese didn't expect him to start first, so he couldn't block in time and got punched in the face. Another man would have fallen long ago and maybe passed out from such a blow, but Moto only bounced back. He said that they had a good start, and Jin-woon's hand was heavy, but he could spare no effort. And the big guy thought the Jap had poor stamina, for he turned his head for a split second and missed the blow. But Moto was not bothered by his analysis. He pounced on him, saying that now let him catch a response from him. The man punched the man in the stomach, and he punched hard, so all the members of Thiessen who were watching thought it was the end. Soon, however, they were all happily watching their principal's intercessor again, which surprised even Moto. Jin-woon asked if the man didn't expect him to resist on his feet, and then added that he punched weakly. But this only made the Japanese laugh even more. He said that of course it wasn't everything, however, now he remembered. He was not called the unshakable Yaksha for nothing, for he was unusually strong not only because of his size. Moto added that he had to admit, the big guy was a good one, as he almost broke his jaw with his punch. However, this was just the beginning, and now he would show his strength, which he was sure could also surprise him. The man was about to pounce on Jin-won when suddenly someone called his name from behind. The voice sounded familiar to him. The Japanese turned around and saw Ryugasaki asking what he was doing here. Du-kyung added that he was no longer a member of Oyama, so the man could start treating him as an equal. At that time, Moto said that he too had left the clan, telling the guy not to get heated, for they were on equal footing. This news came as a surprise to Do-kyung. He asked why the man did it, but the man didn't give a clear answer. He turned around to leave, saying that he had paid him a visit out of courtesy and now had to go to Shogo. Do-kyung quickly realized everything, asking if the man was going to take his half-brother's side. And Moto didn't even think of hiding it. He said that the guy was right, and next time they would be enemies already. He also added that it also meant that he would finally be able to face Ryugasaki in battle. And now he had to leave them. Good thing it wasn't far to go. And with those words, the man headed for the exit. When he was higher up on the street, Jin-woon couldn't hold back any longer and fell to one knee in immense pain. The Japanese's blow was incredibly strong after all, and the whole time the big guy was just enduring this pain in his stomach. He asked Do-kyung who the man was because he had never encountered such monsters before. He added that the man was definitely very dangerous, so a collision with him should have been avoided. Meanwhile, Moto, who was already walking towards where Shogo was staying, suddenly saw a familiar face. He had never encountered him in his life, but he remembered the photos he was given well. He called out to a guy who walked past him in the direction of Tessen's main office, and the guy stopped. And Soo only had time to notice that the man was something similar to Jin Won, but he clearly surpassed him in speed. A surprise attack is an attack that takes the opponent by surprise, but Moto Taigo didn't like that kind of prejudice. He believed that only weaklings used such techniques, so he shouted Bak Yi-soo instinctively. That's what saved the guy. He had time to put his hands out to defend himself, and the blow hit them. His strength was incredible. It hurt even from the block, and the commander marveled, wondering who this man was. However, it was also clear that he was now pitted against him, so Yi-soo had no other choice. He swung around to hit back, but the man suddenly asked him to stop and started apologizing. And Soo was surprised by this behavior. But the man said it was the first time he had been in this situation and was a bit confused. Still, he assured the commander that it was a mistake, but Yi-soo didn't approve of such jokes and swung to retaliate. This time he managed to get his opponent with his foot, but the guy didn't expect such a big Japanese man to have time to block. More specifically, he just put his arm out and caught his leg, though the guy hit pretty hard. The man suddenly said that since he was doing that, there was no point in apologizing anymore, because now they were even. But Yi-soo didn't listen to him. He wanted to get the man after all, so he jumped up and swung his other leg. But Moto put up a block, and this time, despite hitting the commander not weakly, he still couldn't hit him. He squeezed his huge hand and wondered if that was all he was capable of, for he had been told quite different things. Their battle was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a black car that stopped beside them. Moto realized it was coming for him, so he lifted his jacket and told Yi-soo that they would fight again sometime. Then he suddenly smiled and extended his hand to him, saying his name was Moto Toigo, and he was apparently Bike Yi-soo. Hearing his introductions, Yi-soo said that there was another Oyamagumi scumbag in front of him, and that made the man sad. He wanted to explain that he was no longer a member there, but Ganji, who had come to pick him up, had already opened the car door. Moto complained to him that Yi-soo was incredibly boring, and the guy was left standing there in surprise. He remembered the name of this Japanese man, for he had never faced him before, and today's fight had left a strange impression. The man, meanwhile, was also thinking about him, for something was keeping him busy and even annoying him. He wondered why pounce on the guy from behind, like some coward who was scared of his opponent. But then he laughed with his own thought, for it was indeed absurd to exist. Then he was reminded of the words of the chairman, who had said that if they interfered, the balance would be upset. However, Moto now thought that his brother was worrying for nothing, for he would make sure that everything was fine. Gu-jun was sitting on a bench with some candy from his grandmother in his hand. He was just remembering everything that happened today. When he thought of his father again, he was interrupted by someone's voice, and it turned out that the guy from the agency was here. He saw Gu-jun too, and decided to approach because he was interested in the guy's skills and prowess. He sat down on the other side of the bench, taking out a cigarette, and then asked what fate had brought him to this place. At first, Gu-jun replied that it was none of his business. However, the guy understood why he was so unfriendly. He explained that he apparently didn't know everything about his own father, namely his death. Gu-jun then stood up and told the guy to stop with his vulgar provocations. After all, he was no better himself, a healthy forehead who still dragged his elderly father everywhere. But the guy replied that in fact, they were the same with him, because they were just criticizing for the sake of criticizing, as they call it. Then he added that Gu-jun probably doesn't even know how the case of his father was, because no one told him. As expected, this ticked off the new Gudo member, and he grabbed the guy's shirt, but the guy said his guess was right. Then he asked if he wasn't curious about how Ilhak's first knife died, his father after all. The case was 13 years ago when their neighborhood was full of small businesses. So many wanted to clean up some of it. That day, some unknown men appeared on the main street blackmailing Auntie into cooperating with them. One of them, apparently the ringleader, was offering her a contract and to work alongside their organization. He said she needed an experienced partner or her shop wouldn't last a day, but he was wrong about that. The conversation was overheard by 3 men in white suits who approached them, saying that the guys were probably not from around here. One of the knives, and that was what they were, approached their head, who was already beginning to press Auntie in earnest. Lee Sunmon, Ilhak's sixth knife asked if the guy had no manners at all, since the woman was clearly rejecting him. But Auntie didn't seem to understand his quips, telling them both to get out of here, for all the customers would be dispersed to her. Sung Mon then said that he would allow himself to disagree with her, for such insolent people must be fought back. Along with him came two more knives, who meanwhile felled the rest of the guy's organization. One of those who came with Sung Min was Choi Guan Pal, the seventh knife, who was just as cocky in his youth. Sung Mon, meanwhile, grabbed the guy by the hair, saying that he wasn't done with him yet, as he still had a lot to tell them. The first thing he asked was what the man had rolled his lips at, for there were honest people working in the neighborhood. But his educational process was interrupted again by his aunt, who said she would complain to Jong Ho about him. Sung Mon was quite taken aback by this. He said that he wasn't a little kid anymore, so it didn't make sense, when suddenly someone called out to Jong Ho. Hearing that Jong Ho himself had come here, Sung Mon still panicked a bit, but it turned out that he was just being played. It was the last of their squad, Ilhak's fourth knife, Doko Hyungnim, who also turned to his aunt. He asked if such guys came here often, but she replied that there were a lot of them. Then Hyungnim said that you have to be responsible for your actions and poked the guy's face in his plate, asking where he was from. And the man mumbled that some murky Chinese mafia type had recently appeared in the southwest. It was said that he had already broken up all the gangs in Incheon and would be here soon. But why he would do that, no one knew. Right now, this man was picking another fight in another part of the neighborhood. But there were those who dared to fight back. One guy said that without a powerful patron, everyone in his squad was just zeros without a stick. It was young Rao Dae-hyun, who was also a member of Ilhak at the time, but he was advised to wait for the knives. However, the guy was not intimidated by the fact that the opponent was incredibly strong. He said he would deal with him. A man who was said to be from the Chinese mafia stood up from his seat, asking if he was one of the knives. However, he didn't wait for an answer and immediately started on the guy, who managed to dodge at the last moment. Dae-hyun was greatly surprised, for he thought the element of surprise should have played into his hands. But it was quite the opposite, as if the enemy knew all his moves ahead of time and used it. Suddenly he swung his fist, and even though Dae-hyun put up a block, he almost fell over. And the man said that he had nothing to talk to a loser like him. This was young Wang Hao. However, the situation soon took a completely different turn because one of the 9 knives finally arrived on the scene. This was noticed by everyone except Dae-hyun, who rushed back into the fray. But his attacks were unsuccessful, and the man decided to intervene. He said that he was one of the 9 knives that Wang Hao was talking about, so let him tell what he wanted. Who knows? Maybe they could get by without the manhandling. It was Ilhak's first knife, Oh Myung-hwan. Lee Seung-hak posed for his new election poster because the previous one seemed too strict to everyone. Back then, Jong Ho was still in his prime. He said that a serious face was exactly what was needed for such things. But the chairman said he was more interested in being a gangster and had to go into politics. Jong Ho replied to him that he was contradicting himself because he was the one who once said, "Only soul villains need minions." The old man thought for a while, remembering when he had said that, and then added that they had to get their hands dirty anyway. Jong Ho then replied that he understood his feelings, however. He was the one who made them into people, so they would be loyal to him in everything. He just has to let them help him change this city for the better. And then there will be no room for scoundrels like them. And the man also added that the old man should not forget the words of his grandson who called him too soft. The chairman then asked if he was too old in Jong Ho's opinion, but he was quick to say that he wasn't. Then he headed for the exit, also saying that Oh Myung-hwan's brother Oh Myung-hwan was dealing with some business in Kwanak right now. But there was no need to worry, because no matter how strong the opponent was, Myung-hwan never lost. Meanwhile, Wang Hao pounced on his new opponent, thinking that he was no better than Ryu Tae-hyun. Myung-hwan immediately noticed that his weapon was unusual, which gave away that he belonged to a group. They both bounced back, and Wang Hao thought that this opponent was quite intelligent and experienced. However, that didn't stop him from attacking again, this time with a knife, and Myung-hwan had to defend himself with a chair. It turned out to be a good idea, as the blade stuck in his curves and Wang Hao was disarmed. Then, Ilhak's first knife pulled the chair towards him and then swung it apart and threw it away with the knife. But Wang Hao was probably expecting something similar, so he immediately connected body kicks and swung his leg. Myung-hwan's jaw was hit hard, and he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Except the guy didn't seem to take any damage. He quickly came to his senses and counterattacked him. Now it was Wang Hao's turn to be surprised, because the first knife was incredibly strong, his arm was heavy. Seconds later, Wang Hao was lying unconscious on the floor, and Oh Myung-hwan told the other guys to clean up the place. He then turned to Ryu Dae-hyun, asking if he happened to box, and the guy nodded his head. Myung-hwan then advised him to be more calm during the fight, but his punch was already pretty good. Dae-hyun was flattered because he had just been praised by the strongest of the 9 knives. He thanked him. This was the last thing Oh Myung-hwan said, after which he suddenly took Wang Hao on his shoulders, intending to carry him. It was already evening when Wang Hao woke up, but to his surprise, he was in an unknown place. He tried to get up first, but realized his body was aching for some reason, and in a flash, he remembered all of today. He said he couldn't lose to that knife guy, but suddenly, a familiar voice replied that he was at his house. It turned out that Myung-hwan had dragged him straight to his house and was now finishing the food preparations. Seeing that Wang Hao was starting to panic, he pulled out his machete and told him to stop, as he had already made a mess of things. He added that he would let him go, but he had to answer a few questions, and he really didn't like it. He said the guy was overconfident and just got lucky that time, but the guy replied that he won anyway. So Wang Hao should have listened to him, or just not start a fight while he was eating, but this arrangement didn't suit him. Wang Hao threw everything off the table and walked over to the guy, saying that the guy had better get up if he didn't want to die sitting down. However, such a threat did not work on him. Myung-hwan stood up and asked him if he thought he could defeat him. They pounced on each other again, or rather, Wang Hao attacked first, while Myung-hwan decided to just defend himself. But their fight did not last long, for with their screams, they woke up another little person in the house. It was Gu-jun who came out of his room, yawning sleepily and asking if Dad was fighting again. Such a conclusion was not hard to draw, because right in front of his eyes, Wang Hao managed to punch the guy in the jaw again. Then, Myung-hwan wanted to strike back and even took a swing, but then he saw his son and couldn't finish the attack. He didn't know what to say to the boy, because he couldn't explain what was happening in the house right now. And then something happened that he didn't expect in any way. Gu-jun squatted down and started picking up the scattered food. He said his dad told him himself that he should listen to the teacher and get along with his friends, and then Mom would come back. Wang Hao wanted to correct Gu-jun and said he wasn't his dad's friend, but Myung-hwan said he agreed with his son. He put his hand on Wang Hao's shoulder and added that they don't fight anymore because Dad can't help but follow his words. And Wang Hao looked at him in surprise. For their conversation was not yet over, however, he did not argue. It had been over 15 years since that day, and he remembered everything as if it had happened yesterday. Wang Hao stood in front of the glass door that holds the ashes of everyone who has ever worked at Ilhaka. Oh Myung-hwan was among them, but he was not allowed to stand for a while longer because someone called out to him asking who he was. The man turned around and saw a guy in a white suit who looked a lot like Oh Myung-hwan for some reason. Wang Hao then remembered that the man had a son, and it appeared to be the same Gu-jun from his memories. And Gu-jun seemed like he had also seen this man's face somewhere before and was surprised to realize that it was one of his father's friends. It began to rain outside, but they stood like that for a while longer, sizing each other up and reminiscing about the past. Finally, Gu-jun was the first to approach the man, saying that he recognized him as the man his father had first fought with in the room. Wang Hao thought that running into Myung-hwan's son, and even in a place like this, was not the most pleasant. It was something between embarrassment, disappointment, and shame, but he said nothing of the sort. Suddenly, Gu-jun bowed in front of him like they did in Korea, and his bow was lower than required. This surprised Wang Hao, and he told the guy to stop because he shouldn't bow in front of him. Gu-jun then replied that he didn't remember too well, but the man had been his father's last friend before he died. He explained that he had seen him as a child, and now his face seemed very familiar, though he did not know his name. Wang Hao thought that the guy had no idea who he was if he expressed himself like that, but decided to remain silent again. The man then saw that he had brought alcohol and stepped aside, making room in front of his father's ashes. Then Gu-jun went to the right drawer and opened the bottle, saying that his father loved this drink. He added that he would now have to drink to rest, but Wang Hao remembered the story behind the liquor again. The man noticed that the guy's memories were pretty accurate because Myung-hwan really loved that alcohol. At least if his memory served him right, that's how it was. They'd just been drinking that night. Enemies yesterday and friends today. That's how one could describe their relationship from the outside. But it was different. Wang Hao remembered how Myung-hwan had poured himself the same drink, saying that it didn't even look like alcohol. However, at that time he drank with him for company, and they were not bad together because there was something that united them. The only people unhappy with their friendship were the owners of the diner who squinted at them. But their opinion was also understandable because not so long ago they wanted to finish each other off. Wang Hao decided to start the conversation by saying that Nine Knives Ilhaka was famous throughout Inshin. Therefore, he was curious about the strength of these guys at the top of Seoul's underworld. He also wanted to know if he himself could grow to their level. But Myung-hwan suddenly clinked his glass on the table. He said it wasn't all that easy, as you have to constantly get stronger and hone your skills. Wang Hao then asked what he was talking about, and he threw his hair back, saying that he would tell him everything now. But instead of answering, the guy just passed out. It looked like he'd had too much alcohol and would now only wake up with a hangover. Wang Hao thought that he had had enough too, because if he continued drinking, he would lie down next to him, which he didn't want to do. The man walked out of the diner and took out a cigarette. He thought about his new acquaintance who was able to overpower him. Then he went back to his last words and thought that it made some sense after all, but how hard it was. Getting stronger all the time was something that not everyone would dare to do, but Myung-hwan was just such a person. And if this was the secret of his strength, then Wang Hao would definitely improve as well. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Sung-mon noticed the dragon tattoo on his forearm and wondered if he was that cocky youngster. Wang Hao understood what he meant, but he asked, so what if he angered the guy who suddenly swung his leg? He punched him in the head, but Wang Hao managed to block, asking what bad thing he had done to him. However, Sung-mon didn't want to answer. He called the man a blowhard, saying that he understood everything himself. It was true, but Wang Hao decided to annoy his opponent because he was wearing the same white suit as Myung-hwan. Seeing that the man was able to block his punch, Sung-mon thought that the man was not amiss. However, he did not say so. He saw that things would go better now, for help had come to him in the form of another of the knives. The one approached Wang Hao in the blink of an eye and kicked him in the stomach so that the man flew backwards. The unexpected helper turned out to be Jang Tok-pei, who also asked if he had intervened in the fight for nothing. But Sung-mon replied that his partner had arrived just in time and had perfectly knocked the lad's scruples off. Wang Hao fell beside a trash can that had a lot of bottles in it. Then he thought that the guys were also knives. Confirming his thoughts, Sung-mon asked what he was doing here. After all, the 9 Knives of Ilhak were in charge of this territory. Wang Hao got to his feet and then said that there appeared to be as many as 9 of them. He stepped on an empty bottle that was lying beside him, and it shattered. But that's what he needed. The man picked up 3 shards, making arbitrary knuckles out of them, much to the guy's surprise. But then he asked where the other knives were, and that surprised them even more, for they saw that he was not afraid. Without waiting for a reply, Wang Hao pounced on Sung-mon and swung his weapon, but the guy defended himself. He saw the moment to retaliate, but the man did not let him take advantage of it and pushed him hard in the side. Sung-mon couldn't stay on his feet and lost his balance. He fell. On top of everything else, Wang Hao managed to cut his arm. Then he was beside the lad in a flash, one hand pinning his head to the ground and swinging the other to finish him off. Luckily for Sung-mon, Tok-pei came to his rescue. He kicked the man and the man had to let the guy go. However, Wang Hao wasn't going to end there. He jumped up and hit 8th Knife in the jaw with his knee. Such a hold Tok-pei didn't expect. He fell on his back and was also surprised with the man's skills. He fought well. That was enough time for Sung-mon to get up and run over to his comrade, and then he helped him to his feet. Tok-pei said he was fine. He was more interested in where this young man had learned to fight like that. They prepared to clash again and lunged at each other, but this time they were stopped by someone's voice. It was Oh Myung-hwan who managed to wake up and come out of the diner. He didn't even look bad after his hangover. When all 3 of them saw him, they stopped fighting. They were surprised by his appearance, and Tok-pei even bowed. Wang Hao then approached the guy, addressing him by name, and Sung-mon asked in surprise if they were really friends. Wang Hao told the guy that he thought as if he was different, so he even started to count on their friendship. But as it turned out, he was no different from the guys Wang Hao had just fought. He ended by saying that he hoped the guy would realize it, but it seems the guy made his choice a long time ago. He turned around to leave as Myung-hwan suddenly called out to him, saying that the young man never said his name. He also added that he forgot his blade and gave it to Wang Hao, but the latter only silently accepted the machete and turned around. After thinking for a bit, he still stopped and said his name, and Myung-hwan replied that they would meet again. The next day, Sun-mon and Myung-hwan sat in the chairman's office and reported to Wang Hao. Sung Mong said that he was now hanging around Inshin, and if he wasn't stopped, he would definitely make trouble. The guy asked Lee Seung-hak to only give an order and they would take over the area, but the old man didn't share his methods. Myung-hwan then said he would settle it himself, and when the old man asked if he was sure, he said he wasn't going to fight. Suddenly someone knocked on the door and a tall guy entered the room apologizing for interrupting them. When he saw Oh Myung-hwan, he bowed, saying that he had heard of him, and Seung-hak explained that it was their new employee. The old man added that he didn't know how Myung-hwan was going to deal with Wang Hao, but this guy is remarkably smart. Hence, the chairman thought he could help him, so he specifically called him here. Myung-hwan nodded as if to say he understood, and then stood up and extended his hand to the guy in greeting. He introduced himself as the head of the strategic planning department, who turned out to be a young Han Hae-sung.